Chapter 1. Beneath the white cloth wrapped around his chest, a peculiar odor emanated, a mix of itchy red sprouts and pig's eye grass, as it was said that he had been pierced through the heart by a rusty iron sword from the decaying corpse within the grave. Just moments ago, Baron Richie Clarence, who had inherited the castle from his deceased father, the Baron, was informed by a scholar's apprentice that he had but a day left to live. Fortunately, Baron Richie would be able to pass the final moments of his life in a state of blissful unconsciousness, devoid of any pain. Following this, Richie's brother, Leo Clarence, was set to inherit the baronial title and the dilapidated Porcupine Castle, and upon Leo's eventual return to the embrace of the four gods, he would bestow the title and lands upon his eldest son, ensuring the eternal lineage of the Clarences. This, of course, was contingent upon the fact that Baron Richie was indeed dead. However, the condemned Baron Richie now lay upon a warm deerskin blanket, his bright eyes peering through the cracks of the roof's bricks. The true Baron Richie was already deceased within the body, and now draped in a white ice wolf pelt resided the soul of a being from another world. Transmigration, much like reincarnation, is an art, and Richie was fortunate to become the new Baron, at least more so than his father, Richie Clarence. Richie's father, Earl Clarence, was a legendary figure. The son of a blacksmith, he joined Duke Durand Leopold's army at the tender age of 13, driven by a pursuit of honor. On the battlefield, he achieved remarkable feats, earning the moniker the Porcupine with Spikes. Later, Duke Durand knighted him, and after 2 decades of hard work, he finally became the Baron of Porcupine, acquiring his own castle. His life was nothing short of legendary. Yet in the 2nd year of his baronship, an old ailment returned, and he passed away, returning to the embrace of the four gods. His eldest son, Richie Clarence, succeeded him as the new Baron of Porcupine Castle in accordance with the kingdom's laws of succession. On the 3rd day of his baronship, farmers within Porcupine reported discovering a cave in their wheat field, from which emanated the roars of monstrous beasts. As the Baron, Richie took his mentor, James Duke, along with 4 robust farmers, into the cave. The 4 farmers, brandishing torches, forged ahead, while Baron Richie, desiring to embody the family motto of the Porcupine with Spikes, timidly took up the rear, shielded by his swordsmanship instructor. Deep within the cave, the screams of the 4 farmers echoed, and as Baron Richie turned to flee, he was struck down by James Duke's sword. Though he never witnessed the strike, only his mentor was capable of such stealth. On the very day that James returned the near-lifeless Baron Richie to the castle, his stepmother fortuitously summoned the scholar's apprentice to announce Richie's date of death. In the impoverished Porcupine territory, encountering a scholar was a rare occurrence. Here, there were hardly any books, and scholars typically labored in the grand cities, seeking the mysteries of the world. After the passing of Richie's mother, Earl wed the daughter of a knight under Duke Leopold, and they bore Richie a younger brother, Leo, who was now a mere 12 years old. Should Richie truly perish, Leo would become the youngest Baron to own land. Regrettably, Richie was now vibrant, and upon the soul of the transmigrator settling into its new abode, his injuries healed instantaneously. Lacking any particular skill, Richie had been an ordinary individual before his transmigration, and the body of Richie Clarence was likewise unremarkable. Though he was a lord of a desolate region, his adversary was none other than the castle itself, and the only master swordsman in Porcupine, the wolf slayer, James Duke, who just so happened to be his mentor. It was said that before serving Baron Earl Clarence, James had been a wandering swordsman who had felled 2 rabid wolves with a 50-pound sword, earning him the title of Wolf Slayer. Should James and his stepmother learn of Richie's awakening, they would certainly conspire to orchestrate his demise once more undetected. So what is that yellow dot? Upon opening his eyes, Richie noticed a yellow dot hovering above him. The threat to his life compelled Richie to ascertain the purpose of the yellow dot. Perhaps it was his advantage as a transmigrator. His stomach growled in hunger. He sat up, intending to pour himself a glass of water to quell the gurgling in his belly, lest the sound attract his stepmother, who was as relentless as a hunting dog. However, upon sitting up, he discovered that the yellow dot had moved. As he turned his neck and gaze, it shifted to the wall. Richie began to rotate his neck, the yellow dot bobbing along with his line of sight. When he lowered his gaze to shift the dot towards the ground, it transformed into a green dot. The green dot suddenly expanded into a circle approximately half a meter in diameter. When he looked back at the wall, the green circle swiftly contracted, reverting to a yellow dot. I think I understand. He directed his gaze back to the ground, and the green circle appeared at the foot of his bed, adjacent to his handmade wool carpet, a prize awarded to Earl Clarence upon his first elevation to nobility, which had been inherited by Richie after Earl had returned to the Four Gods' embrace. Without any sound, a gravestone erupted from the ground, lifting the wool carpet. My golden finger is summoning gravestones? To crush the dead. Richie lifted the wool carpet and approached the gravestone, which bore no name, but had a groove, occupied by green moss in 1/3 of its space. Could it be to dig up graves? As if it could hear his thoughts, the gravestone spontaneously manifested a hole in the floor, revealing an abyss of darkness. Within the castle lingered a swordsman capable of wielding a 50-pound sword, and within the hole lay the unknown lurking of some monstrous creature. After a moment of arduous contemplation, Richie grasped a candle from the room. As he descended into the hole, a foul stench assaulted him, and though he harbored ominous thoughts, he pressed on, pinching his nose. After what felt like an eternity, he surmised he might have exited Porcupine Castle, and finally, as the candle burned down to nearly 1/3, he encountered something other than darkness within the subterranean passage. A corpse, its eyes forever open. His eyes widened as he beheld the body, its chest torn open by sharp claws, exposing its innards to the depths of the dark. One of those four farmers, Richie recalled, recognizing the identity of the corpse. The torch lay extinguished and rolled to the side. So, I unwittingly brought that eerie cave entrance into my castle, and it's built right in my room. With the four farmers now deceased, there was surely a lethal creature within, and Richie yearned to turn back. Yet the flickering candlelight illuminated his path forward, revealing a decayed head, with shriveled flesh clinging to the bones, and a skull cleaved open by a hoe. Beside the rotting corpse lay the remains of the other 3 farmers, their injuries less severe than the first. Though they bore fatal wounds to the neck and heart, their bodies were relatively intact. Was it this dreadful creature that killed them? Richie mused, picking up the torch. After igniting it with the candle, the light illuminated the scene, allowing him to survey the battleground. It seemed the 4 farmers had been ambushed by the master of the grave, and in their final moments, they had fought desperately against it, resulting in 5 bodies lying together. Richie, torch in hand, stepped over the corpses. This grave resembled more of a rat's burrow, winding deeper the further he ventured. Fortunately, the cave was straightforward, devoid of any forks. However, after traversing for a considerable distance, Richie's legs ached, and he strongly suspected he had reached the boundaries of Porcupine. Perhaps just ahead he would catch the scent of the sea breeze. Pampered nobility, he grumbled, rubbing his legs. Now, even if he wished to turn back, it was too late. Retreating would yield nothing, yet pressing forward might uncover something of value. With a melange of emotions, Richie finally arrived at a terminus. A spacious stone chamber lay before him, housing a coffin, beneath which a massive magical array was etched, though the lid of the coffin had been flung open. That rotting fellow was likely residing within here, he surmised, glancing into the coffin, recalling the decaying corpse that had been vanquished by the 4 farmers. Inside the coffin lay only a dark mass of gelatinous substance, along with a shape outlined in white. He searched diligently, unwilling to return empty-handed, and fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a bag. Crafted from deerskin, the bag brimmed with gold, weighing perhaps a dozen pounds. Beside it rested a book, its cover made from an unknown skin, smooth to the touch akin to a maiden's thigh. He gazed at the book for several moments, discerning minute pores upon its surface. Richie shuddered, nearly dropping the book in fright. If the true Baron Richie had been here, he likely would have bellowed evil, heresy, and incinerated the flesh-bound tome with his torch. However, the transmigrated Richie had different thoughts. He opened the book and began to read slowly. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, this moment, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the late Baron Lord Clarence, whose relentless pursuit of knighthood afforded Lequy the privilege of receiving an education from a mentor from a young age. Otherwise, Confronted with a serpentine array of indecipherable script, Lequi would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with frustration. This tome originated from a scholar who, disregarding taboos, endeavored to unlock the secrets of immortality through the study of corpses. Ultimately, he succeeded in restoring movement to the lifeless. Yet when he unveiled his discoveries to his peers, they branded him a heretic and cast him out. He retreated into the mountains, dedicating himself to the refinement of his research. However, he soon realized that his findings related to corpses had far surpassed those pertaining to life itself. As the necromancer approached the twilight of his existence, he resolved to transform himself into a corpse to exchange for eternal time. Yet, judging by the lifeless body before him, he had failed. Within the necromancer's legacy lay the knowledge of how to convert a corpse into a mobile undead being. Furthermore, his records detailed the successful creation of a more advanced intelligent undead, which he termed a corpse demon. As the years progressed, the majority of his creations turned out to be corpse demons, for he held disdain for the production of mere expendable corpses. He even entertained the fanciful notion of acquiring the remains of a dragon, yet he departed this world without achieving that ambition. Li Qi gazed at the records with fervor. This knowledge was precisely what he sought, an opportunity to preserve his own life. Was the study of corpse manipulation a taboo? To hell with the 4 gods. 10 ounces of gold, preferably with salt for enhanced efficacy, and a complete corpse if the corpse bears wounds. Gold must be used to fill them. Should rare magical materials be included, mutations may occur. Alas, I currently possess only gold and a corpse sea and a magic circle. The intricacies of inscribing the magic circle made Lequi doubt whether he could replicate it within a day. Fortunately, the late necromancer had left behind an intact coffin, beneath which lay a grand magic circle. Thank you for the blessings of the 4 gods. Li Qi returned, dragging one of the farmer's corpses back with him. Had the necromancer's body not obviously failed to meet the criteria of a complete corpse, he would have surely dragged it along as well. He placed the corpse inside the coffin, using the scales from the tomb to weigh out 10 ounces of gold, which he placed upon the corpse's chest, followed by approximately a pound of crushed gold to fill the gaping wound from the farmer's chest to his abdomen. Now was not the time to lament the loss of gold, and only then did he secure the coffin lid. Transporting the corpse and maneuvering the coffin lid left him breathless. He recited incantations, followed by a period of quiet anticipation. The incantations were a string of nonsensical phrases that emitted various bizarre sounds. However, after a few repetitions, Li Qi found them surprisingly fluid, resonating akin to Ke Ding He Chong Fu Hua, reminiscent of a Chinese phonetic mishearing. In the pitch-black space, time became imperceptible. Suddenly, a resonating noise emanated from the coffin. Li Qi stood, straining to push open the coffin lid, which thudded heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding crash that echoed through the burial chamber, ultimately swallowed by the darkness. The farmer's corpse opened its eyes, blankly gazing upward, with the gold having melded into its abdominal wound, leaving behind a scar of glimmering gold. He had successfully created an undead. Li Qi retrieved the book, locating a minor spell devised by the necromancer to control mindless corpses through sheer willpower, albeit requiring formidable mental strength. Without hesitation, Baron Li Qi chose to give it a try, and remarkably, he found the process far less taxing than the necromancer had documented. The entire casting unfolded with remarkable ease. Upon cessation, his consciousness had fully seized control of the corpse within the coffin. I may very well be a magical prodigy. In Dongxia, it was said that only scholars were permitted to study magic. However, such pursuits were clandestine, as delving into magic and the arcane contradicted the doctrines of the faith. In this land, devotion to the divine and loyalty to the monarch reigned supreme, at least in outward appearances. Contemplating the possibility of learning the fabled magic in the future, he redirected his focus, commanding the undead to rise from the coffin, where he beheld a young baron, brandishing a torch and swathed in white cloth. Beneath his cascading black hair lay a pair of ebony eyes, said to be inherited from his late mother, and his visage was strikingly handsome. With his father being the former baron of the Porcupine, he appeared anything but frail. One consciousness governing 2 bodies resulted in a slight disarray. Yet, Upon adjusting his control, he discerned the issue was not insurmountable. Perhaps this is the boon of a fusion of two souls. With this thought, Li Qi guided the corpse within the coffin to rise. The body stumbled awkwardly forward, gradually acclimating to its new form. "Let the next one come forth, my soldier," he declared. He directed Undead One to drag another corpse into the coffin. After enduring a prolonged period of toil, Undead 2 emerged fresh from the coffin. In the ensuing time, Undead 3 and Undead 4 were likewise successfully birthed. Li Qi endeavored to control all four undead, relinquishing his own corporeal form to the ground, succumbing to slumber. However, even so, simultaneously controlling four corpses appeared exceedingly clumsy, capable only of executing the most rudimentary movements such as advancing and retreating, and lacking the finesse to manipulate even the bending of a finger as one could when controlling a solitary corpse. He retraced his steps with the four corpses, collecting their respective sickles, axes, hoes, and pitchforks along the way. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he halted, commanding the corpses to stand still before he crawled out. The dawn had already broken. Turning to glance at the gravestone, he noticed that the groove upon it had been entirely overtaken by green moss. Pouring himself a cup of water alleviated his thirst, yet the gnawing hunger in his belly persisted. Footsteps approached from outside, followed by a knock on the door. "Sir, I have come to tend to your washing and dress your wounds." The voice was unfamiliar, sounding like that of Leo's servant, rather than a genuine offer of assistance. It seemed more a pretext to ascertain whether he was still alive. Just as the door was on the verge of being pushed open, Li Qi spoke. "Send for Master James." "You are awake." The voice outside was taken aback. "Send for Master James," Li Qi reiterated, his tone deliberately feeble. "I trust him above all else." As long as Li Qi drew breath, the Porcupine Castle would have only one baron, and the inhabitants of the castle could heed no other command but his. "Yes." The servant hastily set down the wooden basin filled with water and scurried away. The morning sunlight poured through the Porcupine territory, illuminating the castle walls adorned with creeping vines, the light dancing with the rustling leaves, heralding a day of delightful spirits. James Duke, clad in a light linen shirt, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the women laboring in the fields below the castle's hillside, a rather pleasant sight. The barren fields yielded scant harvest, prompting many farmers to enlist their wives' assistance. The magnanimous baron of Porcupine territory would not impose excessive agricultural taxes on the women toiling in the fields, while the men ventured into the dense forest with their makeshift bows and arrows or hoes, hoping for a stroke of luck. Any game they managed to catch could be sold to the lord of the castle, providing a handsome income. "Good day, Sir Duke." A plump woman, her head wrapped in a white cloth and wearing an apron, approached with a wooden basin in hand. She hailed from the village at the foot of the hill, tasked with washing the castle's laundry. Had the castle not employed its own cook, she believed she could excel in that role. Her black bread was renowned throughout the Porcupine territory. If she were to use the lord's fine wheat flour, she could surely bake an even more delectable loaf. Nevertheless, merely working at the castle was enough to boast about in her village. Each time she walked along the stone-paved path leading to the castle, she would diligently scrape the mud from her feet and lift the hem of her wrinkled linen skirt, striving to blend gracefully into this noble abode. If memory served her correctly, the term that could only be used to describe the gentry was elegant. She did not grasp the intricacies of noble titles, only knowing that this James Duke was a subordinate of the former lord and currently the tutor of the present baron. She had overheard the bald cook discussing it while doing laundry behind the castle. If any noble were unable to discern their exact rank, be it lord, baron, or knight, they were uniformly addressed as sir, a notion she accepted as gospel, and it became the sole occasion for the peasant woman to exhibit her elegance in the presence of nobility. "Good day, but I have mentioned this many times already. Mrs. Sparrow, I am not a noble." James shook his head, though his expression suggested he relished the title. Ordinary commoners typically did not possess surnames, and most were named after local animals, simply calling themselves what they observed. Should there be individuals with the same name, they would require nicknames for differentiation, with fathers even passing down their names and epithets to their offspring. Nobles took great pleasure in augmenting their names with valiant prefixes. while the unlettered commoners sought to imitate this, only managing to tack on unflattering monikers such as pockmarked, lame, or toothless. The plump woman remarked, "You are the Lord's tutor. You are bound to become a knight." She had heard that the Lord sustained grave injuries and wished to inquire. Yet upon recalling her own status, she prudently sealed her lips, for no one appreciated a meddlesome servant. James smiled and replied, "Go about your duties." After Mrs. Sparrow circled the path and entered the castle, she could not access through the main entrance. "Mr. Duke." The servant hurriedly approached, breathless from his swift pace. "Hammer, remember you are Lord Leo's servant. Always maintain your composure." "Yes," but the servant appeared anxious. "But what?" James inquired. "The Lord has awakened. He requests your presence." "What? How?" James's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed on the servant Hammer, a murderous glint unconsciously surfacing in his eyes. "What is his condition?" The very mention of the wolf slayer sent Hammer crashing to the ground in fright. To murder a baron and betray the lord to whom one owed loyalty would result in utmost scorn. If word of such an act spread, he would be utterly doomed, certain that nobles would come with armies to exact vengeance, seizing the impoverished porcupine territory in the process. What if those nobles truly learned of it? Hammer trembled with fear. "I do not know. The Lord instructed me to summon you at once." But his voice sounded so weak. "He said he only trusts you." "Only trusts me?" James's expression fluctuated. Although he was the one pulling the strings from behind, Li should not have been able to discern that. No, perhaps he genuinely remained oblivious. Moreover, what was there to fear from a baron who was on the brink of death from a blade wound? "I shall go at once," he commanded. "Do not inform the lady," yet he now regretted collaborating with that woman. Given Li's timid nature, he might have been able to exert complete control over him, thus avoiding his current predicament. After all, it was about killing a baron he had been on edge ever since hearing the scholar's apprentice declare the other's fate. Following Li's demise, he would then have to contend with a vengeful former baroness. And at this juncture, there was no turning back. James swiftly ascended to the second floor of the castle, raising his hand to lightly knock on the door that a weak voice emanated from beyond the wooden door. "Who is it?" Upon hearing that frail voice, he could ascertain through the door that the other would not last much longer. James released a sigh of relief. "It is James, responding to your summons, my lord." "Is it Master James? Please come in." James pushed the door open and stepped inside, noticing that the white ice wolf blanket had been tossed aside, and scanning the room, he found no sign of Li. The only peculiarities were a gravestone and a pit. "I am in the pit." Li's voice echoed from within. "Come in, Master James, and be sure to close the door." "Why is there a gravestone in your room?" James inquired, closing the door as confusion washed over him. He refrained from descending into the pit, as his instincts from his days as a mercenary warned him of danger, despite having been over a decade since he last served in that capacity. "It seems to be a secret treasure of my father." Li's voice emerged from the depths. Lord Leopold once gifted him a sheepskin carpet, which he always claimed was a treasure. Today, by sheer chance, I accidentally dripped blood onto that sheepskin carpet, and lo and behold, a gravestone and a pit materialized. Indeed, Baron Lierda possessed a hand-woven sheepskin carpet, located beside the bed. However, James was not privy to this. He knew that Lierda had received many fine gifts from Lord Leopold, particularly cherishing the carpet, which he regarded as a precious heirloom, even designating it for Li's inheritance. The appearance of the gravestone following a bloodletting sounded reminiscent of a blood sacrifice. Could it be that this baron, who had narrowly escaped death, had serendipitously acquired some ancient treasure through such a rite? James's curiosity was piqued. The sudden emergence of a gravestone within the room was indeed true. He had not seen it during his previous visit. Thus, the treasure could very well be authentic. "Master James?" Li's voice from the pit grew fainter. Gritting his teeth, James leaped into the pit. If a gravely injured man had no fear, why should he? Perhaps there truly was some form of treasure within. Furthermore, this enigmatic pit was quite suitable as a burial ground for the baron. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, with the feeble light filtering in from the pit entrance barely visible. James pressed forward into the obscurity, and after traversing a distance, he heard footsteps ahead. The figure halted before him. "My lord," James called out, fists clenched, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Whoosh! But the owner of the footsteps acted with greater decisiveness. A sickle descending from the shadows, crashing heavily onto James's shoulder. However, the rough scythe became lodged in James's shoulder muscle instead of severing his arm. James's eyes widened in pain as he roared. "You seek death!" He swiftly reached out to grasp the assailant's wrist, which felt icy cold. Yet, James had no time to ponder why he could not hear any sounds of breathing in the silent crypt. With a sudden twist, he snapped the opponent's wrist, using his other hand to seize the assailant's neck, only to discover that it was not Richie who had ambushed him, but a farmer. "It is you." He recalled that this farmer was one of the four who had entered the mysterious tomb alongside them the day before. "You have betrayed us?" "Ha! Foolish farmer." James twisted and broke the farmer's neck, discarding the lifeless body on the ground, and grasped the scythe still embedded in his shoulder, continuing his advance. After taking just a few steps, however, his right foot was suddenly ensnared by a pair of hands. Peering down into the dim light of the cave, he was astonished to see the farmer whose neck he had just broken clinging to his right foot. Footsteps approached from ahead. 3 farmers wielding hoes and axes rushed toward him. Without hesitation, James swung the scythe in his hand. Even without his great sword, as the wolf slayer, he was capable of executing formidable sword techniques, and in the confined space of the crypt, facing 3 opponents was hardly a challenge. Moreover, they were merely farmers, far easier to dispatch than ferocious dogs. The scythe swiftly sliced through the necks of the 3 men, the blade tearing into their throats. "Humph," James scoffed, continuing onward. Yet the subsequent actions of the 3 farmers left him in disbelief. Despite their throats being cut, they did not collapse, but instead continued to swing their farming tools. One hoe struck James on the head, causing him to feel dizzy, while another axe brutally struck his collarbone, shattering bone and severing blood vessels, causing blood to spurt forth. "Ah!" James erupted in fury, yanking the axe embedded in his collarbone and reducing the 3 farmers to mere fragments. He then pressed his hand against his neck. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not staunch the torrent of blood gushing forth, the strength within him being rapidly drained away. He could not comprehend why the timid farmer would fight him to the death, nor why those with severed throats did not perish last. James's body succumbed to weakness, and he collapsed, his eyelids heavy. "James, why?" Richie's voice echoed from the depths of darkness, having remained unseen throughout. "Why?" Blood spilled from James's mouth. "Because I yearn to be a knight. Yet your father deems me unworthy." His vision began to blur, and at last he spotted a flickering light ahead. Richie stood at a distance, torch in hand, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing down at James with the disdainful air of a nobleman. "Indeed, having betrayed your lord and honor, you are not worthy." Minutes passed, and once James had breathed his last, Richie approached, bending to grasp the still warm corpse, and slowly made his way deeper into the cave. The 3 farmers' bodies were beyond salvage, and although the remaining corpse could be restored, it would require a considerable amount of gold. An unfortunate circumstance, as Richie's castle was in dire need of gold. Yet now he possessed the body of a wolf slayer. The wound at the collarbone was deep, and the skull had been caved in. Reviving a corpse was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in ensuring it was whole. Any missing parts would have to be filled with gold, and Richie began to contemplate employing poison or assassination methods in the future, being mindful to preserve the integrity of the bodies. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. After transporting James's body into a coffin and incorporating gold for the resurrection, he swiftly exited the underground cave. Outside, dawn had broken, and the news of his awakening would undoubtedly have reached his stepmother by now. He needed to go out and deal with her, as a matter of respect. "Where is Chow Cha?" Richie inquired as he left his chamber, forbidding anyone from entering. Asked the Baron of Porcupine. His words were commands that others were obliged to obey. Defiance would be met with punishment, ranging from whipping to execution, for his own injuries. Richie merely brushed them off, and the absence of his servant Chow Cha conveniently provided him with an excuse. "He has gone to gather pig's eye grass from the farmers of Porcupine, my lord. Chow Cha is your most loyal servant, who has spent sleepless nights worrying for you, his eyes red and swollen from crying. If he knew you had awakened, he would surely be overjoyed." The man, whose eloquent speech seemed to mold idioms into sentences, was Richie's steward, Rabbit Simon, with chestnut brown hair and an excessively long forehead, what one might call a full celestial cord. His most memorable feature, aside from his deliberately wide-open yet still drooping eyelids, was his philtrum. It was said that he was born with a cleft lip, but fortunately his father had found a scholar to perform surgery at the time. Though his cleft lip was cured, his philtrum remained deeper than that of many others. Richie recalled Simon's mannerisms and conduct. He had to admit that Simon was exceptionally competent as a steward, capable of managing the castle's affairs with great efficiency. Whether he had a hand in the Baron's murder was of little concern. Even if 100 barons were replaced at Porcupine Castle, Simon would still remain a steward. Without martial prowess or noble blood, Simon was destined to be a steward for life. Betrayal requires sufficient incentive, and Richie's stepmother could offer no such gains to anyone. Aside from that fool of a teacher, James, who had his mind crushed by the wolf's backside, no one would believe that a knight's daughter could provide any substantial benefit. Nevertheless, the steward Simon had likely deduced the situation after Richie's near-fatal return. Yet he still wished to remain the steward, so he opted to feign ignorance, while Richie, lacking any allies, also needed to play the fool, though one must be cautious of the disloyal in the future. Let us have breakfast. If I am to die soon, I hope it will not be from starvation. The steward Simon immediately replied, I shall arrange for the kitchen to prepare at once. My lord, in the dining hall, the food was served with remarkable speed. Steaming blood sausage, baked potatoes, wine, fine white bread, and a roasted heron graced the table. The heron was the morning's catch of a certain farmer, who had now become Richie's nutritional meal following his recovery from illness. The culinary skills were rather lacking, and after mentally critiquing the kitchen staff's offerings, Richie did not hesitate to consume all the food before him with elegant yet swift movements. Though eating with one's hands might not be refined, the concept of utensils had yet to be introduced in this world. After a night of toil, transporting bodies, reciting incantations, and other exertions, he felt a slight revival of strength now that he had satisfied his hunger. What of the lady and Lord Leo? He inquired. The steward hesitated, but upon meeting Richie's calm gaze, he shuddered slightly. Have gone to greet the guests from Roaring Castle, my lord. Roaring Castle, that was the stronghold of Duke Leopold, the lord of the Eastern Gorge. The guests from Roaring Castle could only belong to the Leopold family, to whom Richie was a vassal. Leopold had sworn loyalty to the king, while barons pledged their fealty to the Leopold family. Those guests had visited 4 days prior, during which they had conferred upon Richie the title of Baron of Porcupine, and now his stepmother had managed to summon them back to this remote locale, likely for one reason alone: the inheritance of the baronial title. The death of a new baron, while tragic, could not leave the territory without its master. The fact that they were arriving today indicated that she had contacted them yesterday, that a slight smile crept across his face. Having previously been troubled by how to deal with the ruthless stepmother, he realized that a swift kill, while advantageous, would tarnish his reputation. He had no desire to acquire the title of Mother Slayer. In Richie's memory, while nobles might duel to the death, they could not bear the shame of being slandered. Reputation was more important than mere nicknames, as for the knightly father of the guests. Richie held him in no regard. Even if he were to stretch his neck, the man would not dare to strike. But behold, things had now become far simpler. The servant Hammer acted as a messenger. My lord, they have returned. Richie stood, and the servant promptly pulled out a chair for him. Let us go. As the Lord of Porcupine, how could I not welcome esteemed guests? At that moment, both the steward and the servant seemed to sense the impending storm. Yet Richie's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Was it the tranquility before the tempest, or was he merely adhering to his usual character of placating matters? Based on their understanding of the Baron, he is likely to choose the latter option. Richard stepped out of the castle's grand entrance, where a magnificent carriage, drawn by 2 horses with coats as radiant as gold, slowly approached along the muddy mountain path, followed closely by soldiers clad in resplendent armor. These were the Golden Horses, a rare breed cultivated by the Leopold family, claiming to be the epitome of noble magical beasts, their pelts entirely devoid of any blemish as they trotted under the sun. It seemed as though they were charging towards Richard like beams of gold. It was said that the golden horses fed on grass and excreted gold, and there were tales of overly curious individuals stealthily attempting to pilfer the horses' dung from the Leopold estate, only to be overwhelmed by the stench and discovered the next day by a stable hand while he was feeding them hay. However, as far as Richard knew, golden horses were incapable of breeding, and they bore a striking resemblance to mules. While the hybridization of donkeys and horses is not particularly surprising, he found himself intrigued as to why the Leopold family could breed what seemed to be golden mules. Perhaps it could all be attributed to magic. Although magic was not prevalent in this world, it certainly existed. The strange tales that Richard was familiar with were all recounted by his mentor, James Duke, a well-traveled wolf-slaying mercenary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become Richard's tutor solely through swordsmanship. He had been a remarkably witty and humorous instructor, Richard mused. Alas, he had made a poor choice. The carriage came to a halt, and the door swung open, revealing a charming young lady who gasped upon seeing Richard. "Miss, look, it's the Baron." The girl, assisted down from the carriage, had hair that cascaded in gentle waves like a red sun. Her nose delicately pointed like an elf's, drawing attention to its exquisite form. She chided, "Do not be so astonished, little knot. If my father sees this, he will surely scold you." As she stepped down while lifting her skirt. Her surprise at seeing Richard caused her to cover her mouth. "Baron Clarence, it is truly delightful to see you. Lady Ailsop mentioned you had sustained grievous injuries." She hesitated for a moment, but then revealed a captivating smile, her dimples enhancing the sweetness of her expression. "Thank the four gods. You are safe and sound." Red Rose Evangeline Leopold had accompanied her brother here 4 days prior to witness Richard's investiture as Baron. Numerous rumors surrounded her, as she possessed the ability to charm anyone. However, those who believe they could pluck this exquisite red rose must be wary of its thorns, lest they be pricked. "It is a great pleasure to see you again, Miss Leopold," Richard remarked. "You may call me Evangeline," she replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Though her face remained cheerful, "I often hear my father speak of your father, the Porcupine Baron, whose tales of valor resonate deeply. They fought side by side, inseparable, and my father would often say he was like a porcupine. Any enemy daring to provoke him would find themselves bloodied." "Prickly all over," Richard interjected. "That is the motto of the Clarence family." "You may refer to me as Richard." "Very well, Sir Richard," she smiled. If a smile could bridge the gap between two individuals, then Evangeline's smile could instantly draw Richard closer, almost to the point of wishing to stand face to face with her. He sighed, "I am grateful to the four gods for allowing me to live and to see your beautiful smile once more." "You are even more so," Evangeline responded. "More honest," Richard quickly added. She swallowed her retort of smooth-tongued and replied, "You are indeed a most honest gentleman." The carriage swayed as a middle-aged woman in a long gown descended, followed by a boy who bore resemblance to Richard, having overheard the conversation outside the carriage. Her expression visibly shifted several times upon seeing Richard. Ultimately, she covered her face and let out a couple of cries that, to Richard's ears, resembled the cries of a porcupine from their family crest. "It is truly wonderful that you have awakened, my valiant yet unfortunate lord. I have prayed tirelessly to the four gods, pleading for their return. I would pay any price for it," she wailed. Richard smiled and replied, "Rest assured, madam, I am quite well and lively." The young Leo also bowed to Richard, exclaiming, "Brother, it is splendid that you are safe." Richard responded, "It was the four gods who brought me back. I suspect they must have heard Lady Ailsop's earnest prayers." The stepmother paused in her lamentations. The red-haired noble girl smiled at Richard, having caught the irony in his previous statement. "It is quite impolite to keep our guests standing outside." Richard turned to say, "Please come inside, Miss Evangeline." Noble meetings typically involve banquets and balls, yet Richard had little experience with such affairs. In summary, the Porcupine Barony was impoverished. The previous Porcupine Baron was not only a destitute man, but also lacked friends. Thus, he did not host banquets or balls, nor was he invited to them. Naturally, the current Porcupine Baron was also quite impoverished, although he had acquired a fortune of several pounds of gold the previous night. It had already been squandered. The last time the red-haired girl and her brother visited, they hurriedly completed their business and departed, without even spending a night there, revealing their disdain for the impoverished Porcupine Barony. Adjacent to the Porcupine Barony was the territory of the Spark Baron, Marvin Simon, separated by the Pig Spine Valley. More specifically, the forsaken Porcupine Barony was isolated on the other side of a mountain range. The Ironstone City in Pig Spine Valley was one of the wealthiest regions in the Eastern Canyon, thanks to its iron mines. The Leopold siblings had left early to rest in Ironstone City. There is an intriguing story behind the title of Spark Baron, which even Marvin Simon himself despises. The Simon family crest features a hammer, with the family motto stating, "With a hammer in hand." Sparks can fly from rock. However, since Simon took over the family, he had opened numerous brothels, turning Ironstone City into a renowned sanctuary, where one could supposedly find half-beast women from the mysterious southern continent. The Simon family needed to create sparks somehow, and the lecherous Marvin Baron naturally became known as the Spark Baron for igniting excitement among the courtesans that MY brother is feeling a bit unwell. Evangeline explained, but halfway through, she faltered, unsure how to continue. She had come because Lady Ailsop had sent word that Baron Richard had met with an unfortunate demise, which meant the title would pass to her brother Leo according to the kingdom's laws. However, this news was best relayed back to Roaring Fortress. Waiting for their father S-Raven before taking action to the Leopold siblings, it mattered little to whom the title would go. It was merely a worthless piece of land that no one coveted. Rather than waste time here waiting, it would be better to conclude matters swiftly and depart. Fortunately, she had come herself. Evangeline sighed in relief, knowing that depriving a baron of his title and territory without permission would breed resentment among the lords. When it comes to protecting their own rights, no one is more obstinate than a lord. For instance, the right to demand ransom upon being captured is not solely for the gleaming gold, but also to prepare for their own potential capture in the future. Richard mused that it must be a chaotic brawl among women. He had heard of the sordid affairs of the nobles. How could the other brother resist upon arriving in Ironstone City? He recalled how his mentor James would speak of noble gatherings, where the ladies always sparkled with excitement. In truth, he was quite curious about the sanctuary. But regrettably, Baron Richard's purse was quite empty. Observing the suddenly silent red-haired girl, he shifted the topic. "Perhaps you would like to hear about my adventures yesterday?" "Of course," the girl smiled, "that I am most curious about it. Exploring the subterranean caverns offers little of interest. The entire endeavor is marked by tedium and monotony, shrouded in darkness, punctuated by screams, and culminating in injury. Perhaps the only truly remarkable aspect lies in the fact that the gravely wounded Baron Lequy was miraculously restored to health through the blessings of the four gods." Lequy, while modest about his storytelling prowess, found that the young girl consistently posed insightful questions and expressed delightful exclamations at the captivating moments of the tale. This, perhaps, encapsulates the allure of the Red Rose. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his current standing, exercising self-control rather than succumbing to infatuation with her, that he firmly believed that he was destined for more than this, in contrast to the light-hearted exchanges between Lequy and Miss Yon Cheelin. His stepmother, Lady Irso, sat nearby as if pricked by 1,000 needles, her forced smile barely concealing her anguish. With Lequy's survival, any future attempts on his life would be significantly more challenging. She harbored concerns about whether he was aware of her involvement and why James was absent. After the laughter of the young lady subsided, Miss Yon Cheelin spoke. "I have one more favor to ask of you." Lequy promptly agreed, and the girl nodded slightly, akin to compensating for their delightful midday conversation. As the daughter of Duke Leopold, she was destined to become the wife of some great lord, and her abilities were extraordinary. Thus, her promises were equally valuable. It was evident that she genuinely enjoyed conversing with Lequy. But one could not dismiss the underlying sentiment of punishing evil and promoting good, as the young baron, slain by the malevolent stepmother, prepared for revenge. "It is Lady Irso, my stepmother," Lequy declared. Suddenly named, his stepmother appeared startled, maintaining her smile while displaying a look of confusion. Miss Yon Cheelin's expression reflected a knowing acknowledgement. She was still youthful and strikingly beautiful. She should not be condemned to spend her long life within this narrow, dilapidated castle, where even the walls seemed to leak drafts, wasting her youth. Lequy's description of the Porcupine Castle was exaggerated. Yet Miss Yon Cheelin nodded gently, as if in agreement that to her, the Porcupine Castle truly resembled an uncollapsed ruin. After a slight twitch of his lips, Lequi continued, I wish to request your assistance in matchmaking. With the war having subsided only a few years prior, most men had perished on the battlefield, leaving a multitude of widows behind. The church had issued a decree permitting widows to remarry, a measure aimed at alleviating the imbalance of men and women in the eyes of some women. These lonely widows were well versed in matters of intimacy. The risk of enticing their men from their lonely abodes posed a far greater threat than that of unmarried maidens in certain regions. Widows remarried twice, thrice, or even 10 times. This was not seen as shameful. Indeed, each remarriage garnered the church's blessing. The baroness was not compelled to remarry, as the law could not force the nobility, a widely accepted yet unspoken truth. However, within this castle, the lord was Lequi, who held the right to marry off any woman from the Clarence family, even if that remaining female was his stepmother. Miss Yon-Chilin gazed at Lequi in astonishment. Upon seeing him disembark from the carriage, she likely deduced the circumstances. Such sordid affairs were not uncommon among the nobility, and if Lequi could unearth even a fragment of evidence, the malevolent Lady Irsuo would find herself on the gallows. Yet, she was taken aback by Lequi's magnanimity. Rather than seeking the demise or revenge against her, he merely sought to relocate her in a different setting. Irsuo might still become a noble's wife, and leaving the impoverished porcupine domain might lead to a better life. You wish for me to play matchmaker? Then there must be a suitable candidate, Miss Yon-Chilin inquired. Certainly, Lequi nodded. Under the command of Baron Simon of Ironstone City, there exists a knight known as Ironhoof. I have heard my father speak of him. This knight was captured on the battlefield, but managed to break free single-handedly, seizing a cow in the process. That it was upon that cow that he returned to the fray, securing victory for his side. I believe only his valor is worthy of Lady Irso. Miss Yon-Chilin's smile faltered. She re-evaluated the handsome young baron before her. She had heard of the Ironhoof knight, but not as the heroic figure who rode back to victory atop a cow. Rather, she knew him as a man prone to domestic violence, with a penchant for kicking his wives, leaving a trail of deceased spouses numbering in the dozens. His victims were commoners, unable to hold him accountable for his actions. While the nobles who could judge him merely regarded his exploits as fodder for jest, that he was, after all, a noble knight, there would always be women willing to marry him, believing they could win his affection through their charm. Indeed, the Ironhoof knight was among the few who did not particularly concern himself with the noble status of his brides. Yet, those women invariably ended their lives in a gruesome manner, the irony of his moniker stemming from the iron boots that had brought about their demise. The young baron was not being magnanimous. Rather, he simply did not wish for his stepmother to die too easily, even if she managed to win the Ironhoof knight's favor through her personal charm to save her life. It would be of little consequence, for Lequi was the Baron of Porcupine, a lord with dominion over his lands, and Irso, as the knight's wife, would never again pose a threat to him. Lady Irso stammered nervously. Rising to her feet, she had heard the legendary tales of the Ironhoof knight. Tears welled in her eyes as her voice quivered, more genuine than when she had wept for Lequi. My lord, I still wish to care for you. That I want to remain in Porcupine. I do not mind the passage of youth. That I only want to be here. But I do mind, Lequi interjected, rising with a smile still gracing his face. I mind your squandering of youth. That if my father were still alive, he would never permit such a situation to occur. But she longed to curse Lequi, yet she knew she could not. Perhaps he was merely waiting for her to lash out, seeking an excuse to marry her off to some farmer, thereby condemning her to a life devoid of noble luxury, with no hope for redemption in Porcupine. Lequi was the lord. As a guest, the Red Rose could only offer relevant suggestions, unable to sway his decisions. How about this? Noticing that his stepmother still intended to speak, Lequi interrupted her. I have heard that your father is a knight of Lord Leopold. Given that Leo is not too old, perhaps he could travel to Eastport City, seek out your father, and become his squire by serving Lord Leopold. Perhaps one day he could earn the right to become a knight himself, in the inheritance of great nobles. The eldest son ascends to lordship, while the younger siblings, though lacking a castle, may still acquire their own lands, armies, or even titles. However, for lesser nobles like the Baron of Porcupine, the eldest son inherits everything. while younger sons might receive mere monetary compensation or, at worst, be thrust into poverty. The only option for younger sons of lesser nobility is to serve as a squire to some nobleman. There exists the possibility of starting from scratch, as the former Baron Lierda had done, laboring for decades only to be ennobled as a baron with his own lands by a duke. Some younger sons might even marry noble women with estates, thereby rising to prominence. Yet, that was certainly not a path suitable for a 12-year-old boy. Overall, as the younger son of a noble, Li Ao's advancement would be exponentially swifter than that of an ordinary person. Yet, in this era of peace, the opportunities for advancement had vanished along with the chaos. It would likely take Li Ao many years to become a knight. "Thank you for your kindness." Lady Ierso bowed her head, realizing that Lequi had resolved to see her wed to the Iron Hoof Knight, with Leopold as the intermediary. She understood she had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, her son would not have to accompany her to his doom. Her hatred could not be vented, as she now had to focus on how to preserve her own life. Lequi held a confident belief in his malicious stepmother. Perhaps she could indeed ensnare the Iron Hoof Knight with her alluring charm. However, considering the setting was Ironstone City, the prospect of a middle-aged woman attempting to captivate a knight amidst a throng of beautiful young women seemed almost as improbable as traversing into another world. Miss Yan Qilan was more than willing to acquiesce, stepping into the role of arbiter of punishing evil and promoting good. In contrast to the malevolent stepmother, she found herself more favorably inclined toward the suddenly benevolent baron. "I can accompany Li Ao on his journey. I can also care for him along the way," Miss Yan Qilan declared. She understood that this was Lequi's true form of magnanimity, for at the very least, he had provided Li Ao with an opportunity for upward mobility, though it might take a decade or more for Li Ao to become a knight, and even longer to attain the title of baron. He had ultimately spared his young brother from hardship, granting him a long path toward advancement. Lengthy, yet not devoid of hope. In her eyes, this was a blessing. Yet for Lequi, it was anything but. He merely wished to swiftly rid himself of all unrelated individuals. Even if he found the opportunity to eliminate his stepmother, could he truly bring himself to slay his own flesh and blood? Hasten to depart, lest you delay your grim task of crafting corpses. Should those matters be discovered, it would indeed spell trouble, attracting the attention of the church. Perhaps by the morrow, one might find oneself dangling from a noose or consumed by flames. As for what may transpire in the years, or even decades to come, Lequi had yet to contemplate such distant futures. Evelyn Gilline Leopold, accompanied by her distraught stepmother and the youthful Leo, set forth, bringing along Leo's male servant, his stepmother's maid, the chestnut steed, and a cart laden with antiquated luggage. As they departed, Leo shouted the family maxim, "Prickly all over," at Lequi, lamenting that he could carry none of his father Liard's legacy with him. Even the servant's hammer could not accompany him on his journey. It would merely become part of the dowry as his stepmother wed into the Ironhoof family. Only that enigmatic family saying would follow him to foreign lands, perhaps accompanying him in a battle or as he polished the knight's weapons. Living a lifetime prickly all over, Lequi echoed in return. The Porcupine territory had fallen into disarray, devoid of a church, and without the church's blessing, marriage was out of the question. Evelyn would escort Alsop to Ironstone City, where the Ironhoof Knight would dutifully welcome his new bride, promising before the four gods to guard her for a lifetime, at least until the day he might lift his iron hoof to kick her away. Lequi delicately informed them of his inability to accompany them. The injured baron could not leave this place, yet he would pray for their blessings in his heart. The stepmother surely wished to avoid the sight of Lequi on her wedding day. Leo, too, felt a pang of sorrow as he prepared to part from his mother, leaving behind the castle he had scarcely inhabited, embarking on a journey to an unfamiliar city to seek a grandfather he had never met. An uncertain future loomed ahead for the young lad. But who was truly different? Lequi, having crossed into this strange realm, felt equally lost. Evelyn Gilline Leopold was beautiful, and if given the chance, he would have cherished the opportunity to win her affection. Yet, practicality must prevail. After this farewell, there would likely be few chances for reunion. Even if they were to meet again, she might not remember him. The golden guards of the Leopold family escorted the gilded carriage away. as farmers paused in their toil, lifting their heads to bid them farewell. Even children, having heard the news, stood by the roadside, awaiting the passing of what would be the most noble carriage they had ever seen, destined to become a tale recounted at their dinner tables from that day forth until their dying breaths. Perhaps they would share it with their descendants, recounting the tale of a golden carriage drawn by golden mules, escorted by soldiers clad in golden armor as it traversed their lives. As the sun began its descent in the west, Lequy suddenly realized his teacher should also be emerging from the coffin. He had matters to attend to. The coffin was opened, revealing a robust man with a balding crown and a golden wound upon his head, scars of gold adorning his shoulders and collarbone, who sat upright and steadied himself against the coffin as he stood. He stepped forth, striding towards the young lord, who held a torch and regarded him silently. Then, brushing past him, he bent to retrieve a scythe from the ground. With a swift motion, the man wielded the scythe as though it were a sharp sword. Once he completed his display, he leaned against the wall, bowing his head. "Excellent," remarked the young lord, evidently pleased. The corpse crafted from the wolf slayer was swifter, stronger, and retained a portion of its swordsmanship instinct. Lequy guided the corpse's movements. That instinct intertwined with his memories, granting him the sensation of being a master swordsman. Beneath the torchlight, half of the handsome lord's face gleamed, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. "We shall have ample time together henceforth, Teacher James." The corpse stood motionless. Regretfully, it had not transformed into the undead spirit chronicled in the tome of the dead. "Blessed be the four gods, my lord," exclaimed the young servant, bowing deeply, his excitement palpable. "You are my loyal servant." Lequy nodded slightly at the servant, for in his time of peril and near death, only the servant had sought herbs for him. While the butler Simon feigned ignorance, adopting a neutral stance, it was understandable that he would prioritize his own survival. Yet such disregard equated to betrayal of a loyal lord. The servant eagerly nodded. "Yes, I have always been, my lord." Lequy turned his gaze towards the butler, who remained indifferent to the servant's actions. Perhaps he believed that as long as he fulfilled his duties as a steward, he need not concern himself beyond that. "Mr. Simon, could we summon everyone from the castle? I believe they have yet to properly acquaint themselves with the new master of this estate." "Certainly," Simon replied. "But it would be better for you to call them outside the castle to avoid them tracking in dirt and filth with their soiled shoes." Lequy frowned slightly, although he had long been aware of the star-class disparities from the memories of the late Baron Lequy. Simon's reaction suggested that the divide was even greater than he had anticipated. It was said that during a noble gathering, one lord recounted a jest. There once was a farmer on the brink of death, and the reaper awaited to claim his soul, believing it would emerge from the farmer's backside before ultimately receiving a mere flatulence. Indeed, to the nobility, commoners were regarded as nothing more than a nuisance. The reaper, one of the four gods, embodied judgment, punishment, and death, willingly donning shackles to bear the suffering of humanity, representing sacrifice and devotion. As for the noble who dared to jest about the divine, should his fief be destroyed, any remnants of his bloodline would likely find themselves among the ranks of commoners, much like the flatulence he once scoffed at. Lequy's brow unfurled. At least he was a noble lord, with no intentions of overthrowing his own kind. "Then let us proceed to the courtyard," Lequy declared. In the courtyard, several individuals stood huddled together. The plump lady in a long dress nervously clutched her wrinkled gown. "I heard it is the Lord who wishes to see us," whispered a woman standing beside the Sparrow Lady. She was a cleaning maid of the castle, a labor far from easy. Yet, working within the castle was preferable to enduring the elements outside, and she could support her family with her earnings. If she remained at home to farm, their meals would consist of not bread, but wild grasses. Another maid nodded in agreement. She was quite tall, and the Sparrow Lady often lamented that if she were a man, she might wield a long sword and take to the battlefield. "Did you hear? Lord Leo and the lady have moved away, along with the golden carriage that arrived today. I've heard the Lord sustained serious injuries. It is truly a miracle he has awakened." The Clarences had spent a year in the Porcupine territory, and the servants had come to know the baronial family to some extent. Baron Lear Clarence was known for his fiery temper and foul language. Hardly the demeanor of an elegant noble. The Baroness was sharp-tongued, always scheming to pilfer money from their hands. Yet, Lord Lequy was genteel and mild-mannered, seemingly timid, as for Leo. He was merely a child, yet well-mannered. Untainted by his mother's extreme views. Silence. The Lord approaches. Lequy declined the offer of assistance from the servant. For in a world dominated by faith, miraculous recovery from grievous wounds warranted no fear of dismemberment. Instead, it would invite the admiration of others, as such individuals were deemed favored by the divine. Much like the tales of Liu Bang slaying the white serpent, a lord blessed by the gods could strengthen his dominion. His arrival brought a hush to one corner of the courtyard. Before him stood the anxious servants of the Porcupine Castle, and he surveyed them with a single glance. They bore the pride of working within the dilapidated castle, mingled with the nervousness of facing the Baron for the first time and the dread of potential dismissal. None wished to lose their opportunity to work within the castle, but a frail butler and a diminutive servant trailed behind Lequy. Resembling guardians, though it seemed more like the robust Lequy was their protector. The impoverished Porcupine Castle could scarcely support many, and the 20 or so individuals before him comprised the entirety of the staff, including laundry maids, cooks, grooms, sweepers, a personal servant, the butler, and local farmers guarding the estate. From what Lequy understood, wealthier lords would have dozens more in their castles, including carpenters, masons, attendants, and bards, not to mention the kitchen brimming with various male servants for cooking, washing vegetables, chopping, and dishwashing. Men were expected to reach the pinnacle of every profession, even within brothels, a universally accepted notion. Should knights and guards be included, the numbers might swell into the hundreds. Baron Leard once commanded a commendable force of approximately 80 soldiers. However, not long ago, he was summoned by the Leopold family of the Golden Sword, and the Baron, whose old ailments had resurfaced, could not make it in time, but loyally bequeathed all his possessions. Had those soldiers still been present, Ritchie would undoubtedly have avoided such a fate, and even James would have dared not lay a hand on him. Now, Ritchie harbors doubts about whether those soldiers will return, especially since Leard is now deceased. Ritchie inquired, "Mr. Simon, who is the chef?" Rabbit Simon immediately pointed to a bald man. "It is Mr. Barrel." The chef, aptly named Barrel, sported an exaggeratedly large belly, suggesting that he enjoyed sumptuous meals akin to those of the Baron. Pitchforks, hammers, and barrels. In contrast to the common folk, the nobility wield knowledge and bestow names upon their children that reflect their elevated status. The father of Baron Leard was a blacksmith and bore no surname. Clarence was a name he adopted after consulting a learned scholar, signifying the commencement of his family's legacy. Clarence, in the land of Luria, means confidence. Thus, he should be called Ritchie the Confident, a name befitting the character of the Porcupine Baron. "Mr. Barrel," the designated chef trembled at being called. "Yes, my lord." Ritchie expressed his fondness for the roasted heron. "Simon, reward Mr. Barrel with a silver moon." The chef, Barrel, bowed in surprise, nearly prostrating himself before Ritchie to kiss his boots. "Thank you for your generosity." "My lord," Ritchie smiled. The others cast envious glances at the chef, who was usually the laziest among them. According to Ritchie's knowledge, in the land of Luria, there are 3 forms of currency: the golden sun, the silver moon, and the copper star. 1 golden sun is approximately equivalent to 100 silver moons, while 1 silver moon is about 20 copper stars. Gold is a scarce commodity, and Baron Ritchie has come to understand that its utility far surpasses its value as currency. Few would utilize golden suns as circulating money, except perhaps when ransoming noble captives, as a bag of golden suns is far more suitable than several baskets of silver moons or a cartload of copper stars, aligning with noble status. Therefore, the primary currencies in circulation are silver moons and copper stars. Moreover, if one truly sought to exchange silver moons for golden suns, the exchange rate would likely reach 1, 200, or even 1, 300. The conversion of silver moons to copper stars would similarly fluctuate, reaching around 140 during wartime and approximately 125 in peacetime, with no one adhering strictly to the kingdom's legal exchange rates, except for certain treasurers intent on lining their own pockets, who might report improbable exchange rates. No currency maintains an eternal price. It fluctuates based on agricultural yields, lordly policies, and the state of warfare. The only constants are the soldiers' spearheads, the iron hooves of war horses, and the true feelings of courtesans following payment. Beyond the fluctuations of exchange rates, the purchasing power is constantly in flux. The golden sun retains the most value. The silver moon experiences minimal volatility, while the copper star can sometimes buy a loaf of bread one day and only half the next. In the Eastern Gorge, one might procure a full loaf. But in the southern giant's feet, only crumbs remain. The value of money ebbs and flows under the influence of merchants, who control the market and serve the nobility that a few years prior, when the kingdom could not afford to pay soldiers. It recklessly minted copper stars, which has contributed to the current tight purchasing power of copper stars. People prefer silver moons for their stability and ease of concealment, particularly during times of flight from deserters and bandits. Silver moons are also referred to as Old Father. A tale told by the wolf killer recounts a very poor man on the brink of starvation who was approached by someone wishing to purchase his white-bearded old father, whose own father had been sentenced to hang, seeking a replacement. After consulting with his father, who had but a breath left, the man sold his father for a silver moon. Thus the silver moon became synonymous with Old Father. Other stories suggest that for a silver moon, one could have a lady call you father in bed. There are myriad versions of such tales. The copper star, also known as copper bread or copper pieces, derives its name from the fact that one can purchase a filling loaf of bran bread with a single copper star. Many toil all day without earning enough for even a loaf of black bread. It ought to be called copper half-piece now, as it can now only buy half a loaf. The golden sun is also known as the golden bear, for the royal family ruling this land bears a golden bear emblem. Should a family of pigs, horses, or chickens ascend to the throne, the golden sun may one day be referred to as golden pig, golden horse, or golden chicken. Apart from the butler Simon, who is compensated monthly, others receive daily wages, though pay is not disbursed every day. Servants working within the baron's castle earn 3 copper stars per day, while the butler's monthly salary amounts to 4 silver moons and 10 copper stars, officially equating to 90 copper stars monthly. However, should the butler possess financial acumen, he could easily multiply that sum. Thus, Richie's generous gift of a silver moon is enough to invigorate their spirits. Not just the chef. Richie remarked, "See to it that my horse is well fed, my clothes cleaned, and the castle tidied. These I have observed, and rewards may be forthcoming." The others breathed heavily. As long as they performed well, a silver moon might be within their grasp. A singular silver moon. A catalyst for work ethic and fleeting loyalty, as long as they remained fixated on a silver moon and the prospect of even more, their fervor would remain undiminished, though the cost would be rivalry, discord, backbiting, and petty power struggles. Matters that did not concern Baron Ritchie. He hoped that generosity might overshadow the previous impression of him as timid, and he wished to distract them momentarily from the current absence of soldiers in Porcupine Keep. "You may return to your duties." Ritchie addressed the bald chef Beryl. "Sir, could you prepare dinner for me?" "Of course." Beryl nodded eagerly, yearning to showcase his culinary prowess. In the dining hall, a male servant approached to pour wine for Ritchie, who sat alone at the long table. Perhaps due to a lack of hunger compared to lunchtime, he increasingly found the chef's cooking lacking. The seasoning was too monotonous and overly rich, accustomed to the refined tastes of the 21st century. Ritchie struggled to accept such simplistic roasting methods. The oil in the meat had not been fully rendered, and the fatty bits squelched in his mouth. He took a swig of wine, barely managing to swallow the meat. Butler Simon reported on the state of the Porcupine Domain. The coastal Porcupine Territory boasts around 200 peasants primarily engaged in agriculture. However, the land is barren, yielding barely enough crops to stave off hunger. With the majority of the harvest subject to taxation as for the baron's personal assets, he owns 3 horses for sheep, 22 chickens, and a total of 8,002 silver moons. After bestowing 1 silver moon upon Mr. Beryl, he is left with 8,001. It is astonishing that such a vast territory possesses no golden suns. Although Ritchie holds some gold, its utility is too significant for him to exchange it for silver moons. Having listened to Butler Simon's report, he gained a clearer understanding of his own poverty. If he were simply enjoy leisure in Ironstone City, spending a silver moon a day, he could comfortably live for 8,000 days. Yet alas, he is a lord, and such a sum is far too meager. The Baroness' greatest asset lies in those 80 armed soldiers, their chainmail, shields, axes, and long swords having cost a substantial number of silver moons to forge. Now, Richie can only pray for their safe return. Richie stood up. I shall go to the study. The male servant cleared the table for him, and the butler bowed before taking his leave. At that moment, Richie understood why his castle employed male servants rather than female ones, despite his disappointment. Male servants possess greater strength and can perform a variety of tasks, providing better value to in the study. Richie perused the books, crafted from scraps of cloth and tree fibers. After a while, he picked up a pen and began to inscribe square characters that could only be described as peculiar runes in this world. Porcupine Keep development planned, he hesitated for a moment before setting down the pen. His impressions of the entire territory were solely based on the accounts of the butler and servants. It would be unwise for a baron to draft plans blindly. It would be best to conduct an inspection tomorrow. He steadied himself against the desk, rising to leave the study when the male servant with the pitchfork followed closely behind. My lord, I shall return to rest, remarked Li Qiu at the threshold of the bedroom. Although the servant wished to assist Li Qi in making the bed, he was met with refusal. After all, a gravestone stood within, surely not a token of the four divine beings' favor. Upon closing the door, Li Qi placed his hand upon the gravestone, and the crypt opened. He ignited a torch and ventured into the crypt. This foul stench, he noted, as the odor intensified the deeper he went. The source of the miasma lay in the 4 corpses of farmers on the ground. They had perished 2 or 3 days prior. And within the cramped, unventilated passage, the odor was magnified several-fold. Li Qi was tempted to set the corpses ablaze within the crypt. However, considering that the sole means of air circulation was through his bedroom, smoke would likely fill his own quarters. Dealing with the bodies at night posed little difficulty. The castle housed only Li Qi and his mentor, James, in the past, when more people resided there, his stepmother and younger brother. Leo, along with the butler, cook, and servants, would rest in the several wooden cottages outside the castle. When the baron rang the bell, the servants would promptly attend. Thus, allowing the deceased James to dig a grave anywhere within the castle was hardly troublesome. Compared to the corpses, Li Qi was more concerned about another matter. The bodies would decay. He perused the necromancer's journal, which indeed recorded the issue of decomposition. Lifeless corpses would inevitably rot, lacking the metabolic processes of a living, their hearts no longer beating. Nevertheless, the necromancer documented 2 methods to suppress decay. Point 1 involved the use of preservatives, while the other required the consumption of fresh meat and blood. Unlike the industrial preservatives of the 21st century, the text detailed a magical preservative capable of keeping the corpse fresh, perhaps even healthier and stronger than before. The primary ingredient remained salt, supplemented by materials such as snail shells, pig's eye grass, the core of finger vines, and various other oddities. Blood and flesh were simpler, provided they were fresh, meaning one would have to toss a living pig or person before the corpse for it to feast upon. It seemed wiser to create the preservative, as the materials needed were not difficult to procure. He dismissed the bloody alternative, for in the realm of the porcupine, the absence of either a living person or a pig would attract undue attention. Given the region's dire poverty, Li Qi partook of his breakfast at the dining table. He contemplated visiting the kitchen under the pretense of inspecting the cook's work, hoping to impart a few culinary tips, such as preparing soybean milk and fried dough sticks, or at the very least, instructing the cook on how to pickle vegetables. But he was uncertain how long he could endure the daily indulgence in greasy fried meat. 1 cup contained thick soup, while another held malt liquor. People seldom drank water, as most would dispose of their waste in it, rendering the murky liquid a source of dysentery. At the tea that moment, the servant, Chow Chow, approached. Good morning, my lord. Following Li Qi's instructions, his room was now off limits to casual entry, and Chow Chow had been assigned a new task, to procure materials for the preservative. With manpower scarce, those around him had to wear multiple hats. Chow Chow was illiterate, so Li Qi emphasized several herbs, directing that any missing items be procured by the butler, Simon, from Ironstone City. Most of the materials you need could be found within the Porcupine territory. A few may take some time, Chow Chow stated. I have already sent the farmers to search in Pig Ridge Valley. They may find something there. The route from the Porcupine territory to Ironstone City veered northwest. In truth, Pig Ridge Valley spanned a vast area, extending from the northern edge of the Porcupine Domain to the northwest, with Leechee's barony interrupted at the coastal tip of the eastern gorge. Beyond the Porcupine Territory lay hundreds of miles of forest, teeming with wild beasts, as well as an abundance of game. "You're doing well," Leechee nodded at Chowcha. "It is my honor, my lord." The servant replied, half kneeling on the ground. Leechee did not insist that Chowcha abandon the act of kneeling. Although he himself was not accustomed to others bowing before him, he had no intention of challenging the nobility's customs, especially as he too was of noble birth. "Another matter, my lord," the servant continued. "I saw Mr. Duke last night. He was digging a hole in your garden, and this morning I discovered 4 more graves there." One could not underestimate the influence of a father figure. Prior to his reward, even the loyal servant Chowcha would never have dared to speak ill of the wolf slayer in Leechee's presence. The promise of a reward could, by fleeting loyalty, even solidifying it further. "It was I who arranged that," Leechee replied nonchalantly, unconcerned about the disclosure of the matter, so long as the most fundamental and significant secret remained hidden. "The farmers buried by Teacher James were those who had accompanied me in exploring the crypt. They perished for my sake and shall find rest within my castle, continuing to guard me even in death. After all, that garden has long been neglected. It is better to put it to practical use. Have served me in life, and to continue to be utilized in death is an honor in this world." He had never entertained the thought of returning the 4 farmers' bodies. The golden scars upon them, remnants of their dismemberment by the scythe, posed far too many complications. It was far simpler to bury them outright. Chowcha trembled slightly, realizing that he had made a grave mistake in reporting such matters. Now was not the time to ponder rewards, but rather to beseech that the punishment be lenient. No noble favored a loquacious servant. Yet, given Leechee's gentle and introverted nature, perhaps. "Well done," Leechee remarked. "I can feel your loyalty." Chowcha's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of reproach, he had received praise, and he vowed from that moment forward to keep a watchful eye on everyone. The silver moon reward that awaited him would undoubtedly be his. "Praise you, my lord." Leechee laboriously finished his breakfast. The freshly baked white bread was quite delectable, serving as his motivation to complete the meal. His domain required a dairy cow, but until then, egg drop soup could suffice, provided he made a trip to the cook to offer a few pointers. In his previous life, Leechee had been somewhat of a homemaker. He could manage simple home-cooked dishes, and now that autumn had arrived, perhaps he might consider hanging sausages, rather than this world's crude and unrefined blood sausage, which consisted of meat haphazardly mashed together and bound with string before being fried into chunks of fat. "We shall inspect the territory today," Leechee declared, "and also pay a visit to the homes of those farmers. After all, they died for my sake." The butler, Simon, immediately replied, "You are truly a compassionate and generous lord." Compassion and generosity were not typically flattering terms for a lord. Yet Leechee accepted them with a smile, but he wished to be indeed seen as a compassionate and generous lord, as long as his interests were safeguarded. He cared not whether the common folk within his domain lived well, a sentiment perhaps wholly unlike that of the local nobility. The baron's generosity invigorated the inhabitants of the castle. Today, he noticed no excrement in the corners outside his castle. Perhaps due to some servant's reluctance to be reported for neglecting to relieve themselves in the fields, or perhaps it was the maid responsible for cleaning who was swift and diligent. The stableman had already brought forth the horse Leechee frequently rode. The horses of the Clarence family were all sired by the mayor of Yildir's proud stallion. Now that stallion was enjoying retirement in the stable, while one of its offspring accompanied Leo to Eastport City, the rest residing within Leechee's castle. Without needing assistance from a servant, Leechee mounted his horse with practiced ease, as the son of a warlike baron. His physical prowess surpassed that of the average person. He was skilled in riding, archery, swordplay, and firearms, though his mastery was not exceptional. Yet now, he had acquired a modicum of instinct from the wolf slayer, resulting in significant improvement in his swordsmanship. Leading the way was an elder of esteemed reputation among the common folk of the Porcupine Territory. The lord was responsible for resolving all matters within his domain, such as theft of black bread or dog bites, addressing every trivial issue. However, some individuals were needed to organize and arrange these matters, and the venerable elder proved to be an excellent aid. Good day, my lord. I am Lunzi, your loyal servant. The elder bowed, his age evident, yet his physique remained robust. However, years of bending over in labor had left him with a severe hunch. This line was likely taught to him by Rabbit Simon. And he stumbled over the words somewhat. Perched upon his horse, the Baron looked down at the half-kneeling farmer and nodded slightly. Good day, Mr. Lunzi. Might I request you to guide me to the homes of the 4 valiant souls? I wish to visit their families. Your kindness shall surely earn you the blessings of the woman. Lunzi responded. The woman, one of the 4 divine beings, took the form of a female and was the goddess of love. The maternal figure is also revered as the deity of mercy and kindness. The 4 gods will bless every faithful believer, replied Lequi. Should belief in the divine prove beneficial, he would not mind embracing it. However, if it yields no fruit, then they might as well part ways in peace. Nonetheless, a casual discourse remains acceptable as he departed from the cobbled path of the castle. The terrain abruptly transformed into a muddy track. Each evening, the sea breeze would stealthily drift ashore, leaving behind a veil of mist by dawn, dampening the ground beneath. The inhabitants of the Porcupine territory believed that it was the sea demons causing a ruckus, and that exposure to the mist could lead to death. Indeed, a cold could be fatal. Adjacent to the castle lay the wheat fields of the Porcupine territory, where the parched wheat ears bore only a few shriveled grains. It was more akin to wild grass than wheat. Half of the land was sparsely sown with wheat, while the other half lay fallow, overrun with untended weeds. The horses and sheep of the castle, along with the chickens, feasted upon the wild grass that flourished there. Lequi was not well versed in agriculture. He knew this was likely a fallow system, where farmers cultivated one half of the land while allowing the other half to rest and rejuvenate. With the harvest season approaching, the yield appeared dismally scant, and he feared that many would starve come winter. Manure was piled beside the road, yet strictly separated from the fields, emitting a foul stench. Swarms of flies, ubiquitous in any realm, congregated upon it, buzzing incessantly, a source of irritation and disgust even as autumn arrived. In his recollections, the late Baron Lequi had never involved himself in affairs beyond the castle walls. As a nobleman, there was little need to concern himself with agriculture. His only obligation was to collect taxes, and the former baron was notably timid. Have you considered fertilization? Lequi inquired, turning to the elderly farmer beside him. The open manure pit appeared to have accumulated waste for several years, situated directly on the main thoroughfare. Yet everyone seemed accustomed to it. Even if the golden mule of the Leopold family made a trip, its gilded hooves would surely become sullied. Fertilization. The farmer, Lunzi, queried in confusion. What do you mean? Transforming manure into fertilizer to irrigate the fields, nourishing the soil, Lequi elucidated. For instance, the simplest method of composting involves diluting waste with water. He had a general understanding of the crops in his domain. After the autumn harvest, oats should be sown, and the fertilizer would ensure a more bountiful yield the following year. By the 4 gods. Surely you jest. Lunzi's reaction exceeded Lequi's expectations. His wrinkled face flushed, and he protested vehemently. We would never engage in such practices, rest assured. What? Are you unaware that manure can enrich the soil and accelerate the growth of wheat? Lequi asked. Anyone who relieves themselves on the soil can quickly observe that urine promotes faster plant growth. My lord, wheat is the earth's bounty, a divine gift. We cannot tarnish such a blessing with manure, as that would be blasphemy against the gods. Lunzi exclaimed passionately. You must know nothing of agriculture. We toil from dawn till dusk in the fields, eradicating pests, uprooting weeds, and trapping rodents. We have exhausted every means. Yet the land yields little. This was due to the absence of fertilizer. Lequi mused inwardly. Not only was there a lack of fertilization, but he also noticed individuals beginning to clear weeds in preparation for sowing oats on the idle land, repeatedly tilling the soil with their hoes. Yet the iron on their hoes was scant. Some resorted to wooden implements or even their hands to dig. The holes they made were shallow. Lequi thought to himself, such repeated labor yields poor productivity. My lord, perhaps I comprehend what you mean by fertilizer. The servant, Chow, interjected that I once heard from Mr. Winebarrel that the church possesses a miraculous substance. When sprinkled upon the fields, the land flourishes and plants grow wildly. bearing an abundance of fruit. Magic, miracles, the queen nodded, not surprised. Perhaps it was the allure of magic that dissuaded farmers from attempting to utilize fertilizer, as they were led to believe there was a more correct path before them. They would merely reflect on their own piety, believing that the gods had withheld blessings. Magic and miracles were the indigenous treasures of this world. Perhaps they were more suitable for cultivation than fertilizer. However, for the impoverished porcupine territory, the ubiquitous manure offered greater cost-effectiveness. Farmers along the way observed the young lord riding a tall steed and promptly set aside their tasks. Children, barefoot and muddy, dashed through the fields. While under the stern gaze of their parents, they stood obediently by the roadside, gazing up at the elegantly attired man upon the horse, captivated by the majestic steed. Yet their parents swiftly pressed their heads down, and the child, despite being restrained, strained to look up, catching only a glimpse of the deerskin boots atop the stirrups. That was a noble lord, their master. When they grew up, they would wield swords in service to their lord during times of war. And during harvest, they would return to the fields, scythes in hand. Under the watchful eyes of the people, Lequi rode alongside Lunzi to the home of the first deceased farmer. He had a young wife, whose freckled complexion and weathered skin bore witness to her relentless toil, yet she was undeniably a beautiful woman. Upon learning of the Lord's impending visit, she had early taken her place at the entrance of her modest abode, where a few heaps of dried manure lay. The horse came to a halt. "Good day, my lord." The woman immediately curtsied. Lequi glanced down at the roadside, abandoning his intention to dismount. The public hygiene was worse than he had imagined, and it was no wonder the late Baron Lequi seldom ventured beyond the castle. As the lord, it was only fitting that he remained mounted, and none present felt discontent. In fact, they envied the woman for receiving a personal visit from a lord. "Bird-dropping sacrifice for me?" Lequi inquired. "Do you face any difficulties?" "As a relative, I may be able to assist you, but if it were not for the 4 corpses of farmers, he would not have been able to eliminate James. Nor would he have been able to ride and survey his domain." Seeing the forlorn woman, he wished to extend a helping hand as a return for bird-dropping sacrifice, and in the name of the Lord's benevolence. "Yes, my lord," the woman replied, clutching her burlap dress, her hands nervously wrinkling the fabric. "This winter has been exceedingly harsh. There is insufficient food, and I have lost my husband." Lequi nodded gently, awaiting her request. Grains, seeds, silver moons. He could provide them all. Yet the woman stated, "I wish to marry Old Tusk with one ear." "Who?" Lequi turned to Lunzi, trying to visualize the individual merely from the name. Yet he could not fathom why such a person would capture the attention of the beautiful widow. The hunchbacked elder explained, "Old Tusk is quite aged, but possesses great strength in the fields. He yields the best harvest in the village each year, and many widows desire to be with him." Lequi nodded, understanding the woman's intent. She sought a support system rather than mere provisions. This was only the 3rd day since her husband's demise. The ethical perspectives of this world differed somewhat from Lequi's own, leading him to lose interest in the forthcoming conversation with the widow. "I will arrange for Chow Chow to handle this matter." The servant, Chow Chow, assumed many roles, now adding matchmaker to his list of duties. Subsequently, Lequi rode to visit 3 more families. Each deceased farmer had been the sole pillar of their households, and after their husband's passing, their wives invariably sought to remarry. One even expressed a desire to marry Old Tusk. Just like Bird-dropping's wife, judging by her expression, it seemed Old Tusk's prowess in farming was matched by his virility. Yet Lequi could only regretfully inform her that Old Tusk was already spoken for. As a lord, he could not go back on his word. The woman promptly proposed a second choice, causing Lequi to swallow the compensation he had intended to offer. Remarriage was indeed beneficial. The population of the territory was already sparse, and fostering unions would yield more offspring, contributing to better development. The horse ambled slowly along the muddy path, the tracks left by the golden mule from yesterday, still evident, now accompanied by several small footprints. Heading southeast from the territory led to the seaside, Pigtail Bay. The environment here far surpassed that of the village, for no one would venture such a distance to relieve themselves, only wild grass. Crashing waves, sandy shores, and scuttling crabs could be found, alongside shells that had decayed under the sun. Without a dock, Pigtail Bay remained seldom trodden. Baron Lear had once contemplated constructing a dock here. Yet the exorbitant costs ultimately thwarted the plan. Lequy was reminded of the fresh oysters he had tasted before arriving in the porcupine territory. Paired with vinegar, they were a delectable treat. 3 copper stars for a single bite. Wealthy lords prized this delicacy, reputed to enhance their prowess in the bedroom. Chow, take a few people and gather some seafood. Today's lunch and dinner have been successfully arranged. The pitchfork-wielding lad, armed with a small knife, rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, prying oysters from the rocks under the guidance of Baron Lequy. "What a large one!" he exclaimed joyfully, raising his hand in triumph. "Well done," Lequy nodded from a distance. The servant, filled with vigor from his lord's praise, plunged eagerly into the rocks, diligently prying oysters. Wheels had also enlisted some youths to assist. The waters of Pigtail Bay were quite deep, making it an advantageous location for the construction of a dock, allowing ships to moor with ease. However, it was decidedly not an ideal spot for gathering seafood, as the depth posed certain dangers. Thus, the areas available for collection were limited, yet supplying the Baron's castle was not an issue. The youths clumsily gathered aquatic treasures for their lord. Fist-sized whelks, fist-sized oysters, and fist-sized stone crabs, quickly amassing several buckets full. This was not a prime gathering area. On several occasions, the youths narrowly escaped being swept away by the waves. Lequy had to instruct them to keep their distance from the water's edge, for the youths were the hope of the territory, more valuable as private property than the old farmers. Perhaps the sea held even more treasures. But the oysters and shellfish collected from the rocks were already sufficient. Cried the boy with a garlic-shaped nose, accidentally pinched by a crab, tears welling in his eyes. Worse yet, the bucket tipped over, allowing the crabs to escape. Ignoring his pain, he lunged to capture the fleeing crustaceans, but the outcome was predictable. He caught none. His companions laughed at the garlic-nosed boy, boasting of their own catches, eager for their lord's commendation. From his perch on the rocks, Lequy observed the scene silently. With no reprimand from their lord, the laughter grew louder, and the boys were all too willing to showcase their prowess, leading to an unspoken rivalry. Lequy turned his gaze toward the boundless sea. The sea breeze caressed his cheeks, leaving them slightly damp. This world truly spherical. At Porcupine Fortress, the returning Baron Lequy inspected the kitchen. The culinary tools were woefully inadequate. Merely 2 knives, an axe, and a board for chopping meat. Cooking broth involved 3-legged supports, with a pot suspended by hooks over a fire. Nearby stood a rack for roasting meat. With such meager implements, the chef had managed to create delicious dishes. Lequy began contemplating the construction of a proper stove and teaching his chef the art of suturing, as opposed to merely roasting. "Are you planning to consume this sea spider? By the gods!" The barrel of wine anxiously eyed the crabs scuttling within. The youth's covert competition resulted in an overabundance of catches, for large barrels full. In Eastport and even Ironstone City, oysters had become a staple for the gentry. However, the impoverished residents of Pig-Spine Valley remained oblivious to the edibility of these sea creatures, with many never having the opportunity to leave their valley unless conscripted or sold into serfdom. The transmission of information was invariably sluggish. Only nobles could send messages via ravens. Yet, no raven would bear trivial matters like seafood recipes. The noble's domestic affairs were of paramount importance. Bending down, Lequy attempted to grasp a crab, tying its legs with grass, when the servant shouted, "My lord, be careful." He had also been pinched while catching crabs that day. Such experiences made him dreadfully apprehensive about Lequy's intent to consume these biting sea arachnids. Porcupine territory boasted sheep, chickens, and occasionally wild boar. Why resort to eating such grotesque, fearsome creatures? Lequy, undeterred, swiftly seized a crab, gripping just above its claws. The stone crab flailed its formidable pincers, yet posed no threat, unable to reach the hand behind it. It appeared pitiful, frothing at the mouth. The pitchfork and the wine barrel gazed at Lequy in admiration. The terrifying sea spider seemed but a helpless creature in his grasp. "Bind its legs," Lequy instructed, "or else they will scurry about while steaming. Also, discard any crabs that die before cooking." Steaming, he explained, gesturing to the bewildered wine barrel. Of course, he left the practicalities to his subordinates. This included using a brush for cleaning and allowing clams to expel sand. For improperly cleaned seafood would ruin the dining experience. Lequi had no desire to crunch on stones while enjoying delectable seafood. Clams could be saved for soup, though stir-frying was preferable, despite the absence of chili peppers here. In Lequi's recollection, the locals favored salty and sweet flavors, rarely indulging in spicy fare. Garlic was among the few pungent ingredients they occasionally encountered, with some believing it could cure all ailments. Oysters could be eaten raw. Yet Lequi opted for steaming. Even though parasites in seawater were fewer than those in terrestrial creatures, they were not entirely absent. After conveying all necessary instructions, he merely awaited the outcome. The kitchen was in a flurry. Yet the obstinate chef, Wine Barrel, rejected any offers of assistance, for he was the recipient of a silver moon from the Lord. Allowing assistance would imply inadequacy on his part, and he could not risk losing that silver moon. At the noon table, a spread of seafood lay before Lequi, the crude method of binding resulting in broken claws and legs. The oysters had opened during cooking, while the shells gathered in the kitchen basin continued to expel sand. Destined to become a rich broth by evening, crushed garlic adorned a small cup, with 2 halved lemons to his right. Lequi picked up a crab, deftly cutting the rope, then gently prying it apart. The succulent crab rote dazzled his senses, and the taste of the seafood instantly transported him to memories of feasts at noble tables or the lively atmosphere of seaside stalls in the 21st century, perhaps both. The only certainty was that neither could be revisited. Drizzling lemon over the oyster meat, he added a touch of garlic paste, which actually paired quite well. Yet for the first attempt, it was prudent not to complicate matters further for the already flustered chef. "Are you certain these are edible?" In the castle kitchen, the servants gathered, ready to handle the remnants of the baron's meal, which they eagerly anticipated: pan-fried steaks, occasional roasted crows and herons, and during hunts, they might even feast on venison. Although such moments were rare, the taste lingered in their memories. However, what lay before them today was the sea's bounty, a veritable horror. Lady Sparrow regarded the chef, Wine Barrel, with skepticism. "Mr. Wine Barrel, are you sure this is our lunch?" "This is a delicacy specially arranged by the Lord," he replied. He mentioned that in Eastport, the affluent dine on this. Wine Barrel, who had previously worked in Ironstone City, recounted his experiences. "I once saw vendors selling oysters, drizzled with lemon and vinegar. They fetched 3 copper stars each." He picked up a piece of oyster for demonstration, prompting gasp from the maidens. "3 copper stars. Why not buy bread instead of this?" The wealthy truly are extravagant. With the lady's attention, Wine Barrel gleefully pried open an oyster, leisurely drizzling it with vinegar before swallowing the meat whole. The excess vinegar contorted his expression momentarily, yet the ensuing flavor brought a wide smile to his face. The ladies followed suit, though their share of oysters was limited, with each only managing to taste one. "Can this sea spider also be eaten?" Lady Sparrow inquired, still unsatisfied. She had merely gulped down the slippery meat mixed with vinegar and lemon juice, her teeth failing to retain it as it slid down her throat. Observing the enjoyment of others, she yearned for another, yet there were none left. Wine Barrel hesitated, gazing at the crabs he had bound and steamed to a vibrant red. "It should be fine, right? I would rather die than eat this," exclaimed a tall maid, her stature rivaling that of Baron Lequi. Yet her disposition was somewhat stubborn and childlike. "Such a disgusting thing. Like a demon, I can only imagine the viscous fluid within quivering in my mouth. Ugh." She retched at the thought. Even land spiders were avoided. How much more so these terrifying sea spiders, the size of fists? "I would sooner consume white clay." In an era of famine, when grass and tree bark were scarce, some would indeed resort to eating white clay. However, the price to pay is an inability to digest, ultimately leading to death by inflation. Lady Chow Yong felt somewhat taken aback. "You are not a noble maiden. What do you have to be picky about in your preferences? If the adults can eat it, so can we." Although she expressed this sentiment, she refrained from reaching for the crabs, uncertain of how to tackle such a hard and unyielding delicacy. Her earlier comments stemmed from her disdain for anyone who would insult the noble lords, particularly Baron Li-Chi, who had always treated them well. The tall maid pouted, on the verge of tears. Yet she was aware that she might have inadvertently offended the Baron, who had graciously provided them with food. "You haven't eaten?" The male servant, armed with a pitchfork, returned with a platter, discovering the group seated together. "This delicacy is truly delightful." He tipped the platter into a wooden tub filled with water. then proceeded to pick up a stone crab, loosening the string and lifting the lid. Look, this yellow part here. The master says it's crab roe. This is the best part. Utilizing the knowledge he had just acquired, he instinctively dug in, breaking off a claw, biting down with his molars to crush it, and savoring the succulent crab meat within. Is there any garlic sauce left? The chef handed over the unused garlic sauce to the male servant. Here you go. The servant dipped the crab leg meat, extracted with his teeth, into the garlic sauce and then into his mouth. His enthusiastic gnawing elicited drooling from the onlookers, their expressions unmistakably genuine in their delight. If you're not eating, I'll take it. He reached out, but several others hastily grabbed at the food. They mimicked him, discovering morsels that were not only palatable but exceedingly delectable. The tall maid, who had previously claimed she would rather eat white clay, after carefully slurping every crab leg, exclaimed, "So delicious!" At dinner, Li Qi sipped clam chowder. Yet his thoughts wandered. Next time, he must clarify with the chef that my recipe must not be altered. The onions and garlic in the chowder were somewhat unsettling to him. "Simon, what is it?" Li Qi inquired, glancing at Rabbit Simon, his steward, who had appeared hesitant to speak since earlier. "You are exceedingly kind, my lord," Simon replied, "but you should not be overly generous with those servants. I overheard them eagerly anticipating what you would dine on tomorrow. They have begun to take your kindness for granted. The seafood delicious." Li Qi set down his cup and asked, "Exceedingly delightful, my lord." Simon nodded. "I have never tasted such exquisite and luxurious food." "It is akin to—" As he prepared to wax poetic, Li Qi swiftly interrupted. "It is merely leftover food, Simon. What I truly wish to ascertain is whether the herbs I requested are sufficient." 3 types were delivered at noon. "And 2 more are expected this afternoon," Simon confirmed. "The farmers are still diligently searching. My lord." The servant rushed into the castle, trembling as he knelt. "My lord, we have trouble in our territory." "What?" Li Qi immediately stood. Who would covet his barren, porcupine territory? A bear, a fiery red bear. The servant exclaimed in terror that a farmer just returned, claiming that while they were foraging in the woods, they startled the bear, which lunged out and killed 2. Li Qi furrowed his brow. "Where is the bear?" "It is heading this way, towards the porcupine territory. I shall investigate," Li Qi declared, taking a torch and grasping the longsword that the trembling servant handed him. Outside the castle, the able-bodied men from Porcupine Keep had gathered, brandishing torches. They prepared to confront the fearsome beast in an open area away from the buildings. The local law enforcement, clad in leather armor and wielding axes and pitchforks, typically maintained order, and in times of war, they would be among the first to follow the Baron into battle. My lord. One called out upon seeing Li Qi approach, bending his already stooped back further. Just as Li Qi was about to inquire, a roar erupted from the bear. The ground trembled slightly. The flickering torchlight, a massive bear, its fur a vivid shade of red, charged toward the crowd. It was twice the size of any bear Li Qi had ever seen, and it was impossible to discern whether its fur was naturally red or stained with human blood. A man closest to the bear was swatted aside, blood spewing as he crashed to the ground. He was not dead yet, but he convulsed, clearly on the brink of death. "Retreat!" Li Qi shouted, scared off with the torches. He hurled his torch forward, momentarily halting the beast's advance, which had been momentarily deterred by the flames. "Back slowly, but do not lead it toward the village." Li Qi drew his longsword, missing the 80 fully armed soldiers that had once been his father's greatest inheritance. As the crowd retreated, a shadow darted past. In the torchlight, it resembled the dragon-slaying hero from A Bard's Tale, leaping with a hefty sword hefted over its shoulder, the blade singing through the air as it struck the bear's head with tremendous force. Boom! The bear's skull split open, its head bowing down under the impact as blood gushed forth like a torrent. Yet the bear's momentum did not cease. It barreled forward, uncontrollably knocking the swordsman aside. "It is my mentor." "The wolf slayer," Li Qi shouted. "He is a formidable swordsman, having gravely wounded that beast." The uncontrolled bear collapsing to the ground confirmed Li Qi's words, rekindling their confidence. The crowd surged forward once more, their grip on their pitchforks tightening. The torches surrounded the wounded bear, the flames irritating its wounds. "Roar!" The bear howled in agony, yet it refrained from launching further attacks, compared to the trembling ants surrounding it. The bear was more intent on dealing with the indomitable creature beneath it. Beneath the red-furred giant, James' armor had been crushed, his ribs caved in, yet he persisted, gripping the great sword as he relentlessly struck the bear's head with all his might. Until the bear's skull was caved in, its upper body collapsing to the ground, it could only wheeze heavily. With a clang, Li Qi unsheathed his sword. The bear is nearing its end. Attack. Let us assist, Mr. Duke, and together vanquish this giant bear. Defend our territory. Protect our fields. Li Qi bellowed, though he remained at the back. The men, having already discerned that the bear was on its last legs, seized their pitchforks, hoes, and wooden sticks, striking the bear with fervor, inflicting numerous wounds upon its body. Roar. The bear laboriously lifted its paw, swatting aside a farmer who stood before it. The assault faltered. Even a grievously wounded bear still possessed lethal strength. Continue! Li Qi continued to shout. This time, the fiery red bear finally lost its strength, its gasping becoming increasingly feeble, until it lay completely still. The crowd worked together to push aside the carcass of the fiery red bear, pulling James Duke from beneath its belly. Mr. Duke has ceased to breathe. Someone cried out. They had triumphed, yet at the cost of several lives, including that of the Baron's mentor. Li Qi's lips twitched slightly. James had long since stopped breathing, but he was not beyond movement. He could still serve his remaining purpose. Lift Professor James back, Li Qi commanded, and upon our return, ensure that no one touches him. I shall provide him with a proper burial. Wheels were set in motion to arrange for several strong farmers to carry James's body back to the castle, while the great sword was also taken along. Li Qi remained behind to address the aftermath, in addition to managing the deceased and compensating their families. The massive bear carcass also required his attention. After circling the fiery red bear's body, Li Qi concluded that filling this bear's carcass with gold would demand at least dozens of pounds of the precious metal. Possessing a controllable, invincible bear corpse was evidently impossible. Bring the bear back to the castle, Li Qi instructed. Once all matters were resolved, he returned to the castle. The castle servant stood at a distance, gazing at the terrifying beast's corpse. Li Qi summoned the cook, barrel, and instructed, dissect this bear's flesh and investigate whether there might be any peculiar stones or gems within its body. Gems? Barrel, with his round belly devoid of abdominal folds, looked somewhat puzzled. What if there are magical crystals or cores? A bear of such size is certainly unusual. In any case, Li Qi expressed, I wish to uncover the secrets of its extraordinary strength. Besides the busy cook, Barrel, others were also summoned, and together they prayed to the four gods. That Li Qi bowed before the images of the four gods, allowing a sliver of his consciousness to remain within his body, while the vast majority traversed to another form. Suddenly, the breathless James Duke, with a sunken chest, opened his eyes in a room. Li Qi controlled the corpse to walk. He felt an unsettling awkwardness due to the twisted bones and shattered ribs. The good news was that each part could function independently, and strength would not diminish. He hefted the great sword and leaped out of the window, heading towards the direction for which the giant bear had come. The porcupine domain had become host to a terrifying beast, and he needed to ascertain quickly if there were a second or third. That, if so, he would have to consider calling for reinforcements, whether mercenaries or succumbing to the demands of other nobles, both of which would incur significant expenses. The commotion caused by the fiery red bear was substantial, and following the muddy, enormous footprints it left behind would easily lead him to its origin. The corpse of James, now under Li Qi's control, shifted from walking to running. The body would not tire, and as long as the tendons remained unbroken, he could run indefinitely. He swiftly navigated through the woods, moonlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate his path. At last, he arrived at the starting point, deep within the dense forest adjacent to the Pig Spine Valley, where a pitch-black cave stood, the footprints leading forth from it. Li Qi guided the corpse into the cave to explore, discovering numerous animal bones within. After examining the footprints, he sighed in relief. There was only one fiery red bear. Deeper inside the cave, he found a vibrant red herb, as glaring as the bear's fur. I believe I understand why a terrifying red-furred bear has suddenly appeared in the porcupine domain, Li Qi thought, as he controlled the corpse of James to excavate the red herb, bringing it back along with the soil, that if all went well, that red herb would be the greatest gain of this venture. Furthermore, Li Qi noticed a red in his vision, distinct from the yellow and green dots. It remained fixed in a certain direction, not shifting with his head movements. When he turned his back to the red dot, it vanished from view, only to reappear when he turned back. That direction seemed to be the cave the bear had just visited. What could this red dot signify? The valiant sacrifice of James, having assisted Li Qi in retrieving a peculiar red herb, continued to lie lifeless in the room. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, Li Qi began, concluding this prolonged and suffocating prayer, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the servants as they lifted their heads. Grass fork, take some men to my garden and dig a grave, Li Qi instructed. Professor James shall be laid to rest there, and he will slumber in my garden until the four gods open their divine realm to welcome him. Blessed be Sam. Though transforming the garden into a graveyard seemed peculiar, none dared voice their objections. The castle belonged to the Baron, and so did they. They clasped their hands together at their chests. James was their hero, and this age revered heroes. I suppose this makes amends for you, my teacher, Li Qi mused inwardly. To allow one who betrayed his lord and students to become a hero, the Baron Li Qi would not hesitate to bestow glory upon the dead, yet would not be so generous with the living. Heading towards James's room, he ignored the corpse lying on the bed with a sunken chest and focused on the red plant on the table, still caked in soil. Scholars might know what this was. He speculated that the fiery red beast had grown so enormous due to consuming this herb. However, devouring such precious plants in one go was impractical. He should first attempt to cultivate it, to see if he could propagate it. Nevertheless, the magical plant would undoubtedly have stringent environmental requirements. He needed to be prepared, should any signs of withering appear. He would consume it himself, or feed it to something else. Li Qi returned to his room with a fiery red herb and planted it in the underground chamber, where the environment closely resembled that of the bear's cave. Dark, damp, and filled with an eerie chill. Once he washed the dirt from his hands and descended to the first floor of the castle, the butler, Simon, happened to approach. My lord, Mr. Beryl has successfully dissected the colossal beast. But unfortunately, there were none of the stones you mentioned inside. How should we proceed with its remains? Let's take a look, Li Qi replied. The flesh was sliced into chunks and piled together, with a relatively intact bear hide spread across the floor, large enough to cover 3 beds. My lord. Upon seeing Li Qi's arrival, Beryl immediately bent down in an attempt to create a crease on his round belly, but failed, merely nodding with great effort. However, Li Qi was not overly demanding of the scarce skilled workers in his castle. There's an excess of meat. We could attempt to produce blood sausages or jerky. But it is still too much, Beryl said uncertainly. I have never tried bear meat. Then let us try to make smoked bacon, Li Qi proposed. Smoked bacon? I will teach you. Unbeknownst to him, Chef Beryl had become Li Qi's culinary assistant. Recreating delicacies for the Baron with his own hands, Li Qi explained in great detail, gradually dispelling Beryl's inner doubts. Initially, upon hearing about smoking meat, Beryl thought it was merely a game of wasteful extravagance favored by nobles. Are there artisans in the porcupine domain? Li Qi turned to inquire of the butler. Blacksmiths? Carpenters? Masons? None, Simon replied awkwardly, because your father, Lord Lierda, was a warrior who pursued glory in his lifetime. All right, the Baron, covered in quills, focused solely on warfare, neglecting the management of his domain. The spoils of victorious battles were enough to sustain his troops in abundance. However, once the wars concluded, Baron Lierda's life became one of poverty. He is a quintessential example of what not to do. Therefore, agricultural development held promise. Take this bear hide to Ironstone City and sell it, Li Qi instructed. I believe many nobles and merchants would be interested in this. Complete specimen. Indeed, a complete bear hide was highly sought after. The scars it bore were testament to the ferocity of the battle fought. I hope you can eloquently convey the tale of the wolf slayer's valor to illustrate the true value of this massive bear hide. No one would question the cost of slaying such a colossal bear, but if they hear it was farmers who assisted in the hunt, the price will surely drop. Thus, Li Qi required the story to possess legendary qualities. After all, narrative surrounding such a gigantic bear hide carried inherent credibility. Come to my study later, Li Qi said. I will share the detailed account of the story with you. Yes, my lord, the steward nodded. The baron continued, by the way, please procure the herbs I require from Ironstone City, along with some iron or seeds, grain, and a selection of books. Any type will suffice, as well as a messenger raven, if there are any willing blacksmiths. Carpenters or masons, I am prepared to offer additional compensation. I have heard that Ironstone City will be trafficking in slaves, and our territory is in dire need of fresh blood. My lord, Simon interjected, craftsmen are the personal property of the lord. I fear the lord of Ironstone City would not agree to that. Then inquire about alternatives. Apprentices will do as well. Ricky has many ideas but lacks practical skills. As a lord, he need not labor with his hands, merely directing others. Although pointing fingers is not a commendable phrase, the reality is that he issues demands that do not align with the requirements of this era, leaving the bewildered craftsman to toil under his impractical expectations. I shall keep an eye out for slaves, Simon remarked, and I will also look for nimble-fingered maids who perform their duties with a lighter touch. Ricky detected the steward's subtle report and raised his hand to halt him. Enough, Simon. Rest well. We depart tomorrow. He welcomed the mutual oversight among his servants and was disinclined to hear baseless complaints, although the maid's sweeping actions did stir up a fair amount of dust. A simple sprinkle of water would suffice. After all, it was not feasible to lay smooth stone flooring in his castle, and dust would inevitably rise regardless of precautions. At the very least, one would not encounter excrement on the paths. Likewise, he had no intention of curtailing the steward's remarks. This castle did not necessitate a united front among the servants. If they banded together, would they not conspire against him? After reiterating a few points about the smoked and cured meats to the chef, Ricky and the steward turned to leave, leaving the chef scratching his head over the intricacies of smoked meats. Among the few servants standing in the corner, a young maid pouted and mimicked. I beg your pardon, my lord. It was evident she intended to appear more sophisticated among her peers, yet the effect was rather poor and comical. Lady Sparrow chuckled, but admonished her. Mr. Simon is a gentleman. We should not mock him behind his back. Let him speak ill of us from behind. No, did he not do so in our presence? The young maid retorted softly. I have endeavored to sweep slowly. Yet the castle is vast, with every room and staircase requiring attention. This is not a complaint. I enjoy this work. However, if I do not hasten, I could forego sleep and still not finish in a day and night. My lord has never complained about the dust I raise. He even smiles and tells me I may rest when fatigued, as long as I complete my tasks. Unlike that rabbit. She gritted her teeth, pinching her fingers and speaking in a high-pitched tone as if she were something akin to Lady Sparrow interjected, a knight. That is how the noble lords are addressed. Yes, a knight, the young maid nodded. But he is no true knight. Humph! In the study, the bear's fur would ignite, its claws scorching the earth beneath that it could crush soldiers clad in iron armor into pulp, compressing their armor into iron discs. Blood oozing from the seams, it demolished several sturdy buildings before Baron Ricky and the direwolf slayer arrived. The slayer's colossal sword, imbued with the power of water, struck the blazing inferno bear, and the bear's hide, tougher than steel, was marred by deep gashes, accompanied by rising steam. This successfully vanquished the blazing inferno bear and stripped it of its glorious pelt. Should one wish to share in this glory and be enveloped by the residual warmth of the bear's hide come winter, one need only part with a few golden suns and silver moons. Ricky paused, regarding the steward standing before the desk. What do you think? Should I refine it further? For instance, the bear could belch flames comparable to a third circle spell. Simon felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He had not realized Ricky possessed a talent for bardic storytelling. The bear was merely slightly larger and more robust. Without James Duke's presence, it could have resulted in several more fatalities, perhaps a dozen. Yet they would ultimately have managed to kill or drive it away, and it was not immune to fire, nor was it engulfed in flames. If Ricky's account were to be believed, the entire populace of Porcupine Keep could not hope to slay that terrifying inferno bear. Forgive me, sir, but what is a third circle spell? Ricky paused. Merely some immature conjectures about magic on my part, intended to enhance the story's appeal. Though magic exists in this world, armies are paramount. There has never been a king who conquered the world solely through magic. Even dragon riders could not claim dominion over a territory. The steward nodded. I shall attempt to convey this tale to potential buyers. Except for the spell portion, he mused inwardly that it is a fact. Ricky insisted. Our bear pelts are sufficiently large and indeed crimson. He acknowledged that his embellished narrative contained both truth and fabrication. It was a rhetorical exaggeration, and there would always be those willing to pay for it. However, the pelts were indeed sizable and red. The steward sighed internally, aware that he must craft the subsequent tale to align with the young lord's requirements. Buyers would not simply part with their coin for a single story. They would inquire in greater detail, and he must prepare adequate reasons. The steward took his leave, while Ricky picked up his pen and continued to add to the square characters he had written on the previous paper. He jotted down some agricultural knowledge he had in his mind, perhaps not systematic or comprehensive, but with a general direction. Experimentation would eventually yield success. The replacement of agricultural tools required craftsmen, as did the construction of houses. Numerous constraints hindered the development of Porcupine Keep. Furthermore, Porcupine Keep was exceedingly impoverished. Even with agricultural knowledge that was foreign to this world, it would take considerable time to satiate hunger. He also needed to contemplate alternative sources of income. The Eastern Gorge imposed no strict limitations on the sea. Barons along the coast were permitted to possess their own fleets, for the sea is unclaimed territory. Land belongs to the lords as private property. But the sea does not share this distinction. Many lords have formed fleets in attempts to seize the wealth of the ocean. Yet on the sea, anyone might become a pirate, with the law dictated by the size of the fleet and the dimensions of the ships. Perhaps my father, the Baron, once harbored a grand dream of maritime exploration. Sailors, captains, shipbuilders, and the like command much higher prices than craftsmen, far beyond Ricky's current considerations. He could only take one step at a time. Contemplating further actions once Simon returned with the necessary items that in closing his plans, he unabashedly wrote, "Beginning with this year's autumn harvest, this shall herald a new agricultural revolution for this world. Only I comprehend square characters in this realm, and thus I need not worry about being seen and embarrassed. One must harbor beautiful fantasies, lest the monotony of life crush one's spirit. However, first, one must survive this winter." The fiery-maned horses advanced slowly through the woods, their hooves pressing fallen leaves into the mud, leaving behind imprints of their shoes. Robust farmers, wielding self-crafted bows and arrows, bore pitchforks on their backs and axes at their waists, guarded the Baron's side. Their heads turned rapidly from side to side, alert for any lurking beasts, reminiscent of the terrifying crimson bear from the previous night. After breakfast, Ricky mounted his horse to search for the red, publicly claiming it was still a pursuit of the red bear. Should there be cubs, they must be slain in advance, though he had already determined their existence was highly improbable. The scent of the red bear lingered. Apart from the chirping birds above, no other creatures could be seen. The lord of the thicket was deceased, yet the residual scent deterred other small animals from approaching, as the farmer's legs grew weary. They finally spotted a cave. Ricky dismounted, ignited a torch, and, protected by the farmers, ventured inside. Examining the footprints, one could discern only the presence of that singular bear. "And why, Lord?" one farmer exclaimed in delight, and the others exhaled in relief. They truly wished to avoid another face-to-face encounter with such a monstrous creature. The firelight illuminated Ricky's face as he gazed ahead into the darkness of the cave, which had been previously obscured. However, as his gaze fell upon the red, the crypt materialized silently before him. There was no tombstone, merely a crypt, unremarkable in appearance, that he turned and said, "Let's head back." Having determined that the red indicated a crypt, he had no intention of allowing the few individuals beside him to venture in and meet their demise. A more suitable candidate for such a fate was James, who might delve deeper and explore thoroughly. Yet as they departed the cave and made their way toward the castle, Li Chi noticed the yellow reappearing in his vision, which would persistently linger. If his gaze touched the ground, the yellow transformed into a green one. After discovering the red, it seemed that the crypt would only manifest in his presence, subsequently revealing the yellow, which would turn green upon touching the ground, thereby allowing for the construction of a tombstone. And the crypt would appear, in turn. Chi suddenly understood. No wonder the 4 farmers who accompanied the former Baron Li Chi in exploring the crypt had perished, only to reappear in his bedroom's golden finger crypt. The sole issue was that the crypt had appeared even before his own crossing over, leading to the demise of the former Baron. The golden finger was not his own, but belonged to the previous Baron Li Qi. He remained uncertain that it was better to contemplate something more useful, that if he discovered a red crypt from 1,000 miles away, filled it with items, and then constructed the tombstone within his castle. Would everything return with him? He needed only to conduct an experiment that very night to find out. As the night deepened, a figure bearing a great sword swiftly departed the castle, making its way toward the dense forest in the direction of Pig Ridge Valley. The lifeless eyes of the corpse may have been imbued with magic, and through the fully armed eyes of the wolf slayer, Li Qi could see the world with greater clarity than an ordinary person. He completely abandoned his own body, immersing himself in the driving of this broken male corpse, its tireless form allowing him to maintain maximum speed as he rushed into the labyrinthine woods. Within the fiery red giant bear's cave, there lay an inconspicuous crypt in a corner. Unless one leaned in to investigate, it would remain shrouded in darkness. Li Qi guided the corpse to leap into the crypt. Once the red that was activated, the crypt would forever remain. Unless he constructed a tombstone to control the entrance and exit, anyone could enter. This was not good news, should a powerful ranger ever enter the crypt. Breaking through only to be dragged into the castle by Li Qi, then when Li Qi opened the crypt, that individual could emerge wielding a dagger. Such a scenario must not occur. The crypt needed guarding. Tombstones erected and swift passage established, he eagerly anticipated the spoils within the crypt. Delving deeper, the space was more expansive than the previous necromancer's crypt. After an indeterminate time, a fork appeared before him. A T-intersection. He attempted to take a deep breath, only to realize that the corpse's chest was sunken, having long since lost the ability to inhale. Looking down, he could see the disordered ribs and the sturdy spine supporting the body. Opting for the left path, he sensed a subtle pressure in the air, as if someone were sharpening a blade. After walking for a while, he beheld the master of the crypt, a woman so emaciated she seemed little more than skin stretched over bones. One might hesitate to even call her a woman. Her hair was tangled, she wore no clothing, and her sunken breasts hung low, one drooping to her belly while the other, due to her half-squatting position, dangled at her knee. She held a short knife, methodically scraping it against her fingers as if sharpening her nails. Her appearance had completely departed from the realm of humanity, resembling a famished goblin or a skeleton soldier barely distinguishable by gender. Li Qi's gaze drifted downward. She stood atop a pile of iron armor, swords, and daggers. Clearly, this was the treasure of the newly discovered crypt. Li Qi controlled the corpse, tiptoeing closer, his inability to breathe becoming his greatest advantage in stealth. While the sound of the woman sharpening her blade echoed through the cave, masking his footsteps, he drew near, then struck. Li Qi grasped the blade of the great sword with his bare hands and thrust it violently toward the back of the emaciated female monster. To his surprise, she swiftly turned around at such close range. The sword merely pierced her shoulder. Da-da! She screamed, her wide-open mouth revealing serrated black teeth and a long, dark tongue. Li Qi even fancied he could smell her foul breath. "Shut up!" Li Qi exclaimed, covering her mouth with one hand while the other relinquished the sword to grip her neck. Effortlessly lifting her up, the creature thrashed violently, her sharp claws piercing the shoulder of the corpse and stabbing through its belly. But these were not fatal wounds. The corpse of the wolf slayer would not cease its grip due to such injuries. Finally, the monster ceased her struggles. Li Qi commanded the corpse to retrieve the monster's fallen dagger. And without pausing to examine the pile of spoils, he pulled the corpse toward the exit. He now required a new body. This creature was agile enough to serve as excellent material. However, the bad news was that a cacophony of roars erupted from another direction within the crypt. He had to run, but first, he needed to take away the new material. The vibrations caused by the frantic footsteps created a rumbling in the earth as dirt began to cascade down. When Li Qi returned to the T-intersection, he was met with a throng of creatures akin to the emaciated female monster beneath him. They either clung to the walls like lizards or ran on all fours like wild beasts. Filling the passageway with their forms, at a glance, it seemed as if a tide of monsters was surging forth. Li Qi maneuvered the corpse of James, dragging the monster's body toward the cave's mouth. The Baron Li Qi within the castle suddenly opened his eyes wide. Bursting forth from his bedroom, he dashed into the castle garden, where only a few mounds marked the graves, and the yellow, in his vision, transformed into a green one upon touching the ground. A tombstone materialized before the empty grave of the wolf slayer James Duke, that a groove appeared on the tombstone, with green moss occupying a tenth of its surface. When Li Qi's hand touched the tombstone, a hole suddenly opened in the ground, and the majority of his consciousness, submerged within the corpse, allowed him to see the sudden emergence of moonlight ahead, while the monsters surged from behind. The dagger-like fingers clawed into the corpse's calf, pulling him upward to his waist, then to his back, and finally climbing onto his shoulder. A critical moment, the corpse of James hurled the female monster's body out of the cave he beheld himself. The Baron Li Qi. The handsome Baron stared impassively at himself, and then the crypt sealed shut. Rather than rescuing the corpse of James, he had to ensure his own safety. The monsters clinging to the corpse of James caught sight of the Li Qi outside the cave, reaching out in an attempt to grasp him, but ultimately they were confined within the pitch-black crypt. Sacrifices were necessary. James's body had already suffered severe damage and began to decay. His sacrifice had earned Li Qi a relatively intact body in return. Li Qi frowned as he gazed upon the female monster's corpse on the ground. What a foul stench! It reeked of mold and rot, the odor of someone who hadn't bathed in ages. Compounded by years spent underground, he bent down to lift the corpse and return to his room. Upon entering the crypt within his chamber, Li Qi was astonished to find that James had not been slain. The emaciated female monsters emitted sounds as they twisted off his limbs, violently tearing away his armor and trousers, as if intent on violating him. That moment, Li Qi could not afford the luxury of noble composure. He quickly severed the connection of consciousness. James was dead. The consciousness residing within his body was Li Qi's own, that if he lingered any longer, he would end up enjoying that treatment himself, an experience that would undoubtedly leave a psychological scar. He silently recalled the image of the red rose, even the peculiar maid beside her. In any case, he now required a beautiful and vibrant image to dispel the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. After some time, his mood began to stabilize. Enduring the stench, Li Qi turned his gaze to the harvest of this expedition. The danger level of the second crypt far exceeded that of the initial one. With more monsters, stronger and more agile. The female monster was exceptionally lightweight, her body almost entirely bone. Even if he stretched her out, her height barely reached 1.5 meters. Her hands and feet were peculiar, likely adapted for survival underground. Even larger than Li Qi's hands and feet, her nails were not as fragile and soft as those of a human. Rather, they resembled the claws of some wild beast, sharp, coarse, and menacingly pointed. The skin on the back of her hands was covered with scales akin to those of a pangolin. This peculiar anatomical structure enabled her to pierce the earth with her claws, and her light weight allowed her to climb with the agility of a monkey. Li Qi procured a small piece of gold to tend her wounds, and some salt. He resolved to invest a bit more this time. Just as he pushed the door open to step outside, the servant, Cao, rushed towards him in a state of panic. "My lord, what is it? I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest." The servant bowed his head and said, "But the red grass you instructed me to keep a close watch on seems to be wilting. I followed your orders, watering it and even collecting chicken droppings for fertilizer. I did not delay. Not even daring to close my eyes, I kept my eyes fixed upon it." He halted the servant's self-reproach. "Enough, Cao. Take me to see it." That he anticipated the difficulty of survival for the magical herb post-transplant. Soon he beheld the red herb nestled in the soil, its leaves yellowing and its stem bent over in despair. "It is not your fault, Cao." Li Qi reassured his loyal servant. "You did well to inform me before it completely withers." "But my lord, I let it die. Could it be the chicken droppings? Perhaps the manure cursed it." "That is nonsense," Li Qi retorted, unwilling to demonize fertilizer. His domain needed to utilize every resource for development, and fertilizer was paramount for agricultural advancement. Abandoning manure to prey to the four gods? Preposterous. The gods do not starve. He instructed the servant to dig up the red grass and commanded, "Bring me some salt. The more the better." "Yes." After a while, Li Qi ordered the servant Cao to return and rest, while he carried the red grass and a large sack of salt back to the crypt. He placed the salt into the coffin that housed the body, ensuring it would pickle to perfection, and then added the red grass as well. Perhaps this substance could be a magical ingredient, but he could not fathom how to utilize it just yet. What if consuming it transformed him into a red-haired being? That would not be easily explained by the blessings of the four gods, but rather seem like the favor of a devil. He closed the coffin lid and recited the incantation. The crypt fell silent once more. And now he only needed to patiently await the cooking. When Lequi awoke from his slumber, daylight had broken, and through the window, it appeared to be around noon. He had slept until the sun was high in the sky. He had initially intended to check on the condition of the newly concocted body in the crypt, as it was vital for his future plans. However, the sounds of commotion and the clattering of a cart could already be heard from outside. Steward Simon had returned. Lequi decided to venture out first to see what his steward had brought back. "Good day, my lord." The long journey had left Steward Simon's hair a tad disheveled, yet his demeanor remained impeccably composed. "I am delighted to see you back," Lequi nodded. "You know I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear your findings this time. I am certain it will please you." Simon's expression brimmed with pride, for he had secured a substantial gain for his lord. Lequi glanced at the cart parked at the castle entrance, drawn by an aged, mottled horse, with 8 vehicles in total. They were laden with grains, seeds, and iron ore, while the foremost cart held a stack of books occupying a third of its space. "The hide of that blazing magic bear has earned you a profit of 20 gold days," Simon remarked. "Baron Simon is quite intrigued by your tale of vanquishing the fearsome beast." A slight twitch crossed Lequi's lips. In his recollection, the Baron of Sparks was not one for tales. He preferred to cultivate elsewhere. For a baron possessing iron ore, 20 gold days were hardly significant. It seemed he merely sought amusement at Lequi's expense, perhaps paying for stories told by a baron aspiring to be a bard. Yet, this was of little concern to Lequi. What mattered was that the money was in hand. Steward Simon began to recount every expenditure to Lequi, explaining that gold days were not circulating currency, and he had exchanged them for silver moons, converting 8 gold days into 1,800 silver moons. Due to a recent surge in market prices, the yields had not been particularly fruitful, with grains and seeds costing 740 silver moons. Nevertheless, these provisions would suffice to prevent starvation through the winter, of course. It was also possible that Baron Lequi was viewed as a prime target. In trade, prices were often opaque. What might cost one person 5 copper stars could require another to part with a silver moon. If it became known that Simon had sold a bear hide worth 20 gold days, Lequi was certain he would be regarded as the most prominent fat sheep in Ironstone City. Not to mention that this sheep carried himself with grandiosity, his hair meticulously groomed. The books were priced at 3 silver moons each, although Lequi felt a pang of regret in his heart. He nodded in acceptance. Books were the sole means to comprehend the history of this world and acquire knowledge. During the dreary winter months, he anticipated curling up by the fire with a book in hand. On the continent of Relaya, only scholars would compile books, though some ordinary bards enjoyed penning nonsensical tales. However, for any work to endure, it required the assistance of scholars, which rendered each book exceedingly costly. The thin stack of volumes amounted to a total of 300 silver moons. In addition to these, there were the iron, ravens, herbs, and other items he had previously requested. There were also the expenses for the 8 horses and carriages, totaling 14 silver moons in rental fees. Yet, should Lequi decide to purchase these horses, each would cost 10 silver moons. "These are merely old horses. They're not worth such a price," Lequi sighed, but the steward had accurately struck a chord with his desires. It must be said that Simon was quite capable as a steward, adept at discerning his lord's needs. His resources were of utmost importance to Lequi. Every resource, including horses, he recognized that if he intended to enhance agricultural productivity, horses were essential. Moreover, no lord would willingly part with his horses, for they represented wealth. "Where has the remaining money gone?" "Part of it has been allocated to the garrison of Ironstone City," the steward replied. "They will ensure we're not deceived during our purchases." "Very well. And what else?" "There are also 30 slaves," the steward continued. "Though most are children and women, they are expected to arrive this evening." A smile broke across Lequi's face. "You have done well, Simon." His territory required a populace, and though the steward might lack unwavering loyalty, he was astute in reading his lord's heart, performing admirably. It seems Simon understood that only by fulfilling such needs could he ensure Lequi overlooked his past disloyalty. Loyalty was not absolute, yet the tangible value one could create was evident. Lequi could just as easily erupt in anger over the steward's past disloyalties, but he could also choose to overlook such trifles due to the steward's competence. Arrange for them to settle in and provide them with some food. A population is my wealth, and I would not wish to see losses. And there's also a blacksmith apprentice willing to serve you in the porcupine territory. Simon added, You have certainly brought me many surprises. Lequi's smile grew even brighter. Prepare a separate room for him and inform him that I will assist him in establishing a blacksmith shop in porcupine territory. Even as an apprentice, his skills in forging will prove beneficial during the farming season. By the way, Simon interjected, there is some bad news. His expression revealed no hint of the negativity that accompanied this news. Speak, Lequi said, feeling a flicker of annoyance at the steward's tendency to relay information in such a fragmented manner. Lady Irsuo has returned to the embrace of the four gods, Simon stated, on the morning after her wedding. Her husband kicked her in the abdomen, causing her demise. Observing the steward's sorrowful countenance, Lequi retracted his earlier judgment of annoyance. He appreciated the way Simon conveyed such news. Good tidings should indeed be reserved for the conclusion. Even his stepmother had been unable to withstand the iron bull's hoof, and Lequi regretted having granted her a chance. May she find eternal peace in the arms of the four gods. Lequi solemnly prayed, as if he shared a deep bond with his stepmother. The Iron Bull Hoof Knight would not regard a baron of porcupine territory, who wielded no power. Yet, the fact that he dared to stamp out the marriage facilitated by the Red Rose indicated that the Leopolds had departed. Thus, it seemed Baron Spark's acquisition of the bear hide was also a means of expressing contrition, albeit in a rather arrogant manner, akin to saying, My subordinate killed your stepmother. My apologies, here is compensation. Yet he likely remained unaware that Lequi had intended to use the hoof for killing all along. That knight of the Iron Bull Hoof likely suffered from some mental affliction. A person who continually tramples their beloved must surely possess a troubled mind. Yet in this era, no one would perceive such a truth, for aside from the unfortunate incident involving his wife, the knight known as Iron Bull appeared quite ordinary in his daily conduct. Li Qi instructed his steward to procure several horses, emphasizing the importance of proper rest for them. Following a series of delightful tidings, he felt a pang of hunger and decided it was time to dine. As the coffin lid was lifted, a body abruptly sat up. Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the contents of the coffin. He had not exerted control over the corpse. If it could move, it signified that a ghoul had been born this time. The cadaver transformed from its formerly gaunt appearance, its skin now taut with muscle, and its hair flamed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a bear. Though the skeletal visage remained unattractive, the skin had tightened considerably, with certain areas no longer drooping. What intrigued Li Qi most was how much of his speech she could comprehend. He swiftly perused the notes of a necromancer, searching for a method to tame the ghoul, a spell simpler than controlling a corpse. If combined with the techniques of corpse manipulation, loyalty would endure for eternity. The fidelity of the deceased is far more reliable than that of the living. He felt his essence merge with hers, and upon rising from the coffin, he found himself craning his neck to gaze up at the baron holding a torch, the alteration in height evoking a sense of novelty. Then came the physical transformation. He leapt lightly, akin to an agile monkey, his robust limbs gripping the earth, allowing him to adhere to surfaces like a spider. His speed derived from the innate abilities of the burrowing creatures, while his strength stemmed from the mutations brought about by the crimson herbs. Li Qi discovered that this creature possessed an extraordinary night vision, capable of perceiving distances far beyond the reach of the flickering flames. Furthermore, he endeavored to wield the swordsmanship of the wolf slayer through the body of the ghoul, and the enhanced speed and strength rendered him more nimble and perilous. Upon returning to his own body, he found the cumbersome weight somewhat disorienting. Come here, he beckoned the red-haired ghoul. She approached at a leisurely pace. Turn around. The command took approximately 3 minutes for her to clumsily execute. Well, it seemed she was not a true ghoul, but rather a half-formed one. Dull and unresponsive. She could only react to specific commands. Yet, the physical alterations were undeniably remarkable. far surpassing the capabilities of the burrowing creatures. After instructing the half-ghoul to remain still, Li Qi returned to his chamber. The entrance to the burrow sealed shut, leaving only the stone tablets standing conspicuously. Next, he intended to concoct a preservative and devise a means to secure a second burrow. With the assistance of the red-haired half-ghoul, the process would undoubtedly accelerate. Even if he could not fashion new half-ghouls, the burrowing creatures would serve as excellent materials for corpses, bolstering the defenses of the porcupine territory. In the afternoon, under the guidance of his steward, Li Qi encountered his slaves. They were shackled, huddled together like frightened birds, trembling at the slightest provocation. Or perhaps their display of fear was a means of self-preservation. A new master would not favor slaves who were bold, curious, and lacked reverence. Is it true that most are women and children? Li Qi inquired of Simon as he surveyed the slaves. The steward nodded. Indeed, my lord, the women appeared malnourished, while some men were disabled, and others aged and frail. The majority of the slave children stood nearby, casting timid glances at the dashing lord clad in finery, who held dominion over their lives. I am Li Qi, the lord of the porcupine territory, he proclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the slaves. Here, you shall have the opportunity to cultivate the land and fill your bellies. He had intended to deliver a stirring speech. But the dire conditions of these individuals exceeded his expectations, leaving him concerned whether a third of them would survive the winter. The slaves knelt before him, their voices a clamorous expression of gratitude, intermingled with various accents, some of which he could not comprehend. They were likely outsiders who had been enslaved amidst the chaos of war or had come to the Eastern Gorge through the slave trade. What are they saying? Li Qi questioned the steward. The steward appeared perplexed. Apologies, my lord. I surmise it could be the Haixin tongue or the Pamwa dialect. Those are the vernaculars of the Giant's Foot Mountains. And they appear to be pleading for mercy, my lord. A limping man ventured to say. The men of the security team brandished their clubs, ready to advance, for slaves occupied the lowest rung of society. Conversations across class lines would not earn a noble any respect, but rather invite a harsh reprimand. Li Qi raised his hand to halt them, focusing on the limping man, who bore a distinctive mole on his forehead, as did the three timid children standing behind him. Perhaps it was a hereditary trait? Can you understand me? Li Qi inquired. The man nodded. Before becoming a slave, I had visited some places in the Giant's Foot. Li Qi found little interest in the man's past. Instead, he scrutinized his features, which were rather handsome, and even the three children's dirty faces could not conceal their genetic advantage. In this world, beauty stemmed from lineage, and such heritage only existed among the nobility. Ordinary folk could scarcely recall their grandfather's name, muddled as they were in ignorance of history, unaware of their origins or what tomorrow might hold. What is your name? Li Qi asked. I am Akin, my lord. The limping man responded promptly, recognizing that being asked his name was an opportunity. Tell them that here they can cultivate land and fill their bellies. But do not entertain thoughts of escape. Yes, Akin replied, allowing his eldest son to assist him in standing on one leg. He raised his voice to address those slaves who did not understand his words, and soon they began to cheer and chant loudly. What are they singing? Li Qi inquired. He is extolling your mercy, my lord, Akin answered. But I possess more than just mercy, Li Qi remarked. They are entrusted to your care. Akin, that I shall provide you with a few individuals to assist you. The people of the Porcupine Territory are not exclusionary, but do not steal or loiter under their noses. Stay in your designated areas. And I can barely assure you of sustenance and strength for labor. Yes, my lord, Akin declared with enthusiasm. Slaves could not attain the status of commoners, yet merely having enough to eat without losing their lives filled them with immense gratitude. Li Qi understood the necessity of maintaining this disparity in status. Aid me in tilling the land. All proceeds shall belong to me, provided you secure a meal, Li Qi mused. The existence of slaves primarily benefited the nobility, and he was fortunate to be among their ranks. Subsequently, Li Qi visited the only blacksmith within the Porcupine Territory. In his 20s, he was not particularly tall, and a blemish resembling a disease marred his ear, rendering half of it a deep shade of black. I am Black Ear. The young blacksmith bowed to the lord astride a grand steed, having grasped a general understanding of the territory, poverty, and more poverty. The lord's lack of wealth was of no concern to him. A blacksmith could thrive anywhere. What mattered was that he was the sole blacksmith in this land. Black Ear comprehended the implications of this. Li Chi was not surprised by the blacksmith's name. So, Black Ear, what will you forge? Agricultural tools, Black Ear replied. I have been an apprentice for several years, but my master never allowed me to craft swords or armor. I have grown weary of the monotonous routine of forging hoes. Thus, when Lord Simon extended an invitation, I did not hesitate to come here and pledge my loyalty to you. Rest assured, I have observed my master forge weapons for long enough. I am well versed in those processes and will undoubtedly assist you in creating an unparalleled army. An armchair strategist of blacksmith. If he truly required armor and long swords, he ought to procure them from Ironstone City, home to the most renowned blacksmiths in the Eastern Gorge, rather than squander resources and effort on an apprentice. No, Li Chi shook his head. What I need are agricultural tools. You are here to craft agricultural tools. Black Ear's expression faltered. He had anticipated showcasing his skills. Li Chi addressed the overambitious apprentice. You shall have your own blacksmith shop in the Porcupine Territory. Yes, my lord. Black Ear lowered his head. He certainly could not return to Ironstone City, where blacksmiths were plentiful, and as an apprentice, he would earn little. Yet in the realm of the Porcupine, he stood as the sole blacksmith, and the earnings from crafting pickaxes belonged entirely to him. This was the sole solace he could offer himself. In the afternoon, Laquis sat in his study, lifting a cup of strong tea to his lips for a sip. He had discovered a wild chrysanthemum on the mountains of Porcupine Territory, and when the young maid joyfully plucked the flower to adorn her ear, the Baron happened to notice. Thus, the now withered chrysanthemum found its way into his cup. On the table lay a slice of fresh cream cake, its recipe largely derived from Baron Laquis' verbal instructions, while the precise method of preparation was left to the chef's ingenuity. The unadorned cream cake was sufficient to while away a leisurely afternoon, and a hint of rose water imparted an almost imperceptible fragrance that enriched the flavor of the cake. He was perusing a book entitled The Son of the Ranger, Karen Kalakeman, likely compiled by that scholar from Ironstone City upon realizing the purchaser of the tome was a nobleman. The volume contained tales woven by bards, devoid of any scholarly insight, merely reflecting the customs and traditions of far-flung lands. Yet, it was through the bard's narrations that one had to discern the veracity of the stories. The narrative recounted the adventures of the ranger's son, Karen Kalakeman, as he traversed the feet of giants. However, from Laquis' perspective as a reader, he seemed more a bard claiming to be the ranger's son. He documented an encounter in the valley with a wild boar bearing a crystal upon its back that I surmise it could not lie down to sleep. Yet the crystal was undeniably beautiful. I thought that if I could possess even a fragment of that crystal atop the boar's back, I would willingly pay any price. Clearly, I was not alone in this sentiment, for my friend Bigfoot rushed over, a warrior from the Giant's Foot Mountain tribe, who once crushed a stag's skull with his bare hands. He raised his iron fist and struck at the wild boar, but alas, Bigfoot fell. The boar flung him aside, blood staining the forest red. In a panic, I fled without a thought. At any cost? To hell with that. I would not meet my end. I ran incessantly, my heart pounding as if to leap from my ears, an invisible noose tightening around my neck, making it hard to breathe. This was the sensation that accompanied each desperate flight. But I could not cease. I pressed forward until the sounds of pursuit faded behind me, and I was safe. Later, in a city, I beheld that very crystal, stained with my friend's blood, up for sale at a mere 180 silver moons. I did not cast another glance at it, whether at the cost of a life or 180 silver moons. I could not accept it. A third of the book had been consumed, yet it had not taken much time. Laquis pondered the crystal upon the boar's back. If the ranger's son spoke true, it must be a magical material. This individual's essence was imbued with adventure, or perhaps the tendrils of fabrication. However, when he encountered the subsequent tale, Laquis straightened in his seat. The saga of the ranger's son unfolded like a series of vignettes. Disconnected from one another, I joined a caravan, eager to distribute long swords and chainmail to the various tribes as the disputes among the giants commenced. They likely hailed from the north, most probably from the eastern gorge, or perhaps the Inns Plateau. Yet they could not be from the frigid northlands, Those colossal bears draped in wolf pelts would surely melt under the southern sun. Once war ignites, it becomes an unquenchable flame, especially among tribes that fight for their own causes. Yet, they may remain blissfully unaware that the northern nobles offered not merely friendship. I suspect the cunning nobles wished to incite fratricide among them, seizing the opportunity to unify the continent of Lair. Unify Lair? It was now the year of the Era 255, and the ruling Golden Bear family had only recently ascended to power within the last century. Prior to that, history was but a collection of legends, and the newly established Porcupine family remained oblivious to the chronicles of yore. The memory of history belonged to the nobles. Yet, it was certain that the year of the era marked the time of the continent's unification, indicating that the contents recorded in this book dated back at least 255 years. He continued reading. As night fell, we pitched our tents to rest. Old Uera, having indulged in copious amounts of beer, went to relieve himself, incessantly pouring ale down his throat. Just as we jested about him, Old Uera hurried back, trousers unbuttoned, having discovered an underground hideout, likely a stash for some tribe of the Giant's Foot. The tribesfolk scurried about like mice, hiding their possessions. With spirits high from drink, I knew they intended to search for treasure. The caravan would transform into bandits after departing the city, and I joined their ranks. Though I had little interest in thievery, curiosity compelled me to explore what lay within the hideout, for the blood of a ranger coursed through my veins. Ranger blood? What a convenient excuse for robbery. We delved into the underground, torches illuminating our path, but soon we were ambushed by the Four Divine. What manner of creature was that? They were gaunt, emitting a foul stench, with limbs and claws thick yet bodies as agile as monkeys. One clawed swipe tore apart Fathorn's body. We swung our swords, dispatching a few, but more and more of these monsters erupted from the shadows, and we screamed as we fled. Since I lingered at the back, I became the first to escape, the sounds of collapse behind me instilling a deep fear. Lequi recalled the second hideout he had stumbled upon, inhabited by female monsters. That I made my escape and sought aid from nearby tribesmen, who were furious upon learning their friends had been attacked. I refrained from revealing the truth. They brandished torches and entered the cave. Those ferocious beings feared the light. They were doomed from the tribesmen. We learned that the creatures of the underground were called earthlings. According to legend, they were once elves who fled underground to escape disaster long before history was recorded. Elves? They look like this? I could scarcely contain my disgust that we pressed deeper into the cave, using firelight to trap them. After vanquishing them all, we found Old Uera still alive, though his arms and legs were twisted beyond recognition. The tribesmen claimed that the earthlings were exclusively female, occasionally emerging to abduct males, who would suffer broken limbs if captured. Poor Old Uera. Yet he had survived, hadn't he? Compared to the others, his fortune seemed favorable. Lichi recalled the grim fate of the corpse James and felt grateful for his quick reflexes. That I noticed a tribesman collecting a peculiar herb from a cave, claiming that the earthlings' dwellings harbored the essence of a life spring. Nurturing extraordinary flora. A life spring. Eventually, Old Uera and I returned northward, yet the tribe that had aided us had been annihilated. Such is the cruelty of war. Having finished the book, Lequi closed it, initially plagued by doubt. But now he was entirely certain that the female monsters in the cave were indeed earthlings. The living earthlings feared flame and light, yet the undead earthlings had shed that fear. Using the bear oil from the blazing bear, he soaked several torches to prolong their burn, and in the deep of night, Lequi guided the red-haired corpse demon into the second hideout. Upon entering, I immediately spotted James's torn body. It seemed the earthlings, upon discovering he wore nothing beneath his trousers, had shredded him into pieces in their rage. Could it be their insatiable appetite for the life-giving herbs had fueled their fury? Li Chi clawed a hole in the wall. The mutated corpse demon possessing immense strength. It tore through the earth as though it were soft bread. He left a torch behind to prevent any earthlings from following him should he need to retreat during a hunt. At that moment, the men of Porcupine territory were also in peril. Once more, he approached the familiar T intersection, inserting the torch into the ground to block off 3 paths. Fire and light would deter the earthlings. Yet nothing is absolute. When faced with life and death, creatures can unleash hidden potential. he chose to proceed leftward. If today he could not eradicate them entirely, he at least sought to acquire some spoils. As he neared, the shrill cries of reached his ears. They had sensed the light point. 3 earthlings with sunken cheeks and skin stretched tight over bone cowered on the ground, trembling as they gazed at the figure with the torch. Though they had done naught but linger in their cave, everyone should have kept to their own affairs. Yet I desired what lay within. I charged forward, brandishing a torch. The flames he wielded eliciting terrified screams from the earth dwellers. From behind, echoes of and also resounded. Yet those cries were halted by the barrier of torches at the intersection, leaving them to roar incessantly. The mutated earth dwellers, with their remarkably agile bodies, surrounded him with 3 figures that cowered in fear of the flames. He deftly somersaulted, planting a foot upon the quaking chest of one earth dweller, instantly crushing the withered body beneath him. The sound of cracking bones resonating sharply, leading to the immediate demise of the earth dweller. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their companion, the remaining 2 earth dwellers mustered their courage against the terror of the flames and lunged forward. Li Chi hurled the torch at one of them. The fiery projectile seared the earth dweller, causing it to recoil in a shriek, while the other charged at the corpse he controlled, leaving only one remaining. He propelled himself upwards, twisting mid-air, his limbs embedding into the earth above like a spider clinging upside down, narrowly dodging the claws that lunged at him. Upon landing, his claws, longer, sharper, and more potent than an ordinary earth dweller's, slashed through the throat of his foe. And as his feet touched the ground, he raced towards the last earth dweller, who was howling in agony from the burning torch. Seizing the moment, his claws plunged into the creature's skull, his nails emerging from the back of its head. Raising his hand, the earth dweller's lifeless body dangled from his grip, swaying as he flicked his wrist. Striving to preserve the integrity of the body, Li Chi discarded the corpse that hung from his hand. Aside from the one with his severed throat, the remaining 2 were beyond salvation. Investing such a considerable sum of gold to restore the dead was less prudent than using it to summon soldiers and establish an army. Once he had been forced to fight for survival, but now he found himself contemplating matters of growth. Chi bent down to inspect the spoils of battle. The armor was not of this era. It appeared to originate from centuries past, neglected and covered in rust, with the leather long since decayed. The intricately embellished armor was also encrusted with the various remnants left by the earth dwellers' nail trimming. Disdainfully, he lifted a piece of chest armor and shook it. Were antiques valuable in this world? It seems not to be worth much, he mused, answering his own query. Overall, apart from a relatively intact corpse, there are no other gains. Initially intent on making a quick profit and fleeing, Li Chi could only retrieve the torch and head towards the cacophony emanating from another direction. The earth dwellers concealed within the cavern must be huddled on the opposite side. The flickering light pulled back the diminutive figures, revealing a multitude of earth dwellers in the darkness, all watching him warily. They hissed, yet recoiled in fear of the light. Chi tossed one of his lit torches into their midst, and the earth dwellers scattered in terror, the burning torch swiftly clearing a space around him. Yet, in the dimmer recesses where the firelight did not reach, a dozen earth dwellers lay against the walls and ceiling of the cavern, issuing primal roars like beasts, yet still merely protesting without aggression. There could be even more lurking deeper within the cave that I can only endure, Li Chi muttered as he turned to depart. The earth dwellers attempted to slay the uninvited intruder, yet were thwarted by the torches he had strategically placed along the pathway, helplessly allowing him to escape. He retrieved the great sword of the wolf slayer. The spacious cavern was ample enough for him to wield the long blade without fear of it becoming ensnared in the walls. Returning to the standoff, the earth dwellers continued their roaring to Chi grasped the middle of the sword, searching for balance. The earth dwellers did not comprehend his intentions. However, they would soon enough that he aimed and then hurled the sword. Whoosh! The blade soared through the undulating torchlight, accurately embedding itself in the chest of one earth dweller, pinning it firmly against the cavern wall, its limbs dangling lifelessly. The remaining earth dwellers erupted in furious roars, charged forward in agitation, even attempting to breach the defensive perimeter formed by Li Chi's strategically placed torches, while he feigned weakness and retreated. as the earth dwellers regained their rationality, realizing they were on the brink of encirclement by flames. They began to withdraw. Everything reverted to the earlier state. Chi ready to dagger. Perhaps due to frequent use by the earth dwellers for trimming their toenails, it was exceedingly sharp. He threw it. Whoosh! This time, it struck true, piercing the throat of an earth dweller that I should seek out a few corpses of skilled archers or dart throwers. Perhaps I could master those techniques after reanimating them as undead. He pondered. He continued employing similar tactics, launching successive attacks. However, success was not guaranteed each time. The earth dwellers learned to dodge and evade, shifting whenever he raised his hand to avoid being struck, after slaying 4 earth dwellers. This method became utterly ineffective that Chi was left with no choice but to endure, paying the price of sustaining several wounds as he managed to kill 3 more earth dwellers, as the torch neared extinguishment. Chi dragged the earth dwellers' bodies away. As the cavern sealed shut, he heard the furious roars of the earth dwellers. Next time, it won't be so simple, Chi remarked. Now he possessed 2 nearly intact corpses of earth dwellers, requiring minimal gold to patch their wounds. Cough, cough. The pungent aroma produced while crafting the preservative made Chi cough incessantly. He waved his hand for some time to disperse the smell, turning to observe the mutated half-corpse wandering in the distance. It exhibited a remarkably low level of awareness. Even at Chi's behest, it could only meander aimlessly. The 2 earth dweller corpses were also transformed into undead, lacking magical materials, rendering them mere ordinary corpses that required his direct control. Remaining as immobile as regular corpses, Chi also arranged for individuals to scour the mountains for red herbs. But thus far, there had been no news. Instead, the dining table was increasingly filled with game. The crafting of preservatives was not particularly challenging. The materials were readily available and not excessively priced, the sole issue being the overpowering odor, were it not for his research in the cavern of his bedroom. The entire Porcupine Fortress would likely be able to detect the stench. The bodies soaked in the preservative could not possibly appear in public view, with 3 earth dweller corpses at his disposal. Chi's subsequent endeavors progressed in noticeably swifter pace. In the cavern, he commanded the 2 swaying earth dweller corpses to withdraw the rust-covered long sword, becoming adept at multitasking, applying combat techniques without the fear of pain or death, allowing him to endure alongside the red-haired mutated half-corpse as they successfully penetrated the earth dweller's lair. Upon issuing a kill command to the red-haired half-corpse, it executed the instinctive order with remarkable efficiency. In the corner, a small earth dweller curled up in fear, gazing apprehensively at the undead. It perhaps could not fathom why its kin's corpse had risen and was now slaying other relatives. Yet Chi had no intention of indulging its worries. The long sword pierced through, and the last earth dweller fell. Now, he could meticulously tally his spoils. He discovered a patch of grass, a sea of bluegrass, vibrant and azure. This could not possibly be the life grass mentioned in the ranger's son's tome. Besides the bluegrass, his bounty included 3 intact earth dweller corpses, a heap of rusty armor and weapons, and a decayed, broken chest. The undead tore apart the fungal-infested wooden chest. Most of the organic contents had decayed beyond recognition, save for a sealed cylindrical container that piqued his interest in his study. Chi placed 2 items upon his desk, a sprig of bluegrass and the sealed cylinder. With a knife, he pried open the cylinder, revealing a letter sealed with wax, a confidential missive from centuries past. Even without being a scholar, Chi felt his breath quicken at the thought. Curiosity about unknown history is a universal trait, and the secrets hidden within history only heighten that intrigue. After hundreds of years, the letter inside had merely yellowed paper, yet he cautiously unfolded it, careful to avoid damage. However, it was not a letter, but a spell. It detailed a magic known as Eagle Eye, allowing the practitioner to tame their avian companions to scout from above, granting them the ability to see all that the bird saw. Much like the necromancer's method of controlling corpses, this spell could not command the creature's actions, but merely observe through its eyes. Though less effective than controlling a corpse, it required significantly less mental energy and could be applied to living beings. After reading through the spell several times, Chi meticulously transcribed the magical letter once more. Then burn that yellow document. The fact that the paper has endured until now is merely a testament to the mercy of time. It cannot be preserved any longer, hoping it will withstand countless ages. The black-eared blacksmith's forge. Lequi arrived to inspect the new agricultural tools crafted by his apprentice. Although the black-eared lad, proud and arrogant, believed he was destined for greater things than making farming implements, it must be acknowledged that he was indeed skilled in this craft. The iron tool he requested has been completed. He announced that it was a triangular double-edged implement, with a sharp, elongated tip capable of piercing the earth. Scratching his unwashed hair that had not seen a wash in over a month, the black-eared apprentice curiously inquired, "My lord, do you intend to attach it to a hoe?" "Certainly not," Lequi replied, shaking his head. "I require the creation of an entirely new tool that will expedite the plowing process, enhance efficiency, and conserve labor. In a situation where manual labor is still required for digging pits, and only a fraction of farmers can afford hoes. The introduction of plows within our territory will significantly accelerate the pace of cultivation, of course. The Lord does not plan to provide these tools free of charge. With the autumn harvest nearing its conclusion, a new round of agricultural planting was imminent. He intended for the slaves to utilize the plows to entice farmers to upgrade their tools. Cultivating wheat presented an excellent opportunity for demonstration. Although the manufacture of heavy plows would greatly liberate manpower, the hedgehog territory had only a few old horses recently acquired, which lacked sufficient draft power, thus making it unfeasible. According to the groom's assessment, only 2 mares remained with reproductive capability, while the others could barely haul cargo and were incapable of pulling anything too heavy. With the iron components ready, the remaining parts of the plow would require carpenter's craftsmanship. However, the hedgehog territory was sorely lacking in skilled artisans. Upon hearing of Lequi's plans, the black-eared apprentice volunteered, as he possessed experience in crafting farming tools and was not entirely unfamiliar with carpentry. With no talent at his disposal, Baron Lequi had no choice but to let the black-eared lad give it my lord. The servant, Keoka, rushed over in a fluster. "What is it, Keoka?" Casting a glance at the black-eared apprentice. Keoka noticed that he had discreetly turned to leave, granting them privacy for conversation. It was then that Keoka lowered his voice, saying, "I have followed your instructions and mixed that herb into the sheep's feed." After consuming it, "What were the results?" Lequi asked, intrigued by the effects of the life herb. Keoka, somewhat awkwardly, reported, "The ram is now atop the ewe, and she runs away at the sight of him." "And the ram?" Lequi inquired further. Scratching his head, Keoka replied, "The ram is frothing at the mouth that he has awakened, but his legs are weak, and he cannot stand." "Let him rest well." Lequi expressed understanding for the ram that had been thoroughly exhausted. "If he refuses to eat grass, pry his mouth open and feed him. We must not let him starve." "Understood," Keoka responded promptly. Yet, Lequi pondered the implications of a live herb. If a single plant could exhaust a sheep, then perhaps diluting it to create a special medicine for sale in Ironstone City could open a path to prosperity. The sanctuary of Ironstone City was particularly suited for selling male enhancement potions. However, before proceeding, further experimentation was necessary to avoid any fatal mishaps. As the autumn harvest concluded, this year's yield was poor. Cartloads of shriveled grains were sent to the castle, with only a small portion left to help the farmers endure the harsh winter. The recently occupied man, Julien, pushed open the door to his home. In the pot, oatmeal was simmering, with unrefined bran floating on top, the enticing aroma causing his stomach to rumble. He scooped a spoonful, just as his wife, dressed in a soiled brown skirt, approached and snatched the spoon from his hand, pouring it back into the pot. "We have no food left at home. How shall we survive the winter?" Despite their diligent efforts in farming, their own land yielded little grain, perhaps a sign that their prayers to the four spirits were lacking in sincerity. An old boar from One Ear's home had sufficient provisions for winter, and he had even married a newly widowed woman, achieving a sense of fulfillment in life. Zhu Yin grinned. "Who says we cannot survive the winter? The Lord has said that if any household faces a shortage, they may borrow from the castle. This year, we can borrow 10 pounds, but we must return 13 pounds next year." "Did the Lord truly say so?" his wife asked in surprise, her expression turning sour. "But what if next year's harvest fails, and we cannot repay?" Then we shall offer our lives to the Lord as slaves. Zhu Yin replied nonchalantly. I see those slaves living far better than us. They get to drink a bowl of oatmeal soup and eat a loaf of rye bread each day. The woman, however, was agitated. Who would choose to be a slave? Slaves have only the freedom to take their own lives. Beyond that, they must obey their master's every command. Moreover, their children are born into slavery, destined to suffer the same fate. I wish for my son to become a farmer, with a stroke of luck. He might enter the castle and become a male servant, vastly improving our family's circumstances. Just like Lady Sparrow, ever since she became a laundry maid in the castle, her children have been well fed every day. I heard Old Tom's borrowed 30 pounds of oats, Zhu Yin whispered. His harvest is still inferior to ours. If he truly cannot repay, then we are not the worst off that if we cannot survive this winter. We will all perish when I am busy next year. You must pray fervently to the four spirits. A good harvest is bound to follow. She seemed to waver at his words. Perhaps you should try? Li Qi stood outside the horse pen, observing his usual stallion, now weak and collapsed on the ground, contemplating the life of horses. The Mares had retreated to a corner, trembling as if the stallion were a fearsome monster. Following his guidance, the chef mixed malt syrup with flour, adding a hint of the life herb to create a sweet potion. Naturally, the test subjects were the horses in the pen. The stallion was a fine breed of warhorse. Tall and robust, as a product of careful breeding, it possessed the advantages of various warhorses, boasting a lineage that was both inclusive and commendable, exhibiting loyalty and intelligence. The pack horses, purchased with silver coins, stood beside it, appearing quite diminutive in comparison. Yet for Li Qi, the stallion's superior lineage was not the immediate concern. Rather, the number of horses was paramount. The mare was tethered elsewhere, tasked with preserving the stallion's lineage. And any offspring must at least be of warhorse stock. The potion's potency was still too great. It seemed necessary to grind the life herb into juice, mixing it with 2 large basins of water for further preparation. If the horses could not withstand it, how could humans? After instructing the chef to continue diluting the potion and to ensure no accidental ingestion occurred, Li Qi mounted the mare and departed the castle. The clearing of the northern wasteland should be nearing completion, and sowing would soon commence. Making use of the light plow he had commissioned from the blacksmith, in the distance, he could see the slaves assembling makeshift tents for shelter. Some farmers, lured by the promise of a loaf of black bread from Li Qi, eagerly came forth to serve as guards. The castle's black bread was sufficient to fill their bellies, perhaps even leaving some to take home. My lord, upon seeing their master approach, a farmer hurried over to take the horse's reins. Li Qi surveyed the surroundings, noting the slaves leisurely gathering stones from the ground. Even upon realizing their master's arrival, they did not hasten their pace. Some merely bent down to pick up a fist-sized stone and then ambled away. Frowning, he asked, "Why has this not concluded yet?" According to his calculations, he should have encountered a group of slaves who had completed their work and were now resting. Not face a plot of land that had been only partially cleared. We have employed both whips and sticks, the farmer explained, but these slaves are exceedingly lazy. They work at a snail's pace. And when we are not watching, they will shirk their duties, even hiding away for a nap. Only when it is time to eat black bread do they spring into action, squandering your generosity and your black bread. And where is Ake? Li Qi inquired. The farmer replied, "He is in the tent. Bring him out to see me." The limping man emerged with the assistance of his eldest son, followed closely by his younger son and daughter. "Good day, my lord." Ake knelt before Li Qi, his 3 children following suit. "You should know why I sought you," Li Qi stated, gazing down from his mount at the kneeling man, the height disparity mirroring their current status difference. "My deepest apologies, my lord," the man pleaded, prostrate on the ground. "Most of their bodies are afflicted and require rest, and you think they should be consuming my black bread while sauntering about. I harbor concerns regarding their daily physical exertion, which seems inadequate for aiding their digestion of the dark bread in their stomachs." Li Qi remarked, "I have chosen you to guide them in realizing their potential. Otherwise, you may find yourselves laboring in the pitch-black depths of a mine or facing a bloodthirsty lion in the arena. In short, it will not be as it is now, where you can bask in the sun and take leisurely afternoon naps without the worry of hunger," Decay said. "I will ensure they complete their tasks promptly." With a sigh, Lequi reflected that, compared to the uneducated slaves, he held a certain fondness for the cultured and knowledgeable AK, yet was disappointed in his management abilities. It appeared a new overseer was needed. It is their disregard for Father's words. They claim Father is merely a cripple, unworthy of their respect. The little girl lifted her gaze, attempting to meet Lequi's eyes to convey the truth of her words. Ultimately, however, she merely dared to fixate on his boot, her gaze unwilling to venture higher. They also say there is food and drink here, and the farmers dare not harm them, as they are your property. They need only work each day, and how much they do is of no concern to the noble Lord. Decay quickly placed a hand on his daughter's head, silencing her further speech. Your family possesses a remarkable talent for interrupting. I surmise it is a hereditary trait, Lequi observed, not pursuing the matter with the little girl, noting instead her candidness surpassed that of her father. It was not easy for a cripple to assume the role of a manager. He could sense a case weighing of pros and cons, perhaps out of desire not to offend the slaves. Yet this infringed upon Lequi's interests as a lord, and the awkwardness of AK's position was not something Lequi needed to contemplate. As a lord, his duty was to select an appropriate individual to resolve issues, and if one could not, to replace them. That he inquired, "What is your name?" "Ak," the girl replied, still fixed on the boot. "Very well." "Ak," Lequi nodded. "Can you tell me who spoke these words first?" "It was Heiju," she exclaimed, disregarding her father's disapproval. "Heiju is the strongest among the slaves, and everyone listens to him as though there existed a king among the monkeys. No wonder the new leader he appointed was not accepted at Decay. Your daughter is braver than you," Lequi remarked. "I hope you can manage these few dozen individuals well, while I have promised bread to fill their bellies. That does not mean I will allow others to treat me as a gullible fool simply because I feel pity for some silver moon-purchased slaves." "Yes," AK replied, bowing his head, fully aware of the cold-heartedness of the nobility. The noble would soon demonstrate his ruthlessness. "Bring Heiju to me," Lequi commanded. Heiju was a robust and burly slave. Lequi speculated he must have been a mercenary or a strongman prior to his enslavement. Perhaps the sort to perform comical acts on stage. "Master," Heiju knelt before him. Lequi scrutinized Heiju for a moment and asked, "What do you think of my domain?" Heiju responded, "The master is exceedingly benevolent, providing us sustenance and allowing us to reside here." Lequi countered, "So this is how you repay me, by organizing a group to shirk their duties and comfortably consume the bread I provide. Do you take me for a fool? We all follow AK's orders." Heiju glanced at the kneeling, crippled man, replying, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. I thought you might say AK is unfit to lead this group." "That you yourself are more suitable," Lequi remarked. "Your courage pales in comparison to that of a little girl, and was your previous statement an attempt to mock a noble?" Heiju's expression shifted drastically, and he lowered his head. "Master, Lequi turned his gaze to the crippled man. "Okay, among you, what should be the punishment for those who mock their master or deliberately encroach upon his interests?" Heiju was already drenched in sweat upon hearing these words. Decay lifted his head and declared, "Death." Lequi had expected a mere beating, but upon reflection, he realized the value of a slave lay in their unblemished body. Disability or severe injury would mean the master must provide sustenance, which could cost as much as purchasing another slave, or perhaps AK intended to use this opportunity to establish his own authority. To kill the old king of the monkeys, the new king must ascend. However, regardless of the outcome, he did not plan to intervene. "Master, it was my fault. Please forgive me," Heiju cried out in desperation, struggling as several farmers rushed forward to restrain him. Supported by his son, Ake approached Heiju and picked up a large stone, bringing it down heavily upon Heiju's skull. Heiju collapsed, blood staining his face as it pooled in the earth beneath him. Heavy breaths formed a hollow in the blood, and as life ceased, the pool reclaimed the hollowed eye in the distance. The slaves watched this scene unfold, gazing at AK, now holding the bloodied stone, their fear halting their actions. "Gather, everyone," Lequi commanded. AK's two sons trembled as they ran away, and soon the slaves gathered, their fearful eyes fixated on the Lord's boots, likely counting the specks of dust upon them, the weight of class pressing down. rendering them unable to lift their heads. That Heiju's lifeless body lay there, the blood gradually darkening. Silence enveloped them. Death was a stark reminder of fear, especially after a full meal, for no one wished to meet their end. In the domain of the hedgehog, slaves do not possess nothing. Though you are slaves, I permit the top 3 harvesters next year to own personal property. Lequi proclaimed from his horse, surveying the faces that could not hide their terror from the dirt. Here, even slaves can have their own grain dye. Lequi Clarence, Baron of the Hedgehog domain, promise you that the top 3 harvesters next year will receive 1/10 of that grain. The slaves murmured among themselves, their voices escalating into a cacophony. Decay, clutching the bloodied stone, recognized the need to fulfill his role as a manager. Silence, his breathless shout, amplified by the stained stone, carried an air of intimidation. He was to portray a merciless overseer, under the guidance of the benevolent lord, inciting greater disdain from the slaves towards him, while fostering their loyalty to Lequi. Decay comprehended Lequi's earlier words. Perhaps the Baron had indeed intended to support Heiju as the manager. Regardless of who took the position, it mattered little to the noble lord. However, Decay's ferocity and the farmer's misjudgment had led him to prematurely eliminate Heiju. Nobility required a dog that would bark, facing the eager gazes of the slaves. Lequi stated, "Thus, hasten to cultivate the fields. You shall live better here." He squeezed his legs against the horse's sides. "Go." The fierce steed galloped away, leaving behind fervent thoughts among the slaves, and the cold body sprawled on the ground. A black raven spread its wings, swiftly navigating through the woods. The yellowing leaves resembled a natural flight training ground. After a while, it perched on a branch, pecking at its left black wing, within the hedgehog castle. Baron Lequi's consciousness returned. He had deliberately released a raven and cast the eagle-eye spell upon it. Regrettably, the raven's uncontrollable nature often forced Lequi to witness sights he preferred to avoid, such as it feasting on insects. The eagle-eye spell did not significantly strain his mind. It was akin to holding one's breath while reading a geographical tome of Luria, forcing himself to memorize most of the convoluted place names. This exertion could be alleviated with a sip of strong tea and a brief rest. The steward, Simon, knocked and entered. "I beg your pardon for the interruption, my lord." Simon's expression betrayed no hint of remorse. "What is it?" "You are the most generous lord I have ever encountered," Simon stated. "Though I am merely your steward, I feel compelled to remind you that nearly all the grain you instructed me to purchase has been seized, borrowed, by the farmers of the hedgehog domain." That he carefully chose his words, yet Lequi could detect the intentional error left to convey his dissatisfaction. "Did you follow my instructions?" Lequi lifted his teacup, after the young maid discovered the wild chrysanthemum tree and received praise. The castle's servants became aware of the lord's penchant for peculiar herbal teas, leading to their relentless search in the present day. An additional type of tea has found its way onto Li Qi's table. This tea, with a flavor akin to jasmine, yet boasting a vibrant crimson hue, is perfectly suited for cleansing greasy intestines. Naturally, I instructed my staff to adhere strictly to your requirements, and Simon nodded in agreement. There is a cap on the amount of grain each individual can borrow, allowing larger families to procure more sustenance. However, this meant that even nursing infants were counted among the quotas. Your grain has now transformed into mere piles of paper. We have conveniently spared ourselves the task of conducting a census. Li Qi remarked half-jokingly, yet the steward's expression remained inscrutable. "Very well," Li Qi conceded. "Lend them the grain, for they shall repay us 1.3 times next year. Each individual in the Porcupine territory is my private property, capable of generating profit and aiding them through this winter. What is there to lose? The stipulation, however, is that they must indeed have a bountiful harvest next year." The steward hesitated momentarily before responding. "The Porcupine territory may have been forsaken by the 4 gods, and it cannot yield much grain. The farmers are well aware of this. Thus, they come to the castle to borrow grain, fully aware of your benevolence. They shall have a bountiful harvest." Li Qi asserted with unwavering confidence that to prevent a famine that would claim lives, he must devise a strategy. The deceased commoners of the Porcupine territory are also his assets. He must strike a balance between grain and population, as the initial stages of development are invariably fraught with challenges, and the merciful Baron does not wish for anyone to perish from hunger. They are all sources of labor. Advances in farming techniques and fertilizers will play a significant role that, of course, the Baron is currently unimpressed by the meager rental income from the Porcupine territory. Should the research on the life-giving herbal pills prove successful, he stands to gain immensely. The research is gradually approaching its conclusion, requiring only the continuous attenuation of medicinal potency until it is suitable for pitching a tent. Noticing the steward's desire to speak further, Li Qi raised his hand to interrupt him. "How are the plows faring with the slaves? Your wisdom is enough to astonish the Heavenly Father." Simon exclaimed sincerely. That marvelous contraption is far quicker than digging by hand. 2 slaves can accomplish the work of 10. Those slaves even wish to apply for the opportunity to cultivate more wasteland. While I appreciate their enthusiasm, Li Qi shook his head, denying their request. They seek to attain ultimate victory through extensive land reclamation, but I desire proper care for the farmland, meticulous attention rather than wasteful exploitation. Inform Ake, he will know what to do. Not all land can be dedicated to crops. According to Li Qi's vision, the Porcupine territory requires developmental planning moving forward, rather than exhausting itself in cultivation. An overabundance of land, coupled with insufficient oversight, would ultimately result in neglect, leading only to a repeat of this year's harvest. Furthermore, the slaves, in their quest for first place, may resort to unseemly actions that if they cannot be first, they might ensure that others cannot achieve it either, through theft, robbery, or worse, that he needs to give Ake a heads up to prepare for potential issues. Death may restrain the slaves, but it also hampers development. Correct guidance must be provided, inspiring vitality while not neglecting punishment and motivation. Indeed, the steward nodded. After the new Baron awoke from his stupor, the steward noticed a marked change in his demeanor. His thoughts were now more unrestrained, lively, and brimming with innovative ideas. Yet, there were also some negative shifts, such as increased leniency towards servants' mistakes and an excess of compassion, had it not been for the rumor that the Baron had executed a slave who led a strike. He would have feared that the Porcupine Castle would not survive the second winter. A merciless lord would not necessarily cultivate prosperity within his domain. However, an overly kind and timid lord would surely struggle to retain his lands. The advent of the plow is destined to accelerate agricultural development, and undoubtedly, it will soon be imitated by others. Though such matters are of little consequence, Li Qi discovered that the soil in the Porcupine territory is notably thick and moist, preventing light plows from penetrating deeply enough. Thus, light plowing must be performed multiple times, and in some cases, individuals must stand on the plow to leverage their weight to drive it into the earth. Heavy plows would be more suitable, yet everything must proceed gradually, as the Porcupine territory currently lacks sufficient livestock to employ heavy plowing. After the steward departed, Li Qi once again turned his attention to the free-range raven, which was now soaring above the Porcupine territory, ascending to great heights. Through the raven's eyes, he could see the diminished Porcupine territory, the dense forests, and the distant Pig-Spine Valley. He observed the diligent little ants at work, some still digging with their hands, while others had already begun using light plows. Under Li Qi's guidance, the farmers were no longer discarding the grass roots, but rather burning them on site, allowing the ash to be mixed with the soil, transforming it into nourishment. Fertilizers cannot instantly enrich the land, but they are certainly an improvement over the previously barren soil that yielded no crops. The massive pit that had long been accumulating manure had fermented into fertilizer over the years, serving as the first wave of nutrients post-harvest. Of course, the Baron did not intend to personally oversee the process. In the distance, a white silhouette swiftly approached, skimming past the raven. That was a white messenger raven, headed directly for the castle. Li Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was not long before someone knocked on the door. "Come in." The steward entered, announcing, "My lord, a letter from Linta Bay." "From my grandfather's family?" Li Qi expressed surprise, having expected the correspondence to be from Leopold or his brother Leo. Li Qi's memories of childhood were faint. His grandfather, uncle, and cousins had visited him, and he recalled that his grandfather and father had not shared a cordial relationship. As a child, Li Qi did not comprehend the reasons. He merely remembered riding on his uncle's broad back, reaching for the birds soaring above. His cousin was sullen, prone to using a small knife to pierce frogs' bellies and extract their entrails, fixating on the still-living creatures with a cold gaze, instilling fear in Li Qi from a young agi. In contrast, his lively cousin-sister could elicit tears from him with a single slap. His grandfather, while dismissive of his father's impulsive nature, readily acknowledged his bravery, embodying a peculiar blend of bias and rationality. Erda, his father, was straightforward and lacking in cunning, often feeling overshadowed by the elder's sardonic remarks. Following his mother's passing and his father's remarriage, their connection had been severed entirely. Chi took the letter, noting that the wax seal remained unbroken, indicating it had not yet been opened. That he unfurled the letter, smoothing the curled paper with his fingers. "My dear nephew, I am your uncle, Louis Wisdom D. Oh, you remember when you rode on my shoulders as a child? You were the first to do so. I was deeply saddened to hear of your father's passing. Although your grandfather did not approve of your father's temperament, impulsive and reckless. Do you recall our family crest? A part of it features a crocodile. And your grandfather has always admired his courage. Otherwise, he would not have married my sister to him. Upon hearing of your father's demise, he drank heavily, having abstained from alcohol for quite some time due to his poor health. We must understand the peculiar friendship they shared. I apologize for the delay in writing to you. Recently, Linabe has faced some minor troubles that your cousin Bod has resolved. However, his demeanor is rather gloomy, and his methods can be somewhat extreme, but let us not dwell on that. You are now the Baron of Porcupine Castle, and I must congratulate you. However, life in the Porcupine territory is not easy. Should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform me. By the way, regarding your inquiry about the persistent red dot in your vision, I consulted scholars in Linabe, and they suggested it may be a condition known as magic mosquito syndrome. Possibly an affliction of a particular part of the eyeball that if you wish to seek a cure, it would be best to visit Linabe.o. Do you remember your cousin Stacy? She has blossomed into a lovely young woman, and you have reached a marriageable age. I truly hope we can unite our families further. The letter, though small, was densely packed with writing. Chi exhaled deeply. He had thought that he and his grandfather's family had severed ties for good. Yet to his surprise, after becoming a baron, his grandfather promptly reached out. Familial bonds? Surely they exist, but there are undoubtedly ulterior motives at play, as he is now the Baron of Porcupine Territory and the continent of Luria. Titles and ranks signify wealth, and even among nobles, the exchange of titles is customary. One may be a duke in one domain and a baron in another, much like the king of the Golden Bear family, who possesses over 20 titles. With the blood ties connecting Li Qi to the new baron, it is clear that this presents an opportunity to augment the assets and titles of his grandfather's family in Linabe, especially if he were to marry his cousin Stacy, resulting in a child that further intertwines their families. Of course, genuine familial affection is also present, yet nobility has never solely been about kinship. Linabe, a wetland, is wealthy, immensely wealthy. Li Qi contemplated the feasibility of marrying his cousin. From a purely financial perspective, it appeared to be a foolproof venture. Genetically speaking, he possessed a portion of his lineage from wisdom, and considering his own striking good looks, it could be said that his maternal family was replete with handsome men and beautiful women. The development of his territory required both resources and assistance. Marrying a cousin seemed like a surefire win. Moreover, there was another matter that piqued Li Qi's interest. The red had existed long before his transmigration, implying that this golden finger did not belong to a mere traveler, but rather to the previous Li Qi, a native golden finger. What then could he, as a transmigrator, claim as his unique and extraordinary magical talent? As it stood, it appeared to be nothing of consequence. After much contemplation, Li Qi took up his pen and composed a response. Why, dear uncle, I am Li Qi Clarence. That I was greatly pleased to receive your letter. It brought me a long-awaited sense of warmth and familial care amidst the solitude of my castle. He paused, then continued, Thank you for your concern. Under the blessings of the four spirits, my ailment has been cured. I have always harbored a fondness for my cousin Stacy. However, there are numerous matters requiring my attention in the Porcupine Territory, and it may be until next year before I have the opportunity to visit Green Forest Castle. Furthermore, please convey to my grandfather that my father, until his last breath, still remembers his face. Well, one he was not particularly fond of. We should honor their friendship. Regardless, it would be prudent to secure a place for marrying his cousin. Should the porcupine territory truly face ruin, at least he would have a soft bed to lie in. After sealing the letter with wax, Li Chi approached the white crow. He cast eagle eye upon the bird, and once it took flight, he would ascertain the limits of the spell's influence. After feeding, the rested white crow soared toward Lina Bay, traversing the eastern coastline back to the wetlands at remarkable speed, which would still take several days. Following the white crow's flight, Li Chi's gaze drifted away from Porcupine Castle and into the depths of the forest. However, while crossing over the Pig Spine Valley, the white crow seemed to sense a lurking danger, veering sharply as Li Chi lost control of the bird, unable to ascertain what pursued them. Perhaps an eagle? The white crow frantically flapped its wings, ultimately managing to escape. As their vision swept over Ironstone City, they beheld the bustling expanse of the great metropolis. Beyond Ironstone City, the white crow pressed onward. Throughout the journey, Li Chi's perspective remained undisturbed. Far beyond the Baron's territory, when the white crow, weary and preparing to land for a rest, suddenly caught sight of a golden mule pulling a gilded carriage. Leopold's family? He mused, watching intently. Yet a knight on horseback abruptly raised his head, his iron helmet obscuring his features and line of sight. Li Chi felt a jolt of mental energy, his eyes snapping open. The connection with the white crow had severed. Who was that? Li Chi wondered in shock. Could it be magic? Meanwhile, on a distant path, the golden carriage came to a halt. What is it? A voice from within the carriage inquired. A white crow is watching us. The knight replied, It's merely a beast. Do not be overly concerned. Someone in the carriage impatiently retorted, Let us proceed. I've had my fill of roughing it. Yes, the golden carriage resumed its journey. The white crow spread its wings, weaving through wisps of cotton-like clouds, and flew into a grand, ancient castle. The first male servant, ever vigilant by the window, spotted the white crow, skillfully retrieved the letter from its talons, confined the bird in a cage, and fed it some water and food before turning to leave. At that moment, a striking figure approached. The servant halted and bowed respectfully. Where did this letter come from? She casually inquired. Porcupine territory, he replied. Porcupine territory, that seems to be my aunt's husband's domain. She extended her hand. Give it to me. I shall deliver it to my father. The servant hesitated for a moment before placing the wax-sealed letter into her pale palm. She hurried to the study, knocking lightly on the door twice without waiting for a response before entering. Father, oh grandfather, you are here as well. Inside the study, a silver-haired elder gazed out the window toward the distant green forest, while a middle-aged man, seemingly under reprimand, sat with his head bowed at the desk, hands pressed against his knees. You should temper your impulsive nature, the middle-aged man sighed, winking at his daughter in gratitude for her timely intervention. Yet he could not refrain from admonishing her. Which young noble would dare to marry you? Do you really need to rely on a man? She retorted defiantly, I could easily take down two like Bode. Bode is your brother, but he truly cannot match me, as the father and daughter began to bicker. The silver-haired elder turned. Enough, wisdom comes first. We are wetland crocodiles, and valor is also a family trait. With grandfather's support, the girl gained a temporary victory, proudly lifting her chin toward her father. However, the elder continued. Nonetheless, you have indeed reached a marriageable age. Stacy that in due time, Green Forest Castle will host a ball, and I hope you will find a suitable match. Not just marriageable, her father interjected. Girls your age are already mothers of several children. Stacy's face fell at once, and just as she inhaled to defend herself, her father, Lewis, asked, Did you barge in here just to bicker with us? It is a letter from Porcupine territory. She handed the letter to her father. Tearing open the wax seal, Lewis quickly read through the brief reply, bursting into laughter. It seems we need not worry about Stacy finding a suitor. What? Stacy asked, puzzled. Your cousin Li Chi, he is the Baron of Porcupine territory. Lewis said, looking at his daughter with a smile, that he expressed a strong interest in you and is likely to visit Green Forest Castle soon. Cousin? Li Chi. Stacy recalled the cousin she had met her childhood, back when his father was not yet a baron. Yet the Porcupine Knight had already begun to make a name for himself on the battlefield, while that little cousin had inherited none of the porcupine spirit. She could easily make him cry with a single slap. Stacy immediately shook her head. I have no desire to marry him, that whiny little brat. You ought to meet him first. Besides, the crying you speak of was from childhood. He has surely matured into a man now, Lewis replied with a smile. The only son of my sister, and now a baron himself. If we could truly marry our daughter to him, it would be a splendid match. Very well, the silver-haired elder interjected. Let us discuss this further when Lichi arrives. Stacy, you may leave for now. Your father and I have matters to discuss. Yes, Stacy replied reluctantly, departing the study. Only the father and son remained. Father, will you really allow Stacy to act as she pleases? Lewis asked. If she does not marry soon, her reputation among the nobility will plummet, and the nearby knights and nobles will regard her with contempt. After all, Lichi is at least a baron, and he is also your sister's child. The silver-haired elder reached for the letter, glancing at it with a smile. The tone of this letter is quite reminiscent of that porcupine. What is our family crest? He inquired. An open-mouthed crocodile and a toothpick bird, Lewis replied. Many will pay heed to the wisdom family's crocodile, yet often overlook the humble toothpick bird. He then asked, what is our family motto? Even ferocious beasts have their dear friends, Lewis answered. Then when have I ever stated that Stacy should not marry Lichi? The elder retorted. Wisdom resembles a great crocodile lurking in the wetlands. While Porcupine Castle is akin to that toothpick bird, Lichi is undeniably your sister's child, possessing half the blood of wisdom, and he is a baron with land. Stacy marrying him would be most fitting. While Lewis felt joy, he also harbored some concern. I must find a lady-in-waiting to properly instruct Stacy. She must not frighten Lichi away. Thankfully, there is ample time to prepare. The elder nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the sight of his granddaughter's masculine demeanor that would send young men fleeing, and one wished to be saddled with a mother tiger capable of breaking bones with a single punch. After all, she had indeed done so before, throwing a noble over her shoulder at a ball for attempting to get too close. The father and son shared a mutual understanding of this predicament. Yet understanding would only take them so far. Stacy was, after all, a member of their family, and they could only hope that Lichi, in need of support, would feel compelled to accept this marriage. Achoo! My lord, you should take care of your health, the servant reminded, promptly delivering garments to Liqui and assisting him in draping them over his shoulders. Thank you, Keoka, he replied. With autumn in full swing, the weather had turned chilly. He was engrossed in a book titled The Donkey Knight and the Duchess. Although the narrative was somewhat lewd and the prose crude, the overall plot was distinctly captivating in the story. A knight who boasts of his donkey-like qualities embarks on a journey to the southern battlefield due to the war between the East Gorge and the Giant's Feet, only to be captured by Duke. However, he unexpectedly encounters the Duchess, and through sweet talk, he stirs her heart. The donkey knight then employs his unique skills to win her over. Even afterwards, the Duchess takes the initiative to connect him with other noble ladies, leading a group that clandestinely visits the dungeon where the donkey knight is imprisoned, sharing joyful moments together. He even manages to charm the Duke's daughter and the maidservants by the end. The names had multiplied to the point where Liqui could scarcely remember them, roughly tallying to dozens. This was undoubtedly the fanciful imagination of a bard, as there are always those who wish to have noble ladies beneath them, for conquering the esteemed brings immense satisfaction to one's soul. In the tale's conclusion, the Duke discovers their antics, and amidst the ensuing conflict, the donkey knight triumphs over the Duke. Yet in a display of mercy, he spares the Duke's life, wishing only for the safety of all the women who chose to follow him. However, the furious Duke, forgetting the favor of being spared, prays to a sinister night god and is transformed into a beast with long hair. Ultimately, the donkey knight, through his valor and wielding a silver steel forged sword, successfully slays the hairy beast. They then claim the castle and live happily ever after. The audacity of killing a duke and taking all the women within the Duke's castle without anyone raising an eyebrow is astonishing. A bard's novel should not be held to excessively high standards. It is merely for amusement. Similar tales abound, such as The Blacksmith's Daughter and the Night, The Baron and the Sheep, and The Knight and the Mare at Midnight, all with titles brimming with intrigue and content that revels in liberality. Dinner consisted of meat pies accompanied by clam soup, while a refreshing beer soothed the throat. Dessert featured peeled and diced wild apples. a local delicacy. After finishing his meal and savoring the tartness that outweighed the sweetness of the wild apples, the chef, Tubal, approached. Recently, in an effort to satisfy the Lord's various whimsical ideas, Tubal had visibly lost weight. Though he still appeared heavier than the average person. "I have crafted what you requested, my lord," Tubal announced that the type of blue herb, when ground, diluted, and mixed with malt and wheat flour, can yield 300 pills. I had farmers with such ailments try it, and they praised it immensely. One pill can even keep them standing for a considerable time. "Well done," Lequi replied, quite satisfied. "1 herb produces around 300 pills. And there are hundreds of herbs in the cellar." He gazed at the pill, about the size of his fingertip, and said, "The effects need not be miraculous. Continue to dilute it with water. The efficacy should only be half of the original. Perhaps even smaller. Half of this size that we seek a reaction, not a cure-all. If one works halfway and then becomes powerless, they can simply consume another pill. If this remedy restores health, who shall we sell the remainder to?" "The Lord's words are absolute," Tubal nodded. "Is there anything else?" Lequi noticed Tubal seemed hesitant. "I wish to request an assistant," Tubal said. "I find myself somewhat overwhelmed, thinking it was a matter of great importance." Lequi responded, "Very well. Tomorrow I shall send Simon to the porcupine territory to find a nimble child. You will surely find a suitable candidate." Tubal immediately expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness." It was a consensus among the common folk of porcupine territory that Baron Lequi was indeed benevolent. The news of the castle's need for a young assistant quickly spread throughout porcupine territory, with families gathering in hopes that their children would be chosen. Working in the castle was a dream they all cherished. The selection was overseen by Chef Tubal, for chefs are the most indispensable individuals. They are responsible for delicious meals. Though they wield no formal power, they can ensure the Lord's favor. The entire process was remarkably straightforward. As they speculated that Chef Tubal merely glanced around before selecting a child who caught his eye. Tubal, indeed, was in a hurry. He had no time to leisurely sift through children who appeared completely unversed in culinary arts. He merely needed someone who looked obedient, someone he could teach gradually. Moreover, there could only be one chef, so what need was there for a cook? "Come with me," Tubal instructed, leading the timid girl into the kitchen. "From now on, you shall assist me by carrying items, washing vegetables, and," observing the girl's bewilderment, he modified his tone, said, "In short, you will do as I say. There are some rules you must remember. You are the kitchen assistant in the castle. And here, you will only heed my commands. Aside from the Lord, you need not pay attention to anyone else, nor are you permitted to help anyone else cook or provide them with food. Theft will result in hanging. You should be aware of that. Within the castle, your movements are confined to the kitchen, the small garden in the back, and the front yard. You are absolutely forbidden from venturing anywhere else." The girl, Oak Basin, nodded repeatedly, fully cognizant of the need to cherish this rare opportunity. "It seems you have found a good little assistant. I look forward to more delightful dishes," a graceful voice echoed from the kitchen doorway. Oak Basin turned to see the Lord himself, whom she had only glimpsed from a distance before. Compared to riding on horseback, he was now so close. The Lord smiled at her, truly handsome. She felt her cheeks flush slightly and awkwardly returned a smile. "My lord," Tubal said, straining to bow. "She knows nothing yet. I sincerely hope she won't be a bother. I believe you'll be a good mentor," the Lord remarked. "What are those items? I thought you were busy seeking an assistant. So I came to retrieve them myself. I was just about to head to Ironstone City. Perhaps I can find a market for those items along the way." "Yes," Tubal promptly fetched a sack filled with pea-sized sweet bean pills. The packaging appeared rather unremarkable, to which the Lord said, "Never mind, I will arrange the remaining matters when I reach Ironstone City. During my absence, perhaps you can help me explore new delicacies. Of course, I will do my utmost to create the various dishes you have mentioned." Tubal nodded repeatedly. Although he could not read, he had memorized the recipes the Lord spoke of. After exchanging a few more words, the Lord turned to leave. The Lord is a true connoisseur of fine food, Tubal marveled. His ingenuity knows no bounds. "I take pride in working at Porcupine Fortress." He glanced toward the young assistant. Oak Basin, only to find her cheeks flushed and lost in thought. "Don't get carried away. Tubao interjected, promptly dispelling any unrealistic notion she may have had. You are merely an assistant. Focus on your responsibilities. The Lord's trip to Ironstone City is likely for a ball. It is said that the heartthrob daughter of Baron Simon has reached a marriageable age. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Baron Simon's daughter, Tubao silently prayed that his lord would not choose to marry her. It was said she would even engage in trysts with male servants, and at times would frolic with grooms in the stables. If she were to be wed, it would surely turn their lord into a laughingstock. Yet, he understood that many noble lords found it hard to resist the allure of Baron Simon's daughter. Not merely for her beauty, but because her father was the lord of Ironstone City, commanding a valuable mine. Tubao shook off such thoughts. Matters of the nobility were not his concern. He instructed, first, wash the vegetables. The lord will dine before departing. Yes? Oak Basin immediately nodded. The steed with the fiery mane carried the baron forward, accompanied only by a few robust guards, a personal servant, and a cart. The cart bore the medicinal pills for Lequi's journey, and if he could find suitable merchants, he could establish a trade caravan, merely awaiting profits. However, the Porcupine territory was in dire need of revitalization, and there were matters the Lord himself had to attend to. At the rear of the cart sat a slight figure, swathed in a black cloak, with only a glimpse of a fiery red lock of hair occasionally visible as the wind swept by. It was a girl. The Baron said nothing, nor did anyone dare to inquire. When the crows from Ironstone City arrived, Lequi felt a twinge of surprise. After all, there was hardly any connection between his own family and the venerable nobility, even though their territories were adjacent. Yet, this presented a commendable opportunity. It was not that Li Qi intended to marry the wayward daughter of Baron Simon, but rather that he sought to recruit a few talents, as he lacked manpower to execute his tasks. When it comes to the cost-effectiveness of marrying, if the red rose stood at the pinnacle, then the Baroness' daughter would eternally occupy the last position. Unless one were burdened with insurmountable debts or had a penchant for cuckoldry, it would be prudent to steer clear of that woman. Otherwise, one could be assured that every child born would have different fathers. However, for a merchant's son eager to ascend the social ladder, or for a younger son a noble family, marrying her could serve as a propitious springboard, with a high likelihood that their offspring would become knights. The doting nature of Baron Spark toward his daughter was well known. Baron Simon was financially robust, possessed ample military strength, and controlled rich mines. Although he had a son, marrying his daughter would yield a generous dowry. Provided one could feign colorblindness to overlook the green hair above their heads, life could still be rather comfortable. After all, in Dongxia, there were numerous nobles whose circumstances were not as favorable as Li Qi's. Some families lacked financial resources, yet could produce 7 or 8 children in one go. Aside from the firstborn inheriting the estate, the other children could only serve as attendants to other nobles. Perhaps he could attract a few who would pledge their allegiance to him? Grasping the reins, Li Qi's mind began to wander. Gentlemen would showcase their charisma at the ball, hoping to captivate the noble maidens, or to be captivated by them in turn. Yet, it was equally a gathering of talents, as certain younger sons and those unfulfilled in their families hoped to find their path forward at the ball. As a baron, Li Qi had the authority to knight his own knights. He believed many would be inclined to seek opportunities in the Porcupine territory. Qi rode leisurely, admiring the scenery along the way. The trees remained unchanged, and the dirt road showed no variation. The horse's hoof traversed this mud path without issue. However, the foot soldiers and the cart struggled on several occasions. The baron even worried that the draft horse pulling the cart might collapse from exhaustion, or that the cart would fall apart before the horse succumbed. But the thought of the horse's cost compelled him to rein in his concerns. Cost-effectiveness was essential for the Porcupine family at present. Hia! The war-horse beneath him snorted, displaying some restlessness, while the draft horse quivered in trepidation. Qi instructed someone to scout ahead. "What is the matter? My lord, there's a wild boar carcass up ahead." Tightly gripping the reins, Li Qi rode forward, discovering a half-eaten wild boar in the middle of the road, its remains ravaged by some unknown large predator. Strands of crimson flesh clung to the white bones, and the carcass still radiated a faint warmth, indicating that the predator had departed only recently. The most chilling aspect was the absence of any tracks from nearby beasts, not even from the wild boar itself. It seemed as if the creature had plummeted from the heavens, landing here amidst the snow-like debris scattered around. "Let us depart," Li Qi commanded. Without needing to say more, the others sensed the imminent danger. Was it a lion that had escaped from some arena, or perhaps a fiery red bear like before? In any case, they needed to leave quickly, for it was unwise to hope that the predator had satisfied its hunger and would spare them. Thankfully, this location was sufficiently distant from the porcupine territory. The predator would likely not venture specifically toward porcupine lands. Henceforth, Li Qi could not afford to relax. He had to keep a vigilant watch over the porcupine territory through the crows, ensuring that the peasant corpses remained on standby to prevent any intrusions into his domain. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey proved uneventful, and after covering a considerable distance, they rested at an abandoned relay station by the roadside, resuming their journey the following day. Before long, they beheld a city gradually emerging from the horizon. It was said that the gates of Ironstone City resembled a woman's thighs. One should not attempt to force them open with brute strength, but rather employ sweet words and a few silver moons, and they would graciously part for you, even ensnaring your waist willingly. The towering gates of the town were flanked by patrolling soldiers clad in leather armor, while merchants haggled over the tolls at the entrance, all bustling about in this vast city. Compared to this, the Porcupine Territory felt like a remote wilderness. The route from Porcupine Territory to Ironstone City was obstructed by the Boar Ridge Valley, necessitating a significant detour, a distance ample enough to divide prosperity into two worlds. Even Li Qi, who considered himself relatively well off, could not help but exclaim upon entering Ironstone City, truly a country baron stepping into the city. The patrolling soldiers donned leather armor and wielded fine blades, while the Porcupine Territory possessed only militia and pitchforks, as for walls. The Porcupine Territory had none. Its sole fortification was the Porcupine Keep, a dilapidated castle that appeared easily excavable with a hoe. Surely, the ancestors of Baron Spark had contemplated how to enhance defenses when constructing this castle. The design of the moated city had ensured that this ancient town had never been breached during countless wars. The disparity between newly ennobled nobles and their long-established counterparts was as vast as that between nobility and commoners. Upon spotting the Baron and the Porcupine banner, the servant waiting at the entrance approached eagerly. "Esteemed Lord, I am the chief servant of Lord Simon, here to escort you to Ironstone Keep for your rest. I appreciate your assistance." Li Qi nodded in gratitude from atop his horse. If it were a respected guest, a steward would at least be dispatched for the reception. Many noble families had not only a chief servant, but also a secondary one, whose primary duty was to handle laborious tasks within the castle. In the Porcupine Territory, even the pitchforks sometimes had to take on physical labor due to Li Qi's insufficient manpower. This clearly indicated that Li Qi was not held in high esteem, though he felt no resentment. Ironstone Keep was situated within Ironstone City, but distant from the main town, and one could see its dark spire looming over the entire Ironstone City from the entrance. "You may be visiting Ironstone City for the first time," the servant remarked as he led the way, "but to avoid causing you too much inconvenience, we shall take an alternate route, which will be quicker." The servant seemed accustomed to dealing with nobles, well versed in the protocols of hosting them, yet his demeanor was far from cordial, exhibiting a certain arrogance, as if looking down upon Li Qi, the rural baron. "I shall defer to your arrangements." Li Qi chose not to engage in conflict. After all, he was merely a servant. Upon entering Ironstone City, they circumvented the residential and commercial districts, soon arriving before Ironstone Keep, which loomed like a small mountain, considerably larger than the Porcupine Keep. As they stepped onto the cobblestone path, a middle-aged knight with a curled mustache awaited them. "Sir Clarence, I am truly delighted that you could make it." "Sir Simon," Li Qi dismounted and warmly shook hands with him, despite it being their first meeting. "Your father was the most valiant warrior I have ever encountered." Baron Spark seemed to reminisce about days gone by with Li Qi's father. Though they had no actual connection, both parties well aware of this, Li Qi replied. He remarked that you are the wealthiest knight he has ever known. The two exchanged pleasantries with forced smiles. Baron Spark instructed the servant, "Show Sir Clarence to his quarters for rest, and ensure his guards are also provided with suitable accommodations." "Yes." After expressing his gratitude, Li Qi followed the servant away, The affluent Simon family did not skimp on hospitality for their distant guests. Showcasing their substantial wealth, I surmised that he was likely one of Simon's potential suitors, given the proximity of their territories and his status as a single man with both land and title. If he were to marry his daughter, Baron Simon's territory would, in an intangible manner, expand further, and it would be a contiguous portion. The barrenness of the land is hardly of significance. The Baron's iron mines would smooth over any obstacles. However, despite Baron Lequie's willingness to live off others, he is rather selective. He has long advised himself to steer clear of that heartthrob, for he cannot bear the thought of wearing a green cap. The chief's servant gracefully withdrew after leading him to the path, allowing ample time for him to rest. The personal attendant, Keoka, dressed Lequie in formal attire, as a ball was to be held that evening, with the Baron's daughter, Beiji Simon, as the undeniable star of the event, drawing the young nobles to her. Yet prior to this, Lequie instructed his subordinates to visit the brothel in Ironstone City. Those little pills needed a market, and he could think of no place more suitable. Each person was to take one, spend money to inquire with the proprietors, and then discreetly offer the pills to guests burdened by unspoken troubles. Of course, they would not be handed over directly. Anyone with a modicum of caution would never accept them outright. The specifics would undoubtedly require adaptability from his subordinates, and to this end, Lequie even provided them with funds for their indulgences, allowing them to boast a little while enjoying themselves. They were weary from their journey, and such a novel form of reward made them feel it was more of a treat than a task. This was a bonus. Baron Lequie was the most benevolent lord in the world, beyond dispute. As dusk fell, overlooking the town below from the castle, the lights twinkled like stars in the sky. Lequie felt a profound anticipation that the Porcupine territory would develop better than here. First, he needed to address the issue of sustenance, followed by the population dilemma. More children would provide sufficient manpower for planting trees. Urban planning and construction could wait. Nourishment came first. He pondered the future development, while increasingly feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He required capable assistance, rather than delegating every task to his servants and stewards. The ball was not merely a gathering to feast on pastries. The younger sons without noble status sought to court ladies with inheritance rights, or, alternatively, to ignite a passionate encounter with a single noblewoman of rank. The young ladies also aspired to find a nobleman with a fief. They delighted in living under the gaze of others, and the titles and wealth were the foundation of this existence. "You will surely captivate all the ladies present," remarked Keoka, who had dressed Lequie in the mirror. The relatively simple attire showcased Lequie's long legs and broad shoulders. His countenance handsome beneath his dark hair, succulent and juicy, a descriptor for himself formed in Lequie's mind. Amidst the laughter of noble women, the ball commenced. One should never disdain the aesthetics of an era, even if it may seem somewhat antiquated. Lequie, holding a goblet, stood in the hall of Ironstone Castle, where the long table had been removed. Dining and dancing simultaneously was not in vogue here. Yet the roving male and female servants kept a keen eye on the goblets in hand, ready to refill them at the slightest gesture. Each lady exuded her charm, and noble blood ensured they sought higher quality genes. Unless a genetic mutation occurred, generally speaking, gentlemen were handsome and ladies beautiful. Of course, this rule applied solely to ancient noble families with lineage. Many nobles attended the ball, and they despised counting coins to manage their lands. Thus, many lesser nobles like Lequie would soon lose their territories. If they did not gain from this ball, they would wander after losing their lands, becoming some knight's squire or pursuing other occupations, but certainly not farming. Knights excelled in plunder and slaughter, while these terms may not evoke positive sentiments. When prefaced with "for the four gods" or "for loyalty," all became justified, even imbued with a sense of glory. The heartthrob, Beiji Simon, was surrounded by a throng of dashing gentlemen, if not for the scandalous past of the 16-year-old maiden. Lequie would surely cast her a few more glances, yet he felt that the noble women awaiting remarriage aligned more with his aesthetic. The allure of mature women, casually displayed, could easily overshadow the affected innocence of youthful girls. Feeling somewhat disinterested, he watched the dancers before turning to seek a cooler spot. Yet, a gentle laughter reached his ears. "Tonight, she is the brightest star, is she not?" Lequie turned to find a handsome young man beside him. and he had no interest in observing the other's attire or adornments. His gaze was instantly drawn to the crest emblazoned on the young man's chest. The long stiletto sword at it was Leopold, the Lord of the Eastern Gorge. I am Shidwa. The youth said to Laquith, I have heard Evangeline speak of you, the favorite of the gods, the merciful sir. Laquith nodded. Greetings, sir. No, I am not yet a sir. The young man shook his head, and upon seeing Laquith's confusion, he explained, My surname is Haishue. Laquith suddenly understood. Under the blessings of the four gods, all in Lilia, regardless of gender, must remain faithful to their partners. Even the king could only take one spouse, yet the idle nobility could not truly be saints. They were quite adept at producing bastards. It is said that the king of Lilia had more illegitimate children than titles. The Eastern Gorge is abundant in seawater, and in the Eastern Gorge, all noble bastards bear the surname Haishue. Like the snow in the north, the green grass of Endur, and the chaotic stones at the feet of giants. In a prominent family like Leopold's, there were easily over a dozen direct descendants. When counting collateral lines, the number would swell to dozens. Bastards were the lowest in status, and their lifelong ambition was to acquire a surname and escape the stigma of being a bastard. With a surname comes inheritance rights. Naturally, the vast majority of Haishue aimed for a more practical goal. To attain noble status to this end, they might seek to win the favor of a noble maiden. However, noble ladies were generally not easily deceived by their sweet words. Laquith nodded, showing no concern for his status as a bastard. Even a bastard's life was better than that of a mere country baron. I still remember the radiant smile of Miss Evangeline. It was the most leisurely afternoon I ever spent. She remembers you fondly as well, Shidwa remarked. Your brother, Liao, is doing well in East Harbor City. He has become a knight's squire, diligently tending to the knight's horse each day. That I wish him smooth sailing, Laquith replied. Shidwa regarded Laquith with a smile and said, May he indeed have smooth sailing. Yet both were acutely aware of Liao's future. Smooth sailing and a peaceful upbringing would likely be the extent of it in the distance. The heartthrob had already switched partners twice. It was evident that she found the plain noble sons lacking in appeal. Only ancient noble families could boast superior genes. Most of the nobles present were newly ennobled due to recent wars. Many were the founders of their families, much like Laquith's father, Liurda. However, not every noble could improve their family's lineage by marrying into the wisdom family. As Liurda did in the distance, a young lady cast her gaze upon Laquith. Shidwa Haishue smiled at Laquith. I should not continue to waste your precious time. Tee this ball. Laquith would be more sought after than Shidwa, for he was a hereditary baron with land and title, while Shidwa was merely a bastard. After Shidwa tactfully departed, the noble young lady approached, her cheeks adorned with a few freckles, her skin not exceptionally fair. Yet her smile was sweet. Given her assertiveness, Laquith could hardly refuse to honor her. Nobles would contend fiercely for the sake of reputation. May I invite you to dance, beautiful lady? She extended her hand, smiling in response. Of course, yes, and noble. Dancing was a requisite skill, especially since Laquith's mother was a genuine noblewoman. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, but their fingers merely brushed, never intending to be overly familiar. His gentlemanly conduct won the lady's favor. Sir, I have heard you slayed a gigantic bear engulfed in flames. The noble lady carried a subtle fragrance, and Laquith surmised her hair had been freshly washed before the ball. Such an intricate hairstyle would have taken considerable time, requiring her personal maid to style it meticulously before a mirror. It was my teacher, Laquith replied. Indeed, you are correct. We did slay that bear. You are truly valiant. The noble lady deliberately credited Laquith, inquiring, Is your territory the porcupine territory? Li lowered his head to meet her gaze, peering down from his elevated position to catch sight of a small ravine. He made a concerted effort to focus solely on her eyes, yet this action elicited a peal of laughter from her. She was generous, eager to showcase herself. Indeed, they stood on a patch of desolate land, nestled between the sea and dense forest, where merely over 200 residents resided, accompanied by a dilapidated castle that led in the wind. Li nodded, being merely pragmatic, not wishing to extinguish the barrenest dreams of the noble maiden. Observing her expression slightly stiffen, he remarked, That place cannot compare to Ironstone City. But you are a baron, she countered. Half of the attendees at the ball lack titles, and among the titled, many knights do not possess their own lands. Li Qi sighed inwardly. So this was the reason she sought him for a dance. He had presumed it was his handsome visage that captivated her. As the melody concluded, the noble maiden turned and departed without leaving her name. Yet, Li Qi was confident that with a little inquiry, she might grant him an opportunity. After all, as she had said, he was a baron with lands, surpassing the majority of the gentlemen present. Soon, a second noble maiden approached, and he felt compelled to extend the courtesy of inviting her to dance. That Li Qi was intrigued. Could it be that these noble ladies were not as he had envisioned? He had expressed the unembellished truth regarding the circumstances of the Porcupine Duchy. Yet they still flocked to him like moths to a flame, unabashedly revealing their charms before him. Some even sought to draw closer, yet he, possessing the combat experience of a wolf slayer and the reflexes of a commoner, found their little ploys consistently ineffective. Yet they persisted, seemingly undeterred. Apart from a few noble airs, he was among the most sought after. The noble maidens would dance a single waltz, and then, without a trace of regret, turn away. Sir, might you grant me the honor of a dance? Just as Li Qi took a sip of wine, he was met by yet another noble maiden. The charmer, Beiji Simon, of course, Li Qi replied, a smile playing on his lips as he endeavored to suppress the twitching of his mouth. He gentlemanly wrapped his arms around her waist, maintaining a respectful distance as they glided across the dance floor to the music. Beiji remarked, they say you are a gentleman, unlike those brutish fiends who seem eager to devour the maidens. She was captivating. Had he not known her background, Li Qi might have found himself slightly enchanted. At that moment, he surmised the reason behind the noble maiden's persistent advances, their insatiable desire for competition. Who among them could ensnare a country baron, unacquainted with worldly affairs? With their abyss, such thoughts belittled him. Li Qi reassured himself he had witnessed countless spectacles before, that a mere ravine was nothing to him. Even if stripped bare, he would not concede. The pelt of the flaming bear you vanquished rests in my chamber. She whispered, you are a knight of honor. Your bravery is indeed captivating. Thank you. But to be frank, it was my master who handled the matter, Li Qi replied. Although he perished before the confrontation, he added silently in his heart. Beiji softly said, I apologized. Well, Qi noted her adeptness at drawing men nearer. Had he not been tempered by the lessons of the 21st century, he would have found himself blushing and utterly smitten. While he held no aversion to a fleeting encounter with a noble maiden, it certainly would not be with her. Sir, perhaps you might join me in my chamber, where you could recount your heroic deeds before the bear pelt. She nearly dragged Li Qi toward a secluded corner, eager to strip him of his trousers. Qi promptly refused. I am sorry, but intruding upon a lady's private quarters does not align with my chivalric principles. At last, the dance concluded. Beiji proved far more challenging than the other noble maidens. She incessantly teased, and the glances of other men indicated that many desired to admire the bear pelt in her chamber. Yet, Li Qi was likely the first to decline. You are quite favored by the ladies, Shiduo Haishue remarked, approaching with a jest that I would prefer a different company. Li Qi replied, directing his gaze elsewhere. Beside Baron Simon stood numerous young noble scions, who, possessing self-awareness and ambition, chose to pledge allegiance to a formidable lord rather than wed a noble maiden. Unfortunately, Li Qi found himself lacking in male companionship that evening, unable to garner the favor of those gentlemen. The ball continued for an extensive period, and Baron Simon finally concluded his discussions. Not every individual who came to pledge fealty would be accepted. Unlike the Porcupine Duchy, which lacked talent, Ironstone City boasted an abundance of skilled artisans, ample funding and resources, allowing him to select the most exceptional among them. After the ball, Li Qi intended to remain in Ironstone City for a few days. Perhaps he could attract some talents during that time. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Baron Simon raised his voice. Today marks my daughter Beiji's coming-of-age ceremony. I am immensely grateful for your presence. He declared, I hope you all remember tonight's dance and have sweet dreams. Suddenly, a figure staggered and fell, blood spewing forth as if a sack of flour had struck the ground. It was the first noble maiden Li Qi had danced with. Her abdomen was concave, eyes wide in terror, as blood mixed with her innards uncontrollably spilled forth. the lady screamed, scattering in alarm. The gentleman looked anxiously toward the enormous figure, the giant, standing over 2 meters tall, with short golden hair and a face full of brutish features, caused the crowd to disperse rapidly as he moved. His mental state appeared erratic as he shouted, "Crush the bugs! Crush the bugs!" Was he merely drunk? Many knights in attendance, renowned for their prowess, were present, yet not a single one donned armor or bore weapons, and none dared confront the giant. "Damn those hooves!" Baron Simon bellowed in fury. His own knight had gone mad within his castle. "Bring forth soldiers!" Armed with poleaxes, the soldiers rushed in. The poleaxe was more suited for cleaving than a long sword, and its pointed tip could easily pierce through iron armor. As the poleaxe struck the giant, he continued to scream, "Crush the bugs!" His arms flailed, and he unexpectedly seized the axe's handle, tossing the soldier aside as if he were a mere chick in a coop. Matters worsened as the frenzied giant now wielded a poleaxe of his own. The soldiers quickly retreated, and due to the chaos, several unfortunate nobles found their arms severed. The crowd resembled frightened chicks cornered in a coop. Trembling in anticipation of their demise, Ichi grimly thought that the nobles might very well face annihilation here. He glanced toward the window. Being on the second floor, a jump would likely result in broken bones. Of course, he could also choose to kick the unfortunate soul in front of him out of the way, making his escape while the giant wreaked havoc. However, upon seeing Shiduo Haishue's composed expression, he hesitated. A knight who had been lurking in the corner stepped forward. After receiving a nod from Shiduo, the knight boldly charged toward the rampaging giant wielding the poleaxe. Boom! The sound was reminiscent of an explosion, and Li Chi could scarcely believe his eyes as the knight grasped the giant's wrist with his bare hands, a brilliant light erupting forth. Somehow, he had thwarted the attack, and Li Chi had previously doubted whether the knight could withstand a blow from the axe. "Crush the bugs! Crush the bugs!" The giant continued his nonsensical ramblings, lifting his foot to kick the knight in the chest. This time, Li Chi observed closely. The knight's chest shimmered with a golden light, successfully absorbing the impact of the giant's boot. "Catch the sword." Baron Simon tossed his long sword. The knight attempted to kick the giant, but failed to dislodge him. The disparity in their sizes proved formidable. The knight utilized the momentum to retreat, seizing the sword mid-air and drawing it from its sheath, casually surveying the scene before turning to face the crazed giant with a swing of the sword. Golden light flashed. Blood gushed forth as the giant collapsed to the ground. The knight flicked the blade, and blood splattered the ground, bursting into blossoms of crimson. In that moment, he became the focal point of everyone's attention. After returning the sword to Baron Simon, the knight positioned himself behind Shiduo Haishue, indicating his allegiance. "Damn those hooves! Iron hooves! I should have slain you long ago." The roar of Baron Simon. "Come quickly. Fetch the scholar of the tower. Hurry. We need him to save lives." It was evident to all that the freckled maiden could no longer be revived, yet others among the nobility still had a chance at salvation. Ricci vividly recalled their dance together, her sweet smile lingering in his memory. But such is the capricious and fragile nature of life that a death at the Baroness' ball would surely become a source of ridicule among the nobles, perhaps even reaching the ears of wandering minstrels. Yet, the valiant knight was an indispensable figure in this unfolding tragedy. By the time the scholar arrived, stumbling towards them, the freckled maiden had already drawn her last breath. The one who had gone mad and kicked about was none other than the Iron Hoof Knight, the very man responsible for the death of Ricci's stepmother. Although Ricci had long suspected the man's mental instability, he had never imagined he would unleash such chaos at a ball. The corpse of the Iron Hoof Knight was dragged away for disposal. Though deceased, as a noble, he would still receive a proper burial. The banquet had to come to an abrupt end, as none could muster the appetite for pie. Finally, Ricci could retreat to his chamber for rest, assisted by a servant in changing his attire. Lying in bed, his mind incessantly wandered back to the radiant light emitted by the knight beside Zyder, the sea of water. Was it a manifestation of fighting spirit? Magic? The golden bell shield? And at stance? Armored protection? Regardless of its nature, Ricci felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. With such power at his disposal, the specter of his stepmother would no longer instill fear within him. He closed his eyes, his consciousness shifting to the raven of Porcupine Castle. The moonlight could not obscure his sight. The desolate Porcupine realm, devoid of entertainment, lay shrouded in darkness, even the lights within the castle extinguished. No news was good news. In the morning, he heard that Baron Simon was still furious over the events of the previous night. Ricci made inquiries about the Iron Hoof Knight, learning that his body had been buried in the cemetery of Ironstone City. It was a robust corpse. The Baron had taken an interest in that strong body. Meanwhile, his subordinates brought Ricci good tidings. Last night, their nocturnal escapades had yielded gratifying results, not to mention the pills they had distributed, which were met with excellent feedback. Ricci provided them with another 20 or so pills, focusing primarily on trials. It would be best to negotiate with the brothel owners rather than acting as a mere peddler himself. His subordinates were ill-suited for negotiations, and he, as a noble, was equally unfit to take the lead. He fretted over the lack of capable subordinates. He decided to give each brothel a small supply. They would gradually discern the effects of the substances. Ricci mused, as he was not one to wait passively for opportunities. However, he admitted that he lacked the skill for active engagement in negotiations. Fortunately, he had a few days to spare. During this period of the medicine's rising notoriety, he could attend to other matters, such as meeting with the scholars of Ironstone City. Scholars who toil in the fields of knowledge. The people of Luria believe in an omniscient and omnipotent deity, and the church teaches self-respect and the cultivation of noble sentiments. While labeling scholars as dark and decayed, in truth, scholars are profoundly erudite, imparting knowledge from books and the wisdom of predecessors on what should and should not be done, rather than relying on the church's narrative. Last night, I had a dream. It was a divine revelation. Nobles require the church to consolidate the hearts of the people, binding the common folk with faith. Likewise, nobles need scholars to serve them, to document history, heal ailments, and explore the future. Ricci believed they were akin to magicians. Although most scholars vehemently deny possessing any magical abilities, the connection between scholars and magic is an unspoken understanding. The earliest scholars hailed from an alliance, later dispersing across the world. They serve lords but also seek to pass on their knowledge by taking on apprentices. After departing from Ironstone Castle, Ricci proceeded along the path, soon catching sight of a tall tower. It was the scholar's tower. Dismounting, he gently rang the bell at the entrance, and the door swung open from within, revealing a young man clad in a burlap robe, barefoot, cradling a book in his arms. Scholars, aside from embodying the image of sagacious wisdom, often resemble mere bookworms. "Are you Sir Ricci Clarence?" the youth exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Ricci. "You ought to be, but I truly cannot believe it. Is this a miracle?" He was the apprentice scholar who had come to treat Ricci after his teacher had pierced his chest. It was he who had pronounced Ricci's death sentence. Scholars seldom intervene in power struggles, and Ricci was willing to trust him, as he had no means to harm a scholar within another's domain. The four gods never reveal miracles in this world. A voice emanated from behind the young scholar. The apprentice immediately stepped aside in deference. Emerging from the scholar's tower was the elderly scholar, Tower One, who had been summoned to save lives the previous night. "But I cannot explain," the young apprentice stammered, "that I witnessed the night. Yet there are those marked by the divine." Tower One interjected. "They come bearing tasks to change the world, and until their missions are fulfilled, the gods will not permit their demise," which was a doctrine espoused by the church. While he scoffed at the church, he could not help but acknowledge that some situations defied explanation and were more reasonably interpreted within the church's framework. Scholars do not deny everything. Each person arrives in this world with their own mission, Ricci stated. Whether carpenter or lord, each is an essential part of this world. Similarly, the absence of any individual would not result in a significant change. To the world, we are akin to ants. 1,000 years hence, this place will still bask in sunlight. Yet who will remember us then? I have come today with questions I wish to pose to you. Scholar Tower One regarded Ricci with mild surprise. "Your wisdom surpasses that of the vast majority of nobles I have encountered. Acknowledging one's own insignificance can spare one from folly," Ricci replied with a smile. "Please, come in." The young apprentice gazed in astonishment as the Baron, younger than himself, followed his teacher into the tower. It was the first time he had witnessed his mentor treating a noble with such warmth. Even Baron Simon, who contributed to the Scholar's Tower's monthly expenses, could not expect such kindness from his teacher. Ricci was intensely curious about scholars. Not only had he inherited the legacy of a necromancer scholar, but he also suspected he might possess a talent for magic. However, during their conversation, Towerwin was reluctant to broach the subject of magic. Soon, he turned the discussion to the red herb acquired from the bear cave. As Ricci described it in detail, Towerwin located a book. There are many red herbs, he stated, but consuming them can turn one's hair red and strengthen the body. Only a few of them pose no threat to life. One such herb is the griffin grass. Griffin grass? This herb, which appears near the lair of griffins, may have another name in a distant corner of the world. Towerwin nodded. You must have heard of griffins. They are terrifying beasts, with the wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. According to historical records, this is due to the unique powers inherent in griffins, whose blood exerts peculiar effects on their surroundings. However, Ricci recalled the moment when a creature had pursued him while a white raven flew above the dense forest, and his encounter with a devoured corpse on the road to Ironstone City. A terrible thought struck him. There was a griffin near Pig Spine Valley, and it was injured and aggressive, a lion-sized eagle, a lion that could fly. Regardless of what it was called, it would spell disaster for the Porcupine Realm. If there truly is a griffin, is there any way to tame or slay it? Ricci inquired. Certainly not. Towerwin shook his head. A mere eagle or lion might be tamed, but the combination of the two endows the griffin with wildness. Legends say that griffins embody resilience and pride. As for slaying a griffin, I would venture to say you must ride a dragon to do so. Otherwise, it will soar into the clouds and, when you least expect it, swoop down from the heavens to take a bite out of you. Cannot be tamed, it seems unlike the literary records from Earth. How do griffin riders come to be? Or is there a method to subdue griffins that the people of this world are simply unaware of? The scholar from the tower presented a tome concerning griffins to Lequi, expressing his gratitude. Lequi opened the book, which contained detailed accounts about the majestic creatures, all asserting that such beasts cannot be tamed. Similar to dragons, griffins are embodiments of wealth. They primarily feast on horses, occasionally indulging in cattle and pigs. And they do not discriminate when it comes to capturing humans. However, there was a particularly intriguing passage. A scholar had discovered a peculiar creature on the southern continent, resembling a griffin in its forepart, possessing the head and talons of an eagle, yet its hindquarters bore the form of a horse, complete with mane and hooves. This creature was termed a journeying, and after extensive observation and research, the scholar concluded that it was a hybrid offspring of a griffin and a mare. The likelihood of a griffin mating with its prey seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, as fate would have it, the existence of the journeying was remarkably rare. The records indicated that journeyings were far more amenable to domestication, exhibiting a remarkable intelligence, capable of running on land at speeds rivaling the finest steeds, and soaring through the skies at astonishing distances. An eagle-headed, horse-bodied creature. In Lequi's mind, a clearer image began to form. The book failed to mention any methods for driving away griffins. It was best, after all, to avoid provoking them and to maintain a safe distance. How could he turn a blind eye to a griffin that might consider his territory a buffet? Having finished his tasks, the scholar turned to Lequi and remarked, "Your thirst for knowledge is commendable. To take such an earnest interest in a creature that may not even exist is a trait unique to scholars. His regard for the barren growing fonder. The more one learns, the more one feels their own insignificance." Lequi replied, "It is akin to facing a griffin. One can only feel dwarfed when armed with nothing but a pitchfork before such a formidable being." He then inquired of the scholar, "Have you ever encountered a dragon? Such creatures are nearly extinct." The scholar shook his head. With the ebbing of the magical tides, many fantastical beings have gradually vanished from our world, much like the griffins and dragons. However, regarding griffins, I recall reading in a book that they detest the scent of burnt grass. It may invoke the illusion of a prairie ablaze, perhaps due to the fear that ignited pastures would drive away herds, causing the griffins to lose their prey. The notion that the decline of magical tides might lead to the disappearance of griffins and dragons piqued Lequi's interest, conjuring images of knights with extraordinary powers and the elusive griffins. Although he could not definitively ascertain if the flying beast in the Pigback Valley's forest was indeed a griffin, it was undeniable that a creature soaring through the skies while clutching a wild boar could only be either a griffin or dragon. Surely a colossal carnivore. Will the magical tides ever return? Lequi inquired. It is certainly a possibility, the scholar affirmed, nodding that in fact, not long ago, my apprentice observed a red moon while journeying to the porcupine territory, which may herald the resurgence of magical tides. However, it is likely to be several hundred years, perhaps even longer, before the tides truly return. Several centuries? He recalled the extraordinary night gleaming with golden light. The time had come. Upon departing from the tower, Lequi procured several more books. Upon returning to Ironstone Fortress, he fortuitously encountered Shidwa Haishue, the illegitimate son of the Leopold family, who greeted him warmly. Yet Lequi's attention remained fixated on the knight behind him. This is Yemel Wanshur, Shidwa introduced. The night my father arranged to protect me. A bastard. I must have someone to help resolve minor troubles. After all, judging by the surname, the knight hailed from the giant's foot. Also a bastard. Lord Leopold treats you rather well, Lequi remarked, a knight capable of defeating the Iron Bullhoof Knight, serving as a bodyguard for a bastard. The duke who pledged to protect him was indeed affluent. Actually, before this, Yema was merely physically robust. Shidwa casually shared a small secret. But one day, he claimed to sense a power coursing through him, and he seized that opportunity to harness it. Lequi glanced at the extraordinary knight, who nodded subtly. It seemed he was willing to share that minor detail, but the more significant aspects were shrouded in secrecy. The illegitimate son must have had a special reason for coming to Ironstone City. Certainly not for the everyone's darling. No lord would willingly marry his pampered daughter to a bastard. Nevertheless, Lequi had no intention of prying into his secrets. After conversing for a while, Shidwa invited him to the arena the following day, a favorite spot for nobles and merchants alike. Inside Ironstone Fortress, in a secluded chamber, a man stirred and sat up with a shiver. The young lady reclining on a downy bed stretched lazily. A petite woman nestled in her arms. "What did you consume earlier?" she inquired. At a rather peculiar potion, the man replied, embracing the young lady and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. That a substance that enhances a man's strength. It caused quite a stir last night, and this morning I managed to obtain a dose. They say there is plenty of it. It shall surely become the most sought-after item in Ironstone City, driving all men to madness. The young lady was none other than Baron Simon's daughter, the darling of the crowd. Beiji, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. "What troubles you, my princess?" he asked. "We must investigate the ownership of this substance." Beiji asserted that I had a feeling you would be intrigued. The man replied that I've already looked into it. Those distributing the pills are quite brazen. They emerge from Ironstone Fortress, deliver the pills, and return. They are affiliated with that porcupine baron. Beiji pushed aside the woman in her embrace and stood up. The man frowned. "You aren't considering seeking out that country baron, are you? He rejected your kindness yesterday. I am the one willing to sacrifice everything for you. Exactly why you have the opportunity to wake up in my bed rather than in some filthy hovel," Beiji retorted, extending her arms as the woman on the bed hastily dressed, preparing Beiji's gown. "You could elope with me, just as we discussed before," the man urged. "I know your father wishes for you to marry a lord with land. He is wealthy, but he does not care for you. He even plans to wed you to a decrepit old man of 50 or 60. Come with me. Let us depart East Gorge, ride wild horses across the plains, or explore the world's end upon the sea." "Are you jesting, Kellen?" Beiji countered, her eyes filled with mockery, as if to say that the sweet nothings exchanged on the bed were nothing but foolishness. Beiji exited, leaving the man with clenched fists. Moments later, a woman who had followed Beiji entered, saying, "Lord Fassa, the young lady has a task for you." The man immediately relaxed his fists, smiling. "I shall be there shortly. I knew it. Beiji still loves me." Through the research of several apothecaries in Ironstone City, it was discovered that the pills contained sugar, flour, and a hint of something else, which was the key to enhancing a man's vigor. The man stood beside Beiji, his hand slipping into her neckline, his nose brushing against her delicate cheek. They could not ascertain what that substance is, yet it holds the secret of the Mad Bull. Is it possible to extract that substance? I fear not. The man shook his head. That essence has permeated the flour and sugar like water. Not underestimate a baron, Beiji remarked. Unfazed by this conclusion, Ichi sat in the study of Ironstone Fortress, gazing at the young lady seated across from him in Baron Simon's chair. "Miss Simon," he began, "you may call me Beiji, sir. After that ball, we ought to consider ourselves friends," she replied with a smile, carefully controlling the distance between them. Unlike the casual charm she had displayed at the ball, she bore the demeanor of a well-mannered, intellectually refined young lady. Yet, Liqui couldn't help but wonder if all noble maidens employed such tactics to bridge the gap. "Very well, Beiji," he nodded. "What brings you to seek my company? I have heard of a peculiar pill originating from the Porcupine territory. You are looking for buyers, are you not?" She stated directly, "I wish to propose a partnership." A noblewoman approaching him with a business proposition regarding a potion for male strength, and being so forthright about it. Was she a fool? The reputation of a noble lady was at stake, and hers was not particularly favorable. Liqui examined the beautiful young woman before him. She could hardly be a simpleton. However, her gender granted her the advantage of candor. Nobles pursued face with utmost seriousness. Liqui surmised that Baron Huahua would likely remain unaware of Beiji's intentions. As the Baron held the trivial business in disdain, the iron ore alone could elevate him to one of the wealthiest knights of the Eastern Gorge. Why would a heartthrob concern herself with money? Regardless, she too had her own financial aspirations that if Beiji were willing to collaborate with me, I would gladly accept. Elachi nodded. His mind was currently preoccupied with the matters concerning the Griffin. However, he must first conclude the dealings with the pills, secure the funds, and procure some goods before he could return. Engaging in business with the daughter of the town's ruler would facilitate the transactions. Initially, he intended to negotiate directly with the proprietors of the brothels, delivering the goods to their doorstep. "What price do you anticipate?" she inquired. "You must already have an estimated price in mind." Beiji 10 copper stars, she replied. "While it has some utility, it will only sustain for a limited time. To avoid disappointment, one ought to purchase several. No one is willing to expend excessive amounts on this. No." Li Chi shook his head, although he was uncertain why she knew that a single pill could only last for a brief period. Had she perhaps used one? He asserted. Men would be willing to pay a significant sum for it. 0.5 silver moons. He raised his right hand, his slender fingers unfurling as if displaying his palm to the young woman. "You must be jesting," Beiji remarked. "If the asking price is so exorbitant, some may prefer never to visit Ironstone City again." 0.4 silver moons. Li Chi countered, citing the limited supply. 0.1 silver moon. Beiji fixed her gaze upon Li Chi's handsome face, stating, "If I were to have the chance to become the Baroness of Hedgehog Fortress, I would offer you 3 silver moons, all of it, including myself." Ichi shuddered. He had no desire to compromise himself for a mere transaction. 2 silver moons. That I do not care how much you sell it for. I only require 2 silver moons for each pill. You are aware of its value. 0.2 silver moons for an unparalleled myth of invincibility was undoubtedly worthwhile, especially considering the absence of similar substances in this world. This was a singular offering that in truth, Li Chi's psychological price point was 1 silver moon and 1 copper star, or perhaps 1 silver moon and 5 copper stars, just slightly higher than Beiji's proposal. The cost was exceedingly low, making it difficult for him to gauge the price, and he felt as though he was bound to profit regardless. Moreover, if the price was set too high, many would likely be unwilling to spend that much. Yet Beiji accepted the price with remarkable ease, prompting him to question whether he had undervalued it. Perhaps 2 silver moons and 5 copper stars would also be agreeable. However, selling a pill for 2 silver moons would likely yield few takers. The nobility could overlook such a trivial price. The majority of patrons frequenting the brothels were ordinary individuals earning modest incomes. Spending 1 or 2 silver moons for entertainment was manageable, but 4 silver moons represented an entirely different concept. Was she deliberately portraying herself as a neophyte in commerce, attempting to lull him into complacency? Surely, no one would intentionally overpay to lull themselves into a false sense of security. How many of these can be produced each month? It's difficult to guarantee. Li Chi hesitated, because that master mentioned that creating such items is quite troublesome and labor-intensive. Mixing the ingredients, rolling them into small pills, and then steaming them is indeed a laborious process. He mused inwardly, at most, I could manage a dozen batches in a day. Beiji concurred with his assessment. The production of such a peculiar substance was bound to consume a considerable amount of energy. However, Li Qi continued, approximately 300 pills could be produced in a month. 300 pills? Beiji frowned. Given the number of visitors to Ironstone City, that quantity would suffice for barely a fortnight. Perhaps I could send someone to Hedgehog territory to assist that master, she suggested. Utilizing her feminine identity to manipulate circumstances, she could state openly that a knight would be unable to do the same without raising suspicions. Yet compared to last night's ball, Li Qi found her to be more trustworthy. Money was far more tangible than false flattery. That's unnecessary. However, if I press a bit more, 600 pills should be feasible, Li Qi responded. Doubling the output, Beiji perceived that the rural baron was not entirely truthful. His composed demeanor revealed that such quantities were far from the limit. Li Qi, I am aware that Hedgehog territory's development has not been particularly smooth. Converting these items into silver moons would alleviate much of your burdens. She remarked, that master resides within your territory, and he would undoubtedly agree to assist you. Also for the sake of Hedgehog territory. 900 pills, Li Qi gritted his teeth. That truly is the limit. I will surely need to spend days persuading him to work overtime once I return. An additional increase of 300 pills. Beiji contemplated raising the price further, but ultimately chose to remain silent upon witnessing Li Qi's straining countenance. 900 pills should suffice. There is no need to ensure that everyone can make a purchase. Thus, their business arrangement was established, and both parties would sign a contract under the watchful gaze of the divine. Should either party breach the agreement, they would inevitably face consequences if the magical tides truly ushered in miracles. Li Qi would exercise caution. With a monthly output of 900 pills, the primary costs incurred were sugar and flour. A 10-pound sack of flour cost approximately 35 to 40 copper stars, if refined flour were not required. Costs could be lowered even further, though sugar was on the pricier side. Nevertheless, he could forego flavor and reduce the sugar content, or even eliminate it entirely. 2 silver moons per pill, the monthly profit would amount to roughly 1,800 silver moons, translating to about 79 gold days. The harvest of Hedgehog territory this year scarcely matched that figure. Within the burrow, there were still hundreds of plants, and he discovered that if he merely trimmed the leaves of the life grass rather than uprooting them entirely, they would continue to grow, akin to garlic sprouts, albeit at a slightly slower pace. After the baron had departed for a time, someone pushed open the door. Miss, a maid entered. The knight has delivered the sack of pills to us. The payment has been settled. Gather some apothecaries or chefs and instruct them to divide each pill into 10 portions, coating them with flour and sugar to restore them to their original size. Then distribute them to the various brothels, informing the proprietors to sell each one for 5 copper stars, Beiji commanded. With the first sum of profit in hand, Li Qi arranged for personnel to procure supplies in the town. He needed to acquire livestock to establish a small ranch in Hedgehog territory, intending to rear more chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs to enhance his livelihood. In addition, there was a demand for slaves. Hedgehog territory required population growth, and the slave trade had never ceased. However, the last batch of slaves he purchased had consisted of children and women, the least valuable in the slave market. To obtain robust slaves, prices would likely multiply several times over, perhaps even nearing tenfold. There was also iron. The renewal of agricultural tools must be expedited. Food supplies still needed to be purchased. At present, it seemed that he was not being sustained by Hedgehog territory, but rather he was earning to support the entirety of it. Next came the quest for talent. Li Qi ventured to the tavern in Ironstone Castle, knowing that to find capable individuals, he must frequent the most communicative of places. As he pushed open the door, the rich aroma of alcohol enveloped him, and the cacophony of disputes and revelry assailed his ears. People huddled together, exchanging boastful tales, whether familiar or strangers. Li Qi, dressed incongruously for this environment, momentarily silenced the tavern. Yet soon, the patrons resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. I wager that golden horse produces manure made of gold. They must hire someone to collect it from behind the cart. Ha ha ha! You've surely never seen that sword, the one belonging to Old Toe. It's forged from silver steel. They say it is particularly lethal against certain malevolent entities. Last time I tried to pull it out for a look, he charged me a silver moon. Damn it, Does that silver steel sword belong to his wife's bosom? I'd rather toss that silver moon into the brothel. Are the Eastern Gorge and the Giant's Foot preparing for war again? Wasn't there a brief respite? I heard was because a woman from the Golden Thornsword family was murdered there, her belly cruelly slashed open, apparently due to an affair with a male servant. Traveling northwest, there lies a creature with scales in the marshes near Pig Head Mountain, resembling a salamander. They attacked a merchant convoy, dragging both goods and people into the mire, leaving only one fortunate fellow who was caught short behind a tree, who managed to escape with his life. Hush, that fellow is drowning his sorrows right here. Li's ears were filled with a cacophony of jumbled information, some of it hearsay, some drunken fabrications, and some first-hand experiences. The Iron Hoof Knight has slain yet another, someone recounted at Simon's ball last night. How do you know this? Of course, my cousin's husband's brother works as a kitchen hand in the castle. He witnessed the Iron Hoof Knight's demise firsthand. The body has already been buried in the graveyard. The largest mound is his, a mug of malt beer, said Lequy as he halted at the counter. Placing a silver moon upon the table, he would have preferred to leave a copper star, yet his pockets contained only the silver moon. The tavern keeper poured a generous mug of malt beer, enough to satiate his hunger completely. Just as the tavern keeper was about to collect the payment, Lequy pressed his finger against the silver moon. This drink is hardly worth an old man's coin. What would you like to inquire about? The tavern keeper asked, to which Lequy replied, a person of great capability to assist me in my endeavors, in service of a noble lord. I've never seen a noble lord seeking assistance in a tavern, the tavern keeper remarked. However, upon noticing Lequy's release of the silver moon, he swiftly grasped the coin, stating, here, you find a motley crew. All sorts of people abound, if you seek those skilled in the art of killing. The mercenaries bearing wolf insignias would suffice. They're a dozen strong and often engage in unsavory work, though they can be rather undisciplined. So use caution that I have no need for mercenaries. Lequy shook his head dismissively. They lack integrity, and their combat prowess may not match that of my own undead. There is Widow Gillen, the tavern keeper continued, that he once served under a lord but was cast out after he dallied with the lord's 50-year-old widow, resulting in a broken leg. Lequy turned to gaze at the forlorn, limping man, nursing a drink in the corner, that a pension for the elderly. Among the nobility, this is not uncommon, provided there is mutual consent. He then turned back to the tavern keeper. What else? Lucky Lad Xiao, the son of a merchant that a few days ago, while passing through Pighead Mountain, his caravan was beset by monsters lurking in the mire. He is the sole survivor, and now wanders in confusion to a manager, a merchant. He is precisely the sort of talent I require. The tavern keeper continued, perhaps you seek noble offspring capable of certain tasks. But herein lie only failures. They excel solely in spinning tales to procure a drink. Yet noble scions are loath to serve, and the barony of Hedgehog now prioritizes cost-effectiveness. Lequy lifted his drink and approached Lucky Lad Xiao, who merely glanced up at him before lowering his gaze once more. I have heard your tale, Lequy stated. I shall neither pity you nor mock you. Xiao remained with his head bowed. I am a lord. Lequy said, taking a sip of his drink, the sort with a fief. Would you seek vengeance against those mire-dwelling monsters? Xiao raised his head to meet Lequy's gaze, his eyes shimmering with hope. That I currently lack capable individuals in my employ. Should you choose to serve me, I vow to assist you in vanquishing those foul creatures. Are you serious? Xiao's eyes widened, revealing the bloodshot whites concealed beneath his drooping eyelids. He had evidently been tormented by that massacre for quite some time. Lequy pointed to the crest upon his chest. I assure you by my noble honor that it was not difficult to win over a young man filled with resentment and uncertainty regarding his future, provided he remained unaware of the barony of Hedgehog's dire poverty. After conversing with Xiao, Lequy bestowed upon him some silver moons, instructing him to prepare himself and journey to the barony of Hedgehog. If he chose to abscond with the funds, so be it. Lequy was in dire need of personnel. Next, Lequy approached Widow Gillen. I know you yearn for talent, Gillen remarked, casting a glance at Lequy's crest. The barony of Hedgehog is dilapidated and impoverished. I am not like that lad, easily swayed. If he were to witness the barony of Hedgehog, he might very well flee. That is precisely why I sent him to the barony of Hedgehog. Lequy replied, I offered him an opportunity to reconsider. Yet, Xiao was unlikely to retract his decision, for aside from himself, he would find no other lord willing to aid him in seeking revenge. Jelen sipped his drink. I cannot suppress my affection for the elderly. Perhaps it is due to my upbringing by my grandmother. I can comprehend, Lequi hesitantly responded. Jelen regarded him with surprise. Do you also harbor such inclinations? Absolutely not. My preferences are entirely conventional, Lequi hastily retorted. However, I hold respect for every genuine love that springs from the depths of one's heart. Love is sacred. Jelen smiled, raising his glass. The sacred love, Tito, sacred love, echoed Lequi. Yet after toasting love, Jelen once more lowered his head to drink. What a waste of breath and drink. He is far more difficult to deceive than Xiao. Lequi remained unperturbed, ensuring the conversation did not falter. He then inquired about Jelen's duties under the Lord's command. Town development primarily involves construction, and, at times, the management of arable land, pastures, and taxation. Jelen replied, I have served there for a decade, developing attachments to everyone. Lequi saw precisely such talent, and Jelen was unlikely to speak falsely. For some matters could be clarified with minimal investigation, but he had worked in lands far more prosperous than the barony of Hedgehog, managing affairs with utmost efficiency and living a joyous life. Aside from having dallied with the Lord's mother, he had but a younger brother named Leo, who would likely never return to the barony of Hedgehog, thus alleviating any concerns regarding Jelen's lingering affections. Then, my lord, having heard all this, what will you offer to persuade me? Indeed, the barony of Hedgehog was quite impoverished, Lequi acknowledged. The population is sparse, and the crops produced scarcely suffice to sustain the inhabitants. From both an environmental and economic perspective, there is little to entice you that I surmise that your decade of service has accrued a substantial sum sufficient to allow you a leisurely existence. Jelen nodded slightly. Lequi's assertion held merit. Yet you are not content, Lequi continued. You feel a void within, or else you would not be here, drinking away the days. This is not solely due to your leg injury. With ample silver moons, many ladies would be willing to attend to you. Jelen's spirits lifted slightly. He was curious to see what lofty ideas this lord might present. The Baron began. I believe that human needs exist on 5 levels. The first, the most basic, is to be well fed and warmly clothed. Once that is secured, one seeks safety, which constitutes the second level of need. The third level is social. Humans cannot exist in isolation. They require love, familial bonds, and friendship. Jelen nodded in agreement. He currently recognized all these needs. The fourth level is the need for respect, power, glory, and recognition, akin to the reverence commoners hold for nobles, to be wise subtly placing nobility at the center. One ensures the preservation of their own interests. Thus, you find yourself at the fourth level? Jelen inquired. And what lies at the fifth? Above all, nobility, he mused, intrigued by what need could surpass the honor of being noble. The realization of self-worth, Lequi articulated. It encompasses the ability to fully utilize one's talents, striving tirelessly towards perfection, even losing oneself in the process, wholly immersed in one's work, like a chef who labors over a dish, a farmer who toils for a bountiful harvest, a blacksmith who disregards the searing flames to forge a sword, a messenger who tirelessly delivers letters, and a knight who faces death fearlessly for glory. And I, Lequi continued, can offer you the opportunity to once again manage the affairs of a lord and realize your value. That it was the first time Jelen had encountered someone discussing such matters with him, leaving him somewhat stunned. Unlike the loyalty espoused by nobles or the faith propagated by the church, the Baron's vocabulary felt foreign. Value, self-worth, that he regarded the Baron, sensing a profound difference from any knight he had previously met. If one were to analyze it closely, it was a divergence in thought. You may visit the barony of Hedgehog, Lequi suggested. I am confident there is no greater satisfaction than growing alongside that place. Of course, should you find everything there utterly dismal, you may depart at any time. You could join Xiao, and before my return, you could easily change your mind. I doubt anyone would impede your exit. You have swayed me, Jelen conceded, referring to the notion of self-worth. Yet I remain a firm believer in seeing things with my own eyes. I shall make a trip to the barony of Hedgehog. Lequi raised his glass. To self-worth. Jelen lifted his glass in response. To self-worth. Upon returning to Ironstone Keep, Li Qi continued to survey the territory of the hedgehogs with the aid of his clever raven. Although the astute bird remained within the confines of the hedgehog domain, it was not easily controlled and often ventured off to catch insects. After a somewhat arduous inspection of his domain, and finding no significant issues, Li Qi closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Another day dawned. The arena, alternatively known as the Colosseum, was operated by slave owners. Many of them would purchase slaves, arming them with swords and weapons to engage in brutal combat. The common folk reveled in the sight of fierce battles, while the nobility observed the knights' duels. The air was thick with the exhilaration of savage strikes, scattered limbs, and the extinguishing of life, accompanied by the clamor of wagers being placed. Rumor had it that in the shadowy corners, some slave traders would gather young children, forming a makeshift ring where they would pit them against each other with knives, though such acts were officially prohibited. Today he had come with Shidwa, Haishui, and the two seated themselves in the esteemed section reserved for the nobility. They were the only two nobles present, and the merchants' daughters who accompanied their male partners frequently cast glances their way. Enchanted by the handsome nobleman that to unite with them would bring immense honor to their families. Otherwise, why would Iron Bull Hoof slay his wife yet still have suitors for his daughters? It required a courageous wager of life to transcend class boundaries. Alas, Iron Bull Hoof's actions were not born of disdain, but rather a troubled mind. The grand arena opened its four gates, and the spectators seated on either side gazed down at the unfolding scene. The slaves entered. Their robust physiques and muscular frames contrasted starkly with their blank expressions. Victory would merely grant them a temporary reprieve. Failure meant death. The cheers and applause echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the grim reaping of lives. Now is the time to place bets, Shidwa Haishui declared. Li Qi gazed at the muscular slaves below, his heart heavy with sorrow. Such strong, able-bodied young men were reduced to mere instruments of slaughter. It felt like a terrible waste. Betting? Li Qi concealed his thoughts, knowing that an illegitimate child could hardly grasp the pain of a desperate need for manpower. Yet there lay an opportunity to profit. These are new slaves, Shidwa explained, that if you back a winner, you'll gain 13 silver moons for every 10 you wagered, a return of 1.3 times. With 20 or 30 slaves in the fray, he needn't worry about rigged fights. For the losers faced only the finality of death. What is the minimum bet? 10 silver moons. Very well, this was not a game for the impoverished, and Li Qi regretted his decision to sit here. Yet, a boy approached with a small tray and stood respectfully to the side. Li Qi surrendered 10 silver moons, pointing at a black-haired slave at random. I wager on him to win. Shidwa chose a stout, bald slave, yet Li Qi was taken aback when Shidwa placed a bet of 30 silver moons, an impressive sum that made the boy carrying the tray tremble slightly. A total of 40 silver moons was no small weight. Having been deceived into watching this tedious spectacle while spending 10 silver moons, Li Qi questioned whether Shidwa was merely a shill. Below, the battle commenced. The slaves rushed towards the weapon racks, some seizing spears long enough to keep enemies at bay, their bare skin vulnerable to even the slightest scratch. Others grabbed leather shields, light enough to deflect arrows and spear thrusts, offering a chance at survival. The more reckless among them wielded chain maces. Shidwa's chosen slave was one such fighter, charging at the nearest opponent with a mace studded with iron spikes. The opposing slave instinctively raised his blade to defend, only to be easily brushed aside by the mace, which then smashed into his jaw. With a sickening sound, the man's skull shattered, blood splattering across the ground, and a woman screamed, hiding in her partner's embrace, who comforted her, though it was impossible to discern whether her fear was genuine. Her scream was merely a prelude to the cacophony of bloodthirsty roars. Crush his skull! Kill! Kill! The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, and Shidwa, seated beside Li Qi, joined in the fervor, shouting, "Immerse yourself in this, Li Qi." The death of a man left Li Qi feeling unsettled, though he had once controlled a corpse to slay his own teacher. He harbored no fondness for killing. He despised witnessing death, particularly when it seemed so utterly senseless. The battle was fierce. Shidwa's chosen slave had already slain 3 men, leaving a grim tableau of dismembered bodies in his wake. In contrast, Li Qi's black-haired slave had snatched 2 small knives before fleeing to a corner, seemingly indifferent to the carnage around him. Li Qi admired his strategy. Survival came first. However, the crowd was not so forgiving. They yearned for blood, for severed limbs and crushed skulls, not for a cowardly retreat. Last, other slaves discovered the black-haired one hiding in the corner, charging at him with curved blades, the peculiar weapons of the grassland warriors from the Enjuo highlands. If not wielded properly, they could easily inflict self-harm. Without the swift horses of the steppes beneath them, the slaves' running speed was nonetheless impressive. Decapitate that coward! Someone shouted. Cowardice was unwelcome here. Yet, the slave with the curved blade suddenly collapsed. His body propelled forward by momentum, rolling a short distance even after hitting the ground. The slave had perished, a small knife piercing his forehead. A momentary silence fell over the arena before it erupted into screams and cheers. To the audience, any death was a cause for celebration, as long as someone fell. The black-haired slave approached, stepping upon the corpse to retrieve the small knife before retreating once more to his corner. A remarkable eye for talent. Li Qi Shidua, a master of throwing, remarked in surprise, "I did not expect it either." Li Qi replied. The extraordinary knight, Wild Horse, even commented, "Anything in his hands becomes terrifying." A throwing expert recognized by a formidable knight. Li Qi felt a surge of intrigue. In the arena, 3 slaves encircled the black-haired one, weapons drawn. While he grew increasingly cautious, armed with only 2 throwing knives, the distant slave wielding the chain, Mace, found himself in dire straits. Overwhelmed by the numbers and soon succumbing to his fate, sighing, Shidua shifted his attention elsewhere. Just 10 paces away, the black-haired slave struck with sudden ferocity, dropping the 2 attackers in an instant with his chillingly precise throwing technique, requiring no aim beyond a casual flick of the wrist. The remaining slave, seeing the black-haired one disarmed, charged forward with a roar. Without his knives, the black-haired slave found himself in a desperate struggle, dodging blows until a long sword pierced his shoulder. But at that critical moment, he managed to roll to the side of a fallen slave, snatching up a curved blade from the ground. With a swift twist, he flung the knife, embedding it in the head of his pursuer, who collapsed lifelessly. The battle raged on under the scorching midday sun, the ground littered with corpses, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor of excrement expelled in death. Ultimately, the fight concluded as the black-haired slave's knife struck true, but he too bore grievous wounds. Receiving 13 silver moons, Li Qi turned to Shidua Haishui and inquired, "Are the slaves from this arena for sale?" It was generally impossible. Shidua shook his head. "Moreover, I advise against purchasing them. They are unmanageable, some even capable of killing their own masters. They are wild and untamable. Of course, if your offer is sufficiently high, they might accept. However, as we just witnessed, a slave would cost at least 20 silver moons." "How much?" Li Qi thought he had misheard. The slaves he had previously purchased had cost no more than 2 or 3 silver moons. With some even given away for free. 20 silver moons, that was equivalent to 200 or 300 copper stars, enough for everyone in the hedgehog territory to enjoy a meal of black bread. "What? Do you wish to buy a slave to take home?" Shidua discerned Li Qi's thoughts. "I have high hopes for that one." Li Qi pointed to the black-haired slave, the extraordinary knight, Wild Horse, who had been beside them all along. Remarked, "He is on the brink of death." Indeed, the black-haired slave's condition was dire, a deep gash marring his abdomen. Although the intestines were not exposed, the condition of the black-haired slave suggested, as the extraordinary knight had remarked, that he was on the brink of death. That divine intervention could save him, that if he were merely a dying slave, he would surely fetch a significantly lower price, remarked Zaido. The champion accepted the cheers of the crowd, while the body of the vanquished was carelessly buried in a pit. Yet within the confines of the arena, the victorious champion stood alone, clutching his abdomen where rough bandages had been hastily applied, quietly awaiting the inevitable end of his life. The chains on the door were unlatched, and the slave master entered. "From this day forth, this gentleman shall be your master." The slave master did not spare him a glance, intent on exchanging him for coin before he breathed his last. The newcomer donned polished leather boots and an ornate robe, adorned with a crest depicting a porcupine upon his chest, "That a nobleman." "Stand up, quickly!" The slave master raised his whip, poised to strike, but the nobleman furrowed his brow and interjected, "Alive, he is worth 5 silver moons, but if he dies, how could I dare accept your coin?" "Esteemed lord," the slave master, with a servile smile, repeatedly insisted he would not. The black-haired slave understood that it was time to rise. He pressed his hand against his wound and made his way outside. With each step, the excruciating pain forced beads of sweat from his body. Yet he persevered, trailing behind the nobleman. As the nobleman had indicated, he had purchased him for 5 silver moons. He was now his possession. Along the way, the agony dulled his senses, and he could only discern that he followed the nobleman far from the arena, traversing the bustling streets. The crowd recoiled in fear, casting disdainful or pitying glances his way. They eventually arrived at a secluded alley, where a castle loomed in the distance. This was the nobleman's residence, a place he could never hope to touch in his lifetime. Nearby stood several horse-drawn carriages and armed guards, all waiting in silence. "What is your name?" the nobleman inquired, halting his stride. "Dog," replied the black-haired slave, suddenly aware of how feeble his voice sounded. The nobleman continued, "Are you aware that you are on the verge of death?" "I am," Dog replied, still standing. "Had you received medical treatment upon leaving the arena, you might have survived. I wanted to purchase you immediately, but that slave master delayed until he was certain you were near death before he was willing to part with you." The nobleman stated. Dog could not discern the truth in the nobleman's words. His head spun, and merely standing felt like a monumental task. The nobleman asked, "Do you wish to inquire about something?" "I am dying." "Why would you choose to buy me?" "I require your corpse," the nobleman replied. "You have already acquired me." Dog dismissed the nobleman's words, understanding himself to be a mere slave, devoid of freedom save for the option of suicide. "You have granted me escape from that place, which has been my lifelong dream. So upon my death, my body shall belong to you. You may also be reborn in another manner," the nobleman hinted, before continuing, "Get in the carriage, and strive to endure a little longer, to behold this unequal world anew." For novelty, Dog reclined on the carriage floor, which had been cleared for him, gazing at the sky. It was the first time he felt such leisure. His thoughts began to drift. Recalling his childhood, memories from years past, and the battle of the day, to die like this did not seem so bad after all. Rick rode upon his fiery steed, departing from Ironstone City with the spoils of his journey. The caravan did not follow, burdened as it was with iron goods, provisions, and several barrels of wine, along with slaves and livestock, moving at a sluggish pace. Under Rick's direction, they would set out for Porcupine Territory the following morning. Thus, he ventured forth ahead of them, accompanied only by a few guards, a handful of old pack horses, and the skill book he had prepared for himself. An extraordinary knight could not help but commend his mastery of throwing. He speculated that his spirit might differ from that of ordinary folk, or perhaps it was the magical tides spoken of by the Tower Scholars that had altered him. When he first controlled the body of the Wolf Slayer, he acquired swordsmanship skills. Upon entering the body of a commoner, he gained keen night vision that he hoped this time to obtain the masterful throwing technique of the black-haired slave. He wished for these horses to prove useful in a crucial moment. He glanced at the deliberately purchased old pack horses. Should they encounter griffins on their return journey, these old beasts might serve to satiate the creature's hunger, leaving them disinterested in other matters. The haul of this expedition was already sufficient. Rick yearned to return to his own territory, for no matter how splendid others may be, they were not his own. He began to miss his drafty castle and the delectable meals prepared by a chef whose skill was such that no folds could remain upon his stomach after a hearty feast. Not long after, a guard responsible for protecting the rear caravan approached at a jog. "My lord, that slave has died." The black-haired slave who called himself Dog had indeed perished, a conclusion Rick did not find surprising. After being cut open and bleeding quietly for so long, it was remarkable that he had endured as long as he had. "Ensure his body is well taken care of," Rick commanded. "It shall be buried on my land." "Yes, my lord." As night fell, they made camp by the roadside to rest. Traveling at night was ill-advised. Rick consumed a meager meal before closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in a house near the cemetery of Ironstone City, a small red-haired figure abruptly opened her eyes. With hands embedded in the wall, she scuttled like a human spider, moving swiftly. Suddenly, she halted. Someone was approaching. The figure passed beneath her without a glance upward, perhaps unaware that a person lay in an unusual position above them. Once the coast was clear, she resumed her agile ascent until she reached the opposite side of the wall, in the cemetery of Ironstone City. The gravekeeper lay fast asleep in his quarters, entirely oblivious to the fact that a non-human entity had infiltrated the graveyard he guarded, swiftly digging at a grave. The Iron Hoof Knight. Rick commanded the commoner corpse to unearth the Iron Hoof Knight. And after refilling the grave, the corpse dragged the heavy body away. Before departing, Rick had purchased a house here, and within its cellar, he had prepared not only a magic circle, but also a particularly large coffin, awaiting the body of the Iron Hoof Knight. Upon seeing the Iron Hoof Knight's corpse, Rick felt a powerful urge. It would be a waste not to transform him into a zombie. The only regret was the lack of magical materials. Thus, the Iron Hoof Knight would remain an unconscious corpse. The robust corpse of the Iron Hoof Knight would undoubtedly display inferior combat prowess compared to that of the extraordinary knight encountered that day. The commoner corpse placed a golden sun upon the neck wound of the Iron Hoof Knight's body, noting with relief that the injury was not severe. The process of reanimating him proceeded smoothly, though the wait was somewhat prolonged. When the coffin lid creaked open, dawn was not far off. The consciousness of Chinsho slipped from the commoner corpse into the body of the Iron Hoof Knight. In that instant, he was met with a horrifying vision. The unforgettable memory of the Iron Hoof Knight's life that a dark cloud loomed overhead, suffocating him. The Iron Hoof Knight wielded a massive axe. And before him, a woman, stripped bare and bound to an X-shaped frame, was heavily pregnant. An elder approached with a knife and sliced open her abdomen, the immense belly splitting apart like petals dot a swarm of black. Grotesque worms spilled forth. The woman wailed, and the creatures, pouring from her belly, multiplied and multiplied until the ground before him was a writhing sea of darkness, and beneath the Iron Hoof Knight's feet. The ground was covered with squirming insects. He lifted his boot and stomped down heavily. He crushed the worms. He crushed the worms. That was the final memory of the Iron Hoof Knight. Rick jolted awake, finally understanding why the Iron Hoof Knight had succumbed to madness. However, more than the grotesque scene, he was intrigued by another detail. Within the Iron Hoof Knight's memories, he discovered that whether it was the woman whose belly had been cut open, the old man, along with others, possessed handsome features, each adorned with a distinctive birthmark resembling a small insect. With a sigh, he exhaled, for aside from this peculiar memory, he had also acquired a portion of knowledge from the Iron Hoof Knight. Remarkable equestrian skills. Although the tale of the Iron Hoof Knight charging back in a battle atop a bull was a fabrication by Li Qi, the robust physique of the Iron Hoof served to demonstrate the advantages of cavalry in combat. Wielding a massive axe while mounted upon a steed, he was truly unparalleled. On the following day, a colossal figure cloaked in a heavy mantle followed a similarly cloaked diminutive individual to a predetermined location. They mingled with a throng of slaves departing Ironstone City alongside the procession. Fortunately, their journey was uninterrupted by griffins or other formidable beasts, allowing for a smooth passage. Upon returning to the territory of the porcupine, they were greeted by two figures awaiting their arrival, Jelen, the widow, and Xiao, the lucky boy. Upon sighting Li Qi, both bowed slightly in a gesture of respect. It appears you have both resolved to remain. Li Qi remarked, unperturbed by their decision, that he was not surprised by Jelen's choice to stay. Although the affection for the elderly was not deemed an egregious scandal, especially considering the king's second son had a penchant for men. Nobility, however, was notoriously unforgiving, capable of tolerating much from their superiors while being intolerant of those beneath them. Jelen, though possessing a modest sum of wealth, found it difficult to part with the sentiments tied to the porcupine territory, for it was his only viable option. Despite its poverty, Jelen stood tall and declared, "Yet, every individual extols your kindness and generosity. Even the slaves laud you as the most benevolent noble in the realm. I am eager to labor for your goodness. Moreover, some of your innovative ideas have left me astounded. Present. The only tangible achievement in the porcupine territory was the plow. Nevertheless, the efficiency of the agricultural tools had unveiled the region's potential for development in Jelen's eyes. Whether this potential was genuine or not mattered little. He needed to convince himself. Qiao, on the other hand, was far more straightforward. As long as you assist me in avenging my grievances, I pledge my loyalty to you. Upon arriving at the territory, Qiao quickly discerned that the Baron lacked an army. He contemplated leaving, but Jelen persuaded him to stay, as it would be nearly impossible to find another noble willing to assist him once he departed. Remaining here, he could bide his time until the territory grew strong enough to facilitate his revenge. Hope, however tenuous, was better than none. Qiao found himself with little choice, especially as his funds were nearly depleted, unlike Jelen, who still possessed a considerable sum. With both of you joining the Porcupine territory, its prospects for development will undoubtedly improve. The autumn sowing in the Porcupine had concluded, and while the Baron's command to enrich the soil with manure had been issued, the roads were still strewn with excrement. Manure required composting. Fresh dung applied directly to the earth could scorch the seedlings, and the elderly manure pit by the roadside had been nearly emptied. Yet, the refuse by the roadside went unaddressed, as using manure was a mandate from the Lord, and the people merely complied with the order. Currently, no one understood the benefits of manure. Indeed, the Porcupine territory lacked its own latrines, and villagers often relieved themselves wherever they pleased. Thankfully, the weather was growing colder. Had it been summer, the stench would have been unbearable. Upon returning to the castle, Li Qi first arranged for Jelen and Xiao to settle in. As the Baron's castle was the only place within the Porcupine territory that offered decent accommodations. The rooms were ample, though if more individuals were to join the Porcupine in the future, considerations for building houses would become necessary. Not the rudimentary mud dwellings outside, but sturdier, more insulated stone houses. The prospect of brick construction was beyond Li Qi's current contemplation, as he lacked the requisite skills. In Li Qi's vision, large-scale construction was not an immediate concern. Their priority lay in repairing some dilapidated structures and possibly erecting a few modest thatched cottages, with the primary objective of ensuring survival through the winter. In the study, Li Qi closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling two corpses. Having given them prior instructions, the two slaves acted independently after the convoy departed Ironstone City, tirelessly sprinting onward. They should return by nightfall. A gentle knock resounded at the door. Qi snapped back to attention, maintaining a fragment of his awareness to direct the peasant corpses, which could act on a single command, while the Iron Hoof corpse required his direct involvement. However, he had grown increasingly adept at multitasking in controlling the corpses. Unless intricate maneuvers were required, he did not need to concentrate intensely. "Please enter." The study door swung open, revealing Jelen, the widow, to M.Y. Lord. Jelen bowed, stating, "I have come to report on the situation within the Porcupine territory." Qi nodded in acknowledgement, as Jelen had embarked on an investigation within the Porcupine territory immediately upon assuming his new role, fully embracing his responsibilities as a political officer, a title coined by Li Qi, as such a position did not exist in the land of Luria. There are 6 houses in dire need of repair. Otherwise, surviving the harsh winter will prove exceedingly difficult. Although your benevolence has provided the slaves with sustenance, their ability to eat without laboring will undoubtedly breed discontent among the many commoners in the Porcupine territory. Jelen glanced at the Lord, noticing a subtle nod of agreement, and continued, "The next batch of slaves is set to arrive soon. During winter, temperatures in Pigtail Bay plummet, and the slaves will require shelter. They cannot remain in tents indefinitely. Furthermore, as winter approaches, the beasts in the dense forest are becoming increasingly bold. You instructed me to send individuals into the forest for reconnaissance. Farmers returning from their expedition reported sightings of large beast tracks. The security team is also facing significant issues, extorting protection fees, spying on women while they bathe, and bullying the limping bachelors, all while demanding silence from others. Those who dare speak out will surely face their wrath." Li Qi furrowed his brow. Were the security team truly becoming a major dilemma for the Porcupine territory, engaging in acts such as mocking the mute, kicking down the doors of widows, and desecrating graves? "Do you have any suggestions?" he inquired. The development of the territory should be entrusted to his subordinates, while the Lord merely needed to express his thoughts at critical junctures and provide direction for growth. Jelen nodded. "There is no need for concern regarding food. The supplies you procure in Ironstone City are sufficient to last through the winter. We can employ the slaves to repair the houses. They must not be allowed to idle, and this will provide them with shelter for the winter. The issue with the security team is pressing and warrants a firm response. Useless, Li Qi shook his head. In his past life, he had witnessed security teams masquerading as officials while engaging in looting and destruction. If a beating could rectify the situation, they would not have become a cancerous blight. Let the slaves chop wood and construct houses, Li Qi suggested, for the disparity between residents is far too great. The housing development in the Porcupine Territory requires meticulous planning. It cannot be a haphazard arrangement with everyone clustered around their own plots. At the very least, we must begin with a reasonably organized layout for the slaves' accommodations. Making future renovations feasible, he had already conceived a preliminary plan, though there was no urgency, when the second batch of slaves arrived. The Porcupine Territory should have nearly 100 slaves. Some will be tasked with building houses, while others will head to the coast to excavate sand for road construction. He had grown weary of the treacherous, uneven paths in the Porcupine Territory. Road construction? Indeed, excavating sand for roadways, Li Qi affirmed, while simultaneously ensuring the slaves remain occupied and do not stir unrest. The limping akin could hardly manage so many slaves, especially since the newly purchased slaves were not merely women and children. They required stricter oversight. Regrettably, the Porcupine Territory lacked masons and carpenters. Otherwise, such a number of slaves could have accomplished far more useful work during the off-season. Li Qi possessed eagle eye, granting him the ability to survey the entirety of the Porcupine Territory from above, enabling him to formulate a rational development blueprint. Additionally, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table regarding the security team. Jelen lowered his head, listening to the rapid tap-tap-tap sounds, aware that the Lord was troubled by the matter. Bang! His hand abruptly halted. Li Qi declared, inform the captain of the security team that if such incidents occur again, regardless of who is responsible, I shall administer 10 lashes. Understood. Jelen nodded and withdrew. In the afternoon, the bewildered slaves and the caravan finally arrived at the Porcupine Territory. They gazed at the dilapidated homes along the route. Observing the people standing at their doorways, watching them pass, they had grown utterly numb to the prospects of the future. A disheveled youth named Labwa held the hand of his 6-year-old sister as they trailed behind the group. His name stemmed from a moment of satisfaction when he first experienced fullness. Famished beyond endurance, he had stealthily infiltrated a caravan and discovered a basket of radishes, devouring them ravenously, an experience that marked his first true sense of satiety. For the radishes were indeed sweet. From that moment on, the feeling of being full became his name. However, Labwa was captured, and the boy became a slave. Thus began his daily struggle against hunger. It was still preferable to the life of wandering he had previously endured. Among the slaves, Labwa encountered his sister, though they shared no blood ties. Yet the nameless girl would secretly share her food with the turnip, and from that moment on, the turnip vowed to protect her. They, diminutive in stature, became lost within the throngs of the enslaved, submerged in their despair. Welcome to the Porcupine Domain, spoke a limping man, whose one leg was rendered useless, requiring the support of another. However, the turnip soon observed that the slaves already present seemed to harbor a deep-seated fear of him. From this day forth, you shall serve Lord Master, even unto death, the limping man bellowed, his mouth filled with incessant praise for the Lord Master the turnip. It mattered little who the master was. As long as he and his sister had food to eat, that was sufficient. No need to be full, merely to avoid starvation. Though he had grown to despise this world, often contemplating that death might not be so terrible, he still wished for his sister to grow up, hoping she could one day escape the shackles of slavery and marry in peace and happiness. Suddenly, he felt his sister's small hand tighten in his grasp, and he looked down to meet her smiling face. But he could not perish. He must protect her. The limping man continued to shout, "The Lord Master has prepared a meal for you all. Line up to receive it. One for each. No shoving. Those who dare to snatch will go without black bread for the entire day." Men armed with clubs and whips stood watch, their eyes gleaming with menace, while the slaves, worn from their long journey, lacked both strength and courage to steal. Yet, amidst the chaos, the turnip caught a phrase that struck him. No black bread for an entire day. By the 4 gods, could it be that there is black bread to eat every day? He excitedly grasped his sister's hand, and under the scrutinizing gaze of the whips and clubs, they shuffled forward in line. He witnessed many clutching black loaves, each one substantial. The turnip felt a surge of exhilaration. Such a large black loaf. Surely it would satiate their hunger. "We have food now, sister," he exclaimed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Silence," barked a man with a club, standing by the roadside. The turnip promptly shut his mouth, wishing to avoid a blow. Yet he could not suppress his fidgeting. He craned his neck repeatedly to peer ahead. Closer, ever closer, the basket brimming, with steaming black bread wafted fragrant aromas through the air. The one distributing the bread appeared exceedingly clean. Was she a noble lady? As she extended the black bread towards him, the turnip numbly accepted it. "Say thank you." Another man with a club scolded, "Quickly thank the Lady Cup." "Thank you, Lady Cup," the turnip promptly replied. Recalling how, during his days of begging, he had encountered kind souls, yet his gratitude often met with disdain, he took his sister's hand and prepared to leave. "Wait." The Lady Cup handed another black loaf to his sister, saying, "This is for you." "Thank you," his sister replied, her smile radiant. "Lady Cup," the man with the club remarked, "why give such a large piece to a mere child? You might as well feed me." The limping man's command was that everyone receive the loaf. And he retorted, emphasizing, "Everyone." The man waved dismissively. All right. You ended. I just think it wasteful to give such a small child a whole loaf. She has many years ahead of her. He had no desire to clash with the castle maidens. The turnip and his sister shared the black bread, hiding the remaining piece away. They could not truly expect to eat daily. Even if the Lord Master claimed it to be so, those in charge might not heed the orders. Many, like the turnip, reluctant to finish their meager rations, concealed their loaves, cherishing the precious food. As night fell, they curled up together to sleep. It was a quiet night, save for the occasional caw of a raven. With full bellies, they slept comfortably till dawn. As the first light broke, the slaves were ordered to rise. That was once again the limping overseer, whom the turnip heard referred to as Mad Dog, a wild beast known for its viciousness. The crowd gathered, the limping Mad Dog supported by his son. Yesterday, a slave disobeyed the Lord Master's command. The limping man shouted. Everyone received black bread, yet someone dared to steal from another. The slaves fell silent. Such events were not uncommon. Typically, the overseer would not intervene, as no one would advocate for a slave, yet today felt different. The turnip quietly felt the black bread hidden within his clothes. Thankfully, it remained safe from the greedy. "Bring him forward." The thief was someone the turnip recognized, known only as Blind Eye, for he had lost one of his eyes. Blind Eye was pinned to the ground by several slaves, his body marred with wounds, evidently having suffered greatly before being dragged here. "That is the one." The limping man's gaze swept across the sea of indifferent faces until it landed on the turnip, sending a jolt of fear through him, as if he might be the next target. "What is given to you by the master is yours. What is not, is forbidden to take," the limping man declared. "Chop off his hand." Though they lacked knives, stones were at hand. The slave approached, picking up a heavy rock and slowly advancing. "That I was wrong. I was wrong," Blind Eye cried, desperate, his hands pinned down, unable to escape. The turnip instinctively covered his sister's eyes, knowing the ensuing scene would be bloody. "The Lord Master has arrived. The Master is here." The sound of hooves echoed from afar. The slave wielding the stone, the limping man, and others immediately knelt, and seeing this, the remaining slaves followed suit. The turnip, pulling his sister down beside him, dared a glance. It was the noble lord who had purchased them, a figure he had only dared to observe once before. Just once. To gaze again would invite punishment. What is happening here? The Lord Master did not dismount. The limping Mad Dog knelt. "One slave stole another's bread yesterday, and I wish to punish him by chopping off his hand." "That is excessive," the Lord Master replied, "that a small punishment will suffice. Should he err again, he shall face harsher consequences." "Thank you, Master." Blind Eye fervently bowed his head. Yes, the limping Mad Dog dared not question further. "I have matters to discuss with you," the Lord Master said. The Mad Dog followed the Lord Master away, leaving the slaves to exhale in relief. Though the overseer was indeed a mad dog, at least the Lord Master was kind, dash-hearted. As long as they remained cautious, they need not fear the Mad Dog's wrath. lest they incur the Lord Master Sir dismounted, observing AK being assisted along. Master, he began, during my recent visit to Ironstone City, I encountered night. I must be direct with you regarding my slaves. I witnessed a woman bound to a wooden frame, her belly cut open, from which swarmed countless insects. Oh, you know of this? AK nodded. What you described must pertain to the wildworm tribe. The wildworm tribe? Li Chi inquired in the shadow of giants in the southern lands of Relaya. AK continued, we are remnants of the wildworm tribe. What you witnessed was likely a malevolent incantation of theirs. Can you perform such a thing? Li Chi asked. AK shook his head. I, along with my 3 children, can only control insects within a few steps. If Li Chi wished to determine the truth of AK's claims, he could simply kill him or one of his children, then control their corpse for insights into their memories. However, Li Chi refrained from such drastic measures. His curiosity regarding those memories remained piqued. Besides, if AK truly possessed such powers, why would he have fallen into slavery? Return to your duties. Perhaps your children may one day break free from their bonds. Yes, AK exclaimed, elated. For the sake of his children, he would continue to play the mad dog. Though he was lame, he was still the fiercest, most formidable beast of all. Gran seeks you, the Baron stated before riding away. Upon his return, AK resumed his tasks, having received orders from Gran. Men and women shall separate. AK commanded. Children, stand here. Women and elders, over there. Despite being a youth, the turnip of average height was sorted into the men-esque group. While his sister joined the children. Sister, he wished to remain beside her, fearing she might be mistreated. The whip cracked with a sharp crack, and he quickly withdrew his hand, only able to admonish, be obedient. Indeed, obedience led to black bread, and obedience meant avoiding blows. In the porcupine domain, listening was the key to survival that the turnip had discovered. Otherwise, like a powerful blind beast, disobedience will only lead to punishment. The various teams dispersed, with Hua following his group to fell trees, wielding saws and axes, laboring diligently among the woods. Tree after tree was brought down. They were instructed to transport the timber to a designated location. Working under the command of a figure with dark ears. Was he a carpenter or a mason? His skills in construction were rather lacking. Such thoughts lingered in Luabua's mind, but he dared not voice them. As noon approached and hunger gnawed at him, black bread and hot soup were unexpectedly delivered. To his astonishment, a small piece of meat floated in his bowl. He quickly consumed the meat, delighting in its flavor. He savored every bite, licking the bowl clean, while he had eaten the piece of black bread from the previous night and intended to save this one for his sister, when evening arrived. And he returned to the resting place weary from the day's toil. Luabua spotted his sister. I brought you something to eat, he whispered as he approached her. But I'm full, she replied, patting her stomach. What did you do today, while we were cutting wood? Luabua pondered how a group of children could possibly contribute. Collecting dung, she said. Each of us had a basket to gather the droppings in our territory. And we also went to the beach to collect shells and catch sea spiders. It hardly sounded like work. It seemed more like play. But he shrugged it off, as long as they had enough to eat. That was what mattered. These were indeed good days, Luabua thought as he embraced his sister and drifted into slumber. A raven flew overhead. There it is again. Luabua recognized the raven, which often visited, pausing briefly before taking flight. The raven flapped its wings and soared away in the castle study. Lequi opened his eyes, and as long as there were no disturbances, all was well. Yes, all he required was peace. The Porcupine Territory, with a population of around 200 and nearly 100 slaves, had no soldiers at his disposal. If the slaves truly wished to hang their lord, the security team would be wholly inadequate to the task. Men built houses, women dug sand for roads, and children collected dung by the shore. Each person had their role, which was essential at this moment to address the surplus labor resulting from a lack of skilled workers and formal development. With work to do and food to eat, there would be no unrest, and the Porcupine Territory could remain on a relatively stable path. Yet, lacking masons and carpenters, the apprentice blacksmith with dark ears, who knew little of craftsmanship, was once again pressed into service. He might not care for aesthetics, but he could certainly construct houses for the slaves. He picked up a pen and continued to sketch at his desk. Each time he lifted the drawing, he couldn't help but praise the Lord. Jelen held a bird's-eye view map of the porcupine territory. Though the artistry was somewhat crude, it was remarkably detailed, as if one were truly soaring above. Gazing down at the land. "Good fortune, lad," Chow nodded in agreement from the side. "You are right. He is the most benevolent and learned noble I have ever encountered, akin to an erudite scholar." But Jelen smiled and shook his head. The wisdom required to manage a barren land like the porcupine territory far surpasses that of a mere scholar. As the weather grew colder, the slaves were nearing completion of their homes. The structures, a haphazard mix of wood, mud, and stone, were indeed unsightly, but they provided shelter from the elements. "Well, my lord has instructed me to send someone to scout the dense forests of Pig Spine Valley. Those individuals should be returning soon," Jelen mused to himself. Although he was unsure why, it seemed the Lord harbored both trepidation and fascination regarding something hidden within Pig Spine Valley. "Your work is enviable," Chow remarked. "I merely assist you and eat. I feel like a useless individual." Jelen shook his head. "No, you're the son of a merchant, Chow. What you can offer the Lord far exceeds my contributions. He requires profitable trade caravans, but not at this moment," Chow replied. "Indeed, not at this moment," Jelen nodded. The porcupine territory was in dire need of revitalization, lacking the manpower to operate a trade caravan and devoid of goods to sell. And they would have to wait. Yet, observing the daily transformation of the porcupine territory, both felt that the prospect of escaping poverty was tantalizingly close to the training grounds. Barricades lined the path ahead, while in the distance stood several straw men adorned with target paper. Lequi sat astride a spirited stallion, gripping the reins tightly. "Giddy up!" The stallion surged forward, racing toward the barricade, without any visible cue from Lequi. The horse lifted its front hooves, and Lequi seamlessly leaped in tandem, the pair vaulting over the obstruction in one swift motion. He reached behind him and grasped a javelin. With a powerful throw, the javelin shot forth like a shadow, covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters before striking the target with precision. The straw man was instantly skewered, swaying unsteadily. Yet Lequi deftly pulled on the reins, executing a sharp turn, and brandished his sword, cleaving a nearby straw man in two. "Whoa," he commanded, pulling to a stop at a nearby attendant quickly offered him a long spear. "Charge!" The stallion galloped forward, its hooves pounding rhythmically against the ground. The knight's spear toppled the straw man, signaling the conclusion of the training session. Lequi dismounted. Someone led the stallion away, while another took the spear from his grasp. "I still require attendants to help with the spear," managed the horse. "And don my armor." The baron could not yet attract such individuals. Noble attendants often became knights, usually chosen from sons of other noble families with whom they were closely aligned. Once they reached an appropriate age or status, a knighthood ceremony would be held, allowing attendants to ascend to knighthood. For commoners to serve as noble attendants, it was an unattainable dream. The path for ordinary people lay only on the battlefield, fighting valiantly to earn enough merit. Just like his father, Li-Erda, Lequi had turned the dark-haired slave into a corpse devoid of any magical enhancements, merely an ordinary cadaver. Yet he had successfully acquired master-level throwing skills. To this end, Lequi had instructed the blacksmith apprentice, who was only adept at crafting farming tools, to forge a few javelins for him. However, the quality of the javelins was subpar, lacking in weight distribution. Had a skilled blacksmith forged them, Lequi had confidence he could transform them into porcupine missiles on the battlefield. A male servant approached with a basin, knowing the baron's habits, and did not offer assistance with washing his face. "My lord, lunch consists of stir-fried clams and garlic scallops as you requested." The concept of stir-frying did not exist in the Luria continent. People were unaccustomed to tossing and frying. Roasting, stewing, and occasionally pan-frying were more common. Yet Lequi had instructed the blacksmith apprentice to create a handled pot, and had built a small stove using a wine barrel for the cook. Upon its first use, the cook genuinely praised its functionality over the traditional hanging cauldron. The stove's chimney drew smoke away from the back, sparing the cook from weeping. The chef was thoroughly impressed by the baron's ingenuity. Jelen and Xiao were able to join Lequi for lunch, and the spices enhanced the seafood's allure. All the slaves had settled into their new homes, expressing their gratitude for your kindness. Jellin reported on the situation in the Porcupine territory since his arrival. LaQueen no longer needed to fret over the territory. A mere glance through the Raven was sufficient. Without leaving the castle, LaQueen maintained control over the entire development of the Porcupine territory. However, those slaves would soon become idle. Neither Jellin nor anyone else wished to see the slaves resting. Firstly, they had no rights, and secondly, everyone feared the potential for unrest among the slaves. All the bards in the world had nothing but scornful words for slaves. Currently, the Porcupine territory lacked craftsmen. LaQueen told Xiao, "Perhaps you can help me find some artisans," telling them there is a steady supply of work here and double the pay. Since finding individuals was proving difficult, they would have to offer substantial rewards. Presently, with the small pills, the Porcupine territory was still in a state of profit, and it would be an opportune moment for Xiao to deliver this month's supply of small pills to Ironstone City. Finally finding a sense of purpose, Xiao exclaimed with delight, "They will undoubtedly rush to the Porcupine territory and fall in love with it." "Oh, by the way, my lord," Jellin interjected, "you instructed me to arrange a reconnaissance into the dense forest." "I have done so." They did not encounter any ferocious beasts, but they did discover large footprints resembling those of some colossal creature. Strangely, as they followed the tracks, they soon vanished, as if the creature had suddenly taken flight into the sky. Xiao laughed and said, "How is that possible, Mr. Garland? If bears could fly, how large would their wings need to be?" Rather than believing in a flying bear, Xiao preferred to think that the farmers had concocted an excuse after losing that footprint. "Well done," LaQueen nodded. He was now 90% certain that it was a griffin, a colossal beast capable of flight. What else could it be? A strong and impulsive idea surged within him: to capture that griffin. Clearly, that was an absurd notion. Given the current strength of Porcupine territory, even capturing a lion, which could only run on the ground, would be a formidable challenge. And even if they managed to capture the griffin at great expense, how on earth would they tame it? However, while capturing a griffin seemed a daunting task, enticing one might not be so difficult. According to the records provided by the scholar from Tower, the griffin's preferred food was horses. Yet, there was a 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000 chance that the griffin might choose to play first rather than feast, potentially resulting in the birth of a wondrous creature, the magnificent hawk. LaQueen's blue herbs could significantly enhance those odds. With enough courage, even the griffin would need to take a break from its duties. But first, he needed to ascertain whether the griffin was male or female. While griffins could ride horses, horses might not possess the gall to mount a griffin. Night fell. A slender silhouette dashed swiftly into the dense forest. Seemingly with a purpose, IT pressed onward, unaware of how far it had run, until the night deepened. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged overhead, a colossal beast with the head of an eagle, the body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle descended from the sky. Its foreclaws resembling those of an eagle, and its hind claws akin to those of a lion, complete with a lion's tail. The beast landed heavily, pinning the slender figure beneath it, then lowered its head to deliver a gentle peck, severing its head from its body. That very moment, LaQueen opened his eyes. "It's male." He commanded the corpses of the earth dwellers to pursue the direction the farmers had investigated, and in their final moments of life, they successfully identified the griffin's gender. Yet he felt a twinge of fear toward that overwhelming creature. If the griffin truly came to Porcupine territory, they would be utterly defenseless like the dawn the next day. All slaves were ordered to cease their tasks and gather forage, piling it into enormous heaps near the edge of the dense forest outside Porcupine territory. LaQueen sat in his chair, gazing into the distance at the forest. "My lord," Garland approached. 3 pack horses have been driven into the forest, and no one knew what the Baron intended, nor did anyone dare to question it. They simply obeyed orders. LaQueen nodded and closed his eyes. Within the forest, 3 corpses of earth dwellers, prearranged, rose to their feet, skillfully mounting the backs of the pack horses, tugging at the reins to steer the horses toward the griffin's location. Closer, ever closer, as they neared the position of the earth dwellers from the previous night. LaQueen directed them to tie the reins of the pack horses to a tree. 2 of the earth dwellers concealed themselves, while the remaining 1 clawed at the throat of one of the pack horses, tearing it open. The pack horse struggled, emitting a mournful cry, while the other two old pack horses also began to make noise. The scent of blood wafted through the air. Suddenly, the other two pack horses fell silent, trembling and collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way. The air was filled only with the agonized wails of the pack horse with a torn throat. Boom! A violent gust of wind swept down, toppling the slender figure of the earth dweller to the ground. The griffin descended from above, and this time, Lequi was finally able to discern the griffin's true form. It boasted a plumage and fur that gleamed like sunlight. Its hindquarters resembled that of a lion, while its front limbs and head were adorned with golden eagle feathers. Its chest feathers were a brilliant crimson, and its beak and feet, akin to those of an eagle, shone in resplendent gold, with claws as black as night. With a thunderous crash, the griffin crushed the corpse beneath its claw, seemingly repulsed by the deathly aura emanating from the creature. Fortunately, it had not detected the two hidden corpses, allowing Lequi to continue observing the live spectacle through dual perspectives. The griffin lunged forward, feeding with the grace of an eagle, tearing apart the head of the deceased pack horse, ripping off a strip of horse flesh, and tilting its head back as the meat slid into its mouth. An elegant yet gruesome display of consumption, it devoured rapidly, and with a remarkable degree of discernment, it refrained from eating the suspicious herbs tied to the pack horse. It's already too late, mused the Baron, eyes closed in the distance, smiling. The herbs were merely an embellishment. Long before the operation commenced, the pack horses had been coated in a medicinal mud made from the grass of life, and their bellies stuffed with herbs wrapped in pig intestines, all to ensure that the griffin would partake in the feast. The griffin did not shy away from entrails. It consumed the first pack horse entirely before moving on to the second. With claws pinning down the comparatively feeble pack horse, its eagle-like sharp talons easily tore through the horse's skin and flesh. With a single peck, the pack horse's head burst apart. The same method of feeding persisted. But Lequi noted that the griffin's demeanor was increasingly erratic. It appeared agitated. Yet its eating actions showed no signs of halting. Peck after peck, a blend of the lion's savagery and the eagle's elegance. The second old pack horse was quickly reduced to half, leaving only a single leg. The griffin had its fill. However, its behavior was decidedly unusual as it approached the third old pack horse with the intention of mounting it. The old pack horse, paralyzed with fear, could only remain still. It's begun. Lequi opened his eyes and commanded, "Drive in the fiery mane horses." "My lord, do you truly wish to?" Garland inquired anxiously, though he could not comprehend Lequi's intentions. He sensed danger looming, especially since Lequi had previously instructed him to search for traces of large beasts. After discovering the traces, he had driven the three old pack horses into the forest today. The fiery mane horses were exceptional steeds from the Eastern Gorge, purchasable only by the Golden Sun. Lequi nodded. "Send them in." "Yes," Garland replied, and Lequi closed his eyes once more, while the griffin was occupied with the last old pack horse. One of the earth dwellers quietly rose and ran toward the rear, successfully meeting the fiery mane horses. The fiery mane horses would not be led by a slender creature. They whinnied and galloped off wildly. Lequi exerted great effort to guide them, finally bringing the fiery mane horses near the griffin. The griffin, bored, rose up, having frightened the pack horse to death. Leaving it limp on the ground soon, the griffin, with its eyes aflame, spotted the fiery mane horse that unfurled its wings and charged toward the female fiery mane horse. Though the mare trembled in fear at the griffin's presence, unlike the pack horse, it was not scared to death. It let out a mournful cry, standing motionless until the griffin mounted it. Lequi observed the scene through the eyes of the earth dwellers. The griffin did not pause even after quaking. The struggle persisted for quite some time. Finally, when the mare could withstand no more and collapsed, the griffin too faltered, its wings drooping as it wobbled back to the unfinished carcass of the pack horse, quietly resuming its meal, still unsatisfied. It also devoured the pack horse that had died from fright to replenish its strength. After a while, the first mare to recover her strength fled toward porcupine territory. The satiated griffin stood up, screeching as it spread its wings to pursue. The effects of the herbs had worn off, and the griffin had forgotten its prior bond. Hunting horses was in its very nature. "Set fire!" Lequi shouted without opening his eyes. Garland immediately relayed the command. the forge ignited, resembling smoke signals enveloping the entirety of porcupine territory, the thick smoke causing people to cough incessantly. After a while, the female fiery main horse returned. My lord. Your horse has returned, Garland exclaimed with delight. LaQueen nodded. Take it back to the stable and have the grooms tend to it well. Yes, Garland nodded. LaQueen kept his eyes closed, the earth dwellers racing after the griffin's form. While the thick smoke was swept into the forest by the sea breeze, it worked. The acrid scent of burning forage disoriented the griffin. After a couple of cries, it unfurled its wings and flew off into the distance. It's done. LaQueen remained vigilant, instructing, keep it burning until afternoon. Until afternoon, the griffin did not reappear. Eventually, the fire extinguished. LaQueen first directed the earth dwellers deeper into the forest to inspect the 3-pack horse corpses. One was pecked to a bloody pulp, while the other 2 were left with little flesh remaining. Was this griffin blood? During the on-site investigation, he was astonished to find a large pool of blood adjacent to the battlefield of the griffin and the mare with a fiery mane. It was entirely possible that the griffin had sustained injuries. Perhaps it had ingested an excessive amount of herbs, resulting in the acceleration of its blood flow. He hoped it was not dead. Even if it were, it would be preferable for it to perish before him, mused Li Qi. The blood of a griffin could give rise to griffin grass, a theory whose origins he could not ascertain. Nevertheless, Li Qi required this herb, whether to cultivate a second corpse demon or to consume it himself. He could send someone to the Tower of Scholars to procure a few tomes concerning griffin grass. This locale would surely yield griffin grass. He merely needed to safeguard it from being pilfered by certain small creatures, be they muscular rabbits or robust mice. The starry river cut through the night sky like a sword. The hunched corpses of the earth dwellers hastily scurried across the ground, occasionally leaping like apes, grasping tree trunks as they advanced. Had they been frightened away? Ever since the scent of burning pasture had driven the griffin away that fateful day, he had been unable to locate any trace of it. Whether the mare with the fiery mane had successfully mated remained uncertain. The horseman merely reported that the situation was satisfactory, albeit with a slight decline in appetite, which had been gradually improving, as it was a war horse after all. The single griffin represented immense wealth. Li Qi, while fearing the griffin's potential to cause harm, was loath to relinquish all hope of ever encountering one again. If it remained, it would be beneficial to occasionally breed a griffin. It was not until he discovered a massive cavern on a cliff in Pig Spine Valley, filled with human skulls, white bones, glimmering armor, and swords, that he could ascertain the griffin had indeed been frightened away. Hedgehog Fortress, Li Qi had long since vacated his bedroom. He could not continually expect his personal male servant to forego attending to him or his cleaning maid to neglect tidying his quarters. Thus, he had relocated to the room once occupied by his father, Li Erda. While his previous chamber was strictly off-limits to all, in the subterranean vault of the castle's forbidden chamber, Li Qi found before him the spoils of the griffin. A large sack of golden sun coins, albeit a few had been misshapen under the griffin's weight, but gold is gold. Estimating a count, there were over 20 coins, heavy to the touch. This sum rivaled 2 to 3 months' income, marking it as his greatest haul to date. Upon careful selection, another valuable item caught his eye. A sword, seemingly crafted from silver steel, a delicate yet brittle masterpiece, rumored to inflict significant damage upon monsters. Li Qi recalled having read about it in the tome, The Donkey Knight. The blade bore intricate patterns, as if forged by a master craftsman with a twisting technique, revealing its unique design after acid treatment. Beyond this, he could discern little else, though it was undeniably beautiful, except for a series of inscriptions etched upon the blade in a peculiar manner, contrasting sharply with the sword itself. The inscription read, "What do you wish to say in the face of death?" Li Qi pondered, scrutinizing the sword. The inscription marred the exquisite weapon, leaving him perplexed. What would one wish to convey in the face of death? Moreover, the positioning of the inscription ensured it would be visible each time he drew the sword. A constant reminder, how dreadful must the life of the sword's original owner have been. He set the sword aside and picked up another object, a ring adorned with a crimson gemstone, which seemed to pulsate with life. Upon first glance, Li Qi even feared it might scorch him. though the gem was, in fact, cool to the touch. This was an item of monetary worth. The remaining items bore little relevance to the sword's former owner, armor emblazoned with the golden spike insignia of the Leopold family soldiers, which felt somewhat cumbersome to keep in his quarters. Other armors belonged to various families. During his fatherly Erda's lifetime, when the Eastern Canyon War was still raging, many families had gathered, with some likely having become the Griffin's supper. His father, Lee Erda, possessed his own set of knightly armor, including a helmet, breastplate, full chainmail, shoulder guards, greaves, knee guards, elbow guards, gloves, and so forth, an intricate ensemble requiring a squire to don. Yet possessing such equipment would significantly enhance one's chances of survival on the battlefield. Li Qi's pill business yielded a monthly profit of approximately 7 to 9 golden sun coins, surpassing the vast majority of minor barons, though he could not compare himself to the likes of Baron Spark, whose wealth was unfathomable. To arm a knight required 5 golden sun coins, though true costs fluctuated based on the blacksmith's pricing. However, it would unquestionably not fall below 2 to 3 coins, implying that Li Qi could arm 1 or 2 knights each month, while some lesser nobles might only manage to equip a few knights with their entire annual income. This estimate did not encompass the war horses, which also required gold for purchase, nor the armor for the steeds, or the knight's lance, bow, or javelin, along with the greatsword or mace for dismounted combat. Many noble lords might bestow the title of knight, but would not provide the horses and equipment, as such generosity would lead to bankruptcy. Only the likes of Leopold, Baron Spark, and Li Qi's grandfather could afford to lavish a full set of gear upon a knight. This highlights the formidable challenges faced by commoners aspiring to knighthood. Even if Li Qi promised to allow the steward or the official Glenn son to become his squire knight without additional income, it would take them decades to save enough for a knight's equipment. Thus, the barriers to becoming a knight are not solely class-based but also financial. These armors, if reforged and slightly restyled, could be donned once more in battle. Some were even superior to Lee Erda's set, provided there was a blacksmith within the territory. From these items, it appeared that the Griffin had not merely emerged recently, but had been active within a certain range all along, only recently beginning to forage in hedgehog territory for some unknown reason. Or, more ominously, perhaps a formidable entity had appeared on the other side of Pig Spine Valley, compelling the Griffin to alter its hunting grounds. Does this bear any relevance to you? He mused, glancing at the silver steel sword. The silver steel sword could slay monsters, and the Griffin was indeed a creature of legend. Is there a connection? Might the hunter of the Griffin be silver-haired, bearing 2 swords, and possessing a penchant for card games? If there is a connection, he hoped the individual would refrain from venturing here, for the young baron was not yet prepared to engage with such superhuman beings after tidying up these items. Li Qi planned to wait for Qiao's return to present the ruby ring for appraisal, that he stifled a yawn. Without a mobile phone, internet, or computer games, and with no anime to binge, his life had become markedly more regular. He felt a hint of fatigue as night fell. Before retiring, he released the raven to scout the surroundings. This had become a recent habit, and the raven understood its task well, its magical intellect comprehending swiftly. The raven spread its wings, soaring away from Hedgehog Fortress, and from above, the unsightly wooden and mud houses resembled mere blobs upon the ground. Li Qi reaffirmed to himself that Black Ear was indeed suited only for wielding farming tools. He could not trust his words. The slaves posed no issues. All remained well, as usual, yet the raven did not fly toward the castle. Li Qi was aware that it sometimes ventured into the dense forest. However, since the Griffin's appearance, the raven had abandoned any desire to explore the forest and instead opted to patrol the coastline. The sea mirrored the starry river, and the soaring raven appeared to glide amidst the constellations. Enveloped by ethereal nebulae, it felt as though, at that moment, he himself was in flight. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. A ship, a 2-masted vessel, adorned not with the crest of any family from the Eastern Canyon, but rather a skull flag fluttering in the wind. The skull flag, reminiscent of a shark's fin beneath the waves, rustled ominously in the sea breeze, and in the stillness of the night, the ship quietly approached Pigtail Bay. With a splash, the waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water flying. Night. The tide receded in Pigtail Bay, merely revealing more of the steep rocks hidden beneath the surface. On board, 20 or so figures gathered, illuminated by the moonlight as they recognized one another. Praise the sea god. We've finally shaken off that damned fleet, a bearded man with curly hair exclaimed, grinning, after wasting so much time at sea with those bastards. There's nothing left to eat on the ship. The crew gazed at him with keen eyes, not inciting chaos but patiently awaiting the bearded man's continuation. He was the captain of miracles, and they expected nothing less this time. But we're in luck. This place is called Pigtail Bay. This is a baron's territory. The crew's breaths quickened. What did being in a baron's domain signify? Wealth? Fully armed soldiers? Invincible knights on horseback? Yes, it meant death. They were sharks of the sea, capable of stirring up any fleet within their watery domain. Even a merchant ship of Leopold's could pounce and take a fierce bite, then make a hasty retreat. But that scenario unfolds in the water. If a shark were to be cast ashore to battle a lion, the outcome is all too evident. The bearded man continued. This baron commands dozens of soldiers. Do not be so audacious as to provoke a baron on land and expect to escape unscathed. We ought to have continued our journey southward, hoping to find a small island to rest upon. But, he raised his voice, nearly bellowing, but that fellow is dead, and his soldiers are not here. Do you recall that noble lad confined aboard the ship? Thanks to him, I learned of this place where we can rest, replenish our provisions, and then continue our voyage. On shore, we shall seize. They brandished their axes and curved swords, shouting. There was no need to worry about their voices reaching the shore. The waves would swallow their sounds, transforming them into a secret of the sea, which the sea god has always favored. Yet, no one noticed a raven perched upon the ship, cocking its head as it observed them. The vessel could not approach any closer. To avoid running aground, they had to lower the small boat. After leaving 2 individuals to guard the ship, the remaining crew split into 2 small boats, rowing towards the beach. The first boat set off with 12 men, already at capacity. Yet they were not far from the shore. One who had yet to speak was a bald man, sporting a braided queue, having sacrificed a mane of hair for a mouthful of beard. Next to speak was a young fellow in a leather cap. I've heard there are beautiful, noble maidens inside. A gaunt man with yellowed teeth leered. It's the noble wives that excite me. We could leave one pregnant, and our son could become a noble. The captain remarked. I've heard nobles fancy goats. If you wish to bed a noble's wife, you'd best head to the goat pen. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted from the small boat. A noble lord without soldiers? What a farce! The ship drew ever closer. Suddenly, a keen-eyed individual noticed a dark figure standing on the rocks, silently watching them. Damn it, does that fellow dare to deceive me? The captain unsheathed the axe at his waist, calculating how to return and take a few trophies from that lad. They had better turn back promptly. Returning to the ship to continue their journey. Pig's tail, they had no dock, no fleet. As long as they hadn't landed, they could reconsider their decision at any moment. It seemed he was the only one. Just him, and we shall rush forth and slay him. No one else appeared. If the Lord truly had more soldiers, they would be stationed at the shore, ready to rain arrows upon them. Though they couldn't kill them all, they would surely claim several lives. Yet there was no one on the other side, indicating they truly had no soldiers. The news was accurate. Then there was no need to flee. Plop! A chilling wail erupted as 2 men vanished from the ship. The captain, who was poised to charge ashore and wreak havoc, froze. What was that? The sea rocked the vessel, and the remaining few huddled together, their eyes fixed on the sea surface reflecting the starry sky. Had they not just lost 2 comrades, they might have found the scene of paddling through the galaxy quite beautiful. After a while, 2 corpses surfaced. Their necks bore gaping wounds, and their chests oozed blood. Damn it! Something lurked in the water. Be cautious. Regardless of what prowled beneath the waves, they were closest to the shore now that if they turned back to the ship, they might give the enemy the chance to claim more lives. They raised their weapons, staring at the water's surface, locked in a standoff. The creature in the water likely sensed it could no longer strike with stealth and dared not attempt another ambush. Just as the captain and his men thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, chaos erupted in the rear boat. Damn it! Those fellows abandoned them and targeted the other vessel. The second boat reacted similarly. Having lost 2 men, they too became vigilant, preventing any further ambushes. Could it be a sea demon? The man with yellowed teeth recoiled as the bodies of their fallen companions surged with the waves. Yet they had yet to see anything rise from the depths that it surely wasn't human. Humans need air. They cannot remain submerged indefinitely. The icy waters would exhaust anyone. Others clearly recalled the legends of sea demons. The captain scoffed. Poppycock about sea demons. The oars lay still, yet the waves nudged the small boat nearer to the shore. Closer and closer, they approached the land, regardless of what lay hidden beneath the surface. They had to make landfall. Whoosh! The captain was taken aback as a spear whizzed past his line of sight, embedding itself in the eye socket of the bearded man. The spear's weight forcing his head back and colliding into another man, who cried out as he caught the fallen bearded man. But it was too late. He was already dead. Damn it! He glared at the figure on the rocks. He was waiting for us to draw near. The reason the enemy had not acted was that they had not yet entered the range of attack. The captain couldn't help but curse the damned accuracy of their throws. "Row," he shouted. "If you wish to live, get ashore, quicken your pace." No matter how precise their spear throwing was, they could not maintain an unending assault, and the distance to the shore was diminishing rapidly. Whoosh! Another spear flew. The captain instinctively ducked. Fortunately, it was not aimed at him, but a scream from behind signaled that another comrade had been struck. It was a vexing and bizarre predicament. There was no turning back now. For the second boat could neither hear his commands nor see his gestures. This interval could cost them dearly. Moreover, the shore was now within reach. The enemy's monotonous counterattacks only proved that few forces resisted on the beach. Didn't it? Whoosh! 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 The first boat had lost over half its crew. The captain could not fathom how the enemy struck with such unwavering accuracy, but at last they reached the shore. He spat. "You are doomed." The remaining few struggled to haul the small boat ashore, ensuring it was not swept away by the waves. The captain charged towards the rocks, expecting the enemy to panic and thrust their spears at him. Yet, he would undoubtedly sever the head of his adversary first. To his astonishment, the foe remained unflustered, drawing a spear with no regard for him, instead targeting the still unmanned second boat. Launching another throw, da-da. The spear's harrowing precision elicited a cry of agony. Ah! Fear gripped the captain. He could not comprehend why this man did not flee, why he disregarded him. Did this fellow fear nothing? He lunged forward, certain he would cleave his opponent's head. A small, slender figure suddenly darted out, ablaze with a fiery mane. No, not flames. It was a head of fiery red hair. This person had been hiding behind the rocks, stealthily guarding, only striking when the captain drew near. The clash of their blade against the oncoming claws sparked with ferocity. The knife was deflected. This diminutive form unleashed a terrifying force beyond the captain's imagination, as though he faced a raging bear. The captain, who had long been favored by miracles, now witnessed a true marvel. Thud! It happened too swiftly. The captain's eyes widened, and his throat emitted a strangled gasp as blood gushed forth. Thud! The captain's corpse toppled, crashing heavily onto the rocks. The sailors from the second boat finally crossed the treacherous waters of life and death. Reaching the shore, they did not cheer as one might expect. The cost of this landing was too great, and their captain lay dead. The good news was that the figure on the rocks was now out of spears. "Kill them both," someone shouted, quickly met with a chorus of agreement. They needed to eliminate their adversary, to vent their anger and fear, and then proceed to plunder, seize the castle, and abduct women, just as they had always done. The only difference being that they had previously conducted such deeds at sea, and now they would do so on land. Thud, 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 the ground trembled. What is that? They turned to the source of the tremors. A robust, towering figure loomed, like a small giant. This being wielded a great sword, one that a common person would need 2 hands to grasp, yet the small giant wielded it as if it were a mere one-handed sword. Even worse, the 2 figures on the rocks charged forth. Something lurked behind them. A shape that had long been concealed beneath the waves slowly emerged. 2 emaciated, terrifying figures swaying in the moonlight. The undead. Spirits. They were surrounded. The iron-clad hooves of the dead surged into the crowd. The massive sword swung as if it were a colossal meat grinder. The pirates excelled at battling upon the deck or swinging from ropes. Like monkeys flitting between the ship's rails, the ground was not their battlefield. Yet this arena belonged to the Knights of the Iron Hooves. It was a massacre, one man slaughtering dozens. The blood-soaked greatsword was plunged into the earth, and not a single living soul could be found in sight. The corpses waded into the sea to wash away the blood, departing in silence. Soon, the flickering light of torches approached from a distance. It was the constabulary of the Porcupine territory, led by a lord wielding a long sword, who were struck with profound shock at the sight of the fallen bodies. The widow, Glenn, also rode alongside them, having come to understand the Baron's resources during his time in the Porcupine territory. Although he had struck a lucrative deal with Ironstone City, the barren land lacked soldiers. However, as long as the Baron required troops, he could swiftly raise a commendable force. Yet, upon witnessing the pirate corpses, Glenn realized he had misjudged. The Baron possessed a formidable and mysterious power, concealed in the shadows. Anyone daring to harbor special thoughts would meet the same fate as the bodies on the beach. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could the former Porcupine Baron, Leard, possibly disregard his own castle and send all his strength to Leopold? Thus, the Porcupine territory must still harbor a great power. If Lychee were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. That father of his was a man bound by loyalty and sentiment, truly having entrusted all his assets to Leopold. Yet perhaps it was this unwavering loyalty that allowed a blacksmith's son to rise to the rank of Porcupine Baron. "Go check the ship," Lychee commanded. He had already determined that few pirates remained aboard, and there was no food or fresh water. They had only the option of surrender. Few in the Porcupine territory were skilled in rowing, but a group working together managed to reach the vicinity of the ship, and the torches swiftly engulfed the entire vessel. Upon receiving the signal, Lychee boarded the remaining small boat and headed toward the pirate ship. The waves rocked the boat like a cradle, and Lychee reassured himself that he was unsuited for seafaring. Land was his true home. He grasped the soft ladder and climbed aboard, grateful for his physical prowess, which allowed him to ascend with sheer strength. On the deck lay sailors bound in ropes. "Take him back," Lychee instructed. Perhaps they could extract some information. He made his way to the captain's quarters, where a few books and a nautical log lay scattered. After casually flipping through them, he ordered the crew to retrieve these items. This was the very reason Lychee had boarded the ship. If the farmers were to search, they might very well head in the wrong direction. Information was invaluable. "Why, Lord, we found a few individuals in the hold. They claim to be captives, one of whom states he is." "What was it?" "A noble lord." "Bring them to me." Soon, 6 individuals stood before Lychee. 3 pale-skinned women bore numerous wounds, their tattered clothing revealing the grim reason for their presence aboard the ship. The women wore vacant expressions, having endured extreme psychological torment. The other 3 consisted of a handsome man with wavy blonde hair, a short bearded man, and a young boy. The blonde man was clearly treated better than the others. Upon seeing Lychee, he exclaimed with excitement, "Esteemed sir, I am the heir of the Bill family. I once encountered the Porcupine soldiers on the southern roads. Quickblade is my friend, Quickblade, a soldier of the Lychee family." Known for his fiery temperament, had been remarked by Lear that if he could temper his passion and refrain from excessive drinking, he would undoubtedly become a knight. As for the Bill family, Lychee currently possessed their knightly armor in his family's crypt. Dubbed the Monkey Family, they were a group of cowardly misfits. "When did you meet them?" "More than 3 months ago. They had just escaped from a minor skirmish. Utterly exhausted, we spoke at length and found a good rapport." He suddenly faltered, as if recalling something, and swiftly changed the subject. "Could you possibly send a message via the Raven? I am willing to offer a reward for your assistance." Lychee understood the reason for his sudden pause. This group of pirates must have known that the Porcupine territory lacked soldiers. The blonde, wavy-haired man was likely the most informed. Lychee merely nodded in feigned ignorance. "I will arrange for someone to escort you to Ironstone City." He currently could not afford to provoke the Bill family, so he might as well barter with them for some coin. "Aha! I am most grateful." He chuckled nervously, noticing Lychee's intent to question the others, and wisely fell silent. "Dwarf?" Lychee turned to the short-bearded my name is Flar. I am a gnome carpenter." The man seemed accustomed to discrimination. "My lord, Only those of special status can survive aboard this ship. That I presume as much. Lychee nodded and inquired. Where's your home, Flar? Golden wheat fields. That was a prosperous land. Lychee raised an eyebrow. It was located in the heart of Luria, not far from the capital, the lord being none other than the present king. Yet what astonished Lychee further was that this place was not coastal. How had this fellow ended up aboard the ship? The gnome carpenter seemed to sense Lychee's thoughts and explained, "It is difficult for someone of my stature to find reliable work locally. Thus, I thought to try my luck in another city." Lychee nodded in understanding. People with disabilities face discrimination everywhere. Yet fortunately, Flar possessed a skill that if you seek employment, perhaps you could remain in my territory. Lychee suggested. Of course, Flar exclaimed, delighted, as he had been troubled about what to do next. Lychee turned to the boy. And you? What is your status? A bard, my lord. You are younger than any bard I have encountered, Lychee remarked. The boy's face flushed. My father is a bard. I'll be one too. He sings aboard the ship, Flar interjected boldly. Having perceived the young lord's kindness and wishing to assist the unfortunate boy, his voice is exceptional. Otherwise, those scoundrels would not have spared his life. Very well, Lychee replied, though he felt indifferent toward bards. However, a boy's departure from this place would likely lead to a bleak fate. He needed all the talent he could muster. Casting another glance at the three vacant-eyed women, he sighed. If the three of you wish to stay, the Porcupine territory welcomes you. If not, perhaps the merchant convoy from Ironstone City would be willing to send a message to your families. It was a daunting proposition. If the women were not in the Eastern Gorge, their parents would lack the means to retrieve them, and Lychee could hardly afford to waste manpower on such endeavors. Aside from the heir of the Bill family, remaining in the Porcupine territory was the best option for these individuals. Through the interrogation of the last surviving pirate, he learned that this group had previously clashed with Leopold's fleet. The reason being the nautical log. The captives were settled for the night, to be deliberated upon in detail the following day. As for the pirates, they would be handed over to the constabulary. Lychee saw no value in resurrecting the corpse with 10 ounces of gold. Lychee donned the garment that his servant thoughtfully placed upon him and sat in the study's chair. He perused the nautical log, noting that the pirates evidently lacked a habit of record-keeping. They merely seized and spent. This log had originated from a merchant vessel of the Leopold family, clearly detailing the cargo manifest for a particular port of call, including the expected arrival and departure dates for each port. The pirates claimed that the merchant ship was transporting approximately 1 million gold coins. 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lychee's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. He understood why a band of barely 20 pirates dared to recklessly pursue such a substantial prize. Who could resist such a tempting morsel? The difference between him and the pirates lay in his greed, tempered by caution. He understood that this wealth was not his to claim. The upper echelons of nobility were indeed wealthy. While I meticulously budgeted a few coins for the month, others already possessed liquid assets amounting to millions. It was akin to a past life where I agonized over whether to indulge in instant noodles from a bag or a more luxurious bowl, only to hear of others evading taxes in the billions, an absurdity that felt more fictitious than any novel. Moreover, that ship had become his private property, though it still lacked a crew. Sailors, a captain, navigators, a doctor, a cook, and a helmsman. Once assembled, it would be ready to set sail. Perhaps I shall consider constructing a dock in due course. Lychee stretched, feeling an overwhelming fatigue from the victorious battle he had orchestrated remotely. A good night's rest was in order. The following day, Lychee arranged for someone to escort La Bayer away from the Porcupine territory to Ironstone City, where he could find a band of mercenaries to escort him home. Tea lunch. Lychee savored a dish of pork stew with onions, gracefully lifting a piece of meat with his chopsticks to his mouth. It is worth noting that this world lacked not only chopsticks but even knives and forks. There existed a small knife for cutting bread, resembling a dagger, and spoons for soup. Beyond that, one had to use their hands to eat or employ bread to scoop up vegetable mash, often accompanied by mashed potatoes or thick soup. Sitting across from him, Golan glanced at the 2 wooden sticks before him. He had attempted to use them, but could not match the Lord's dexterity and ultimately resorted to eating with his hands. Initially, Golan believed he was dining quite elegantly, but in comparison, he felt akin to a savage. Is everything well in the territory? Lychee inquired, unaware of Golan's inner thoughts. Everything is well, though the divine calendar New Year approaches. My lord, the divine calendar New Year marks the year when the continent of Luria was unified, during which the king of Luria ascended the throne in the capital, blessed by the bishops of the four divine sects. Li Qi was not well versed in that historical period. What preparation should we make? He asked, believing that the new year deserved proper celebration. Oh, my knowledge, you did not hold a celebration when you became lord? Golan replied. The Porcupine territory was too impoverished. Li Qi nodded. I did not wish to create a fuss at that time. He had not yet traversed this realm. He only knew that the former Li Qi was shy, timid, and rather weak-willed. Ilan pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you could hold a celebration on New Year's Day that would invigorate the people of the territory and celebrate the triumph over the pirate incursions, bringing an end to their fatigue. That sounds feasible, Li Qi agreed. You may oversee the arrangements. He had amassed a fair sum of money, and while the celebration might consume a portion, it was a minor expense compared to his earnings, at most a few hundred silver moons. The Porcupine territory has great potential for development, Golan remarked. Everyone is filled with anticipation for life, including the slaves, who praise your benevolence. That afternoon, Qiao returned, bringing the profits from this month's sale of small potions. Following Li Qi's directives, he had first spent money on goods, talents, food, tools, and slaves, bringing back the remainder. True to his lineage as a merchant's son, Qiao had exceeded Li Qi's previous haul. Additionally, dozens of slaves arrived, filled with apprehension about their futures. Aside from the items Li Qi had specifically requested, Qiao also returned with valuable craftsmen, including masons, florists, leatherworkers, and alchemists. Li Qi suspected they were lured by double the price. But nonetheless, the arrival of talent in the Porcupine territory was a cause for celebration, especially the alchemists, who were knowledgeable in pharmacology and served as quasi-doctors. Luria lacked true physicians, while some scholars were adept in medicine and capable of performing surgeries. Ordinary folks still relied on the alchemist's remedies for salvation. That you've arrived just in time, Li Qi said to Qiao. We shall hold a New Year celebration, and everyone should partake. They will come to love this place. You clumsy oaf, hurry up. This is an exceedingly important celebration. Move those sluggish feet of yours faster, the cook shouted at the distant assistant. Yes, Mr. Cook, the assistant replied, carrying a wooden basin filled with peeled potatoes. Slightly out of breath, quickening his already brisk pace. For heaven's sake, slow down. The dust is getting into the pot. Yes, Mr. Cook. As he poured the contents into the pot, the cook stirred diligently, extracting oyster meat for the soup, while reminding his assistant, if you slack off, the pot's bottom will turn to mush like your brain. Yes, Mr. Cook. The assistant dared not show any sign of laziness. Throughout the Porcupine Castle, everyone was busy. The little maid was tidying up. The castle needed to be spotless for the day. The peasant women skilled in baking bread were gathered to prepare loaves for the celebration. On this day, the Lord would ensure everyone enjoyed a sumptuous meal, and all would praise their benevolent Lord in their hearts. Before long, the aroma filled the air. Li Qi inhaled deeply. Though he often consumed white bread, he could not deny the allure of freshly baked dark bread, especially after expending much energy in a stationary position. Please, do not move. In the distance, a painter stood at his easel, gesturing as he worked. Jilan had mentioned that Li Qi, as the Baron of the Porcupine territory, should have his portrait. Thus, Qiao had summoned a painter, and Li Qi had spent an entire afternoon here for the sake of this painting. That it will be ready soon, the painter finally announced after what felt like an eternity. Li Qi approached to take a glance. It was somewhat handsome, capturing roughly a third of his essence. Yet, he appeared less effeminate. Was it the painter's eye that bestowed beauty, smoothing and refining his features? It is well painted, he nodded, overall satisfied. As evening fell, a bonfire crackled to life. People gathered in the newly designated square, a cleared space not far from the Porcupine Castle, that on a makeshift wooden platform, the bard's son, Pai Li Te, stood nervously, playing the lute, his voice like a gentle breeze, compelling every listener to gaze upon the boy. Gradually relaxing, Pai Li Te recalled the expression his father wore while playing the harp, sometimes tossing knives to evoke gasps of awe. After an extended prelude, Pai Li Te began to sing, Let us raise our glasses to the past and the future. Under our Lord's leadership, we shall triumph over hunger and cold. We fear not the flames nor the great bears. We fear not the night nor the pirates. His songs celebrated the porcupine territory and their lord. Everyone listened intently. Admittedly, the young bard's voice trembled slightly, but the melodious strings soothed all. Ichi sat in a chair, with Golan and Xiao beside him. The steward, Simon, poured wine, while the male servant used a small knife to cut the pie, serving it onto each plate. Ichi noticed Golan hesitating, as he always did during mealtimes, summarizing the small issues he had discovered throughout the day. But he was an exceptionally diligent administrator, albeit somewhat overworked. Li Qi greatly appreciated Golan's work ethic, but considered encouraging him to train a few talents to lighten his load. With Xiao leading the craftsmen back, the porcupine territory would only become busier, and Golan would find himself overwhelmed. "Tonight do not toil," he said to Golan. "Enjoy the moment." As the song concluded, Pai Li Te began to beat a drum, the cheerful rhythm prompting the crowd to stomp their feet in time. Li Qi glanced at the eager maids. "Ladies, your stage awaits you. Go and have fu ended my lord." The steward Simon interjected. "They should remain here. You need them. This celebration belongs to everyone in the porcupine territory." Li Qi replied to the maids, whose eyes sparkled with desire. "Go." "Yes." They joyfully expressed their gratitude to the baron. One young maid casting a triumphant glance at the steward. If the lord spoke, the steward must listen. The steward remained silent. The tall maid and the lively maid took a few steps forward, then paused to look at the assistant, Oak Basin, who was bringing in the final dish. Is this the last course? Li Qi inquired. The assistant nodded. "Yes, my lord." She responded somewhat shyly and hesitantly. "Come play with them," said Lequi. "Don't worry. I'll inform the barrel over there." "Thank you, my lord," the little kitchen helper exclaimed in surprise, after walking a short distance. She could no longer contain her excitement and ran towards the two maids. The three of them joined hands and dashed towards the bonfire, joyfully bouncing to the rhythm of the drums played by Pylite. There were no extravagant dance moves, no elaborate makeup, nor dazzling long skirts. They wore simple linen, maid dresses, perhaps even stained with dust, which was hardly dignified, yet they were filled with immeasurable happiness at that moment. Soon, some young lads were drawn to their joy. Everyone knew they were the maids of the Porcupine Fortress, a position of considerable respect. Even the tall maid found someone to dance with, albeit he was a head shorter than her. The laughter and singing from afar floated through the air, reaching the ears of the slaves. They had just enjoyed a hearty meal today, each even receiving a bowl of meat soup, the shimmering oil on the surface attesting to its deliciousness. Loabwa finished his bowl of soup, but he quietly saved the small bits of meat at the bottom for his sister, and he would forever remember this day. Just as he recalled the day, he feasted on radishes to his heart's content. "I'm so full," his sister snuggled beside him and said. Loabwa patted his belly, nodding, "So full. You damn shorty, how can you drink so well?" Blackear gulped down a mouthful of beer. He hadn't eaten much, yet his stomach was already brimming with alcohol, causing his head to spin. I may be a dwarf, but I can outdrink you until you're on the ground." The dwarf craftsman, Fula, laughed heartily. "You'll be shorter than me. I'll give that ugly mug of yours a good punch." Just as Blackear's rear shifted from the chair, his legs uncontrollably buckled, and after a whirl of dizziness, he collapsed on the ground. Fast asleep, the dwarf craftsman Fula took a hefty swig of his drink and shouted to those around him, "I am a giant. He is the dwarf. Ha ha." The crowd roared. Laughter subsided with the arrival of the baron. Even Pylite paused his music. They regarded their lord with great trepidation. Our lord." The keen-eyed dwarf craftsman Fula raised his cup and bellowed, "Whether your cup holds thick soup, hot tea, or ale, to our lord." "To our lord." The cheers surged like waves. Lequi nodded to the bard's son, who understood and continued to play. A sudden chill brushed against Lequi's nose. It was snowing. The new residential area? Gran was not surprised by the lord's new command. With 200 residents in Porcupine Fortress and an additional 100 slaves, their chaotic congregation would surely breed trouble. More importantly, he knew the Lord was still having Lucky Kid Joe purchase slaves. There would never be enough houses, and the population of Porcupine Fortress would only continue to swell. Lequy nodded. The craftsmen were already in place, and constructing new homes could naturally be prioritized. Speaking of the types of houses on the continent of Relaya, they mainly fell into three categories. The first was the noble's castle, built from stone with rice paste as a binder. Its advantages lay in its sturdiness, but the disadvantages were glaringly obvious. Commoners of Porcupine Fortress could hardly afford it. They would rather eat the grain themselves. The second type was mud houses, which were cheap and could block the wind, and could be constructed by an individual. However, mud houses were unsuitable for Porcupine Fortress. As the weather was poor, during the rainy season, heavy rains could wash them away. The houses in Porcupine Fortress belonged to the third type, constructed with wooden supports and foundations, then plastered with a mixture of mud and plant fibers, making them more aesthetically pleasing than the second type. Yet, the costs were slightly higher. Logging and building were tasks no single person could accomplish alone. That I intend to replan Porcupine Fortress. Lequy brought forth a detailed aerial map, encompassing every street, every stream, and even every pit that he pointed at it, saying, in my plan, this area will be designated as the residential zone, though they won't all be clustered together, given Porcupine Fortress's current financial capacity. This is still premature. I'm merely sharing my thoughts with you. Lequy's vision extended beyond just a residential area. It included commercial zones, agricultural areas, and recreational venues, among others, if a scholar were to be recruited in the future. A scholar's tower would undoubtedly be built. He did not possess obsessive-compulsive tendencies, but a unified plan would facilitate his oversight of the entire Porcupine Fortress with an eagle's eye. Gran watched as the Lord continuously pointed and outlined his rough plans, his heart racing. This was a monumental undertaking for Porcupine Fortress. Fortunately, the initial phase would not require too much manpower, just the construction of a few more houses, left vacant for the arrival of new slaves. Yes, Gran found no fault in the Lord's command. Moreover, Porcupine Fortress had earned a decent sum from selling small potions to not withdraw all the slaves. Lequy remarked, I have other tasks for them. The celebration had concluded, and it was time to commence formal infrastructure development. Littlefinger exhaled, a plume of white mist escaping his lips. It's freezing, he said, tucking his hands into his sleeves, his nose reddened from the cold. Yet, glancing at his attire, he couldn't help but grin, praising the benevolent Lord. His smile grew increasingly radiant. Those who worked in winter were rewarded with a warm cotton coat, and as a supervisor, he naturally received one as well. Wearing this outfit during winter work kept him warm and active. In addition to the cotton coat, he earned a daily wage of 2 copper stars, along with a hearty midday meal of hot soup rich with oil. During this period as a supervisor, he had even gained a bit of weight. His trousers were becoming tight. However, the recent command from the Lord left him somewhat perplexed, as some individuals have been reassigned by Lord Gran to assist the newly arrived craftsmen in house construction. Why build more houses? There was already sufficient housing in the territory. The previous Lord of Porcupine Fortress would not have done this. One could say that Lord Lierda had little regard for the lives of the residents. Other noble lords were likely the same. Yet Lord Lequy was different. He had people continuously building and constructing, ensuring many had food to eat. Speaking of which, the sandy road that Lord Lequy had arranged for construction some time ago had become Littlefinger's favorite path. Even if it meant taking a few extra steps that on rainy days, the water would seep into the sand, allowing one to walk without fear of stepping into puddles, mud, or, heaven forbid, stepping in feces. The Lord had stated that anyone caught defecating indiscriminately on the road would be reported and, upon verification, would receive a reward of 5 copper stars. That, of course, if it were a baseless accusation, the accuser would be fined 50 copper stars and receive 3 lashes. Last time, a member of the peacekeeping team had groped a widow. After the Lord learned of this, the captain of the peacekeeping team was lashed 3 times, leaving him severely injured and bedridden for several days. Later, the captain whipped the scoundrel who had wronged him 5 times, reportedly leaving him with only half a life remaining, and no one dared to provoke the Lord's authority. Littlefinger considered himself fortunate for not being stationed at the construction site. He had heard that those craftsmen had terrible tempers and often forced supervisors to join them in labor. Disobedience would lead to reports made to Lord Gran, with everyone keeping a watchful eye on the supervisor's cushy positions, fearing they might be replaced. He was responsible for guiding the slaves and repairing the waterways. specifically a small river that flowed from a certain point in the dense forest and eventually merged into Pigtail Bay. On ordinary days, the farm women would wash their clothes here, and some would fetch water for cooking. In warmer summer weather, groups of men would strip down and jump in to bathe, sometimes catching fish to enhance their meals. The Lord must be planning something, he mused, for in recent days he often saw the Lord and the dwarf carpenter gesturing by the riverside, engaged in conversation. Perhaps it was about facilitating the construction of the entire Porcupine Fortress, like the Sandy Road. More likely, it was something else entirely. He lacked the courage to approach and eavesdrop, merely harboring an innocent curiosity within. Occasionally, Black Ear would come by. Although he only crafted farming tools, his business was thriving. The Lord had ordered him to produce more axes, hoes, saws, and various farming implements, and he was hammering away tirelessly, surely earning a considerable sum. As the esteemed Lord would never default on his obligations, Littlefinger was contemplating sending a gift, specifically offering his own son to Black Ear as an apprentice. Deep in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of the Lord, prompting him to hastily rise and avoid appearing too idle, lest the Lord strip him of his supervisory duties. Li Chi and the carpenter gnome, Vulla, stood by the riverbank. "How goes it?" Li Chi inquired. "I have made preliminary progress on the water wheel you requested," Vulla replied, "but there are still some minor issues that require resolution, which will take a few days. Nevertheless, it will certainly function. Is it truly feasible?" "Given its size?" Vulla questioned, observing the river's swift current. "Absolutely. The flow will undoubtedly power the water wheel," Li Chi assured him, gazing ahead at the stream. "If the Lord's vision comes to fruition, could this be the wisdom of the nobility?" Vulla pondered, recalling his encounters with nobles, particularly the heir of the Bill family, who had been utterly befuddled during their ordeal aboard a pirate ship. When pursued by their captors, he had naively suggested that the Baron of Pigtail Bay had no soldiers, inviting the pirates to plunder the island at their leisure. Cursed be him for revealing such folly to Lord Li Chi, who, however, remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the matter, although he was a gnome, and thus limited in his capacity to assist with noble affairs. He felt that serving the Lord was his way of repaying his debts. Harnessing the river's flowing power to operate the water wheel could transform it into an endless source of labor. If the water wheel were successfully constructed as envisioned by the Lord, it would pave the way for the establishment of a water mill, eliminating the need for manual grinding of wheat flour, thereby saving considerable manpower. The Lord even suggested that a blacksmith's forge could be built adjacent to the water wheel, utilizing its motion to operate the bellows. Forgive the gnome for his ignorance regarding the workings of bellows. He merely sensed that it was yet another marvel of ingenuity. Furthermore, the Lord mentioned that the water wheel could also be employed for irrigating the fields. Once a skeptic of the notion that the Lord was favored by the gods, he now fully believed that this was indeed divine wisdom bestowed upon him. The gnome craftsman mused inwardly, having been rescued by the Lord and now working in the territory of the hedgehogs. This must surely be a celestial arrangement. Li Chi possessed a modicum of knowledge, though it was scant. Transplanted from another world, his mind was not a repository of encyclopedic information. He merely provided the conceptual framework for the water wheel's creation, with the intricate research and construction resting solely on Vulla's capable shoulders. Fortunately, this skilled gnome was quick to grasp concepts, and after an indeterminate number of experiments, the water wheel had taken shape. Chi glanced up at the sky. It was noon, time for a meal. The task of distributing food to the slaves was assigned to hired farmers, who served coarse black bread made from wheat bran and steaming soup glistening with oil. While not particularly nutritious, the meal sufficed to satiate hunger and replenish energy. Others perceived the territory of the hedgehogs as the Lord's possession, and the provisions as his property. In truth, it was the populace that held true value. Even if the land could not sustain them, Li Chi was determined to continue recruiting people, and he intended to do so at an ever-accelerating pace. "My lord," a timid maidservant greeted as she approached to serve the meal. She was the tallest maid in the castle, yet her stature belied her timid nature. Li Chi had ordered the maid to oversee the distribution of food daily, effectively preventing anyone from pilfering provisions. Should anyone attempt to exploit the situation, there was little he could do to monitor every individual. That was the responsibility of the overseer. The Lord's current focus was on broader matters. Should anyone deliberately impede progress, they would be deemed an enemy, and he would not hesitate to send them back to the embrace of the four gods. Thank you for your hard work, Li Qi acknowledged, walking over to observe her distributing bread. The laboring slaves formed a long queue, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. They were acutely aware of the Lord's presence, bowing their heads as they quietly accepted their rations that a female slave approached, received her bread, ladled soup, and turned to leave. Crack! A whip struck the ground as the supervising farmer barked, "Say thank you." The slave flinched, spilling half her soup, and hurriedly turned back, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Li Qi observed this scene without intervening. Indeed, there was no need for him to do so. "Grass sprout, are your family members all your height?" he casually inquired. The tall maidservant replied, "No, my lord, my family members are of average height. Nothing exceptional that it is a recessive trait. I recall you mentioning you have a younger brother. He is only 5 years old." The tall maidservant responded, "And he is still too young to tell, but perhaps he will grow to be as tall as I am." She had long felt self-conscious about her height, having been bullied in her youth, and her days before moving to the territory of the hedgehogs had been particularly bleak, which likely contributed to her disposition. After a brief conversation, Li Qi turned to leave, but soon noticed the gnome craftsman glancing back repeatedly, as though something had caught his eye. "Vula, what troubles you?" he asked, sensing something was amiss with the gnome's demeanor. "The maid is truly enchanting, my lord. Is her name Grass Sprout?" Vula remarked. Li Qi glanced at the gnome, then towards the tall maidservant in the distance, contemplating who had played matchmaker in this peculiar scenario. The gnome, being of diminutive stature, appeared even smaller beside the tall maidservant, as if he were but a half-figure. This fellow seemed to have taken a fancy to the towering woman. "Vula, I will not hinder anyone's pursuit of love," Li Qi stated, "nor will I prevent you from liking her, but I hope that Grass Sprout will agree willingly rather than feeling coerced." It was common knowledge that the craftsman held a respected position within the territory of the hedgehogs, and many sought to curry favor with him. Should the gnome attempt to force the issue, it was likely that Grass Sprout and her parents would feel too intimidated to refuse. Vula nodded earnestly. "I will make an effort to approach her. The men of our golden wheat fields are fiercely loyal in matters of love." Aichi observed the tall maidservant distributing food in the distance before turning back. "I must return for lunch now, Vula." "Enjoy your meal, my lord," the gnome bowed. Upon returning on horseback and sitting down to lunch, Li Qi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. There was no decree stating that gnomes could not admire tall individuals. He speculated that the tall maidservant may not be inclined to marry a gnome. After all, even if Vula was a gnome, he was a skilled artisan and a valuable asset. It was conceivable that even if he were in his 70s, there would still be those willing to wed him. The pork chop stew with potatoes was particularly to Li Qi's liking, and he generously offered praise, hoping that the male servant, Chow Cha, would convey his compliments. Seafood, while delightful, could lead to gout if consumed in excess. But he didn't worry about the inhabitants of the territory of the hedgehogs overindulging in seafood, as everyone knew it belonged to the lord of the castle. As night fell, Li Qi made his way to the garden's grave markers and opened the crypt. At the T intersection, a pungent odor of preservatives wafted from the left. He turned and proceeded leftward. Rows of corpses lay in their coffins. With the recent felling of numerous trees, there was no shortage of materials for coffin making. The first coffin contained the remains of an iron hoof knight, devoid of suitable armor. As the set belonging to the living knight had surely been sold off, acquiring a replacement would prove challenging. For his underlings, the Black Ears were only adept at crafting farming tools. Li had never envisioned asking them to forge armor. The second coffin housed the body of a black-haired slave known as Dog, who possessed masterful throwing skills. Each corpse bore distinct attributes. For instance, the Iron Hoof Knight's throws were far less proficient than those of the black-haired slave. However, as long as Li Qi maintained his focus, any corpse could become a master thrower. Distractions would necessitate operating according to their inherent strengths and weaknesses. The third coffin was empty, while the fourth and fifth contained the withered bodies of commoners. Similarly preserved in magical preservatives that he ignited a torch. Despite possessing the same night vision capabilities as the commoners, he preferred the illumination that a red-haired corpse emerged, draped in a black cloak. It was an intelligent corpse, unafraid of the light. "Come here," Li Qi beckoned. The red-haired commoner hesitated, contemplating the command before approaching. His reaction time noticeably improved. Li Qi was astonished. Did this mean that the corpse was akin to a blank slate, requiring nurturing and instruction beyond inherent instincts? Previously, issuing a single command had taken the red-haired commoner considerable time to comprehend. Witnessing such tangible progress brought Li Qi great joy. Perhaps, in the future, communication could be much more seamless. He attempted to issue a command. "Remove your clothing." The red-haired denizen remained unresponsive. "Undress," he commanded, pointing at the cloak draped over the other. This time, there was a reaction. The red-haired denizen removed the cloak, standing bare before Li Qi. Under the enchanting influence of the griffin grass, this figure did not resemble the shriveled corpses of the other two denizens. A gentle squeeze revealed taut muscles, if one were to overlook the grotesque visage. The physique could undoubtedly befit a shadowy assassin. Upon closer inspection, he found no wounds upon the denizen's body. This was his first corpse demon, and it was imperative to care for it well. "You must soak your feet daily," Li Qi instructed, gesturing towards the coffin. "Soak in preservative. Do you understand?" The denizen, in a state of confusion, returned to the coffin and lay down within. Fortunately, being a corpse demon, it was devoid of the so-called joys and sorrows of the living. Had it been a living person confined in such a tomb daily, madness would likely have ensued long. Li Qi then turned to begin concocting the preservative. This substance was not costly, yet its consumption was swift. The following morning, with the assistance of his male servant wielding a pitchfork, he donned a fresh set of clothes. The castle had already undergone a thorough cleaning and appeared immaculate. Li Qi sat at the dining table, lifting a spoon that on a winter morning, hot soup was essential. The egg drop soup was a recipe he had imparted to the chef, simple and quick, though it was regrettable there were no dumplings. A thought he contemplated sharing with the chef. The butler approached. "Good morning, my lord." His movements were impeccable. "Good morning, Simon. Is there something amiss?" Since the arrival of Glenn and Joe, the butler's responsibilities have been reduced to managing matters within the castle. "The groom informs me that your mare is with foal." Upon arriving at the stable, Li Qi found the groom bending over, preparing fodder. The mare was the first to sense Li Qi's presence. Turning her head to regard him, he approached and gently stroked the mare's head. The groom, straightening up upon seeing Li Qi, immediately set down the fodder. "My lord, how is she?" Li Qi inquired. He was not well versed in the intricacies of breeding, yet he understood his groom was no ordinary man. He was specifically hired by the baron to tend to the war horses and even consulted for the breeding of pigs and sheep. "She's healthy and robust," the groom replied. "I estimate that in about 300 days, the foal will arrive. Take good care of her. I will arrange for a craftsman to repair the stable. If funds are lacking, consult Glenn." Li Qi emphasized, "We must ensure the safety of this mare." The groom assumed it was merely the baron's anxiety over the warhorse. After all, it was a creature that could only be procured with considerable wealth. A warhorse that could partner with a knight. Hearing of the baron's promised reward, the groom nodded vigorously, resolving to treat the pregnant mare as if she were his own mother from that day forth. 300 days was not a long span. With the emergence of magical tides, griffins, and even extraordinary knights, one could only wonder how the world might transform. Then, it would not be unreasonable for him to possess a flying horse. Since the confirmation of the mare's pregnancy, Li Qi's spirits had remained buoyant in the days that followed. Another snowfall cloaked the spiny hedgehog territory in a blanket of pristine white. Li Qi sat before the fireplace, a fur blanket draped over his knees, the flickering flames casting a rosy glow upon his profile. He was engrossed in a book titled Miss Gregor, a tale chronicling the life of a noble maiden. Following a power struggle that claimed the lives of her parents and siblings, she escaped the castle's confines and took a powerful assassin as her mentor, mastering the art of assassination before embarking on a quest for vengeance. However, as the War of Kings erupted, Miss Gregor's focus had to shift to the battlefield alongside her enemies. Miss Gregor did not achieve her revenge. Her adversary fell in battle, yet she chose to fight for her country and people, rallying knights willing to pledge loyalty to her in the name of Gregor. This moment, Li Chi was reading about Miss Gregor's call to arms. Trapped in a valley, facing dire circumstances, she donned her helmet and raised her long sword high. Silence enveloped the crowd as they fixed their gaze upon her sword, known as the Flame of Hope, while her steed sensed impending danger, its hooves restlessly pawing the ground. Charge, with 16 knights facing hundreds of attackers. It was a charge destined for death. Yet none among Miss Gregor's ranks hesitated. Chi felt his blood surge. This was one of the rare books that captivated him. Miss Gregor, both restrained and valiant, embarked on a romanticized, suicidal charge. However, as the narrative progressed, it veered into the fantastical, with flames erupting from her sword as she carved a bloody path through her foes. Amidst the carnage, her horse collapsed, and Miss Gregor stood atop a mound of bodies, planting her family's banner, now stained crimson, waving in the wind. She removed her helmet, sunlight illuminating her silver hair, which shimmered brilliantly. He harbored grave suspicions that this was an instance of overzealous narrative embellishment. One moment, she seemed outmatched. The next, divine intervention allowed her to vanquish her enemies. He observed the valley battle, noting that the book still had about a tenth of its length remaining, suggesting it was nearing its conclusion. Li Chi sipped his hot tea, reflecting that the book's strongest moments lay in Miss Gregor's clever escape from the castle, utilizing her intimate knowledge of the stronghold and her agile form to save her own life. Conversely, the segment detailing her training under the assassin master was merely glossed over. Naturally, the most exhilarating scenes were those of her reckless charge, evoking admiration for the brave and unyielding Miss Gregor, who was depicted in a manner that was both alluring and formidable. The book had certainly devoted considerable prose to that aspect. The gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Li Chi to turn and see Glenn, clad in a thick white fur coat, approaching with a shiver. "My lord." Glenn's expression appeared grim. "What troubles you, Glenn?" Li Chi inquired, casually placing the book on the table as he stood to address him. "Several slaves have fallen ill," Glenn reported. "Their bodies are burning hot and emitting white smoke. Given the severe cold and heavy snowfall, it was likely a case of influenza." Chi stood upright. "Where is the apothecary?" "He is already preparing remedies. Additionally, I have arranged for the healthy to be relocated to other quarters." Glenn hesitated before adding, "But we should consider burning the ill to prevent contagion." Burning the sick alive? Li Chi's heart twitched at the thought. He understood that this was the method Glenn deemed the least costly. Administering medication to the slaves would likely cost more than acquiring new ones. And if the treatment failed, it could spread the contagion to others. Killing them and burning the remains would be the most pragmatic solution, aligning with noble interests that owe them. Death could even be a form of release. Li Chi sighed, realizing that neither slaughter nor burning alive aligned with his values. He immediately ordered hot water to be prepared. Hot water? The inhabitants were not accustomed to drinking hot water. However, consuming cold water significantly increased the risk of illness, leading people to prefer thick soups and beer. Chi nodded. Boil the river water. All slaves, including the commoners of the spiny hedgehog territory, must drink at least 3 large cups of hot water daily. While drinking hot water may not cure all ailments, it was undoubtedly more beneficial than relying solely on their bodies to fend off illness. Additionally, consuming hot water would provide comfort and warmth. The drowsy male servant, noticing Li Chi's intention to leave, quickly grabbed a garment to drape over him. "I will not abandon them," Li Chi stated. "The ailing are all confined to one house. The apothecary's remedies will determine their fates." He and Glenn exited the castle, where the security team managed the slaves, who moved quietly, aware of the grim fate awaiting the ill. While they felt fortunate to be healthy, sorrow weighed heavily for their companions who faced death. "Let me in to care for my sister. I beg you," a young boy knelt on the ground, but the security team restrained him. Initially, they considered kicking him, but upon seeing the Lord's arrival, they lowered their feet. "Are you seeking death? Do you not fear contagion? But my sister is still inside," the young boy pleaded. The Lord had arrived. It is the master. The boy, who had been kneeling and pleading, turned to face the nobleman draped in a heavy coat. He wished to beseech the Lord, yet hesitated to voice his request, a lesson learned from past experiences. Slaves were not to make demands of their masters, nor were they permitted to initiate conversation. Perhaps the Lord would not mind, or even engage in conversation with a smile. However, the mad dog, Ache, will undoubtedly beat them to a pulp afterward. The benevolent Lord is certainly unaware of this matter. That mad dog, Ache, has too much power. Yet they are but slaves, forced to endure. As long as they obey, the mad dog will not harm them. Rest assured, the Lord proclaimed, I have arranged for the apothecary to prepare medicine. The ill shall not be forsaken, and everyone will have a chance for healing. Before turning to leave, the Lord cast a glance at the youth. Strive to survive. The cold that had taken hold was eventually brought under control with the melting of the snow. And one by one, the afflicted recovered. According to the widow, Glenn, a total of 44 individuals fell ill, with 3 succumbing to the illness. Following this, the residents of Porcupine Territory adopted a new custom. Every household began to drink boiled water. Li Chi rose early, aided by a male servant with a pitchfork to don his garments. The snow had just begun to melt. Today was somewhat lively, as the gnome carpenter, Fula, was marrying the tall maid. In Porcupine Territory, lacking a church, weddings could not be entirely conventional. Fortunately, the residents were not overly concerned with such matters. As the first wave of settlers to the Porcupine Territory, their faith in the 4 gods was rather superficial. Li Chi was quite intrigued by the first marriage he presided over since assuming control of the territory. Thus, he agreed to officiate Fula's wedding. Although the gnome lacked much creative talent, Li Chi found him far more useful than his own hands, which could not obediently perform carpentry tasks. The gnome, however, could repeatedly experiment to bring his ideas to fruition. The bellows and water wheel had already been successfully developed, yet their practical application was still pending and would undoubtedly face numerous challenges. In addition, Li Chi had tasked the gnome with constructing a cart, which had yet to commence, as the newlywed gnome carpenter had his hands full. Following the road construction, the gravel ground had become relatively even due to the trampling. And Porcupine Territory lacked sufficient draft animals. If a 2-wheeled cart were available, it could significantly enhance transportation efficiency in a short time. The continent of Luilia had long seen the advent of single-wheeled handcarts. However, they were not particularly convenient, as they could not carry heavy loads that a 2-wheeled cart would allow a group of individuals to coordinate in transporting goods. In the absence of draft animals, it was the optimal choice. The concept for the cart had already been sketched out, merely lacking the foot supports, making it not particularly challenging for the carpenter to replicate. Since the last festival, the small square that had been cleared remained a permanent fixture. A crowd had gathered, curiously observing the newlyweds, whose height difference was striking. Fula, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, donned clean and exquisite attire on his wedding day, standing atop a tall table to meet his bride's gaze. Opposite him was his wife, the tall maid Suya, who had changed out of her maid's dress into a new gown, her hair intricately styled, her face adorned with shyness. Li Chi understood that in Porcupine Territory, few young women would refuse Fula. Marrying a gnome was not merely about his stature, but also his profession as a skilled carpenter with a handsome income. This was not a rarity in this world. Even in his past life, such circumstances were commonplace. Marriage had numerous motivations, and love was often of lesser importance, much like Li Chi's willingness to reconnect with a cousin he had not seen in ages. Even without knowledge of her current appearance, an alliance with Green Forest Fortress held immense advantages, potentially saving him 2 or 3 decades of struggle. With financial backing from Green Forest Fortress, many of his aspirations could be realized. Rather than being stifled as they currently were, in essence, marriage boils down to a singular question. Are you willing? Li Chi took his position, and the crowd quieted, each silently blessing the wedding presided over by their lord. As all eyes turned toward him, Li Chi proclaimed loudly, "We gather here to witness the union of Fula and Saya, as their souls and bodies become one. May the Father, the knights, the women, and the prisoners bear witness to this sacred bond, and let no one interfere with their marriage. Fula, you may kiss your bride," he stated. The gnome stepped forward, causing the table to wobble slightly, but the tall maid approached him, steadying her husband. The two shared a shy kiss, and applause erupted from the audience. Li Chi smiled and turned to leave. Such was the simplicity of the wedding in the absence of a lord. The small square truly came alive, as if this marriage had slightly dispelled the shadows cast by the recent illness. The development of porcupine territory proceeded steadily. With the arrival of spring, the oats were nearing maturity. And even the most discerning eyes could see that a bountiful harvest awaited. As Li rode toward the riverbank, he observed many children bending down with baskets, collecting manure. The common folk of porcupine territory had come to recognize the value of manure. Due to their young age and inability to contribute labor, these restless children were assigned by their families to gather dung, as its importance became evident with the upcoming oat harvest and wheat planting. Along the way, upon seeing Li, the laborers immediately paused their work, bowing and calling out, "My lord." Li did not linger until he reached the site of the houses being constructed by the river. The watermill was the first building he intended to erect. A portion of the residents possessed grain, and grinding it into flour would consume a significant amount of time. Li was unwilling to waste labor unnecessarily. Once the watermill was completed and operational, the next step would be the irrigation water wheel, which would play a crucial role in the forthcoming planting season. Some newly arrived slaves were assigned to clear land in early spring. Their primary concern was to fill their bellies. Meanwhile, the first batch of slaves awaiting harvest could work, eat their fill, and earn their share of labor points. Those who performed well would gain points, while those who did poorly would lose them. Currently, these points could be exchanged for bread or food, motivating many slaves to work diligently. However, this scoring system applied only to slaves, not to free citizens. Free individuals were not bound to one place and labored to earn copper stars or other rewards. Unlike slaves who could only pledge their loyalty to Li, earning something was better than nothing. This was not a new monetary policy, but rather a small experiment. Since the scoring system lacked any real foundation, it was entirely dependent on the Lord himself. If the Lord were to change his stance, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Nevertheless, the slaves were reluctant to abandon this opportunity. If they could have an extra loaf of bread, why would they choose to have one less? Upon Li's arrival, a youth with a small, bug-like mole on his forehead approached, skillfully leading Li's horse. "Li, where is your father?" Li inquired as he dismounted. The boy was Ake's eldest son, 3 years younger than Li. "Li," he replied with reverence. "There seems to be some discord among the slaves, likely due to disputes over labor points." Each night, he listened to his father's teachings, holding a greater awe for the Lord than for his own father. "Tell him not to go overboard," Li casually instructed. The emergence of interests would inevitably breed discord. For instance, disputes over labor points were not uncommon. The young and vigorous slaves, rising early and working swiftly, naturally saw their labor points soar, coupled with the castle's gradual reduction of food supplies for the slaves, which encouraged them to work harder for more rewards. Some had enough to eat, while others went hungry. Moreover, the nature of the work varied. Collecting seafood by the seaside and logging stones were not the same tasks. Yet, the labor points remained consistent, as children and strong men were not alike. Some worked quickly and earned much, managing to earn 3 days' worth of dark bread in just 1 day, while others were lazy and unproductive. Such situations were rife. This was merely a transitional phase. Li had merely tossed the idea of a scoring system to Glenn, offering a few suggestions from the sidelines. Ultimately, the benefits generated by the slaves were not paramount. The small pills were what truly mattered. "Fool! Fool!" the gnome carpenter bellowed. "Hurry up! Do you wish to massage the wood?" The half-grown youth before him remained silent, laboring diligently. Others dared not provoke this carpenter, well aware that he was highly regarded by the Lord. Not only carpenters, but also masons, blacksmiths, and even bards held a special place in the Lord's eyes. To paraphrase Lord Glenn's words, what is most important? Talent. The Lord held a deep appreciation for skilled individuals, often rewarding those who possessed even a modicum of expertise in masonry or minor crafts with better job opportunities. This advantage extended beyond commoners, as even slaves could gain certain benefits. Such a temper, Li approached. The gnome carpenter, who had just been vociferously berating those around him, immediately bent low upon the Lord's arrival. Nearly kneeling, "Good day, my lord." Li observed the silent youth laboring diligently, aware that carpenters typically would not allow outsiders to interfere with their tasks. The boy merely called out "Sir" as Li approached, then continued with his work in silence. "Your workload is quite substantial. I must find an apprentice to assist. chuckled the new gnome carpenter, his demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier agitated state. And do take the time to relish your marital bliss, Li Chi replied with a smile. The gnome, toiling from dawn until dusk, hardly had the opportunity to engage in quarrels with his new bride in the evenings. Thus, enlisting an apprentice to help seemed quite reasonable. The carpenter grinned, understanding the underlying implications of the Lord's words. Li Chi was genuinely pleased to see craftsmen marrying and establishing families here, as it signified attachments that would deter them from leaving. Craftsmen were a rare commodity, and if they found the conditions in the Porcupine territory unsatisfactory or earned sufficient wealth, they might very well depart without a second thought. Just as Li Chi had previously procured several skilled artisans at double the usual price, he now guarded Ironstone City as one would protect against thieves, were it not for the monthly trade of small potions. He believed that the heartthrob Beiji would have long since dispatched her knights to charge forth. The construction of the watermill continued, and Li Chi merely came to inspect, having just eaten and not yet digested his meal. The gnome continued to reprimand his new apprentice, and even amidst the scolding, others looked on with envy, wishing they could take his place. After a while, Ake returned, limping and supported by his younger son. Sir, Ake maintained his humble demeanor upon seeing Li Q. I doubt in a couple of days. Qiao should return with a batch of new slaves. Li Chi nodded. The Eastern Gorge did not impose strict limitations on the purchase of slaves, provided the numbers remained modest. Li Chi was also aware that his actions in acquiring slaves would soon attract the disapproval of other lords, as each lord was keenly concerned about the population of their territories. Slaves were considered a burden, yet they served as the quickest means to bolster numbers at the onset of war, thus complicating matters further. Li Chi had already instructed Lucky Boy Qiao to procure slaves from other large towns. However, based on previous purchases, it seemed that the Porcupine territory would soon be blacklisted. It was estimated that the population would reach around 600, and acquiring more slaves would become exceedingly difficult. Slave traders generally hailed from noble backgrounds, and it would be advantageous for Li Chi to maintain good relations with any such aristocrat. Yet, the Porcupine family was known for their lack of social maneuvering and alliances, with the onset of spring plowing. The newly acquired slaves were tasked with clearing land for cultivation, and he cautioned Ake, I understand that managing a larger number can be troublesome. If issues arise, consult Gran. He knows how to handle it. Ake only had robust farmers under his command, but the crack of a whip could swiftly earn the slaves' loyalty in the short term. Ake nodded repeatedly. The recent introduction of a labor point system had indeed spurred the previously lethargic slaves into a more industrious state. Yet, with limited points available, competition for rewards inevitably led to conflicts. Prior to the implementation of the labor point system, slaves would slack off in unseen corners, as everyone received their rations regardless of effort. Now, with the system in place, and the Lord no longer providing meals, everyone aspired to work hard to earn their sustenance, compelling them to labor diligently for points. The upside was a marked increase in productivity. Both new constructions and repairs to waterways progressed nearly twice as fast as before, and there were no complaints about the long hours. However, the downside was the fierce competition. Workers, driven by desperation, would aggressively vie for tasks, leading to tensions and altercations. It was during these times that Ake had to intervene personally, administering a couple of lashes before deducting points to restore order among the slaves. Yet, Ake felt the piercing gazes directed at him, as if many were prepared to leap forth and rend him to pieces. For the slaves, earning money was impractical, but labor points were their lifeblood. Li Chi added, currently, the castle staff is quite occupied. I intend to have Simon select a few maids. Ake, you might want to give it a try. Simon can be quite stubborn, and I cannot guarantee that you'll be accepted. Ake immediately raised his head. Working as a maid in the castle would mean his daughter could shed her status as a slave. Nobility would certainly not allow slaves to roam freely throughout the castle, much like Ake himself. Although he was adept at overseeing slaves for Li Chi, he was never permitted near the castle. His authority was substantial, yet he remained a slave, inherently of lower status than the common folk. As for the steward, that rabbit-lipped man would not dare defy the Lord's orders, but upon reflection, it seemed quite probable that he would comply, for the maids delivering meals from the castle often spoke of him as a rigid, aristocratic curmudgeon, looking down on others as a slave. Even with the Lord's clemency, Ake feared he would hold little advantage. "Thank you, sir." Ake knelt on the ground, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Elichi had initially intended to share his thoughts of selecting knights to accompany him with Ake, for his two sons were tall and handsome, capable of controlling insects. Although there was still some distance between them, with time, they might yet rekindle the memories of the night of Iron Hoof and the swarms of insects. After some contemplation, he decided to withhold this information for the time being. One could not provide all the suites at once, and currently he lacked a knight instructor to assist with training. 1 or 2 illustrations would suffice. There was no need to draw them daily, for those starving for sustenance might resort to creating a lantern and hanging it up. After giving a few more instructions, Li Qi mounted his horse and departed. He promptly instructed his eldest son to summon the little girl who was working to earn labor points. Indeed, he would have his children earn points as well, why let an opportunity slip by? Although he was simultaneously troubled by the labor point system, Ake was also envious of these small gains. Soon, the news of the castle seeking new maids and servants spread. The castle was hiring new male and female servants, reportedly selecting candidates in the small square, and soon people flocked to the scene. Working in the castle offered numerous advantages. Lady Mountain Sparrow, the castle's laundry maid, merely washed clothes daily. The work was not arduous, and there was food and pay. Then there was the oak basin. Although not a maid, she assisted the castle chef, and while it was tiring, the position was still highly coveted. There was also the tall maid, who, although she left the castle after marrying the carpenter, fortuitously departed, allowing others the chance to enter. The tall maid had lived in the castle as a general servant, and look at her, she quickly married the carpenter. Although her husband was a gnome of modest stature, the lord held gnomes in high regard, and the carpenter had more work than he could handle. Countless individuals sought to send their children to the carpenter as apprentices, yet none succeeded, and no longer needing to labor. With 3 meals a day assured, it was a far better prospect than working in the castle. Simon maintained his characteristic demeanor, looking down at others. The servants privately remarked that he lacked noble lineage, yet suffered from noble pretensions. Simon occasionally heard such comments, but paid them no mind, preferring to maintain his elegance at all times. Today, it was not only Simon in charge. The castle's cupbearer had also been entrusted by Li Qi with responsibilities. The oak basin, freshly summoned from the kitchen, was likely brought in out of fear of standing alone against the steward. The cupbearer subtly emulated the authoritative demeanor of the Porcupine Castle's female steward. Adept at forming alliances, the oak basin, nervously clutching her skirt, had grown accustomed to being ordered about by Mr. Barrel in the kitchen, and now found herself thrust into the spotlight, as though she were a noble lady of the castle. Since earlier, a few individuals had quietly approached her, hoping the oak basin might lend a hand. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Look, isn't that the oak basin? Ever since she started working in the castle, she has been eating well and has become quite lovely. This was no exaggeration. Within the castle, the lord would not waste food, ensuring that leftovers were shared among the male and female servants. Li had no reservations about his cooks pilfering food. In fact, if his cooks were emaciated, he would be worried that my children are diligent and handsome. They will surely assist the lord in keeping the castle clean. How many individuals will be hired this time? With good news comes despair. Some lamented that their children were dull and unappealing. More slots would certainly be welcome, increasing their chances. With a population of 200, in reality, it comprised only a few dozen households. With some families having 4 or 5 children, all hoping that at least one might secure a position in the castle. The crowd was chaotic. For instance, some overheard the news and discovered that their daughters had not arrived. Where's that little one? Why haven't you arrived? I heard someone shout. I just saw the little-eyed one sweeping the floor at home. What time is it now? The person, in a state of urgency, stamped their feet, glancing at the castle steward standing at the center, fully aware that it was unrealistic to expect them to reserve a spot for assistance. Thus, they turned and dashed towards home, hoping to be selected. During the selection process for Abbot Simon, Li Qi remained oblivious, either training, researching food, or engrossed in reading. He had many matters to attend to and would never assume the role of an HR interviewer. The male and female servants who wandered about the castle differed from the kitchen helpers, who needed decent culinary skills. The former had to possess keen observation to avoid inciting the lord's ire. The entire selection process was rather slow, as Simon was exceptionally stringent regarding those permitted entry into the castle. The young candidates, their palms slick with sweat, feared making mistakes. Soon, the selection concluded. Those not chosen departed filled with regret, their heads hanging low, cognizant that the castle likely wouldn't be seeking new servants anytime soon. The successful ones followed towards the castle, but not through the main entrance. This truly the castle? A boy with a mole at the corner of his mouth donned new clothes and couldn't help but exclaim within the castle's expansive confines. Needing to tilt his head back to see the ceiling, luxurious furs, fragrant milk tea, and the Lord's tomes. All were reminiscent of his imaginings, yet exceeded them in splendor. The two boys and two girls trailing behind him nodded in agreement. The stone-constructed castle was far more magnificent than their humble mud houses. The thought of working within such a splendid edifice stirred their hearts with uncontainable excitement. Steward Simon stood nearby, smiling at the quintet's exhilaration. Believing that servants working in a castle should feel a sense of honor serving the nobility. How glorious it is! All right, Simon interrupted their musings, saying, Duckfoot, you should be the first male servant of the castle, working alongside Red Nose and Quack Quack. Your primary duties will consist of various chores: gathering firewood, chopping wood, cleaning, or running errands. Yes, Duckfoot, with a mole on his mouth, eagerly nodded. Although he was designated as the first male servant, the chef would not fall under his purview, nor would the groom heed him. The personal male servant's rank even ranked below the steward's. Should the steward resign in the future, the personal male servant and the first male servant would likely become the prime candidates for the steward's position. The steward then turned his attention to the two demure girls. One was strikingly beautiful, save for a small mole on her brow, while the other had small eyes, perpetually appearing lackluster. Ack, little eyes, you too will follow Goblet. She will guide you in your work. Yes, the two young ladies nodded. The steward regarded Ack with keen interest. She was brought in by the Lord after having her slave status revoked and was exceptionally attractive. He refrained from making baseless assumptions regarding the Lord's intentions, but certainly would not allow this lovely young maid to draw too close to the Lord. Even the most rational lord might lose his composure when intoxicated. As steward, it was his duty to maintain the Lord's reason during such moments of folly. The couple, Ruelia, remained faithful to each other, and unmarried nobles should uphold their image. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between personal male and female servants. Much like the heartthrob of Simon, it was believed that no baron with a title and estate could ever wed her. All right, Simon continued, I will first show you each room. Remember my instructions. Some rooms are off limits, and I will detail these for you, as well as things you must absolutely avoid. Then, I will take you to your respective chambers for a glimpse. The five nodded eagerly, unable to contain their excitement to return home and share their current joy with their families. The sound of hooves echoed from outside. The Lord has returned. Though he seldom ventured out, when he did, he always headed straight for his purpose. It was as if he possessed eyes that could see the entirety of the porcupine domain. However, considering the fate of those destitute pirates who quietly came ashore only to meet their demise, the Lord undoubtedly commanded a formidable army, concealed from sight, unknown to anyone. Restlessly hurried into the castle. The personal servant Grassfork followed behind, lamenting the absence of an ice cellar. Summer would surely be challenging that it was still spring, yet the Lord had already been quite uncomfortable from the heat of riding. He could only imagine how dreadful it would become summer to my Lord. Steward Simon took the lead, and the five newcomers awkwardly mimicked the gesture, their movements clumsy, but their attitudes exceedingly respectful. Necessitating further training, it seemed that these five gentlemen and ladies were indeed the new members of the castle. The Baron nodded, casting a lingering glance at Ack before hastening away. The Lord would not concern himself with a few servants, as he had matters of far greater importance, such as changing out of his sweat-soaked garments in the blink of an eye. It was the season for the oat harvest. The spring grass carpeted the fields, and southern birds chirped merrily. Thanks to the manure used during last year's planting, the yield far exceeded previous seasons. In the fields, Little Eye's father knelt earnestly at the edge, praying, "Thank you for gods, if you ask me. We should be thanking the Lord." His wife set aside her tools, wiping the sweat from her brow. It is the Lord who taught us to use manure and provided us with plows. Little Eye's father held a greater reverence than his wife. Of course, I must thank the Lord for his kindness, but the four gods have granted us this bounty. Harvest is a divine blessing, while hunger is the punishment for one's lack of piety. Yet the wife retorted, but Six-Finger doesn't believe in the gods, and his harvest surpasses ours that he favored by the four gods too. Years ago, she was born on Monkey Island, under the rule of the current royal family, the Keen family. Monkey Island holds no belief in the four gods. Later, due to war, she fled with her parents, nearly becoming a slave, and eventually settled in the Porcupine Domain with a pioneering group. Marrying her husband and becoming a local, her belief in the four gods is merely superficial. Her husband opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Everyone knew Six-Finger was not the brightest, lacking understanding of faith. However, he possessed a certain foolish strength. The Lord had even instructed someone to teach Six-Finger farming and fertilizing, and he diligently tended to his field, his laughter echoing far during harvest time. Yet, everyone as harvest was plentiful, and no one could refrain from smiling. The wife continued, "Moreover, Little Eyes is now working in the castle. All of this is thanks to the Lord. Then tell me, is our abundant harvest not a gift from the four gods?" The man questioned angrily, though his conviction faltered. Of course, it is connected to the four gods. The wife also knelt, but her direction was towards the castle, continuing, "The Lord is a chosen one of the gods. He is the messenger sent to us by the four gods. The Lord leads us according to divine guidance. We should be even more grateful for the messenger of the four gods." "Thank you, Lord." Thanking the Lord, the man suddenly realized and turned to kneel towards the castle. The sounds of hooves and creaking wheels approached. They raised their heads to look. New slaves had arrived. Magic enchants the mind, while power instills silence. The first batch of oats harvested after spring was drawn into the castle by two-wheeled carts, and the granary was already stacked high. Everyone had settled their debts to the castle and saved a considerable amount of grain. After checking on the condition of the pregnant mare, Li Chi sought out Ak. Employing her as a maid was not merely due to her beauty. If a noble were to seek only outward charm, he could change his beauty every day without repetition. Yet, Li Chi would not act in such a manner. To ensure he could partake in his cousin's soft meal in the future, he must maintain his integrity. The young maid donned a maid outfit sewn by Lady Sparrow, who understood needlework, as dictated by the Lord, a simple long dress paired with an apron adorned with ruffles, topped with a headscarf whimsically named Chicken Hat by the Lord. Alas, there were no white stockings, which left the Lord somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, the youthful and radiant maids replaced their coarse linen skirts with beautiful, uniform-made outfits, sufficiently pleasing to the EYT this moment. Ak's cheeks flushed as a ladybug perched silently on a leaf before her. The ladybug suddenly took flight, landing on Ak's hand, and she turned to Li Chi with delight. "I did it, my lord." However, her exuberant voice startled the ladybug, causing it to flutter away. She attempted to catch the ladybug, but it was too late. Chi merely smiled. "Well done. The ability to control insects possessed by the capable Akek seems commendable. Recently, she has been training under the guidance of her lord, progressing from merely attracting nearby insects to now coaxing them to land upon her outstretched hand. A remarkable advancement indeed." The maid, Akek, blushed fiercely as she gazed at the lord's handsome visage, her heart racing in response to his compliments. My lord, the first male servant, Duckfoot, stood at a distance, acutely aware that during the lord's training sessions with Akek, no one was permitted to approach, and the nature of their training remained a mystery. "Lord Xiao has returned, accompanied by a knight." "A knight?" Liqui exclaimed in surprise. He had previously tasked Gran and Xiao with scouting for talent, accepting anyone who could prove useful. However, knights belonged to the noble class and were a different matter entirely. Every lord was a knight, yet not every noble could claim that title. Upon further reflection, he speculated that the servant simply misunderstood the significance of a knight, mistaking their imposing appearance for valor. "Practice diligently," Liqui remarked to Akek before turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, the wine cup and oak basin hurried over. Their collective presence made their tasks considerably lighter, allowing them time to engage in casual conversation. "Did my lord smile at you just now?" the wine cup asked, filled with excitement and envy, Perhaps it was Akek's beauty that garnered such special attention from the Lord. Akek nodded in affirmation. My Lord has yet to smile at me. The wine cup retorted indignantly. That fork and that rabbit refused to let us near him. I longed to be closer to my Lord. The oak basin, who had remained silent, was unexpectedly thrust into the spotlight and felt her face flush crimson. I must return to assist. Otherwise, Mr. Wine Barrel will chastise me. After finishing lunch, Mr. Wine Barrel had been resting, preventing her escape, but the conversation soon turned into playful banter. Each day, they kept watch over their charming lord, well aware that nothing extraordinary was likely to occur, yet akin to admiring a beautiful flower. They yearned to behold him as often as possible. Lequy swiftly made his way to the hall, with Duckfoot trailing closely behind. Upon his arrival, he found Xiao waiting for him. My lord. Xiao approached promptly. This time, I managed to procure 21 slaves. Purchasing slaves is no longer permitted in various locations, but some small villages are willing to sell those captured from bandits and robbers. Bandits and robbers? Lequy questioned, pondering the implications of imprisoning such individuals, who would require sustenance if kept alive. Releasing them could lead to further pillaging. Xiao nodded, explaining, thus they are eager to sell them at a lower price. According to Loria's laws, bandits and robbers are punished with flogging rather than execution. However, the method of dealing with captured bandits is at the discretion of the local lord, should the common folk rise in anger. They often opt for execution, as the law does not hold the masses accountable. How many? Lequy inquired, realizing that opting to sell them as slaves rather than executing them was a significant deviation. Bandits could also be sold to the arena, although it appeared that was not their intention. That's 61. Xiao replied, 61 bandits? Lequy exclaimed, taken aback. Should they possess weapons such as knives and axes, even the territory of the Porcupine Lord would likely falter against them. No wonder he felt as if he were holding a hot potato, eager to rid himself of the burden. The act of slaying 61 individuals would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. Discreetly selling them for coin would be preferable. Or perhaps other motives were at play. The sheer number was enticing to him. If it is feasible, Lequy stated, I require only the young and strong. The disabled need not apply. The specifics of their fate remained uncertain. But training them as soldiers would be ideal. If that proved impossible, they could take to stone quarrying. Lequy was contemplating repairs for his castle, and such labor required robust individuals. Xiao produced a pouch of gold coins. Representing this month's transactions, I discovered that Beiji Shiming had her pills divided into 10 portions, each priced at 5 copper stars. I am aware of the market value of these pills, which is why I returned promptly to inform you. Lequy weighed the gold in his hand, his mind contemplating the intentions of the charming Beiji. He acknowledged her superior business acumen. His pills could sustain a firearm for an extended period, while Beiji's would only last a few minutes. Ample time for certain gentlemen to regain their pride. Should they desire more, they could continue purchasing, as each pill cost merely 5 copper stars. Ultimately, 50 copper stars yielded only one of Lequy's pills, yet the price had doubled. He made a modest profit. While the charmer reaped substantial gains, he hoped she would be a willing partner in their mutual enrichment, as Taisher City was well suited for commercial endeavors. Should their collaboration falter, the Porcupine territory might find itself ensnared in the depths of the Pig Spine Valley. My lord, Xiao continued, a young noble is eager to serve you. He is the second son of the Forsake family, Karan Forsake, and awaits your summons outside. Karan Forsake was quite handsome, clad in leather armor with a long sword at his hip. Despite being older than Lequy, he bowed respectfully upon meeting him. Good day, my lord. The Forsake family? Lequy recalled having encountered Sir Forsake at a banquet. They were not a prestigious lineage. Their father, Forsake, was merely a non-hereditary knight under the jurisdiction of Taisher Fortress. Overseeing a small village, Forsake was the founder of this family, and even he showed deference to Lequy, let alone the second son, who held little esteem within the family. Among nobles, second sons were also ranked. For instance, Lequy's brother, Leo, had an elder sibling who was a baron, and their grandfather was a knight, making it relatively easy for him to become a retainer for another noble. In contrast, lesser families like Forsake found their eldest son fortunate to have the opportunity to serve as a retainer for a noble, let alone a second son, who, while technically noble, lacked any hereditary lands or titles. Thus, Their legitimacy was negligible, often appearing less significant than the illegitimate offspring of greater nobles. Quran, however, was direct in his intentions, expressing his desire to pledge loyalty to Laqui and become his knight. A knight symbolizes loyalty and requires a lord of noble rank to bestow the title. For instance, Laqui was knighted by the Gensigian family, making him a knight of Leopold, and he was not beholden to the king. During wartime, he would solely heed the commands of the Gensigian family. Should the king require the Porcupine territory, he would need to issue a command to the Gensigian family. If Quran were to become Laqui's knight, he too would be bound to the Porcupine family, the AS for loyalty. A noble's words should be taken with a grain of salt, as many nobles betray their lords, such as the current Xiong family, who were among the earliest to abandon their oaths, their formidable power allowing them to overshadow such transgressions. Betrayals of loyalty were not uncommon. I warmly welcome your arrival, Laqui replied, not immediately acquiescing to Quran's request, as he was indeed in need of talent, particularly knights. However, he would not hastily bestow knighthood upon just anyone. You may rest here for a while, Quran. I am honored to stay here and admire the beautiful scenery. Quran smiled and nodded. The two engaged in conversation, occasionally discussing the Porcupine territory and sharing intriguing rumors. Quran forsake proved to be an engaging conversationalist, possessing considerable knowledge and appearing quite robust, suggesting formidable combat potential. He represented a quality asset, devoid of negative reputation. The male servant led him to his quarters for rest. This time, Chow had not only returned with a noble loyalist, but also brought essential literature, including information on griffin grass, which Laqui desperately needed and had procured from other scholars. If the griffin grass could indeed thrive in the dense forest, Laqui would undoubtedly consume it first, as good health was paramount. At dinner, Laqui shared the table with Quran, Chow, and Granda. I absolutely adore this place, Quran exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of bread filled with smoked bear meat, which after frying was nestled between slices of bread. Complemented by leafy vegetables and spices, a culinary marvel akin to a hamburger from another realm. Regrettably, the bear meat bore no special effects, and consuming it did not evoke a sudden rush of warmth within his body. This was already Quran's second serving. Haha, fear not, Chow said cheerfully, you shall certainly feast to your heart's content. Chow felt a strong camaraderie with the knight he had brought forth, should Quran achieve notable feats under the Lord's banner. It would reflect positively upon Chow as well. Even if Quran were not a true knight, his service under a baron would inevitably lead to his knighthood in due time. Chow even envisioned that with a knight and an army, avenging his friends and family would soon be within reach. Quran, with his mouth full of the hamburger, exclaimed, one of my passions is indulging in exquisite cuisine. How fortunate you are, Joe remarked. The delectable creations of Mr. Wine Barrel are sufficient to sustain you for dozens of days without repetition. That would indeed be splendid. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Porcupine territory, the newly arrived slaves have been dispersed and scattered to various locations for easier management. The slaves worked in groups, and when it was time to rest, they each sought their own sleeping quarters, naturally separated by gender. In a large house, there were only bunk beds, after having their fill of food and drink. The turnip returned to his dwelling, as the ice and snow melted. The weather gradually warmed, making their labor significantly easier. He was rather tall and worked diligently, rising early and toiling late to spare his sister from excessive labor and earn a few extra morsels of food. He accumulated work points, ensuring that if illness struck in the future, they would not face starvation. Recalling the winter when his sister was gravely ill, he thought that without the Lord's financial and emotional investment, he would likely be utterly alone now. His sister resided in the women's dormitory, which was separate from the men's dormitory. Not only were they required to live apart, but they were also forbidden from relieving themselves indiscriminately. They had to use the designated latrine. In truth, the turnip knew that many slaves would steal feces from the latrine since it could enhance crop yields. The Lord had once stated that those who achieved the best harvest would be rewarded, and some slaves had already received such rewards. They would even frequently encounter commoners from the Porcupine territory attempting to steal manure, prompting the need for collective effort to drive off the thieves. He was unfamiliar with farming. His only desire was to earn work points and care for his sister. As he approached the women's dormitory, a group of female slaves gathered together, chatting and laughing, their lives having become much more bearable. "Sister," someone spotted the turnip and called into the dormitory. "The turnip has come to see you." Instantly, a figure dashed out from within, wrapping her arms tightly around the turnip. All right, he gently patted his sister's shoulder. "Did I not visit you just last night?" She said nothing, merely clinging to his arm more tightly. "Come, I exchanged my word point for something special," the turnip whispered in her ear. "Let me take you to eat that." They settled on a patch of grass by the roadside, gazing at the castle illuminated by candlelight. Though the slaves lacked freedom, and entering the castle was a mere dream, the turnip felt a profound sense of contentment just from watching. "This is what I had the maid from the castle help me bring." The turnip produced a custard tart, now slightly cooled and somewhat deformed from being pressed in his pocket, with some dirt and grime clinging to it. The custard tart was a noble delicacy from the castle, exuding a rich, sweet aroma. Recently, the turnip had earned a considerable amount of work points. He had seen the limping AK enjoying a custard tart brought back by his daughter. According to AK, the Lord often had them dispose of uneaten food, milk, leftover bread, fried meat patties, custard tarts, and so forth. Thus, the turnip had exchanged work points for a single custard tart, a modest item that could be traded for 5 loaves of bread. His sister took the tart and gently bit into it. "Is it tasty?" the turnip asked cautiously, swallowing nervously himself. "Brother, you eat." His sister offered the tart toward his mouth. "I've already had some." The turnip shook his head, patting his belly. "I've eaten plenty that if you don't eat, then I want to eat." She insisted, raising the tart high, as if to signal that she would hold it aloft for eternity if he did not take a bite. Unable to resist her, the turnip took a small nibble, the sweetness instantly bursting in his mouth. "Is it delicious?" his sister asked with a smile. "Delicious." The turnip nodded vigorously. "You should eat too?" They took turns savoring the precious morsel of noble pastry, each bite imbued with the flavors of milk and eggs. If only such days could continue indefinitely. Suddenly, the turnip heard footsteps approaching. It was now completely dark, and they were not seen by anyone. "Let us take care of that cripple," one of the figures said. "When the Lord can't control those slaves, we have our chance." It was the newly arrived slaves. The turnip was taken aback, covering his sister's mouth and slowly crouching down. "Do you dare?" came the challenge. "Silently take him out. The Lord will never know that. Don't you desire to live like that cripple, having food and drink without working each day?" "We do." The others, fearing their scheme would be discovered, exchanged only a few words before hastily departing. The only one capable of managing the slaves in the entire porcupine territory was the limping akin. To be fair, the turnip did not particularly like akin. He was too harsh, making everyone's lives quite difficult. However, when AK had learned that he wanted to give a custard tart to his sister, he had still allowed him one, and the sweetness in his mouth along with his sister's smiling face compelled the turnip not to stand idly by. AK acted in the interest of the Lord, and while that was quite distasteful, his actions were not entirely wrong. "You go back first," the turnip whispered to his sister. She clung to his hand, unwilling to let go. "Don't worry," the turnip reassured her. "I will come find you shortly." After much persuasion, he finally managed to send his sister back to the women's dormitory and quietly made his way to AK's residence. However, upon arrival, he noticed the new slaves stealthily surrounding AK's dwelling. "This is bad." The turnip sprinted away, hoping to find help before these nefarious slaves took action against the raven soared above his head, flapping its wings vigorously before flying towards the castle. In the castle study, Lequi was engrossed in reading about griffin grass, while simultaneously using the raven to survey the entire porcupine territory. He felt increasingly at ease. Even while multitasking, his mind did not tire. He snapped the book shut, feeling utterly at a loss. Lequi picked up the bell on the table and gave it a gentle shake. Before long, the study door opened. "My lord." The male servant called, standing at the entrance. "A cup of boiling water. No tea leaves required," Lequi instructed, "and bring me some snacks." Yes, the servant complied, turning to leave, but Lequi added, "Wait." Hearing the command, the servant turned back, puzzled, and listened closely. "First, send someone to check on the slaves. A new group arrived today to prevent any trouble." "Understood." just as Lequi contemplated the dosage and ratio of griffin grass to avoid it turning red. Hurried footsteps approached. My lord. It was Gran speaking. Come in, Lequi replied. When the door opened, Gran spoke hurriedly. There's trouble with the slaves? What happened? Lequi, having only seen through the raven's eyes a slave boy running towards the castle, was not aware of the details. The newly arrived slaves nearly killed akin, Gran explained, knowing well that the lord held a high regard for the limping mad dog. His daughter had also been invited into the castle as a maid. And to be fair, akin was quite handsome, even more so than the typical noble lady. However, he did not wish for his lord to bear the stain of scandal involving a slave girl. After spending some time in contact, Gran had also calmed down. The Baron was unlikely to become romantically involved with a maid, and he had perhaps been overthinking it. Akin had kept the slaves orderly, a fact he acknowledged. What's the situation? Lequi asked. It shouldn't be a personal vendetta on the first day. Gran mused for a moment before saying, a slave boy shouted, he should know what's going on. Let Akin investigate this himself. Lequi was not interested in the affairs of the slaves. As the lord, he only needed to select those capable of management. He lacked the energy to oversee every individual. However, such was the nature of a small lord's responsibilities that if someone lost a loaf of bread or was scolded, it was trivial matters, more troublesome than a neighborhood committee. Wait, he added, tell Akin not to kill anyone. Assign that group to quarry stones. The castle is due for repairs. And one last thing. No work points will be given. Understood, Gran acknowledged and departed. Lequi rubbed his temples. Being a lord was indeed no easy task. The personal servant brought in hot water and biscuits, then quietly exited, closing the door with utmost care to avoid making a sound. Daylight broke. Lequi picked up the life grass he had prepared earlier and headed to the kitchen to find wine barrel when he spotted Kellen leaning against the wall. Joking with the oak basin, the young assistant, blushing profusely, wanted to leave but didn't he dare? Ahem. Lequi cleared his throat. My lord. Colin Foza was taken aback, his complexion shifting slightly. The oak basin lowered its head and departed swiftly. Lequi remarked, Colin, my castle embraces the freedom of love, yet I hope you do not treat it frivolously. Every lady deserves respect. Colin immediately replied, No, my lord, I merely engaged Miss Oak Basin in a conversation about yesterday's delectable hamburgers. He seemed intent on distancing himself from any relationship. Even without a noble title, the son of a knight would not entangle himself with a mere kitchen assistant, not even in name. You may converse with me. Leqi stated, for in this world, hamburgers should be my creation. Colin realized he had not made a favorable impression on Leqi, and after an awkward nod, he hastily departed. After handing the herb of life to the busy barrel, Leqi donned his attire and set out. The first water mill in the territory of Hedgehog was officially completed, and today it would transport the castle's grain from milling to S for Colin Foza. Though he professed loyalty, it was likely he sought a noble title. Eyeing the nascent Hedgehog territory, how other lords conducted themselves was beyond Leqi's concern. However, he held a disdain for such individuals. In Hedgehog, merit outweighed bloodline. Truly a fool, with only the path of retreat before him, by the riverbank. The water mill operated. The current propelled the water wheel, producing a cacophony of sounds that resonated far and wide, accompanied by the grinding noise. The common folk gazed at the water mill, none understanding its purpose, only aware that grain was delivered inside and flour emerged outside. Magic? One peasant, after a few curious glances, rushed back exclaiming, That is magic! Flour can be milled without human effort. Just pour in the wheat, and on the other side, it produces flour. The water mill had been under construction for some time, with lofty ambitions, and the peasants were eager to uncover its mystery, their imaginations running wild with thoughts of magic, miracles, and sorcery. Meanwhile, at a distance from the water mill, Leqi was mounted on his horse. Gran could not restrain himself from asking, My lord, do you intend to allow the common folk to use this wondrous water mill? It is the lord's property and should not be utilized by them, of course. Leqi nodded. They may choose to process their grain at the mill. We will only charge a portion of the grain as a fee, or accept payment. Gran shook his head, skeptical of his lord's intentions, believing the peasants would rather toil more than part with a single copper star. Rest assured, they will, Leqi replied. We shall continue to recruit workers, observing whether they prefer to grind flour at home without earning a copper star or spend a small price to free up time for greater earnings. A consumer mindset must be cultivated, beginning with the exchange of grain, that if no one spends money, how will the Lord profit? Soon, those who could not work for the security team opted to send their grain to the mill for processing, effortlessly saving considerable effort while simultaneously earning wages. This led many to transport their grain to the water mill. The water mill proved highly efficient. The Lord was indeed remarkable. The Ironstone Castle. In a room of the heartthrob Beji Simon, she cooed, "Darling, you are truly sweet." Beji delicately lifted the chin of the woman beneath her, her nose brushing against the other's cheek, the warmth of her breath creating an intimate atmosphere. The woman blushed, nodding shyly. "I didn't expect you to be interested in women. Didn't he expect?" Beji placed a gentle kiss on her face and teased, "Or did you think I only consorted with grooms?" Those sweet words were exchanged. The implications sent chills down the woman's spine. Her complexion paled abruptly, rendering her motionless. A knock on the door came, fortuitously saving the woman from her predicament. "Enter," Beji commanded as she perched on the edge of the bed. And the woman quickly rose, donning her clothes, aware that the ensuing events were not meant for her ears. The door creaked open, revealing Beji's personal maid. The woman hastily exited. The maid, oblivious to the woman's presence, approached Beji with a small note, seemingly unfazed by her disheveled state, announcing, "Miss, a letter from Lord Foza. Has he successfully garnered the favor of the new hedgehog baron?" Beji had no intention of accepting the note. Instead, she lifted a wine cup from the table and took a sip. Yes, her throat quivered slightly. A flush crept across her cheeks. No. The maid interjected, shaking her head. "Lord Foza mentioned he left a poor impression on Sir Clarence due to certain matters." Beji's expression remained unchanged. He must be plotting against the maid again. Such a vile habit he cannot shake off, regardless of where he goes. She had long recognized Colin Foza as a scoundrel, his dalliance with women merely commonplace. She had warned him that this particular recipe was of utmost importance. Beji placed her cup back on the table, her face devoid of any discernible emotion. Were it not for the nobleman under her command, she would never have entrusted Colin Foza with such actions. The maid quietly inquired, "Miss, if you are short on funds, why not approach the Lord? He cares for you deeply. Oh, you think my father would easily part with thousands of gold coins for me?" Beji retorted, "And this time, I am in partnership. If my father were to learn of it, he might not assist me." Beji disregarded the maid's question, for the only person she truly trusted in the entire castle was her personal maid. The deadline from Sidwa Haishui is quite pressing. However, he was correct in stating that Li Chi Clarence is indeed formidable, that I did not expect him to command a mysterious force capable of silently vanquishing pirates. It seems even the so-called most loyal hedgehog baron keeps his contingencies. The fear of discovering one who appears to be a mere brute, yet harbors many cunning thoughts, is far stronger than confronting a schemer. This pace. It would take us at least a decade to amass the necessary funds. If I can acquire the formula, the timeline could be halved, and with the liquidation of my other assets, I could gather the money within 3 years. The maid gazed up at her mistress, unaware of her specific plans, sensing only that her mistress was under considerable pressure. This was not a favorable sign, akin to a madman at a gambling table, risking everything. "Let Colin act swiftly," Beji urged. "If Clarence were to wed me, matters would be greatly simplified." The entire Ironstone Castle knew of Baron Huahua's affection for his daughter. If he truly cherished her, how could he allow her reputation to tarnish? Ultimately, the entire Ironstone territory would belong to the heir of Baron Hua. Beji realized she would likely end up marrying some lesser noble without inheritance rights, a fact she had overheard during a conversation between her father and brother, which she had kept to herself. Hence, she intended to invest independently, waiting for the resurgence of conflict between Dongxia and the Foot of the Giant to secure her stake. The woman, believing herself clever, was eager to insert herself into the fray. After another sip of wine, her spirits seemed to lift considerably. "Yes," the maid replied swiftly as she exited the Hedgehog Castle. Li Chi lounged in a chair, basking in the afternoon sun. Recently, the slaves and commoners had begun digging ditches, and the development of the hedgehog territory was accelerating. His daily routine remained unchanged. He observed the pregnant mare, occasionally patrolled the lands, returned home to watch the young maid act practice insect control, collaborated with the chef to explore culinary delights, concocted magical preservatives, read books, and drafted development plans alongside Gran. He also invented new farming tools. Occasionally, he would invite the son of a melodious bard to sing a tune, soothing his spirit. Colin, did you just return? Colin Foza had just entered the castle, not expecting to find a lord basking in the sun in the courtyard. Yes, my lord, Colin promptly affirmed. Stepping forward to address Li Chi, I have had some of my belongings brought over, including old clothes, weapons, and my personal servant, who has come specifically to care for me. The personal servant followed closely. Respectfully addressing Li Chi. Of course, Li Chi acknowledged. One requires care for their daily needs. I shall return now. My lord, Karan remarked. Go on. Liqui waved his hand dismissively. Karan retreated to his chamber, accompanied by his devoted male servant and their luggage, to organize his belongings. While Liqui squinted in contemplation for a while, it was peculiar that a person brimming with ambition, professing loyalty, should possess a sense of urgency, especially when the Lord who grants such loyalty offers no work. It signaled danger from any perspective. Yet Karan seemed utterly unconcerned, as if the sole requirement was to maintain his residence here. Furthermore, a personal male servant, whose personal servant bore the calluses of sword-wielding? Chow Cha, my lord. The ever-watchful Chow Cha immediately bowed and approached Liqui. Where has Mr. Fozak been of late? He pondered, recalling, on the first day, Lord Fozak inquired about the apothecary's whereabouts. And then, Liqui appeared to grasp something. Did you converse with anyone from the castle? Chow Cha nodded. They spoke, but the discussions were rather broad, encompassing various topics. Fetch Ake, Liqui commanded decisively. Yes, soon. The diligent young maid Ake, who had been practicing insect control, hurried to Liqui's side. How is your father? Liqui asked. During the recent slave rebellion, Ake's other leg had nearly been broken. Upon mentioning her father, Ake's eyes reddened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Thank you for your concern, my lord. My father's injury has improved significantly. Do not worry. Liqui sat up and gently wiped the tears from the young maid's cheek. His fingers brushed against her skin. Ake shuddered, her face flushed crimson, her eyes flitting about in a flustered manner. Liqui feigned ignorance. Tell your father that I have heard the slaves are rather unruly. He must keep a vigilant eye on them, especially to prevent any rebellion, for if harm befalls Karan or Mr. Fozak's personal servant, it would lead to considerable trouble. Now, return and take a half-day's leave in the slave quarters. Ake sat on her bed, frowning as she asked, Did my lord truly say that? The maid, still dressed in her uniform, nodded. Ake sighed. It was not that she failed to comprehend the Baron's commands. Having followed him for several months, she could easily grasp his intentions. This time, Liqui sent a message through his daughter with no subtlety, practically imploring her to swiftly take action against Karan's personal servant. However, an attack by slaves on a noble's servant would be a capital offense, regardless of the outcome. Alas, Ake waved her daughter away. Return home. Obediently follow your master's orders, and do whatever he instructs. Yes, the daughter nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed. Watching his blushing daughter, Ake ultimately chose silence. It was better to feign ignorance, as other matters awaited his attention. Good luck, lad. Joe received a new mission, gathering men and funds before departing the castle. He had conferred with the Lord regarding the purchase of those bandits, and once prepared, he set off without delay. The feeling of being valued invigorated him, and the militia farmers trailing behind also shared in this enthusiasm. Accompanying him meant a chance to earn a fair amount of copper stars, and if they were away long enough, they might even receive silver moons. The sound of horseshoes clattering on the well-trodden ground resonated rhythmically. Night fell. Those finishing their tasks and heading home saw the approaching group and hurried to the sides of the road. Lord Joe, another task at hand. Lord Joe, I wish to accompany you on your next merchant run. You'll need to grow a bit taller first. Joe responded cheerfully, maintaining good relations with the residents of the Porcupine territory. When he displayed the Porcupine family's banner from his cart, ordinary bandits would scatter, and other nobles would grant him favor. It was an unspoken understanding among the aristocracy. Nobles might harbor enmity toward each other, but when their shared interests were threatened, they would unite against a common foe. Among the lords of the Porcupine territory, Joe's approachable demeanor, likely owing to his merchant son background, contrasted sharply with the intimidating presence of the widow Gran. As they neared a crossroads, a commotion arose in the distance. "What is happening?" Joe inquired, furrowing his brow. After the recent slave rebellion that nearly cost the lame Ache his life, he had assumed the slaves would have settled down following the punishment. Yet it seemed unrest was brewing once more. "It must be the dung thieves," spoke a bearded man wielding a pitchfork. "Lately, some individuals have been pilfering from the slaves' latrines. They must have been caught again." Another militiaman shrugged in indifference. "Most people manage to hold it until they reach their own fields. Only at the slaves' facilities can they steal. Having witnessed the wonders of manure, there would always be those who sought to exploit the slaves' waste. Especially with the relentless expansion consuming vast amounts in a season of abundant harvests, true prosperity meant surpassing the rest." Joe frowned slightly. "Let us leave this to Mr. Gran. We have our own responsibilities." A few unruly slaves posed little threat, but the tasks under his purview were of paramount importance. In the Lord's own words, the plans for the next 2 years have been finalized, once the slaves were acquired. The focus should be on infrastructure. With manpower still scarce and conditions ever-changing, it was prudent to first assimilate and control this batch of slaves before contemplating further actions. "Let us move," Joe instructed. In the darkness, a raven glided low, recognizable as one from the Porcupine Fortress. This raven was peculiar. It neither delivered messages nor left the fortress, merely circling above. The raven flew over the agitated slaves, its dark eyes scrutinizing each individual below. With a gentle blink at that very moment, Lequi, engrossed in his reading in the study, also blinked, momentarily pausing his page-turning. A serendipitous discovery. He had originally planned to inspect the slaves' work area tomorrow with Karan and his personal servant, intending for the slaves to revolt and eliminate that servant first. However, he had not anticipated that the other party would silently depart the castle tonight, conveniently landing in the hands of the lame Ache. As for Karan Fozak's purpose for coming, Lequi needed no investigation. It was undoubtedly for his family's little pills. What other reason could there be? The primary economic income of the Porcupine territory stemmed from those little pills. If he were Beji Simon, parting with 9 gold daily would indeed be a painful sacrifice. One cannot reap all the benefits without incurring losses. Yet, even with the certainty of Karan's motives, he could not resort to murder. Should Karan Fozak perish within his castle, his reputation among the nobility would be irreparably tarnished, potentially earning him the title of regicide, making it even more challenging for nobles and knights to ally with him in the future. Nobles were off-limits for killing, but the personal servant bore no such protection and could be disposed of at will as long as Karan Fozak was left without a second companion. Keeping him at the Porcupine Fortress would ensure he could not remain comfortably. Lequi aimed to quietly develop the Porcupine territory, unwilling to instigate a major upheaval, especially not with Ironstone City, where the docks had yet to be established. If a substantial conflict arose, it would be easy to become trapped in that corner. The construction of the docks entailed considerable manpower, resources, and funds, far beyond what the Porcupine territory could currently sustain. The priority was to maintain an appearance of tranquility while developing internally. Before long, Gran hurriedly arrived, prompting Lequi to head towards the hall. Karan Fozak, having already heard of some incidents, sat there with an indifferent expression, still unaware of his connection to the unfolding events. "My lord, the slaves have revolted again," Gran reported, frowning. "Has it only been a few days? I could not manage so many slaves. We should cultivate a new slave leader." The hall fell silent, with Karan displaying an aloof demeanor, uninterested in the rural affairs at hand. "What did they do?" Lequi shot a glance at Karan before focusing on Gran. "They suddenly went berserk and killed Lord Fozak's personal servant." Karan's demeanor shifted abruptly from indifference to shock. "What?" Lequi raised his hand and slammed it down on the table. "What on earth happened?" The sound of his hand striking resonated sharply, snapping Karan back to reality, causing him to immediately silence himself. Seeing the Lord's anger, Gran hastily reported, "Recently, There have been numerous commoners stealing dough. The slaves must have reached their breaking point. And when Lord Fozak's servant happened to pass by, it all exploded tonight. Passing by, Li Chi was perplexed. Where could he have passed? The slave's toilet. How could that be possible? The slave quarters were rather remote, and the toilets were even more so, shrouded in darkness and reeking of foul odors. Not to mention the noble's personal male servants. Even the little maids who lived comfortably in the castle would hesitate to wander there at night. According to the slaves, they had seen a shadowy figure sneaking about, and Gulan quickly responded, casting a glance at the visibly troubled Karan Fozak, saying, "Moreover, the slaves are not permitted to leave that designated area." While the slaves could not stray from their confines, Karan's personal male servant had met his demise near the toilet. It could only mean he had ventured there on his own, inflicting 20 lashes on the slave who acted. Whether he would survive depended solely on the will of the four gods. Aichi turned to Karan Fozak. "I shall arrange for you a new personal male servant." "Thank you, my lord. I appreciate your kindness, and my family still has male servants who have cared for me since childhood." "Then let the other male servants in the castle attend to you," Li Chi insisted, leaving no room for refusal. "Simon, arrange for Duck-Webbed Feet to serve as Karan's personal male servant." The steward nodded immediately. "Yes." Li Chi addressed Karan Fozak. "Unfortunately, Xiao has already departed this evening. When Xiao sets out again, I will have him inquire with Sir Fozak in Taishur City and bring you a suitable male servant." Karan wanted to suggest that he could use the raven, but thought better of it. Realizing that asking the Baron to procure a personal male servant via a raven would be tantamount to an affront to his dignity, Aichi refrained from questioning why Karan's personal male servant had ventured to the slave's toilet. And Karan, burdened with his own thoughts, did not consider this point either. Once he returned to his chamber, he broke into a cold sweat. Why had he not asked? Did Li Chi already know his intentions? Should he flee? But if he left without a word, he would become a breaker of oaths that if things went awry, Beiji would not accept him either. He knew all too well how troublesome that seemingly clever yet short-sighted woman could be. Karan's fingers tangled in his hair, anxiously tugging at it. The death of his personal male servant was not of great concern. He had gathered little information in the Porcupine territory. Thus, the Baron had no evidence to use against him. Yet he was still under suspicion, which could lead to trouble. Karan could not comprehend why his personal male servant had quietly departed for the slave's toilet in the dead of night. Their first meeting had taken place in the Porcupine territory, and he was uncertain if the other had any other assignments. What he did know was that this predicament was now quite serious. The gentle knock echoed at the door. "My lord, it is Duck-Webbed Feet," came the excited voice from outside. "I will serve as your personal male servant." Transitioning from the first male servant to that of a noble's personal attendant was not merely a significant elevation in status. Should the noble he served achieve great accomplishments and acquire a territory, he might also ascend to the role of steward. Karan furrowed his brow and did not allow him entry. "Rest for now. I have matters to attend to." "Very well." The outside fell silent, and Karan sighed, feeling like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to communicate any tidings. Meanwhile, the body of Karan's personal male servant had been discreetly delivered to Li Chi. The slave tasked with transporting the corpse glanced at the torch-bearing Baron and then at the towering figure behind him, a shiver running through him. The latter stood well outside the torch's illuminating range, casting a tall, dark silhouette. Recalling the rumors of a powerful force under the Lord's command, he dared not entertain any thoughts as he regarded the figure cloaked in shadow. The slaves promptly withdrew. "Excellent," Li Chi remarked, examining the body, which bore a wound to the heart, indicative of a fatal blow. The towering figure bent down, grasping the legs of the corpse, and followed Li Chi away, within the dark cavern. The coffin lid was suddenly thrust open. Accompanying this scene was a rush of memories flooding into his mind that it was during conversation where he had assumed the role of Karan Fozak's personal male servant. The personal male servant. In his recollection, he was clad in leather armor, adorned with a mercenary insignia on his chest, standing before a group of individuals, both men and women, all fully armed that I have seen that bear skin. Indeed, it belongs to a magical beast. Unable to discern who was speaking, for the personal male servant had not focused his gaze on the speaker, perhaps he alone could recognize who it was. Yet Li Qi had merely stumbled into this memory, listening in a daze that I saw silver hair. The speaker from the south was a woman, not tall. Merely mentioning silver hair caused the atmosphere among the gathered to grow tense. The woman continued. They claimed their companions headed in this direction. The silver-haired anomaly must be correct. The treasure of the labyrinth is there. I have investigated, spoke Li Qi himself, embodying the personal male servant in his current memory. That is a baron's territory, quite secluded, and it seems he possesses a formidable covert army that we are no match for him. It would be best not to reveal our intentions. What should we do? We must find a way to infiltrate and search gradually. A sound strategy indeed. That I shall go, Li Qi proclaimed. You all remain alert outside. I will leave a mark. The scene faded to black, and the final image was of a mark. Li Qi opened his eyes. From the personal male servant, he had acquired not only this fragment of memory, but also the skill to wield a two-handed sword. However, his prowess paled in comparison to that of his deceased mentor. If Jan Duke's great sword and one-handed sword techniques were of above-average caliber, then this mercenary's skills could only be deemed below average. This meant that this band of mercenaries had somehow collaborated with Beiji Simon and come to investigate the castle? No, that could not be right. If there truly were treasures within the labyrinth, Baron Huohua's forces would have already descended upon them. Li Qi had no doubt regarding the nobility's instinctual pursuit of profit. Baron Huohua, who reaped several gold coins monthly, would certainly be reluctant to acquire an ill reputation. Yet, if it were a treasure of immeasurable value, he would undoubtedly concoct various justifications to declare war and seize the porcupine territory. Beiji should be unaware of this, and Karan likely was too. He felt a headache coming on. What he initially thought was merely a minor issue had inadvertently attracted a pack of ravenous hyenas. These individuals had come seeking the labyrinth due to the bear's hide. From that memory, it was evident that the labyrinth's emergence was not a result of his actions. Could it be that this world randomly manifested various labyrinths? There should be a more scientific, or rather, a more magical explanation for it. Akin to the earthlings, Li Qi lamented the scant information at his disposal, which hindered his understanding of the full picture. He could surmise that a portion of the underground civilization lay hidden, likely surfacing in the view of ordinary people in conjunction with the ebb and flow of magical tides. These entities would vanish with the decline of magic, only to reemerge with its resurgence. Heading towards the direction of the Porcupine Territory and Pig Spine Valley, the dense forest remained unexamined by Li Qi. However, if they claimed the treasure was located in the Porcupine Territory due to the silver hair, it suggested a considerable likelihood of a third labyrinth existing there. Was there a connection to that silver steel sword? The legend spoke of its mystical power to slay monsters, and it had been discovered in the griffin's nest. Too many coincidences. He even boldly speculated that the griffin might have emerged from the third labyrinth. You must search discreetly, but I need not. Li Qi smiled. This is my territory, whether it is true or not. On my land, I shall conduct a thorough search. On the following day, Gulan received a peculiar order to scour the dense forest surrounding the Porcupine Territory and eliminate any ferocious beasts. Hundreds of men were dispatched, and by evening, they returned with spoils such as rabbits, wolves, bird eggs, and snakes. The Baron displayed great generosity, purchasing each person's haul. After collecting the pelts, he distributed the meat among them. Though meager, each individual could savor a taste of meat. The people expressed gratitude for the Lord's benevolence, filled with renewed vigor. The same pattern continued on the third day, and then the fourth. On the fifth day. As the ferocious beasts were nearly eradicated, the number of individuals participating in the endeavor gradually diminished. The excavation of the irrigation channels proved to be of paramount importance. 8 days had elapsed. Karan Fozak had become increasingly lethargic, attended by a personal servant who hovered closely by his side. He found himself utterly powerless, compounded by Qiao's prolonged absence, leaving him unable to communicate with the outside world. The Baron's bestowed servant clung to him like a stubborn nail, and Karan dared not express his dissatisfaction. Today, Li Qi extended an invitation for Karan to join him in recreation, but Karan feigned illness, opting to rest in his chamber. Upstream, the water wheel turned, propelled by the flowing current. Unlike the water wheels found in watermills, the irrigation water wheel scooped water with each rotation, directing it through wooden troughs crafted by carpenters into the channels to irrigate the fields. The advent of these channels significantly alleviated the labor intensity associated with fetching water. Although still in its nascent stages, it had already managed to conserve a portion of the labor force for each household. The freed labor was subsequently assigned by Lychee to explore the dense forests. Mounted on horseback, Lychee observed the slow rotation of the water wheel, accompanied by the laughter of children. Fertilizing the fields was but one aspect. Ideally, he sought a scholar well-versed in plant studies. While others might be content with the harvest from their farmlands, Lychee harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. He intended to employ magic to delve into genetic modification. If magic could supposedly conjure a great tree in an instant, surely it could enhance the fullness of wheat ears without issue. To refrain from utilizing magic for agricultural purposes would be a sheer waste. My lord, a figure stumbled towards him. It was Acker's son, limping. "Hey, Curly, what troubles you? We discovered a vast entrance to an underground palace. It's enormous." A. Curly gestured animatedly. It's situated at the Pig Ridge Valley, near the sea's edge. The waves crashed relentlessly against the rocks, exploding into a curtain of white spray. The splashes transformed into mist in midair, mingling with the cool spring breeze that caressed their faces. Lychee gently wiped his face. Truly a commendable effort by his subordinates to navigate such a treacherous path to the cape. Atop the cliffs overlooking the sea, slaves and militia stood guard before the cavern entrance. Upon Lychee's arrival, he discovered a corpse lying on the ground that was the height of a 7 or 8-year-old child, with blue skin, long nails, and a distended belly, clad in a garment of animal hide. The skull of the corpse had been crushed by a hoe. Its blood was also blue, merging with the seawater as it flowed down the rocks, disappearing without a trace with the crashing waves. "My lord, be cautious." Upon seeing Lychee approach, a vigilant militia member rushed over. Eager to assist, Lychee waved his hand dismissively. What transpired? His physical prowess ranked among the best in the Porcupine territory. He could ride a horse and wield a firearm, not a feeble noble requiring support after merely a few steps. In Luria, barring congenital disabilities, nobles were mandated to learn combat. Most became knights before ascending to lordship. Without needing to inquire further, he noted the red dots appearing in his vision, indicating without doubt that this was indeed a cavern. Upon his arrival, the red dots transformed into yellow, and as he shifted his gaze to the ground, the yellow turned to green. The militia explained, "When the slaves discovered this place, they suddenly vanished. We came here together to search, only to witness this blue-skinned creature emerge." He kicked the blue-skinned dwarf in a fit of frustration. Not much strength, and its cries are unbearable, worse than a donkey's bray, standing at the cavern's entrance. Lychee found it remarkably spacious, constructed similarly to his own castle. Walls built from large stone blocks shaped into squares. It was evident that this cavern was unusual, unlike the previous burrows made by rodents. The cavern retained its characteristic of engulfing light. Even with the vision of the earth dwellers, one could not see too far. Walking in approximately several dozen meters led to descending stone steps, shrouded in darkness. Lychee's mind raced. If the interior were filled with these easily dispatched blue-skinned dwarfs, how would he proceed with the cleanup? He was reluctant to mobilize the population of his territory, but could such a large cave truly be inhabited solely by blue-skinned dwarfs? The most appropriate course of action would be to control a corpse to venture inside and investigate. Why should I handle this myself? It was as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. He was quite familiar with the art of facilitating favors. Not wishing to take action himself, he recalled the group of mercenaries intending to clandestinely infiltrate his territory. Treasures discovered within his domain rightfully belonged to him. The Lord possessed absolute dominion over the land, a right enshrined in the laws of the Luria kingdom. Even the king could not usurp this right. Those who dared encroach upon the interests of the noble class would find themselves facing dire consequences. "You need not concern yourselves with the ensuing matters," he instructed. The militia were well aware of their lord's possession of a mysterious group, often discussed in idle chatter within the Porcupine territory. The flow of information in this remote area was limited, and the townsfolk found solace in conversation, even recalling tales of the golden carriage that had passed through the previous year. At least the people of Porcupine territory had an abundance of topics to discuss. From fertilizer to water mills, to water wheels, to plows, and the likes of slaves and dung theft, building houses, and boiling water, each day brought fresh tidings. Today, yet another peculiar cavern would be added to the mix as the crowd dispersed. Lychee contemplated, ultimately deciding against transporting the cavern back to the castle gardens. According to the mercenaries, more individuals might come to search this site in the future, and the discovery of a cavern within his territory would be impossible to conceal. He opted to construct a structure. Beneath the cliffs, the stone edifice vanished, transforming into a colossal natural pit, accompanied by the emergence of a gravestone. When Lychee chose to unveil the gravestone, the stone construction once again filled the pit. Outside the porcupine territory, the fully armed Howling Wolf mercenary group awaited with bated breath that a considerable amount of time had passed without any sign from their companions. During their earlier attempts to infiltrate the porcupine territory, they encountered patrolling guards, and in this remote area, over 100 individuals roamed, far more vigilant than the defenses of Eastport City. The mercenaries were not incapable of sneaking in. Rather, they were unwilling to stir suspicion. News has arrived. Someone returned and whispered, "The markers are on the trees. We shall proceed." The Howling Wolf mercenary group stifled their excitement and entered the dense forest, easily blending into the porcupine territory, following the signs left by their comrade. Meanwhile, Baron Lychee of the porcupine territory lay in ambush on the opposite side, bracing himself against the sea breeze, patiently awaiting the moment. He had just issued orders to Gran to restrain everyone from leaving their quarters that night. It had taken considerable effort to ensure the mercenaries successfully infiltrated his domain. Before long, the self-assured mercenaries believed to be well concealed arrived at the cape. In the distance, a ship swayed with the waves. It was the pirate vessel. Having heard tales of the porcupine territory, perched upon a rock, the mercenaries spotted their comrade. "What news?" they inquired as they drew near. However, their companion raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence that it was not merely a matter of quiet, for Lychee could not compel a corpse to speak. Its functions were compromised. Moreover, it lacked breath. Any forced speech would result in a ghastly wail akin to that of a zombie. The group nodded in understanding. Lychee gestured with a controlled corpse, indicating for them to follow him. The sea breeze swept through, effectively masking the scent of the preservatives on the mercenaries. Even if something fell amiss, they would only attribute it to the ocean's influence. The group comprised 13 individuals, both men and women. Lychee mentally counted them. The majority wore leather armor, one donned iron armor, and a small girl brandished a wooden stick. Was she a mage? In Lyria, there were no mages who wielded wands to cast spells. Scholars employed knowledge and arcane arts to create magic, invoking spells through incantations. What use was a mere stick? The mercenaries were filled with excitement as they entered the cavern at the cape. Igniting their torches, "Is this the place?" one of them queried. Lychee controlled the corpse to nod in affirmation, then led them down the stone steps on the other side. Once he confirmed that all had entered the cavern, Lychee swiftly advanced, sealing the cavern behind him. The stone structure vanished, leaving only the natural cave and a gravestone. Caught in a trap. "What is that smell?" someone remarked, as if they had sensed it moments before. The mercenaries sensed something amiss. There was an unusual scent emanating from the companion leading the way, neither unpleasant nor easily ignored. The flickering flames illuminated his face, casting a ghostly pallor. The cacophony of eerie cackles echoed around them. They had descended the stone steps, fully entering the subterranean realm. The torchlight revealed a dilapidated underground structure, with collapsed stone columns and decapitated heads impaled on corroded iron spears. At that moment, the group, brandishing their torches, resembled live targets that a diminutive figure bathed in blue dashed into the light. "Monsters! Attack!" someone shouted. The first to act was a man clad in iron armor, whose hammer-like spear smashed the creature's skull with ease, its lifeless body crumpling to the ground. The cacophony of cackling grew more frenzied. The sound of approaching footsteps intensified, converging upon the group. Lychee controlled the mercenary corpses wielding dual swords. His reaction speed far surpassed that of the living mercenaries. At this moment, the combat prowess exhibited by the animated corpses eclipsed that of the mercenaries in their prime. Lacking the sensation of pain, their fighting abilities surged, and one by one, The blue-skinned creatures fell beneath his blades, some decapitated, others disarmed or pierced through the throat. However, upon realizing that he was inadvertently alleviating some of the pressure from the mercenaries, Li Qi consciously edged closer to his allies, offloading the burden onto them while he took a back seat. The combat strength of the mercenary band was not to be underestimated. Li Qi compared them with his own corpses and discerned that the living mercenaries possessed slightly superior combat capabilities, provided, of course, that the corpses did not suffer fatal injuries, as they would then cease their relentless assault. If it came down to a desperate struggle, victory was assured. The bodies of the blue-skinned creatures were pulverized. Yet due to visibility constraints, they could not ascertain how many adversaries lurked in the shadows. The tension in the atmosphere only thickened with each enemy death. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air. Striking a mercenary clad in leather armor, T cried out, "It's poisoned." The toxin was mild, merely causing a slight numbness in the limbs. However, as arrows rained down, the numbing sensation intensified. From the darkness, the sinister cackles grew louder, and more individuals were injured. Thus far, aside from the feigning death of Li Qi, only one had perished. The remaining mercenaries still had the strength to fight. They were not yet cornered. "Fall back," shouted the girl mercenary wielding a wooden stick. "We need to retreat." Remarkably, the others obeyed, engaging in a strategic retreat. Yet soon, they would realize that retreating was futile, as the path they had taken had vanished. The treacherous Baron had ensnared these uninvited guests. Even if they could conquer the dungeon, facing starvation and entrapment would spell their doom. From the beginning, Li Qi had planned for such an outcome. Bloodless conquest, he sought the treasures of the dungeon, and he would not allow this pack of unwelcome hyenas to escape unscathed. "The way is blocked. We can't get out." They came to the grim realization that they were trapped, the distant cackles and incessant arrows leaving no time for contemplation. The girl took a deep breath. Li Qi noticed her left hand delving into her pocket, retrieving something to stuff into her wooden stick, which appeared hollow. She shook it gently, her movements cautious. "Protect me," the girl mercenary declared. The armored mercenaries stepped up to shield her, seemingly aware of her intentions, as they advanced slowly together. Arrows struck against his armor, producing merely a clanging noise, unable to penetrate his defenses. "Get down," the girl shouted, raising her wooden stick and striking it forcefully against the ground. Sparks flew. She yelled, "Huiyanran Shao," a phrase that to Li Qi sounded like a brief incantation. Boom! Flames erupted from the point of contact between the stick and the earth. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, engulfing a vast area ahead. In that fleeting moment, the flames illuminated the surroundings, igniting the corpses of the blue-skinned monsters, some of whom, caught too close, also met a fiery fate that, in the darkness, the blazing figures scurried about in a frenzied, Li Qi's throat went dry. What trickery was this? Was it magic? What had she just stuffed into her stick? If he were to endure such an encounter face-to-face, could he survive? Should a confrontation arise, victory would undoubtedly be his, setting aside the troublesome preparations of his opponent and the not-so-distant range of attack. As long as she stepped within his striking distance, Li Qi could dispatch her with a single thrust. He was astonished by her methods, uncertain if they were magical in nature, if employed in warfare. Wait, could it be that she had just utilized alchemical powder? Compared to mere magic, Li Qi surmised that the girl mercenary's preparations seemed to involve some form of alchemical substance, combined with magic, creating a hybrid. Was she a scholar, perhaps? He felt that his most significant gain from this venture was not the dungeon's treasures, but rather the enigmatic girl. The residual flames from the dungeon had yet to dissipate, granting the mercenary group a brief respite, albeit accompanied by the grim realization that they could not retreat from this place. Moreover, the sudden explosion of fire had not only devastated the area, but also inflicted pain upon the armored mercenary protecting the girl. His armor felt as if it had been heated, rendering his face crimson and causing beads of sweat to trickle down. Regrettably, given the girl mercenary's current condition, it seemed she would not be able to utilize her fiery trick again anytime soon. Back at the castle, Li Qi lay upon his bed, intently controlling the mercenaries in battle. The number of monsters within the dungeon was staggering. Even the blue-skinned creatures had established a societal structure. Some wielded shields and weapons, while others employed bows and arrows laced with venom, effectively weakening the mercenaries. Others hurled spears or pelted them with stones. Their intelligence was not to be underestimated. Some had even snatched torches from the ground, making the enemies with fire considerably more formidable. Yet the recent fire explosion had instilled fear within them. Thus, they resorted to probing attacks with arrows, none of the blue-skinned creatures daring to engage directly. Wary of being scorched by sudden flames, the two sides were at a standstill. The enemy's arrows seemed to be dwindling, their assaults reduced to sporadic stone throwing, with a few mercenaries suffering grievous injuries. One mercenary suggested, "We can find a defensible room to rest in shifts. The monsters in this labyrinth are not endless. We can surely find a way out by exterminating them all, with no escape route." The treasure hunt had morphed into a mission to eradicate all foes. This was precisely in line with Li Qi's intentions. They were a free labor force. He even contemplated whether he should establish a tavern to attract adventurers from all corners to explore the dungeon. Perhaps he could even coin a term for this endeavor. Entering a dungeon, as fate would have it, the mercenaries discovered a narrow room that allowed only two individuals to enter side by side. Inside, they encountered a group of even smaller blue-skinned creatures. Younglings, these diminutive monsters, unable to walk, huddled together like quail, trembling in fear at the sight of the unwelcome visitors. They not only lacked teeth, but also could not crawl. Merely quaking at the unfamiliar scent. Thud! A boot crushed one of the younglings, splattering blue blood. The mercenary paid it no mind, urging, "Quickly clear them out. We need to rest well for the battles ahead." No one expressed any desire for peaceful coexistence. They swiftly dispatched the young monsters that, finally, they could collapse and rest, drink some water, and consume a bit of food. The tense atmosphere somewhat eased. Li Qi controlled the corpse to hide in a corner, remaining aloof and silent. However, he had been particularly ruthless in his slaughter, and the sight of him, a veritable blue-skinned specter, caused the other mercenaries to keep their distance, some joking with him, but receiving no response. With a sigh of relief, the oppressive weight above their heads had not vanished, and none noticed the abnormality of the corpse controlled by Li Qi. One mercenary held a shield at the door, casually chatting. "Do you think there are any females among these blue-skinned gnomes? Ha ha ha. Do you want to breed?" "Leg." The mercenary spat disdainfully. "I am quite curious how they can bring themselves to engage with such grotesque creatures." "The sight alone is revolting," a female mercenary jested. "Let us capture one and see how you fare." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The mercenaries at the door remained oblivious, but Li Qi, who had a clearer view from the shadows, noticed a bird woman flapping her wings above. With a stunning visage and flowing hair, her upper body resembled that of a voluptuous woman, while her arms transformed into wings and her legs into talons. As she flapped her wings, her body quivered sensuously. The seductive avian creature, with a bloodthirsty gaze, swooped down and seized one of the mercenaries at the entrance, darting into the distance. Remarkably, the mercenary struggled in midair, drawing his knife to retaliate against the female demon. Yet he was flung too high, and upon landing, there was a sickening thud as if he had crashed onto a stone. "My leg is broken," he cried. "Hurry and help me back." The cacophony of eerie cackles erupted anew, and the mercenary's countenance shifted drastically. The sounds of tearing flesh and agonizing screams drowned out the commotion. The mercenaries instinctively held their breath. The comrade, snatched away by the bird woman, had been reduced to a bloody pulp, and a severed arm with a twitching finger was flung back towards them. "Betty, can you endure?" "Yes." The girl nodded, her hand once again reaching for a small pouch at her waist. Li Qi, seated in the corner, was also drawn to the small bag at her side. That girl named Betty must not perish. At the very least, he needed to ensure she wouldn't be dismembered. Using the same method, a wooden stick struck the ground, igniting sparks that erupted into a terrifying blaze. As the light illuminated their surroundings, they discovered 4 or 5 bird women hovering above them, their delicate and charming features marred by the grotesque, bald wings and talons that rendered their beauty repulsive. Surrounding them were little blue-skinned monsters. However, the proximity of the flames led to the demise of several bird women, incinerating the blue-skinned creatures into fiery little figures. Given the current situation, A fierce assault seemed unlikely for the time being. The atmosphere among the mercenaries grew increasingly somber. It was merely a brief respite. Now, new monsters had emerged, some of which seemed endlessly resilient to death. Their hands, gripping weapons, trembled uncontrollably, and their blades began to shatter. They were uncertain how much longer they could endure. That night, while Ichi's body slumbered, his consciousness commandeered another corpse, due to the lack of intense combat. He found time to survey the night sky over the porcupine territory. Tea breakfast, it coincidentally became the time for the mercenaries under Lichi's control to rotate for a break. If he did not sever his line of sight, he doubted he could stomach the meal. Even in another world, one must eat well. What was served was a steaming basket of buns, crafted by the gnome carpenter with exceptional skill, following the Lord's specifications. He had constructed the steamer in just half a day, using wild vines and grass to create a steaming mat, and after boiling it rigorously to sanitize, it was ready for use, each time the buns were steamed. They emanated a subtle fragrance of herbs. The cost of spices was exorbitant. The lower class typically added only coarse salt to their meals, which was sourced from rock salt. Nobles, however, were unperturbed by a few silver coins, seeking to enhance flavor, but regrettably, their simplistic cooking methods left them unable to savor exquisite dishes. For Li Chi, these spices were essential. Alas, the porcupine territory was not conducive to cultivating them. In the future, he could have the barrel train a cadre of chefs and establish a street food scene to indulge in. That was a matter for when he was well-fed and had spare change. A distant dream, yet worthy of contemplation. One must have hope and goals in life. If merely to fill one's belly, his current wealth was already sufficient. While dining, Li Chi pondered the matters of the Cape Cavern, wishing to obtain the contents of the pouch from the girl named Betty, along with the knowledge nestled within her mind. Yet acquiring knowledge from a corpse was highly unreliable, and the monsters within the Cape Cavern were fond of dismemberment. Assembling shattered bodies with gold was no different from crafting a golden statue. It was a tremendous waste. Living beings were far more valuable than the dead. Baron Li Chi dined on Chinese cuisine in a magical realm. He lamented that the flavors of his homeland were far more suited to his palate. Eating bread, mashed potatoes, and pies daily was a torment to his spirit, accustomed to the delicate and exquisite flavors from all corners of the world. Who would wish to consume such seemingly extravagant yet truly greasy and monotonous fare every day? The culinary revolution in this foreign world shall commence with me. Observing the Lord deep in thought while dining, the others refrained from speaking, not daring to interrupt. Grant had been exceedingly busy these past few days, working on the excavation and utilization of the waterway, alongside the public lavatory arranged by the Lord, and the task of stealing manure. Some foolish farmers believed that the more manure they spread, the better their crops would be. They even neglected the fermentation process assigned by the Lord, resulting in others' fields already sprouting while theirs remained barren. However, this was ultimately a blessing. The foolishness of some would enlighten the others to heed the Lord's commands. Regardless of the reasoning, following orders was the way to go. The water mill processed a significant amount of grain, and with the fields not needing constant supervision, the people found themselves with leisure time. After consulting with the Baron, Graham began preparations for the construction of the second village in the Porcupine territory. Planning would officially commence with the second village, where a portion of the commoners would be relocated to primarily tend to livestock, chickens, and ducks. The area, originally named after the Porcupine territory, would henceforth be called Wheatfield Village, while the second village would be designated Livestock Village. Its proximity to Pigtail Bay would facilitate the development of docks and fisheries, each village flourishing within a blueprint of progress. This was the plan the Lord had communicated long ago. Graham was filled with fervor for his work, even forsaking his intention to chat with a few elderly women, prioritizing the fulfillment of his personal aspirations before seeking companionship. Even so, Graham felt as though he would run himself ragged. Stretched too thin, in contrast, Karan Fozak was merely indulging in feasting and drinking, contributing nothing of value. After being assigned as the Lord's personal attendant, his movements were under scrutiny, leaving him feeling powerless. Were he a genuine supporter of a Lord, he would undoubtedly be exhilarated. Free meals, lodging, and the assignment of servants to command. Yet Karan craved freedom. Although Karan enjoyed the company of women, he was not foolish. He discerned that the development of the Porcupine territory was entirely unlike what the outside world speculated. What was that water wheel? A mechanism to aid in grinding flour? And the irrigation ditches? Why were the slaves so obedient? As if they had been invigorated? He understood the concept of work points, but paid little heed to it, unable to fathom why the slaves remained so enthusiastic without monetary compensation or food. It was precisely because he was indifferent that he found himself perplexed. Had he been more inquisitive, Karan would have unearthed even more astonishing revelations. The Porcupine territory bore no resemblance to his preconceived notions. Although it fell short of the splendor of Ironstone City, this place brimmed with vitality and energy. Regardless of how vibrant it appeared, it could never rival Ironstone City, whose wealth stemmed from its iron mines. Thus, Karan was eager to expedite the completion of Beji Simon's orders, acquire the formula, and return to curry favor with her. He seemed to have already guessed who was behind the creation of those miraculous pills. Taking a bite of the bun, Karan couldn't help but exclaim internally, "This tastes delightful. If he were to leave this place, he might never have the chance to savor it again." Yet, what did it matter? He craved not cheese meat buns, but Bejis. Everyone harbored their own concerns, and no one noticed Karan's transformation. Gran, Li lifted his cup to sip the soup. He proposed, "Perhaps you could consider training a few apprentices, selecting some clever children to assist you with menial tasks. But, my lord," Gran hesitated, "it is not that I look down upon the commoners. I, too, am a farmer's son. They tend to be greedy and miserly." Overly cautious, perhaps this task should be entrusted to Mr. Fozak? Gran seemed to extend a courtesy to Karan, yet in truth, he was conveying that such a substantial task was beyond Karan's capabilities, suggesting he remain a burden within the castle. Had Karan Fozak truly been suitable, the Lord would have arranged it long ago, without needing Gran's recommendation. Unbeknownst to him, Karan was cursing internally, "You old crone-loving freak, I eat and drink well. Why should I run myself ragged like you? My work is nearly complete." Karan forced a smile and remarked, "Mr. Gran, it is certain that the Lord wishes for you to cultivate some talents that I am only adept at sword dancing if the Lord were to assign me the task of training knight attendants. Perhaps I could be of assistance." Indeed, Li nodded, and upon Karan's reminder, he suddenly felt that this idea might be feasible. Karan's strengths did not lie in management, but in knight attendants. Karan, why not take charge of training a squad of knight attendants for me? He had never considered having Karan Fozak train knight attendants for himself. Yet the recent developments in the Porcupine territory and matters, such as the Cape Caverns, had kept him quite occupied. If Karan Fozak were to engage in some clandestine activities, he might find it difficult to counteract them. In that case, it would be wise to address this matter first to eliminate a person. The first step is to incapacitate them. Karan Fozak beamed. Becoming an instructor would certainly grant him more freedom, and his position as a personal servant would be rendered moot. It is my honor. My lord, he readily accepted the task. A table with 3 individuals. 6 pairs of eyes exchanged knowing glances. The Lord would select young candidates to become knight attendants as soon as the news emerged. It swiftly swept across the entire Porcupine territory. Not only did the peasant farmers in the fields take notice, but even the slaves toiling away in construction paused to lift their heads. Knight attendants represented the only legitimate means for ordinary individuals to transcend their social class. While there were indeed less respectable routes, such as a daughter of remarkable beauty being favored by a noble lord and bearing his illegitimate child, these were fraught with peril. The unfortunate circumstances required for such an outcome were numerous. The noble lord's legitimate offspring might all perish, and his collateral relatives could likewise meet untimely ends, leaving him unable to sire more heirs. In such a case, the illegitimate child could be brought back to assume the title of lord, allowing the mother and her progeny to ascend to nobility. Furthermore, one could invest a fortune in a down-on-their-luck lord, hoping that when the latter rose to prominence, they would remember the financial support and grant the investor a noble title. There were indeed many dubious methods to attain nobility, but they were exceedingly difficult to realize and did not apply to the residents of the Porcupine territory. Becoming a knight attendant, however, was a legitimate pathway to the training ground of Porcupine Fortress. All eligible young men in the territory gathered. those aged 12 to 16, robust, and unmarried. This age group was ideal for instilling loyalty and a sense of honor. As their characters were still malleable. In truth, knight attendants were typically trained from the ages of 8 to 10, much like Li Qi's younger brother, Leo, who was already a knight attendant. However, the pool of eligible youths in the Porcupine territory was limited, and Li Qi had no intention of waiting 7 or 8 years before allowing them to take the field. Value for money was paramount. The Porcupine family valued this above all else. In addition to cost-effectiveness, they also aimed to expand their recruitment to include youths with superior genetics, even if they were younger and less experienced. Others, constrained by the genetic limitations of their parents or families, might not be as tall, but as long as they met the height requirement, they were welcome to try. Other lords did not face such dilemmas. Noble bloodlines were rarely lacking in quality. Each noble appeared handsome or beautiful. Much like the Leopold family of the Eastern Gorge, where not a single individual was deemed unattractive. The gathering included not only commoners, but also slave youths. This was against the norm, yet Karan Fozak only mildly mentioned it, and, upon receiving Li Qi's approval, did not press the matter further, as he did not intend to remain an instructor indefinitely. For the common youths, this represented a chance to transform their lives. For the slave youths, it determined whether they would be recognized as human beings or treated as mere dogs. Thus, they would cherish this opportunity even more. The presence of both groups would inevitably create competition. Li Qi desired fervor. Although he himself was somewhat languid, he saw no reason to prevent those under his command from striving for excellence. Whether they were slaves or not was merely a matter of his say-so. What he sought were gifted and tenacious youths. Outsiders. He appeared impartial, seemingly unfair to the commoners. Yet only Karan understood the formidable challenges faced by the slave youths in distinguishing themselves in the selection process. It was not merely a matter of willpower. They were undernourished and emaciated, while the common youths possessed more muscle, having had ample food and restful sleep. When placed on the same platform to compete, the slave youths would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Many things cannot be decided by will alone. Karan had previously served as a squire to knights. Although he had not become a true knight himself, he was familiar with the training process. Yet the Lord had presented him with new methodologies, requesting a synthesis of the two approaches. There was no reason to refuse, for Karan Fozak had no intention of genuinely pledging loyalty to Porcupine Fortress. He would merely indulge the Lord's whims. Observing the eager, bright-eyed youth standing tall, he stated, "There are a total of 76 of you. There may be one who qualifies, or perhaps none at all. Whether you qualify or not is solely at my discretion." Feeling the fervent gazes of the youths upon him, Karan continued, "Before we proceed, I must first enlighten you on the responsibilities of a knight attendant. The primary duty of an attendant is to assist their knight in polishing their armor and weapons. Weapons and armor are prone to rust and must be maintained regularly, though magical armor is not included in this regard. However, such items are not available in the Porcupine territory. Even if Li Qi were to liquidate his assets, he could not afford them. Attendants assist their knights in donning and doffing armor, caring for their belongings, and standing guard. In simple terms, attendants primarily engage in menial tasks. Knight armor is generally heavy, suited for charge. But wearing several dozen pounds of armor can be taxing on the body. Therefore, it must be removed when not in combat. Additionally, armor can restrict agility, making it impossible to don or doff independently. Attendants do not merely perform menial tasks. They assist knights in battle, carry spare weapons and mounts, tend to wounds, and even bury the deceased. A chill swept through the air, and the youths instinctively glanced toward their lord in the distance. Such words spoken directly? Certainly. By becoming attendants, you will have the opportunity to assist knights in gaining honor. You will also receive an education, learning knowledge, music, etiquette, and all that is typically reserved for the nobility, including the possibility of becoming a knight." Initially, Karan had not intended to convey all this, although everyone understood it. Li Qi insisted he be forthright. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. It is ambition and ideals that prevent youths from merely passing their days. However, there is a corollary. Soldiers who do not perform well as soldiers will never become generals. The latter aspect would require Li Qi and Karan to filter through the candidates. He was not concerned about Karan's strictness. After all, the night attendant squad was merely an idea of his. He sought excellence, not mediocrity, as anticipated. Upon hearing these words, the youth's breaths quickened, some of their cheeks flushed with excitement. Since the Lord had not denied this, it could be regarded as a promise. Selecting this group would pave the way for future selections. The Chi observed the youths, filled with dreams of the future, knowing that the vast majority would likely return to obscurity. But such is reality. Whether one seizes an opportunity relies solely on oneself. It is not difficult for a noble son to become an attendant, but it is far more challenging for a commoner. Little did they know, Li Qi also intended to train a contingent of female knights, not merely because he had acquired a maid in a maid's outfit and wished to establish an alluring female brigade to satiate his peculiar preferences, but because female warriors sometimes demonstrated capabilities that exceeded their male counterparts. For instance, during village construction and law enforcement, the ruffians of the local guard would often find excuses to harass women, making the presence of female law enforcers exceedingly necessary. Moreover, history is not lacking in formidable female knights, even if they may be somewhat physically weaker than men due to inherent biological factors. However, this is a world of magic, where qualities such as will, wisdom, and loyalty far outweigh trivial innate advantages. Li Qi's knowledge, there were several noble daughters who favored martial prowess over feminine adornment, the most distinctive being his admired cousin from his uncle's family. Li Qi and Karan had discussed the selection of attendants, and he discovered that the selection process was exceedingly simple, even rudimentary, merely a matter of combat. The victors would remain, while the vanquished would depart. Yet this was not what Li Qi sought. While valor was important, it was not the entirety of the equation. He proposed a more suitable selection method. In essence, it would involve military training. For Li Qi, the need for attendants was minimal, but law enforcers and soldiers were in short supply. If they trained well, they could be deployed immediately, representing the first wave of talent selection and training. All present, attention, Karan bellowed, yet the youths appeared bewildered, unsure of the meaning. When instructed to focus, they were to direct their attention to him. Karan commanded, "All of you, look at me. Look at the instructor. Stand at attention." He elaborated meticulously, and after several experiments, a sense of uniformity finally emerged. Each individual was fully focused, striving to avoid any mistakes. Once the training was nearing completion, "Let's eat first," Corlin declared. "A feast has been prepared for you by the esteemed gentleman." The youths could not contain their cheers, regardless of whether they would be selected or not. This meal alone was worth it. The young maids donned and maid outfits arrived, and the boys' eyes widened in delight, mistaking them for noble ladies. Corlin also conceded that Lord Licky's taste was indeed commendable. The attire was truly captivating. Regrettably, he could not take action due to his incomplete task, but once they returned to Ironstone City, he could devise a means to have a tailor craft a set, perhaps even finding a woman to wear it. How delightful that would be. The boys' attention swiftly shifted from the youthful maids to the fragrant dishes laid before them. Saliva flowed uncontrollably as, upon receiving the instructor's command, they bowed their heads and devoured their meals ravenously. The castle's cuisine was rich and indulgent, providing a satisfying experience. After a brief respite post-meal, training commenced, with Corlin preparing to conduct the first round of selections. This was the method of training bestowed upon Corlin by the Baron. Standing at attention, it was also the audition method that Licky had devised after considerable thought. He sought resolute youths, intending to eliminate the unworthy. Those unable to endure could simply return to their farming duties, for the hedgehog territory required a diverse array of talent. The youths stood rigidly, not daring to make the slightest movement. Prior to this, Instructor Corlin had stated that there was no time limit for standing at attention, but he aimed to reduce their numbers to 35. The challenge was set. Only when there were 35 standing would they cease. This was destined to be a test of willpower. As Corlin had surmised, this selection was profoundly unfair to the slave boys. Those with frail physiques could scarcely endure, possessing an inherent disadvantage from the outset. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Licky had closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the cove cavern, where a new round of battle had commenced. The casualties among the mercenary teams surged. Although the monstrous horde outside felt fear, it was swiftly overtaken by madness. charging forth with wild abandon. The cacophony of their chilling screeches echoed relentlessly. Moreover, 2 mercenaries had already been seized by harpies. Although they managed to slay the harpies, they were subsequently thrown into the throng of monsters, meeting a brutal end. The sounds of agony were incessant, and the gathering of monsters at the entrance grew ever larger. Leaving no time for escape, the only option now was to blast a path through with fire, seizing the opportunity to rush out at AS for whether they would find themselves on a road to demise or a sliver of survival beyond that point. They could only leave it to fate. Betty, it's up to you. The girl mercenary, Betty, nodded upon hearing her companion's plan. It was a gamble. There was a chance of survival, but not taking the risk meant certain death. She reached for the small pouch at her waist, only to find it deflated and empty. Licky observed her expression shift, noting her twitching and the slight lowering of her head. Betty, the armored mercenary, shielded the door with his body, urging her with a fierce shout. Hurry! The armor clanged as it was prodded by spears. Even if they did not pierce through, the impact rattled his insides, and some spears found their way into unprotected armpits, causing blood to gush forth. Hurry! Listening to the urgency, Betty hastily explained, It's gone, the powder is gone. Gone? The tone of the armored mercenary rose sharply. His frantic reaction not only heightened his comrade's anxiety, but also emboldened the monsters outside. Perhaps perceiving the loud commotion as a provocation, the pounding and crashing sounds intensified. Just now, Betty attempted to explain, but suddenly found herself seized. In an instant, she was thrown out. Betty's petite form arced through the air, prompting the blue-skinned monsters at the entrance to pursue her, while the harpy was drawn in as well. At that moment, she was the bait. The armored mercenary cursed, You bunch of bastards. Little did he know, a companion behind him decisively stabbed him in the back and then kicked him out. As a result, the armored mercenary attracted a portion of the monsters. The others seized the opportunity to charge outward. Although part of the cavern's monsters were distracted by Betty's airborne form, some remained alert to the mercenaries' escape, transforming the battle from a defensive stance into a chase. However, none of this concerned Betty anymore. She was ensnared by the harpy's claws, its talons digging into her flesh like hooks. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out. She understood that any sound she made would only serve to draw more monsters, aiding those despicable bastards in their escape. After witnessing the death of the armored mercenary, her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. A spear whizzed past her cheek, embedding itself in the harpy's chest, the razor-sharp projectile slicing through the air and severing several strands of her hair. As the harpy flapped its wings, the quivering flesh became a target, and with uncanny precision, it was struck, erupting in a spray of blood. The harpy tumbled, shrieking as it fell to the ground. Weightless, Betty awaited her body to plunge into the tide of monsters. Anticipating death, yet a pair of hands caught her. With a crack, it sounded as though her bones might shatter, followed by a familiar, peculiar scent. Howl wolf. Betty gazed at the figure who had risked everything to lead them to the labyrinth. A transformation in demeanor rendering him unrecognizable, now silent as a stranger. The mercenary Howl Wolf gently shook his head, placing her down before swiftly guiding her deeper into the cavern, despite her grave injuries. Betty remained silent throughout. She could endure. As they fled, she cast a glance back toward the armored mercenary's direction, seeing nothing but a sea of blue. She fought to suppress her tears, resolutely averting her gaze. As Betty was captured by the harpy, the blue-skinned monsters on the ground, deprived of prey, surged toward the fleeing mercenaries, successfully granting Betty a chance to escape. Why was the mercenary corpse controlled by Licky unharmed? It merely needed to fall to the ground. The small monster's wound didn't even approach it. It was nothing more than a corpse, after all. The expanse of the cavern was far greater than anticipated. Perhaps the mercenaries had only explored a fraction of a point. One corpse, one living person, stealthily arrived at a location resembling a church, where a collapsed statue, presumably of a woman, lay at the entrance, its severed stone head adorned with glowing moss. The further they ventured, the more luminescent moss illuminated their path. Although visibility was not as clear as during a moonlit night, it was far from total darkness. There are living beings inside, Betty whispered to her drastically changed companion. Having heard some noises, yet all she could see was impenetrable darkness. Then she witnessed a shocking scene. Her companion Howlwolf picked up a spear, weighing it slightly as though seeking balance, then suddenly pulled back his arm and hurled it. Whoosh! Betty watched as the spear flew into the darkness, followed by a sickening thud, a body collapsing. How precise! They entered the dilapidated church, where they spotted a blue-skinned monster's corpse, its head impaled by a spear. In the corner, Betty couldn't help but glance at her companion again. She had begun to sense something amiss. Yet, she held her tongue, for it mattered not as long as they remained part of the same faction. Nothing else was significant. She possessed emergency healing potions, applying some to her wounds, and for those on her back that she couldn't reach, she had to request assistance from the person behind her. Betty completely shed her garments, exposing her bloodied back to Licky. "Can you help me apply the ointment?" No sound answered, but he accepted the potion and began to assist. Pain. Betty's eyes widened. Fortunately, she had timely bitten down on her discarded clothing. But soon she sensed something was off. They were too close, and she couldn't hear his breathing. In this eerily silent space, only her own breath echoed. She listened intently, yet was unable to discern any sound of breathing. This indicated that behind her lay a corpse. Someone was manipulating this lifeless body. After applying the ointment, Betty, undeterred by the exposure of her petite frame, turned to confront the howling wolf that in remote control. Richie let out an impressed sound, recognizing her as a legitimate lowly, or perhaps a youthful giantess. However, Betty's subsequent words made Richie sit up straight. "I know you are not the howling wolf. I wish to live." Richie marveled at her rapid acceptance, and understood just how easily one could be exposed when associating with a corpse like that. It was a card that should never be played openly. Unless, of course, he truly decided to unleash a cataclysm of the undead upon the continent of Lilia. But such a notion was far from his intentions. He merely wished to cultivate the land and focus on infrastructure, having no interest in warfare. After a moment's hesitation, he dipped his finger in the blood of the blue-skinned creature and began to write in the dirt. Since they were both aware of the truth, it was time to discuss practical matters. He sought the secrets of subterranean hideaways, specifically the arcane knowledge of magical gunpowder, Betty's insights, and any information about the surrounding area. The more knowledge, the better. As for whether Betty would deceive him, it mattered little. Could she truly escape her predicament? He was determined to keep that delicate treasure hidden. Betty was acutely aware of her precarious situation, especially since she was wounded and devoid of the protection a corpse would typically offer. Whether to speak the truth, and how much of it to share, was a decision for her to weigh. How much she chose to reveal, and how much Richie chose to believe, would be left to his own contemplation. Betty was the sole daughter of a minor noble in the south. By chance, she encountered and fell in love with alchemy, subsequently apprenticing under an elderly scholar. The magical gunpowder was an unintended creation of hers, resulting from a failed alchemical experiment that produced an extraordinarily destructive substance when combined with flame-controlling magic. She envisioned a future as a learned scholar, delving into alchemy and exploring the truths and mysteries of the world. But the onset of war shattered her aspirations. The conflict between the Eastern Gorge and the Giants turned her family's lands into a battlefield, with knights charging through the canyon and militias wielding farming tools to defend the walls. Corpses fell in droves, blood staining the castle walls, while the clouds above turned crimson. When the Eastern Gorge's forces were ultimately repelled, it appeared they had achieved victory. However, Betty's family was utterly devastated, their castle divided among other nobles, leaving her as a mere pariah. Abandoning her surname, she relied on her explosive alchemical skills and magic, becoming a mercenary and wandering aimlessly. Last autumn, she encountered the Silver-Haired. Betty offered little introduction to the Silver-Haired, as she knew them only vaguely, being aware that they wielded silver steel swords, possessed unusual silver hair, and exhibited exceptional combat prowess alongside vast knowledge. A peculiar group indeed. Whispers suggested that wherever the Silver-Haired appeared, treasures abounded, while others claimed their presence heralded the approach of demons. One of the Silver-Haired's companions journeyed toward the direction of the Porcupine territory. Betty's mercenary team resolved to seek their fortune in the Eastern Gorge, fortuitously learning at the tavern in Ironstone City of a massive bear engulfed in flames that had appeared in the Porcupine territory. After a period of investigation, they became aware of the porcupine territory. And the subsequent events were known to Richie. Richie's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had merely crafted a tale with the intent of selling the bear's hide for a good price, yet a band of fools had believed him. The veracity of Betty's statements was uncertain, yet when she divulged the recipe for crafting magical gunpowder, Richie was taken aback, for it was indeed the gunpowder of Earth. He understood the theory, but acquiring the necessary materials was another matter entirely. The primary ingredients, sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, were notoriously difficult to find, particularly in the porcupine territory. Natural sulfur mines were controlled by a select few nobles, and due to the influence of magic and alchemy, the prices of such materials remained exorbitantly high. The notion of equipping every individual with a firearm or even crafting a fire crossbow with meteor arrows was, for the time being, dashed that if gunpowder was unattainable, perhaps magic could serve as an alternative. Betty, being an apprentice scholar, was far more capable than the average individual and could be manipulated at will. It was evident she had withheld much information, such as the mercenary clad in iron armor who continuously protected her, or that remarkable wooden staff capable of withstanding explosions, among other details. There was no urgency at present. Richie divided his attention between controlling the corpse on patrol and allowing Betty to rest. He intended to extract useful information from her while simultaneously investigating the underground lair. Following the decline in the value of Betty's magical gunpowder, the investigation of the lair had become his top priority. With the recent planning of Livestock Village, the first structures to be erected would not be the homes of villagers, but rather a ranch, replete with an excess of milk from dairy cows that was overwhelming. The milk had to be dealt with within the castle, allowing the servants to benefit, but it was strictly forbidden to be taken home. Richie would not make the error of indulging in misplaced mercy. He did not wish for the inhabitants of the porcupine territory to grow accustomed to the notion that exploiting the Lord was acceptable. Any surplus milk that could not be wasted would have to be transformed into other delicacies, such as cheese. He considered allowing the little maids and lads to meander into the kitchen under some pretext, hoping to snag a taste, even if it was merely the aroma of the barrels of wine. Meanwhile, he pondered the Lord's suggestion of training more apprentices. Previously, the cook had resisted the idea, unwilling to relinquish his kitchen to anyone. However, circumstances had changed. He found himself quite overwhelmed, and the Lord had provided numerous recipes for him to explore. Rather than laboring over 3 meals a day while also trying to innovate new dishes, why not teach a few obedient and diligent apprentices to help ease his burden? As evening approached, the selection of attendants was still ongoing. Out of 76 candidates, 35 had been chosen, with no time limit imposed. Only the number mattered. The initial competition focused on physical strength, and those lacking in stamina had already been weeded out. The remaining participants were now vying for endurance. When Richie arrived, 38 youths remained, some swaying unsteadily, their consciousness barely tethered to their willpower. Whether they were commoners or slaves, all were determined to seize this opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away. Those eliminated did not depart, as Richie had promised them dinner. Naturally, the majority of those eliminated were young slaves, who bore the grim knowledge that they had missed their chance to change their destinies. Only 7 slave boys remained in the competition, their perseverance a desperate struggle, as their physical limitations had been a hindrance from the start. Among them were the 2 sons of Ark, 16-year-old Arkley and 14-year-old Ark Duo, who managed to endure solely due to their robust genetics and proper nutrition. Their father was the overseer of the slaves, and it was hardly surprising that he exploited his position. Soon, 3 more slave boys were eliminated. Each had reached their limit, and it would not be surprising if everyone collapsed in the next moment. Finally, only 35 remained, marking the end of the first round of selection. Those who persevered breathed a sigh of relief, some collapsing onto the ground, their mental and physical capacities utterly depleted, utterly unaware of what had sustained them. The 3 boys who failed to endure fought back tears, lamenting how close they had been. If only they had held on just a moment longer. But reality was unforgiving. They had fallen short by a mere fraction. A sumptuous dinner improved the atmosphere slightly, and the remaining 35 boys would be taught the basics of literacy by Gran the following day. The first group to endure had proven their worth for cultivation. Whether they became constables, municipal officials, or engaged in clerical work, or even served as nightly attendants, they had begun to demonstrate their potential. In Richie's eyes, anyone worthy of nurturing was a talent. Since he could not recruit talent to pledge loyalty, he would cultivate his own, and that would suffice. The improper management is merely suitable for menial tasks at the grassroots level. Exhausted youths are urged to rest, while the unsuccessful must return home. Those who should farm will farm, and those destined to remain as slaves will continue in their servitude. Lequi takes his seat, ready to partake in dinner. The young maids, adorned in their maid outfits, begin to serve the dishes, undeniably a feast for the eyes. The dinner consists of venison stew, salad, and a luxurious caramel pudding, a true delicacy given the rarity of sugar. The landscape of the Porcupine Duchy is ill-suited for sugar beet cultivation. And for the foreseeable future, it appears they will have to purchase sugar with their scant resources. Development remains a formidable challenge. Lequi glanced at Karan, who responded with a smile. Those youths are promising. Perhaps one or two may even become nightly attendants. Karan, believing the Lord wishes to hear his report, states, their talents are commendable. They are fortunate to have received the opportunities you have provided. Jelon raises his glass in a toast to the Lord's benevolence, seizing the moment to flatter, a skill in municipal management of Ha. Everyone claims I am quite benevolent. Lequi lifts his glass to in the kitchen. The young maids gather together. The highest ranking among them leads with her glass, and with the presence of the only little assistant, the oak basin, they manage to procure quite a few tasty morsels. I absolutely adore this caramel pudding, exclaims the little one, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although the others remain silent, their expressions reveal their weakness for sweet treats. Akek, today I saw two individuals who resembled you. Could they be your brothers? The little one cautiously inquires, savoring her pudding. Yes, Akek nods, yet she remembers the command not to show favoritism towards her brother during the meal distribution. That was also her father's directive. Impressive, the little one remarks enviously. If one can remain as the Lord's attendant, who knows, they might even become a knight in the future. Once they grew familiar, the vivacity of her age began to shine through Akek's cheeks flushed slightly. I must thank the Lord for his kindness. Having wandered alongside her father and brother, Akek is acutely aware of the hardships of their current existence. However, she is uncertain if her brother can indeed become a knight. Everything hinges on the Lord's decisions. Oh dear, you're blushing. The little one teases, I saw the Lord touch your face last time. Did you get a close look at how handsome he is? The others, curious, gaze at her. They dare not approach closely, let alone be touched by the Lord. No, not at all. Akek's face grows even warmer. I didn't dare to look. If it were me, I would surely stare at the Lord, the little one muses, filled with both envy and fantasies. Suddenly, footsteps approach, followed by a disdainful scoff. Humph, you are merely maids. Your duties consist of washing dishes and sweeping floors. The newcomer is the Duckfoot. They know that Duckfoot has become a personal servant to a noble, akin to a leap to fortune. Yet the little one stands unafraid. You are not the Lord's personal servant. The Lord's personal servant is a pitchfork. In other words, even if Duckfoot truly ascends, it has no bearing on them. So what? My Lord will achieve great deeds for Lord Karan, and I may one day become a steward of the castle, while you will forever remain mere sweeping maids. Oh, and dishwashing maids. Akek's brother might even become the Lord's attendant. The argument escalates, voices rising. A sudden cough interrupts the ruckus. The steward Simon stands there, exuding an air of intimidation befitting his position. He casts a glance at Duckfoot and states, Oak Basin, the Lord requires a cup of hot milk tea. Yes, the Oak Basin immediately begins to bustle. Simon turns and departs, showing no interest in the squabble between the servants. Watching the steward's retreating figure, the young servants momentarily find themselves at a loss as to how to continue their argument. They exchange glances before returning to their tasks. For the Porcupine Castle, this is merely an inconsequential interlude. A more significant matter awaits today. The Bill family has sent their gratitude, a sum of 10 gold coins. Although the Porcupine Duchy was besieged by pirates due to the actions of a noble scion from the Bill family, it seems they feel a sense of guilt, as it is unlikely they would otherwise offer such a considerable sum. Lequi immediately allocates funds to Gelon for the necessary repairs to the road between Livestock Village and Wheatfield Village. Housing construction cannot be free. Discussions with Gelon are needed regarding the arrangement of slaves and commoners. Dormitory living is acceptable, but wages must be reduced. After spring planting, farmers with some funds may wish to raise chickens and ducks. How should this be accommodated? In Lequi's plan, residential areas are not allowed to keep chickens and ducks. However, sending a few chickens to Livestock Village seems unreasonable. Additionally, Gelon suggested taking in 2 industrious youths as apprentices. There are countless matters to address daily, trivial yet significant. Yet, in the early stages of development, he must oversee everything. Otherwise, those beneath him might treat even a feather like a command, for some are greedy and fear nothing, possessing 100 ways to silence others, as "oh busy," he murmurs, gently massaging his temples. Thankfully, Gelon has taken on much of the workload, organizing and summarizing before presenting it to him. He merely needs to make the final decisions, that is being a lord merely about indulgence. Why is every day filled with mundane tasks? So different from what he envisioned? He takes a sip of hot milk tea to invigorate himself. Balancing dual responsibilities, even if his mental faculties can endure, his heart feels weary. He closes his eyes. Swiftly entering the Cavern of Cape. After reaching a consensus, he and Betty have developed a remarkable synergy. Betty seems to possess an exceptional ability to discern sounds and locations, allowing them to evade many monsters while gradually uncovering the situation within the Cavern of Cape. It is an underground city, broadly divided into 6 zones. First, the residential area, located at the entrance of the Cavern of Cape, primarily inhabited by the blue-skinned creatures, judging by the architecture and the dilapidated stone statues. They are not the original inhabitants. Second, the commercial area, featuring tailor shops, herbalist stores, general goods shops, and spice shops, all concentrated here. The blue-skinned creatures are sparse, but the remnants of former prosperity are evident, with mostly 2- and 3-story buildings, making it an ideal habitat for birds, specifically the harpies. Third, the church and plaza area, the center of which features a dilapidated fountain, now a receptacle for monster excrement. The environment is spacious and sparsely populated by monsters. If the residential and commercial areas are the peripheries, the church and plaza areas serve as a boundary where the blue-skinned creatures dare not encroach, with only the harpies freely soaring overhead. Fourth, the river area, where several broad waterways adjacent to the plaza are reduced to muck, isolating a castle from the outside world, harboring agile lizard-like monsters. Lequi and Betty know this because a former mercenary teammate of Betty's, in a stroke of misfortune, provoked a humanoid lizard monster and was pursued back to the commercial area, resulting in chaos and ultimately a tragic demise. Fifth, the castle area, the contents of which remain unknown, as Lequi and Betty have not been able to approach it successfully. Sixth, the unknown fog zone, where a high tower within the castle is perpetually shrouded in mist, seemingly elevating the entire space of the Cavern of Cape. Lequi proceeds to explore the area while controlling a corpse, gathering basic information based on his observations. Within the Cavern of Cape, he sketches maps in his study, recording all useful information. Examining the map, it resembles a miniature territory swallowed by the underground. Upon receiving feedback from the corpse, Betty remarks, "There must be wondrous artifacts within that castle. Perhaps they lie within the fog zone." She understands that the corpse beside her cannot speak, and knows the one controlling the corpse can hear her. Wondrous artifacts are the crystallization of magic, possessing various miraculous effects. Previously only documented in books, that it is said that some artifacts can enable flight, others grant immense strength, and some can even transform men into women. She stops there, confident that he comprehends the significance of these artifacts. Wondrous artifacts are marvelous, yet they exist only in legend. Betty hopes to incite greed within the corpse's controller for the artifacts, believing he will dispatch greater forces, thus providing her with more security. However, Lequi in the study is taken aback. Men turning into women? Who would dare to seek a wife under such circumstances? Even if one were to merge through negative distance, distinguishing gender would likely prove impossible. Betty's words hold merit. Possessing a magical artifact with unique properties is imperative to acquire. After all, it would only result in the waste of a single corpse. They cautiously navigated around a residential area teeming with blue-skinned creatures, preparing to scour the commercial district first. Currently, Rish's strength is insufficient to breach the Cape Cavern, yet he can still see some benefits to replenish his territory. The injured Betty serves as a sound radar, assisting him in locating foes. Their bond is firmly established. Rish may manage without Betty, but Betty cannot do without Rish. As the night passed, Rish found his body well rested, his mind not overly fatigued. However, he had grown somewhat numb to the act of killing. They successfully occupied a sealed room in the commercial district. After changing her bandages, Betty fell into a deep slumber while Rish remained vigilant with a sliver of awareness before rising. The cavern exploration would demand considerable time, and he now felt a gnawing hunger. Fozake wiped his mouth. After breakfast, it was customary for Rish to visit the stables before riding out to inspect his territory. Today, the widow Glenn would instruct the ill-favored youths in literacy, sifting out those lacking in wit. The criteria for selection rested solely with Colin, granting him absolute freedom. In the kitchen, a young assistant named Oak Basin was washing vegetables, clad in a maid outfit designed by the Lord. Her frilly white apron cinched at the waist emphasized her curves, and her rolled-up sleeves revealed her pale arms. I could see that moment. Oak Basin bent over to scrub the floor, her rear facing the entrance. Colin's gaze lingered a moment longer, perhaps due to the absence of recent pleasures. The otherwise ordinary Oak Basin appeared quite alluring. Yet the most captivating of all was the maid named Dak, who possessed a delicate beauty. Oak Basin, Colin called. Lord Fozake, startled by the voice behind her. Oak Basin spun around. Do you need something? I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Observing the anxious young maid, Colin felt assured. Charming a maid could not be too challenging for him. Meanwhile, Rish had not patrolled his territory for several days. He rode along the road to the second village, a considerable distance from Wheatfield Village. It took some time to arrive, yet new houses were being constructed. Once some individuals migrated, they could immediately settle there. The ranch had officially commenced operations. Craftsmen, upon spotting Rish's arrival, paused their work, eager to greet him. However, Rish waved them off from afar, instructing them to continue their tasks. The territory was steadily progressing on the right track, though the Porcupine territory lacked unique exports. Expanding trade routes was essential, not only for acquiring slaves, but also for purchasing various resources that the Porcupine territory lacked. It had been a while since Joe departed. Considering the time, he should be returning soon, just in time to cultivate the merchant convoy, while the small pills could be sold in other towns. No place would match the demand found in Ironstone City. Ironstone City, nicknamed the Holy Land, had a significantly higher demand for small pills than any other town. The barrel could produce a variety of delicacies. However, food could not withstand the long journey, making it impractical. The textile industry seemed promising, acquiring raw materials and crafting goods, but transportation costs were prohibitively high. As for leather and pottery, they were hardly worth considering due to limitations in raw materials. Cultivating flax to produce linen was an option, yet I am aware that the flax craftsmanship around Golden Wheatfield is exceptional. Laboriously cultivate flax only to purchase it from its region of origin. That would be sheer folly, and the profits from linen are not particularly substantial. Rish pondered methods to generate revenue. How did other time travelers thrive in ancient times? Militarily, they relied on gunpowder. For wealth, they turned to brewing. For romance, they resorted to flattery. For managing subordinates, loyalty was assured at 100%, and talent was abundant, easily persuading other noble lords to part with their golden daughters. Regarding brewing, Rish had no fondness for alcohol in his previous life and possessed little knowledge of brewing. He set aside thoughts of gunpowder for the time being. After some contemplation, he recognized that his greatest asset lay within the caverns. Exploring them could yield wealth and treasures, while the creation of corpses could provide knowledge and information. The discovery of the life grass represented a swift opportunity for wealth. Similarly, the Cape Cavern held great potential, as Betty's knowledge of magical gunpowder constituted a significant fortune. Suddenly, he realized that although he could not tread the path of commanding respect, he might explore the avenue of courting women, or rather, the path of living off their kindness. Reflecting on his cousin, who could easily reduce him to tears with a single punch, Rish contemplated whether he should visit Greenwood Castle in the near future. His maternal grandfather's family was an old noble lineage, wealthy and influential. What harm could come from living off such resources? In this world, rich women and opportunistic suitors thrive together. First, he would conquer the Cape Cavern, then make a trip to Greenwood Castle. As for the merchant convoy, it would primarily focus on purchasing for now, selling whatever could be sold without undue pressure. Upon returning to the castle, he found no sign of Colin. "Mr. Fozake, has anyone seen him?" inquired a maid, sweeping the floor. "It seems Lord Fozake went to the kitchen after breakfast, and then returned to his room," she replied. The kitchen, Riche mused. It appeared his counterpart could not wait any longer. In the afternoon, Joe returned with a group of robust slaves. Following Riche's orders, these brigands were sent to quarry stones. As dusk approached, a white raven descended. The message was quickly delivered into Riche's hands. "Dear cousin Riche, it has been over a decade since our last meeting. That I hear you shall be visiting Greenwood Castle this year. I eagerly anticipate our reunion. We can also correspond through letters. Can't we? I am keen to learn about the amusing happenings in the Porcupine Territory. I look forward to your reply. Your cousin, Stacy." Having just contemplated living off others, this opportunity seemed timely. I shan't call it living off others. Rather, I shall refer to it as attracting investment. Riche picked up his pen, muttering a few thoughts before writing. "The Porcupine Territory is rife with fascinating occurrences. Allow me to introduce you to its most splendid feature. The sea. You would surely wish to witness the waves crashing upon the shore, or perhaps write a secret in the sand and wait for the tide to carry it away. You may find the concept of a message in a bottle intriguing. Writing a tale or secret, placing it within a bottle, and casting it into the ocean, allowing it to drift until it reaches the hands of a stranger. Such an experience would be novel and romantic that he paused, contemplating a revision, yet decided against it. After all, in an arranged marriage, as long as his uncle and grandfather consented, all would be well. Of course, the sea also harbors pirates, but fortunately, I have defeated them, and their ship now belongs to me. Should you visit the Porcupine Territory, we can admire the sunset from the deck as the sky and sea turn crimson." Riche glanced over the letter, noting that this was his first experience corresponding with a woman. It shouldn't be overly flattering, but if it is, so be it. Living off others is preferable to begging. He neatly rolled the letter, sealing it with wax before handing it to the steward. The white raven spread its wings to deliver the message. While he discussed the operation of the merchant convoy with Joe, Joe suggested that they could sell surplus flour to villages near Pig Ridge Valley, where the price would be significantly higher than unprocessed grains. And they could also include the sale of small pills. Additionally, they could spread the word, inviting merchant convoys to the Porcupine Territory to sell goods and procure supplies. While the suggestion was sound, Riche rejected it. Selling grain was not an option. The granary must maintain a sufficient stockpile to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. After discussing for a while, they could not finalize what to sell outwardly. But they did compile an extensive list of desired purchases. After dinner, Colin Fozake returned to his room that he held no interest in the development of the Porcupine Territory, only wishing to retire for the night. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. "My lord," the voice belonged to his devoted servant, Duckfoot. Colin, disliking the presence of his watchful attendant, grumbled, "What is it?" "I am already in B.T. Tea is the Lord," Duckfoot replied from outside. "The Lord said he is waiting for you in the garden." "The garden?" Reluctantly, Colin rose, bending to retrieve his shoes, muttering, "I will be there shortly." He opened the door, glancing at his attendant standing outside. "You may return to rest. Do not follow me." "Understood, my lord." The white raven spread its wings and soared into the night. In the depths of the cove, Betty awoke in a daze, troubled by the pain of her wounds. In the garden of Porcupine Castle, the Baron stood in contemplation before a gravestone. "My lord," called Charon for sack. Stepping into the moonlit garden of Porcupine Castle, a noble domain he had visited on numerous occasions. The garden of Ironstone Castle had even been the battleground for him and the heartthrob Beji, where they tumbled among the flowers, laughing at the sight of their shoes turned skyward. The aristocrats, who prided themselves on their image, invested considerable effort into their gardens. Yet, Charon had never heard of a noble erecting a gravestone in their own garden. It was spring, but the flora had been thoroughly cleared away, leaving a barren expanse. Only a few mounds and gravestones remained. Were it not for the designation as a garden, one might easily mistake it for a cemetery. "Are you curious why I have erected a stone in the garden?" asked Lequi. Karan Forsac shook his head. "Karan knows not. Pure nonsense. In other words, you erected the stone yourself. Why ask me? How would I know?" Come, come, Lequi beckoned. "Over here." Karan approached, maintaining a respectful distance. Though he did not believe Lequi would harm him, he first preferred to think that the other could not best him in combat. Secondly, if a loyal retainer were to perish in the domain of Porcupine, it would spell trouble for Lequi. Lequi turned his gaze, glancing at the emptiness at Karan's side. And no weapon. Of course, why would one bring arms to meet their lord at such an hour? "What do you think of Porcupine?" he asked, strolling aside and leaving Karan standing alone. "The common folk live in abundance. The water wheels, plows, irrigation channels, and watermills are magnificent inventions I have never witnessed before. This place is teeming with vitality," Karan replied earnestly, despite his reluctance to remain in Porcupine for any length of time. However, observing the rapid transformation of the territory over the past few days left him in awe. Was this truly the fabled, impoverished Porcupine? Even with a few gold coins of income each month, the progress was astonishing. And did you truly invest all your earnings into the development of your domain? I have never encountered a lord like this. If Baron Spark were to emulate him, even if only half of his earnings were reinvested, Ironstone City could very well ascend to greatness and become a formidable fortress. Yet they prefer to let their wealth gather dust in their coffers rather than allowing it to fulfill its intended purpose. "Karan, I am sorely lacking in talent under my command." Karan realized that Lequi intended to win him over, seeking his loyalty. "This evening was a demonstration of allegiance that I will certainly—" His words were cut short as a gust of wind suddenly struck from the side. He reacted swiftly, raising his hand to shield himself, only to be struck in the abdomen by a knee, doubling him over in pain. But Karan's reflexes were quick. The Baron intended to kill him. Why? Had his attempt to steal secrets been discovered? As his back hit the ground, Karan's thoughts were jolted back. Escape quickly. Flames flickered, drawing closer. Once his awareness focused, Karan recognized the flames for what they truly were, the vibrant red hair of a woman. Beneath the red hair was the visage of an unsightly woman, extending a scaly, monstrous hand. Yet Karan reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist and delivering a kick to her abdomen. Forcefully sending her away, he scrambled to his feet, unwilling to glance back at the Lord, who had lured him to the garden only to strike. He certainly did not wish to attract attention, as it might jeopardize his life. However, just as he stood upright, he found a massive figure blocking his path. He slowly raised his head to look up. The Iron Hoof Knight. The red-haired figure crouched upon the knight's shoulder. A peculiar stench invaded his nostrils, ensnaring Karan like a shackle. You should be dead," Karan stammered, uncertain whether his voice trembled from fear or pain. The Baron could manipulate corpses. He had uncovered the Baron's greatest secret. "My lord, it was Beji who sent me. But I have done nothing detrimental to Porcupine at this moment." He spoke rapidly, eager to divulge all at once. He understood the implication that if he had not known the secret, escaping would simply mean escaping. But by voluntarily revealing the secret, the other would surely offer him but one option. Only the dead can keep secrets. The Iron Hoof corpse and the ghoul of the earth simultaneously struck, and Karan unceremoniously fell to the ground, maintaining his integrity. In the cove, within the confined chamber, Betty opened her eyes in pain. She was alone, but a surge of panic gripped her heart, though a corpse had always been by her side. The absence of it upon her awakening left her unsettled. How would she survive alone? The door swung open, and Betty tightened her grip on the wooden stick. Fortunately, the corpse returned, albeit in a dire state, riddled with wounds and missing an arm. Looking utterly tragic, 3 large bags were tossed to the ground, one of which was thrown to Betty. She recognized it as belonging to a mercenary companion, filled with food and water. These provisions would allow her to endure a few more days. She discreetly glanced at the other 2 bags. One contained various jewels, while the other held gold. The one controlling the corpse sought treasure. The injuries must have been incurred during their outing. Just these 2 bags would yield great fortune. Yet Lequi paid no heed to Beji. Unknown years buried within the territory held many treasures waiting to be unearthed. After a single night, he had already discovered several pounds of gold and jewels. The gold, slightly tarnished by time, appeared only faintly red, unlike the weapons and armor, which were completely rusted in 6 major regions. He had only scavenged a small portion of one area. The mysterious castle surely harbored even greater wealth. Even at its most destitute, Porcupine had boasted 8,000 silver moons, not to mention this underground town that seemed to flourish. Most importantly, there was the curios that Betty had mentioned. Even if Porcupine did not generate profit, as long as Lequy continued his explorations, he could ensure the territory's rapid development. Betty consumed the rations to satiate her hunger, sipped some water, then turned to the corpse, indicating she was ready to depart. Far away in the bed of Porcupine Castle, Lequy commanded the corpse to slay 2 blue-skinned creatures and ambushed a harpy, ensuring the preservation of the corpse's integrity before dragging it into a nearby tailor's shop. Inside lay 4 corpses, all remarkably intact. Betty followed behind him, entirely perplexed by his intentions. Her role was simply to provide information, alerting Lequy to the surrounding circumstances. One sought development and riches, the other sought survival. A partnership of mutual cooperation. Already refined, Lequy's consciousness shifted. His mind resembled a many-tentacled octopus, with one head tethered to the ghoul's lair, guarding Charon for Sack's coffin. Another head remained with the raven, keeping watch over Porcupine. A third retained a portion of awareness for his own body, just in case. The majority of his consciousness was concentrated in the cove, prepared for battle. Even as his thoughts branched like the tentacles of an octopus, Lequy felt overwhelmed. Relying on the corpse was ultimately not the path forward. Ghouls were the key to future development. His awareness shifted from the ghoul's corpse to Charon's body. A flood of memories surged into his mind. Perhaps due to another shift in spiritual power, Lequy found he could observe far more memories this time, akin to a short film. Within the memories, Charon Forsack was the second son of a relatively harmonious family. His father's knightly title was not inheritable, leaving them without estate or title. The 2 brothers shared a profound bond. His life had been relatively smooth until he became entangled with Beiji Simon, becoming a devoted follower in her grasp. Call him a mere follower would be inaccurate, for he genuinely reaped rewards, faring better than the vast majority of sycophants on Earth. Upon concluding the memory, Lequy offered his assessment. Mediocre strength, average skills, the memories were of little value, apart from his identity as Beiji Simon's bed pet. He held no worth. Overall, spending over a dozen ounces of gold to revive Charon Forsack seemed a poor investment. However, the accounting of life is not so straightforward. A living Charon Forsack holds little value. Yet a deceased one proves to be quite precious. Within the confines of the cliffside cavern, Betty halted, her gaze fixed upon the lifeless corpse ahead. Although perplexed, she remained still. After a considerable pause, the figure resumed the task of transporting the body. Utilizing collected wooden planks to construct a coffin, they scribbled and sketched upon the ground, though Betty, from her distance, could not discern the nature of their drawings. What transpired? Betty was uncertain, yet the corpse gestured, and through their prior coordination, she grasped its intent. That today's endeavors had concluded, and it was time to return and rest properly. Was that it? Today felt unexpectedly effortless, in the underworld, devoid of day or night. Betty closed her eyes to rest, for her grievous injuries necessitated ample recuperation. Upon reopening her eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. 5 blue-skinned creatures and 3 harpies were quietly crammed within the room, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Their heads bowed. She rose, clutching a wooden stick, contemplating a stealthy strike to eliminate one. Yet, she was halted by a rotting corpse beside her, gesturing for her to refrain that moment. The monsters opened their eyes. Silently observing her in perfect synchrony, they raised their hands. Though their sizes varied greatly, their movements were unified. Betty felt her throat dry. This was utterly insane. Initially, Li Chi could barely control 4 farmer corpses. Now, he commanded 9 simultaneously. Within the memories of the creatures, he found little of value, likely due to their low intelligence. Their retention of information was limited. All he discerned was their profound fear of the castle, which harbored a shadow of terror that spelled death for any who dared approach. The three harpies flapped their wings, ascending into the sky, their movements unnoticed by the other harpies. The heavens outside the castle belonged to the harpies. From above, the territorial divisions became instantly clear. The blue-skinned creatures scavenged for spears. And soon each held 10 in hand. The harpies descended, collaborating to seize one blue-skinned monster, lifting it to the rooftop. In no time, all 5 blue-skinned corpses were brought to the rooftop. Lichi's initial target was set in the river area. 3 harpies took flight towards the expansive river. Gurgle. The swamp expelled a black pearl bubble, an inexplicable wind bursting it, revealing a head that had been hidden beneath the mud.it was a lizard-like head, with eyelids resembling a conical scale cap, with only a small round hole at the center through which it peered outside. The harpy landed, and the swamp erupted as the humanoid lizard sprang forth. Darting toward the harpy to their surprise, the flapping harpy abruptly halted, skillfully ascending. The muddy lizard, unable to capture its prey, let out an enraged roar, while heads began to surface from the swamp, gazing at the harpies above, only to eventually lower once more. Those airborne were no longer considered prey. The earlier lizard retreated back into the mire, yet the harpy descended again, disturbing the lizard's peace. Clumps of half-dried mud cascaded down as the lizard craned its neck to observe the harpy above. It was too high to reach. It crawled down again. The harpy descended once more. This relentless tugging finally infuriated the lizard, which emitted a wail resembling a child's cry. Its legs splayed out as it sprinted upright like a desert lizard, chasing after the intentionally low-flying harpy into the commercial district. The blue-skinned creatures, long prepared, brandished their spears. They aimed. Launch. A volley of 5 spears struck true, yet the creature's strength was insufficient, merely scraping off 2 scales, leaving behind 2 inconsequential wounds. Ironically, their aggressive assault provoked the lizard, which shrieked in fury. The lizard, perplexed, could not comprehend why the birds above dared to vex it, nor why the blue-skinned snacks would challenge it. It attempted to leap to the rooftop, forgetting that the low-flying harpies were out of reach. Moreover, the rooftop was merely a place to leap and bound. In the second round, another volley was launched. The lizard, standing there like a fool, failed to evade and was struck with precision. This time, with both aim and strength, the lizard was pierced through the abdomen, writhing in agony on the ground. Following this, a chaotic barrage ensued. With masterful throwing skills, even if distracted, hitting a nearby target was child's play. Once the spears were exhausted, the lizard lay still, devoid of movement. Lichi controlled one of the harpies to land, observing the lizard, now resembling a porcupine, and sighed within. Such a waste, for would have made splendid material for corpses. Although the lizard's mind was dull, its tough skin and swift speed were advantageous. Its only shortcoming was its short legs, making it ill-suited for spear volleys, better serving as a meat shield up front. In the following period, he employed a similar strategy to slay 5 more lizards. Betty, hidden within the house, had heard the commotion outside. She said nothing, silently consuming her rations. Yet a thought crept in her mind, one she scarcely dared to believe. The one controlling the corpses seemed intent on exterminating all the monsters in the underground labyrinth. If Lichi were to learn of her thoughts, he would surely nod in satisfaction, for only by eradicating all the monsters could one gradually scavenge, as any waste of resources was a disgrace. After tidying the battlefield, Lichi led the corpses back to Betty. The future magical powder maiden must not encounter any mishaps. This time, he had also specifically retrieved some food, as Betty gazed upon the provisions and water on the ground. Their presence signified that more members of the mercenary team had perished. Initially, she had been confined here. Why did she now feel that the puppet master controlling the corpses treated her well? With her consciousness returning, Lichi commanded the already reanimated Karan Fozak to make an appearance before the group, the table. One character was split into 2. During the meal, Lichi remarked, "Today, I shall visit Ironstone City. There are certain matters I wish to personally discuss with the Tower Scholars." The others voiced no objections, for every decision made by their lord bore profound significance, and within their respective roles. They would not encounter issues in the short term. Isn't it time to deliver this month's potions as well? We shall travel together, he said to Joe, who nodded in agreement. After the meal, Li Chi and Joe set off with their people and wagons. Gran also had his tasks to attend to, assigning learning duties to the knights and attendants awaiting selection. Understanding the Lord's intentions, Gran had no qualms about nurturing a few literate apprentices. Karan Fozak, however, found himself with nothing to do. No one deemed it inappropriate, for his role as an instructor was unquestionable. I feel as though I am on the verge of a mental breakdown, Li Chi thought, riding alongside the caravan as they departed from the Porcupine territory. Along the way, children gazed at him with awe and admiration, and he smiled, while a few shyly covered their faces. The water wheel turned, propelled by the river, creating a chorus of splashes. From Porcupine Fortress to Wheatfield Village and then to Livestock Village, the faces of the people were filled with hope for the future. Though they calculated their profits meticulously, they were all imbued with anticipation for what lay ahead. Observing this scene, the Lord felt as though his heart had also been filled. Go. Ironstone Fortress. Li Clarence had arrived at Ironstone City. What was his purpose? Beiji stretched languidly, showcasing her alluring figure. The warmth of the weather allowed her attire to become lighter, her gauzy garments rendering her form almost translucent. The personal maid responded, "It seems he is seeking the Tower Scholars." It was no surprise that Baron Li Clarence enjoyed reading. Each month he dispatched someone to the Scholar's Tower, and behind the scenes, some referred to him as the Bookworm Lord or Scholar Lord. "Pay him no mind," Beiji said. "What news from Quran?" "None," replied the maid, shaking her head. "Neither on the bed nor beneath it." The devoted maid dared not speak much, quietly standing by the side. She had never tested the usefulness of her presence. Yet the stableman proved to be quite invaluable, a conclusion shared by both her and the young lady. A raven soared overhead, prompting Beiji to rise and don her garments, concealing her beauty and curves. She hastened into the castle, fortuitously encountering her elder brother, the future heir of Ironstone Keep. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Her brother's expression was grim. The Porcupine Lord had sent word that Corlin Forsack had committed theft and had absconded with horses, and the Porcupine's men wished to inform Clarence of the matter. Forsack was a knight of Ironstone Keep, and the actions of Forsack's son brought disgrace to the Simon family. Ironstone City was one of the wealthiest towns in the Eastern Gorge, a haven of indulgence, where vast sums of money were spent daily, and the claim of gold being transported by cart was no mere boast. Moreover, it was a town abundant with master blacksmiths. The disparity in wealth compared to the Porcupine territory was akin to that of a lake to a raindrop. Upon receiving the news, Simon felt nothing but embarrassment, utterly mortified. "What do you intend to do?" Beiji suppressed her inner delight. Although the plan might be somewhat foolish, Corlin had finally succeeded. "I shall seek out Sir Clarence, and additionally, I will dispatch someone to apprehend Corlin." "Wait," Beiji halted her brother, suggesting they consult Sir Forsack instead. "Consult him?" Her brother's visage darkened. He was furious enough to wish for the annihilation of the entire Forsack family. Amongst nobles, there were few secrets, and the betrayal of honor by one of his own men was infuriating. Suddenly, he paused, gazing at his sister. Recently, he had received tidings that his sister was involved in a venture of small pills alongside the Porcupine Baron. The meager profits did not warrant his attention, so he had refrained from interference. That Corlin's service to the Porcupine territory was already suspicious, and the affair between Corlin and Beiji was common knowledge within the castle, with Corlin's theft and subsequent flight from the Porcupine territory. Coupled with Beiji's involvement, the implications were all too evident. "Very well," he asserted, "resolve this matter. Corlin must be captured. I shall seek out Clarence." After all, she was his sister. He did not care for the Porcupine Baron. But appearances must be maintained. Beiji watched her foolish brother's retreating figure and turned to the person beside her, saying, "Have Sir Forsack bring Corlin back. We must secure the formula IT, the Scholar's Tower in Ironstone City." Li Chi perused a tome. It was a biography of the Harpy, presenting 3 theories regarding its origins. Point 1 posited that the Harpy was a terrifying creature birthed for the chaotic essence of magical sources, devoid of intelligence. The second suggested it was the progeny of the Sky God and the Eagle God, the former being a lesser deity in the realm of Lu Rea, about which Li Chi knew little. However, he understood that the sky god and the eagle god were one and the same, self-sustaining, self-impregnating. Such mythological tales eluded his comprehension. The third theory maintained that the harpy was merely a magical beast, akin to griffins and lizard folk, distinguished only by its breathtakingly beautiful visage. Leachy inclined toward a synthesis of the first and third theories, but he remained unclear on how harpies reproduced. According to his research, the upper half of a harpy was a delicate woman, yet the lower half lacked reproductive organs, suggesting they likely laid eggs. Moreover, lizard folk were considered relatively conventional magical beings, their presence on the continent of Lurea never waning. It was akin to the marshes of his grandfather's Greenwood domain, where creatures such as fishmen, lizard folk, and frogmen thrived. The blue-skinned creatures known as gubbling reproduced rapidly, a single brood yielding 10 offspring, exhibiting strong survival instincts, and possessing the intellect of a 3 to 4-year-old child. While they bore no close relation to humans, they, like dragons, experienced no reproductive isolation, meaning any encounter could lead to pregnancy. After absorbing all this information, Leachy's first thought was to ponder what offspring would result from a union between a gubbling and a harpy. The curiosity to investigate this notion was suddenly overwhelming. Fortunately, he was sufficiently clear-headed. Additionally, his visit to the Scholar's Tower was motivated by more than mere curiosity. Sir Clarence's scholar approached, bearing a wealth of information. Magical artifacts were not as rare as one might think. Many prominent families possessed them in their storerooms. These artifacts, formed through various fortuitous circumstances, held mysterious powers, though they had gradually lost their capabilities due to the decline of the magical akin. In other words, if magic were to return, could these artifacts regain their unique abilities? Artifacts are the gifts of the world. Even with the return of magic, only new artifacts will form, and the old, powerless ones will not be rejuvenated. He explained, yes, that's so. How unfortunate. Their conversation continued, and after Leachy produced a golden sun to purchase a considerable number of tomes, the scholar's enthusiasm soared to unprecedented heights. Leachy even managed to acquire some leads from the scholar. With sufficient funds, he could assemble a magical gun squad. However, at that point, what he would be firing would not be bullets, but gold. The Porcupine family placed great emphasis on cost-effectiveness, hence the magical gun squad was not a feasible option. After departing the Scholar's Tower, he made his way to the tavern in Ironstone City. Despite the warm streets where scantily clad women flaunted their charms, he resisted the urge to enter, valuing his noble status and fearing illness. Could magic truly cure ailments like the plague? It was a risk he could not afford. Joe had completed his tasks and was now enjoying drinks and conversation with his subordinates in the tavern. Although Leachy waved a silver moon before the tavern owner, he received only a handful of lackluster recommendations. The daughter of the Oyster family had escaped from bandits 8 months pregnant and was rumored to be quite adept at business, but her situation clashed with Joe's, rendering her unsuitable. Furthermore, in the Porcupine Territory's developmental phase, no time off was permitted for the subordinates. The leader of the Black Bull gang in Ironstone City had suffered a broken leg and now roamed the slums. Demonstrating formidable management skills, blind blacksmith Pandrew had no work, yet how could a blind man forge? In summary, talent was sorely lacking. After indulging in food and drink, everyone retired to their quarters. The last time he had stayed in Ironstone City, Joe had brought the caravan here for rest. However, to his surprise, Simon's son soon arrived. Leachy recalled the evaluations made by the illegitimate son, Shidwa Haishue, regarding Simon's 2 offspring. The son, fond of maintaining appearances, was caught between mediocrity and ineptitude. Without engaging in trade, the wealth of Ironstone Keep would suffice for him to squander for generations. Yet in business, it was uncertain. He could easily lose the entire fortune within a few years. The daughter, the belle of the ball Beiji, fancied herself a clever courtesan, willing to exploit any advantage to secure victory. Yet, in her reckless pursuits, she had already squandered her most valuable asset as the Baron's daughter. Wholly unaware, as the adage goes, seeing is believing. Upon meeting her, Leachy found her to be exactly as Shidwa Haishue had described. A typical second-generation wealthy individual, albeit an exceedingly mediocre one. Either one exudes arrogance and entitlement. Lacking ability, yet possessing wealth and power, garnering some sycophants willing to follow. Or one is patient, decisive, ruthless, and possesses wealth and influence, better able to command a portion of talent. Yet the greatest fear is to end up like Simon's son, ordinary. Painfully ordinary. The other party informed Leechy that Corlin Forsack had stolen something from the Porcupine Keep and fled. He pledged with fervor to ensure Corlin's capture. Leechy merely stated that Corlin must be dealt with by him. Meanwhile, riding on horseback, Corlin Forsack approached the road near Pig Spine Valley, where 5 riders awaited him, led by none other than Sir Forsack. The sound of hooves slowed, coming to a halt as he regarded the 5 with an impassive expression. Among the 5, a female knight rode forward, asking Corlin, "Where is the item?" Corlin Forsack was destined to be abandoned, yet the item must be secured first. Sir Forsack gazed at his son, sighed, but remained silent, as a knight. He had to obey orders, and according to Begi's implication, as long as the item was surrendered, Corlin would not face significant trouble. At most, they would pretend not to have caught him and let him flee, advising him never to return to Pig Spine Valley. With a blank expression, Corlin gently squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, drawing closer to the female knight. In that fleeting moment of proximity, he swiftly unsheathed his sword. The blade flashed, and a head fell. Corlin! The 4 individuals opposite were taken aback, unable to fathom that Coron Fosasak would dare to strike at the knights of Ironstone City. However, Coron was entirely indifferent to their astonishment. He gripped the reins tightly and drove his sword into the horse's rear. The steed's neigh echoed like thunder, its hooves pounding the ground, propelling him forward towards the 4 adversaries. 2 knights approached from either side, yet they were unprepared for Coron to draw a second sword, wielding both blades with deadly precision, severing 2 heads from their bodies. Yet he too met his end, pierced by 2 swords through his chest, and was unceremoniously toppled from his mount. Madness, absolute madness. Only Coron's father, Sir Fosasak, remained. What? Madness? The enchanting Begi's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Coron would recklessly assault the citizens of Ironstone City, as if he were eager to meet his demise. Did you find a formula? No. The loyal maid shook her head. Sir Fosasak only retrieved a ruby ring. What? A ring? Begi felt as if she might explode with rage. A gemstone ring. How much gold could it possibly be worth? Yet this was spoken by Sir Fosasak, and one could hardly doubt the words of seasoned knight in the service of Baron Wawa. Thus, the formula was indeed stolen, albeit not entirely. How could Coron be such a foolish waste? And what of the hedgehog? She disdainfully refrained from uttering the name Lequi. In her eyes, had there not been an issue on Coron's end, she could have easily trampled Lequi's little pill business next month. Why share the profits? Earning less is akin to losing that Coron's body had already been taken away from Ironstone City. Lord Clarence was furious. On the surface, it was said that Coron Fosasak had betrayed Hedgehog Fortress, forsaking his honor, and thus it was only right to behead Coron and mount his head on a spear, with no one daring to object to his body being returned for disposal. However, the vast majority of noble lords would carelessly bury or discard the body, too apathetic to bother. In a fit of rage, Lord Lequi Clarence departed Ironstone City, but after walking a mile or 2, his anger inexplicably dissipated, leaving him whistling leisurely. Coron was dead, the matter resolved. He certainly would not leave the body behind. What if someone discovered the golden scars upon it? Unthinkable. Unthinkable. The little pill business could not last long. It mattered little, as the funds currently generated from Cape Cavern were sufficient for the development of Hedgehog Fortress. Without considering the long term, mining gold proved to be far more lucrative and expedient than engaging in commerce. No wonder everyone was eager to seek treasure. If there were a gold mine, who would bother with business? That would simply be a means to unearth wealth. Cape Cavern was not a gold mine, yet it contained gold. Begi's actions also served as a warning to Lequi. In any case, they were not particularly short on funds at the moment, so it would be wise to gradually reduce the supply of little pills. Rather, it would be prudent to reserve the life grass for use in the livestock village. With these medicines, breeding would almost guarantee success, allowing livestock to flourish rapidly. He held the ruby ring aloft, the sunlight casting a resplendent glow upon it. Squinting through the gemstone at the sky, It appeared to turn a shade of our in green forest castle, a beautiful noble lady, her large eyes seemingly harboring the vastness of the sea. Entered the castle with a light step, clutching a book. Miss Pote, the maid, greeted her with a smile. She slowed her pace, nodding in acknowledgement. Miss Pote, a male servant could not help but steal a few glances at her. Miss Pote, the soldiers guarding the castle, wore gentlemanly smiles. Miss Pote, the housekeeper, impeccably poised, caused the maids to bow their heads and hastily depart, while the male servants froze, silently wishing to be invisible, and the soldiers promptly ceased their smiling. Yet, confronted by Miss Pote, even the housekeeper's icy demeanor softened into a smile. "That I come to seek Miss Stacy," Miss Pote said cautiously. "I hope I am not interrupting her etiquette lesson. The lesson has concluded." The housekeeper gently shook her head. "Thank you." Miss Pote lifted her skirts and proceeded to the castle's small study. She knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," a voice from within sounded troubled. Miss Pote pushed the door open to find Stacy with her right hand propping up her head and her left holding a quill. Deep in thought that, our beautiful blue-eyed phoenix has arrived, Stacy exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing her visitor. She beckoned, "Fami, shall we go boating this afternoon?" However, Fami Pote did not respond to Stacy, but instead inquired curiously, "Are you writing a letter?" The notion of General Stacy penning a letter struck Fami Pote as more fantastical than the winged knights in her tales that my cousin. Stacy replied weakly, "My father and grandfather wish for me to marry him. We are currently in the phase of nurturing our relationship." "Cousin, Fami Pote furrowed her delicate brows. "I believe I have heard you mention him before. He is my aunt's son, a similar age to mine." Stacy sighed. "He is now Baron Hedgehog. Marrying him would make me a baroness." "Congratulations," Fami Pote smiled. Future baroness. Stacy's aspiration to become a baroness was not insurmountable, but marrying another noble would render her a vassal. Only with Hedgehog Fortress could she ensure Green Forest Castle strength. "I have no interest in a crybaby," Stacy pouted, then cleared her throat, stating seriously, "My man must be a powerful knight, not a sniveling coward. At the very least, he must be able to hold his own against me." Fami Pote understood her friend's nature. "What if no one can best you?" "Wouldn't that be better?" Stacy cheerfully retorted. "But you must marry," Fami Pote interjected. "It is challenging for us to choose our own marriages." She was acutely aware of her limited options, which paled in comparison to Stacy's. At the very least, Stacy was destined to be a baroness, while she could only aspire to be the wife of a knight or some non-heir. "But I am utterly uninterested in Lequi. Haven't you not seen him for over a decade?" Fami Pote consoled. "Perhaps he is transformed into a valiant knight, skilled in horsemanship and swordplay. One can discern his character from his writings." "He must be one of those smooth-talking poets," Stacy replied, dismissively tossing aside the letter in her hand. "Again, it's the sea, the beach, when he arrives at the castle. I will surely dissuade him, give him a few punches, and send him away in tears." Stacy mimicked a few punches, suddenly her eyes sparkling. "Fami, would you help me write a reply?" "Hummy." Fami Pote waved her hands in protest. "No, that letter is for you. What does it matter? I truly cannot compose it. The last letter took me ages to write, while my father scrutinized every word with a hammer in hand." Sitting at the desk, "You have no idea how seriously they take this matter. If I do not respond, I will surely be in trouble," Stacy pleaded, shaking Fami Pote's shoulders. "Please, you are the most fond of reading and writing." However, this or a correspondence posed a dilemma for Fami Pote. It is your secret with that knight. Correspondence between men and women. How could she intervene? What secret? Every letter is first shown to my father, then my grandfather, and sometimes that scoundrel board reads them too. Stacy sighed. They even use a white raven for communication. There are no secrets. Lord Wisdom truly cares about your marriage, Fami Pote thought, unsure how to console her friend. Private letters, subjected to scrutiny by the whole family prior to sending. It was almost laughable. Fami discreetly stuck out her tongue, relieved that Stacy had not caught her expression. She had to stifle her laughter. Otherwise, she would surely be teased. But what if? No more what ifs, Stacy declared, slapping a letter before her. This is the letter he wrote before. Just write something casually, show goodwill. Just this once reluctantly, Fami Pote picked up the letter, glancing at its contents. Secrets written on the beach to be carried away by the waves? A message in a bottle? watching the sunset together on the deck. For reasons unknown, several vivid images suddenly surfaced in Fami's mind. As if her azure eyes were gazing far into the distance, she found the contents of the letter intriguing, and picking up a quill, she dipped it into ink and began to inscribe her thoughts. I've heard from the bard that the sea is divided into two halves, with a crystal-clear current below and golden sunlight sprinkled above. The pen paused momentarily. She must be breathtaking. Strangely, although she had never witnessed the scene described by the other party, she found it utterly fascinating and decided to write a letter, placing it in a bottle for the ocean to deliver to a stranger. Fami wrote extensively before finally putting down her pen. Finished, Stacy casually glanced at the paper handed to her by Fami, then embraced her tightly and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Miss Blue Phoenix Eyes, you have saved my life. I'm off to find Grandpa. Wait for me here for a moment. After a while, Stacy returned with a triumphant smile. How did it go? Fami inquired with concern. Very well. Grandpa said he won't read my letters anymore. Stacy's eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned closer to Fami and whispered, How about you help me right next time? Absolutely not. If you refuse, I'll tickle you. Ha ha ha, don't tickle. Here I come. Ah, that tickle's not there, ha ha ha. I promise, when Lequi returned to the castle and beheld the letter in his hands. He was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the girl had transformed in the span of 18 years? In his recollection, his cousin, who was so affectionate towards everyone, had penned a letter imbued with an artistic flair. The previous letter had been brief and formal, revealing little, but this one was entirely different, reflecting her character. It seemed that grandfather intended for them to communicate regularly, essentially becoming pen pals, a mere trifle. Sitting at his desk, Lequi contemplated for a moment before swiftly composing his reply. He then dispatched the White Raven, which had been resting for several days, to deliver the letter, indicating that this correspondence would likely continue for some time. Though instructor Karan had passed away, the selection of retainers had not concluded. The remaining youths breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they were not being sent back home. However, the subsequent news rekindled their anxiety, for the next evaluation was to be conducted by the Lord himself. Recent training had been overseen by Gran, who understood the Lord's intentions that he had deliberately focused on enhancing the youth's reading and writing skills, which had yielded commendable results. Initially, all 35 individuals could not recognize letters, but after several days of instruction, 14 had managed to keep up with the learning pace, most of whom were younger and more astute. Among the remaining 21, 8 could not learn to write their own names. The last group, while not entirely lacking in ability, simply showed no interest in learning and even found it burdensome. When pushed to the limit, one can accomplish anything, except solving math problems. Basic arithmetic was part of the training curriculum, and those 21 were stuck at this juncture. They simply could not grasp math, no matter how hard they tried. Without hesitation, Lequi allowed these 21 to return home. As they departed, they grumbled among themselves, wondering why a knightly retainer needed to know arithmetic and yet dared not voice their complaints. Among the remaining 14, Lequi taught them addition and subtraction up to 100, as well as the multiplication table up to 99. Fortunately, the numerical system of Luria was not overly complex and could be integrated into the multiplication table. This was the wisdom of their ancestors, not only in the Luria continent, but even on Earth. Many foreigners were unfamiliar with the multiplication table, employing a method of drawing lines and counting intersecting points, which at first glance resembled a game of Go. If he were to cultivate a group of apprentices capable of performing various tasks, he could not afford to falter in this regard. Gran, as the upcoming teacher, was naturally present throughout the process. When the Lord proposed multiplication and division, Gran sat up straight, his eyes widening in astonishment as the Lord personally drew out the multiplication table. All that was required was rote memorization to establish a habit, and when the time came to use it, the answers would flow effortlessly. Such wisdom could only come from the blessing of the divine. Gran looked at Lequi with admiration. Previously, he could only count using his fingers. For instance, when selling white bread outside, if one loaf cost 3 copper stars and someone wanted 20, you would have to give one. Collect 3 copper stars and repeat the process. This was the clumsy yet cautious method of commerce practiced by the common folk. The more astute would simply calculate 3 copper stars multiplied by 20. With enough experience in trade, one might develop the habit of stating amounts instinctively. However, if someone requested 18 loaves of bread, he would have to start counting from the beginning again. With the Lord's multiplication table, Gran was able to search and find that 2 times 3 equals 6. Simple extrapolation led him to realize that 12 times 5 would yield 60. Memorizing this multiplication table would eliminate any issues with arithmetic. Once you have it memorized, I will quiz you. Lequi informed the youths. Those who pass will remain. Those who fail will leave. We cannot afford to settle for mediocrity. If you cannot even do basic math, then that is truly the end. After all, there would be more talent recruitment events in the future, with plenty of craftsmen like bricklayers and carpenters. The remaining 14 youths eagerly agreed, not fully understanding the utility of the multiplication table, yet undeterred in their resolve to strive for the identity of knightly retainers. Memorizing this was surely preferable to returning to the fields or being enslaved. Sir, Gran's throat felt dry as he leaned closer to Lequi and asked quietly, "Is this multiplication table a blessing from the 4 gods?" "A dream," Lequi replied earnestly. "A wealth of knowledge has surged into my mind. You possess the wisdom bestowed by the divine," Gran exclaimed with excitement. While most numbers came to him instantly through practice, the convenient table and method of calculation brimmed with boundless wisdom, comprehensible only to those favored by the gods. "Study well," Lequi said, patting Gran on the shoulder. "You will need to teach them addition and subtraction. Unlike multiplication and division, addition and subtraction lacked a systematic concept. In truth, the people of Luria had always utilized them in their daily lives. Conversely, multiplication was rarely employed, making it a significant aid. Observing Gran's earnest dedication to learning, Lequi smirked with satisfaction. "I have yet to unveil the linear equations. In mathematics, he could at most grasp middle school concepts. Beyond the 9 years of compulsory education, he was at a loss. Alas, if only he had studied mathematics and science diligently back then. Now he had to rely on magic, aside from his role as a part-time teacher for the 14 selected youths. Lequi spent the remainder of his time exploring the Cape Cavern. Adhering to the principle of utilizing resources, he controlled Quran for Sack's corpse to enter the cavern, although he had not practiced controlling techniques. The number of corpses he could manipulate had increased from 9 to 16, forming a veritable expedition team for the cavern. The commercial district of the Cape Cavern had been largely explored, and many harpies had been slain. While harpies were not particularly strong in combat, their sole advantage was flight. Thus, Lequi did not convert too many. However, the numbers of the blue-skinned creatures known as gabalins had risen, armed with spears that, when fired in unison, turned the enemy into a pincushion. But if they were frightened and turned to flee, a spear lodged in their rear would only add to the spectacle. One harpy, acting as a porter, grasped a sack of treasure and flew towards a sealed room in the commercial district. As the window opened, a hand seized the bag from the harpy's talon. Quite heavy, the owner of the arm was nearly pulled down by the weight. The harpy turned and flew away, while the hand yanked the bag into the room and closed the window. "Ah," Betty exhaled. Over 20 bags had already accumulated in the room. She upended the bag in her hand. Clatter, it contained a golden statue, jewelry adorned with a variety of gemstones, exquisite silver daggers, and stubborn silver rods shaped like cucumbers. Among other treasures, after the ranks of corpses had swelled, her task had transformed into organizing and sorting, as she remained in this small room every day. For now, she need not worry about food and drink, as the provisions and water brought back by the corpses were supplied by the same mercenaries, allowing her to sustain herself for quite some time. Each time she saw new food, she knew another companion had perished. Good riddance. Betty felt no sorrow for those traitorous scoundrels who had sold out their own. They had made themselves bait, leading to their demise. Then she sat in a corner, gazing blankly out the window. She could not discern whether it was day or night outside the cavern, nor did she know how much time had elapsed. The urge to escape remained strong, yet she yearned for the window to be knocked upon once more, even if what followed was a lifeless harpy or a blue-skinned gabalin, for she understood that the monsters before her were mere illusions. It was the individuals gazing upon her through the eyes of these beasts who were the true reality. He shielded himself, as if clad in iron armor, like a mercenary. The undead legion under Rick's command made a remarkable discovery during their exploration. Frost. To their astonishment, frost had manifested within the coastal cave. A leaping blue-skinned gavilan emitted a cacophonous caw, wielding a wooden staff, a weapon unlike that of any other gavilan, suggesting that the source of the frost was indeed this creature. Was a mage among the blue-skinned monsters? This implied that within that group, there existed an individual capable of conjuring chilling frost. The opposing blue-skinned squad also sensed the approaching anomaly of their kin. Caw, caw, caw. They attempted to communicate through their peculiar cries. However, the exceptionally synchronized kin abruptly halted, drawing forth their spears, showing no intention of dialogue. Caw, caw, caw. Only the magical gavilan, brandishing the wooden staff, sensed the discord. Raising its staff high, it jabbed at the sky, shaking and waving it about. The surrounding blue-skinned creatures clumsily raised their weapons, appearing in disarray compared to the orderly formation maintained by Rick. This uniformity was not a product of Rick's deliberate control, but rather a consequence of his divided attention, which naturally yielded more synchronized movements than the painstaking effort of crafting varied actions. The white frost enveloped the staff amidst the caw-caw-caw sounds, causing even the spellcaster to tremble uncontrollably, revealing the severity of the cold. Simultaneously, the unscrupulous Rick initiated a surprise attack. The spear was already hurled. A spear pierced through the mouth of the gavilan wielding the staff, emerging from its neck and pinning it to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, a volley of spears rained down, and one by one, the gavilans fell. In a single assault, more than half of them were dispatched. Caw, 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 caw. The remaining gavilans comprehended the distinction between friend and foe, howling in fury as they charged forth recklessly. Alas, the second barrage of spears had arrived. The concentrated onslaught easily tore through their ranks, blue blood erupting within the cave, leaving only 3 gavilans to successfully breach the line. However, with just 3 against 16 adversaries, their fate was all but sealed. The spears lunged forth, skewering the trio of gavilans, who writhed in agony as they were lifted, only to fall lifelessly to the ground. Now, only the magical blue-skinned creature with the staff remained, it coward, hesitant to engage. Rick commanded the corpses to swiftly encircle it. The gavilan with the staff emitted a desperate caw-caw-caw, seemingly attempting to converse, its posture subservient. Unfortunately, the being standing before it was not of its kind. Rick could not comprehend its utterances. Regardless, he sought only the corpses. Before proceeding, he commanded one of the undead to advance, adopting an aggressive posture, eager to test the power of the frost staff. The magical gavilan was unceremonious, striking down upon the approaching corpse with its staff, rendering it momentarily rigid as its blood and body succumbed to frost. However, since the blood within a corpse does not circulate, the impact was minimal, merely affecting its mobility. Through the eyes of another corpse, Rick observed the body being swiftly coated in a layer of white frost. He commanded the corpse to twist forcefully, and it finally regained some movement, albeit sluggishly. If it were a living being, the effect would likely be far more pronounced than a spell of frost-induced lethargy. This skill shall be mine. The corpses surged forth, subduing the magical gavilan and dispatching it with minimal damage. After a considerable duration, the blue-skinned mage emerged from the coffin, and Rick successfully acquired the memory of frost enchantment. It was a framework of magic distinct from the application of eagle vision, akin to an instinct bestowed by bloodline. As long as this magical structure resided in the mind, the spellcaster could instantaneously cast it by infusing energy into it. The only lament was that this blue-skinned mage possessed knowledge solely of frost enchantment. The good news was that this blue-skinned mage seemed to retain a faint consciousness, lesser than that of the red-haired tribesman, yet not entirely devoid of awareness. If scholars or mages were to become corpses, they held a significant probability of transforming into wights. This was a monumental discovery. Rick attempted to command the gavilan mage to cast the enchantment, but he felt a noticeable drain on his mental energy. To his dismay, he realized he had lost control over one of the corpses. Among the undead, one collapsed to the ground. He chose not to concern himself with that for the moment. The magical framework in his mind was now complete. He grasped a spear and endeavored to infuse it with power. In the next moment, the spear was enveloped in frost. Rick proceeded to experiment with a severely damaged corpse. He poked, struck, swung, smashed, and hurled it, ultimately arriving at a comprehensive conclusion. The frost-enchanted spear could freeze flesh, forcibly imposing a slowed state, with a notable disparity between light pokes and heavy strikes. The duration of the effect lasted approximately 3 minutes, during which movement could facilitate escape. Should the spellcaster be injured by the enchanted weapon, they too would be affected, treated equally. The frost enchantment would render the weapon itself in a frozen state. When used against living beings, it could potentially lead to their demise through freezing. Thus, the feasibility of transforming a living creature into a humanoid ice object was non-existent, and the accompanying slowed effect was lethally detrimental, rendering them mere targets. When weapons made contact, the cold would transfer to the opposing weapon, yet it would not enchant the weapon merely through contact. It simply caused the ice to absorb the heat from the object it touched, resulting in a cooling effect. Therefore, maintaining distance after contact was advisable to avoid influence. However, if a person were to maintain prolonged contact with a frost-enchanted weapon without relinquishing it, the weapon would rapidly cool, potentially injuring the wielder even if they were not directly struck. Furthermore, Rick discovered that a weapon imbued with frost enchantment could consistently maintain a temperature below zero for a fixed 3-minute duration. Regardless of the heat absorbed, the temperature remained unaffected. Such was the nature of magic. This indicated that frost-enchanted weapons could infinitely absorb heat, though considering the limited area of contact and influence, the likelihood of directly creating frost-laden weather through the frost enchantment was minimal. Nonetheless, ice blocks would certainly be abundant come summer. In terms of consumption, 1 unit of mental energy was required, with a unit referring to Rick's control over the corpses. Currently, he could simultaneously command 16 units of corpses for offense and defense. Utilizing frost enchantment would reduce the number of controllable units by 1, and using it again would further diminish it, calculating energy consumption in this manner, albeit imprecisely. Moreover, not every corpse could utilize frost enchantment. It seemed to hinge on talent and bloodline, with only the blue-skinned mage currently capable. Fortunately, upon opening his eyes after experimentation, Rick found that he could effortlessly wield frost enchantment. This marked the 3rd type of magic he had mastered, alongside controlling corpses and eagle vision. Continued experimentation resulted in the depletion of several units of mental energy, and the assault on the coastal cave would have to be postponed for the day. With frost enchantment in his arsenal, capturing a few lizard men would likely expedite progress through the cave. Previously, he had refrained from hunting lizard men due to their robust hides and nimble movements, often leaving them battered and bruised, rendering the use of gold to replenish their forms excessively extravagant. However, with frost enchantment, it seemed feasible to dispatch lizard men with minimal damage, lessening the difficulty considerably, in addition to the coastal cave exploration. Good news arrived from the porcupine territory. The young maid Akek had made groundbreaking advancements in her insect-controlling abilities. When Rick encountered Akek, she was surrounded by a swarm of ladybugs, which occasionally coalesced into a sphere before dispersing into a mist of insects. How far can they fly? In response to Rick's inquiry, Akek's cheeks flushed as she pondered earnestly before replying. They can fly about 20 steps, my lord. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Rick, who smiled in return. Well done, Akek, overjoyed, couldn't help but smile broadly, forgetting her flushed cheeks. Stealing a glance at Rick, she found him smiling back at her, causing her cheeks to redden further. Besides ladybugs, what else could she control? Li Chi paid little heed to the little maid's reaction. He instructed the boys still studying within the castle to venture out and catch as many insects as possible for Ack to experiment with, in order to ascertain the range of control. While controlling ladybugs was not without merit, as they served as the castle's pinhole camera, broadening the effective range would be even more advantageous. Soon, the boys returned, panting heavily, their faces and bodies smeared with dirt, yet brimming with joy at having fulfilled their lord's command. Although this world lacked the inspiration of self-help literature, such as picking up a piece of paper during an interview to gain extra points or taking away disposable cups, the boys understood that being overly solicitous before their lord was never excessive. Winning the lord's favor was paramount for their continued presence. They had caught a hodgepodge of over 20 varieties of creatures, including butterflies, moths, spiders, earthworms, ladybugs, centipedes, scorpions, and bees, among others. However, many of these did not belong strictly to the insect category. Spiders are classified as arachnids, Centipedes likewise fall under this category, and earthworms are annelids. Yet the continent of Lulia had not developed a systematic biology, and being a world of magic, the rules were often disregarded. Insects might not merely refer to insects in the conventional sense. Ak, clutching her skirt, revealed through the creases of her garment that she nervously fidgeted when anxious. Commencing the task, Ak remained oblivious to her counterpart's small gestures. Upon hearing the Lord's voice, she closed her eyes to concentrate, the blush on her cheeks fading, signifying her immersion in the moment, and then she waved her hands to show her astonishment. The disorganized mass of 40 to 50 insects scattered in response. Li Qi's eyes brightened. She exuded a certain regal aura reminiscent of a queen wielding a blade, even though she was only able to control small insects, not the more formidable beasts like thunder beasts or venomous serpents. Well done, Li Qi praised Ak, her smile blossoming ever more radiantly. He concluded that what was referred to as insects in Lulia was simply any creature that appeared insect-like, and perhaps the term insect controllers should more aptly be small animal controllers. Instantly, numerous hypotheses and speculations regarding her abilities flooded his mind that on a smaller scale, no longer would summer nights be plagued by flies and mosquitoes, allowing for restful slumber. She could control bees for honey collection and even command cicadas to fall from trees for a delightful meal. On a grander scale, could she manipulate pests away from crops or direct beneficial insects to prey upon them, or perhaps orchestrate earthworms to aerate and enrich the soil? If I could grasp the concept of parasites, might issues concerning livestock health and meat production also be resolved? After much contemplation, Li Qi could not help but marvel at the whimsical nature of magic. It was, rather, the fusion of scientific understanding and magical execution that truly defied logic. That day, Ak's brothers, Akli and Akdu, were summoned separately, and upon learning they could not become knights attendants, disappointment was evident on their youthful faces. However, the Lord promised them new tasks, as their bloodline abilities had granted them early admission. Subsequently, Li Qi drafted an extensive list detailing the development of insect control, with the foremost step being the establishment of beehives. Sugar was an exceedingly precious and scarce resource, renowned for its preservative qualities, medicinal uses, and as a spice. Ordinary folk typically derived sugar from beets or cane, while only the nobility could savor the exquisite taste of honey, its value rivaling that of gold, with the production of small pills declining. Although Li Qi was not currently short on funds, he would not turn away additional means of generating wealth. Moreover, unlike the small pills, selling honey would not invoke embarrassment. It had a broader market appeal. And sugar was a staple of life, with access to honey symbolizing status and privilege. Some merchants would even go to great lengths for it. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qi promptly sought out the carpenter. Recently, the gnome carpenter had been thriving, enjoying a good life and sporting a noticeably rounded belly, likely due to a new maid. My lord. The carpenter greeted Li Qi, bowing respectfully. Qi cut straight to the chase. I require the crafting of some special boxes. He recalled the structure of beehives, but regrettably lacked expertise in this area, necessitating collaboration with the gnome carpenter to ensure proper ventilation and a guard against rodents. The beehives needed to feature movable frames rather than disposable clay hives. As destructive harvesting was unacceptable, he sought a continuous supply of honey, a ceaseless flow of golden sweetness. Upon learning of Li Qi's intentions, the gnome carpenter immediately set to work on a design. Li Qi then took Ak and her two brothers, along with Gran and others, to leave the castle, embarking on the journey of beekeeping. The first step was to acquire bees, and fortunately, among the insects caught by the boys, there were bees. This indicated that a beehive was nearby. They effortlessly obtained a hive the size of a human head, securing a source of bees. Next, they needed to designate a beekeeping area. The availability of nectar was crucial. Certain crops, grasses, and fruit trees served as excellent sources of honey. The development of the hedgehog territory was progressing slowly, and on a tranquil hillside not far from Wheatfield Village and Livestock Village, Li Qi established the beekeeping zone, conveniently close to the location of the wild beehive they had discovered. Alfalfa could serve as a nectar source while also providing fodder for livestock. The previously found wild apple trees seemed to be in this vicinity, distanced from densely populated areas. ensuring tranquility. Though it was Li Qi's first foray into beekeeping, he approached the endeavor with the utmost care for this sweet golden resource that he instructed Gran to select attentive and obedient women from among the slaves to assist, primarily focusing on the insect controllers, while others would lend support. Additionally, he arranged for Ak to aid her brothers in enhancing their insect control abilities, hastening their journey to becoming beekeeping magnates. With half of livestock village constructed, work could not be halted, as spring marked the mating season for animals. Although Li Qi possessed the life grass, capable of inducing animal estrus at any time, improving the quality of life in the hedgehog territory, and ensuring everyone could enjoy meat was equally vital, avoiding the pitfall of robbing Peter to pay Paul. The construction of residential areas and other facilities for the beekeeping zone could only be entrusted to the villagers. Unlike slaves who received work points, villagers required payment. At this stage, Li Qi was not particularly short on funds. So he waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it just money? Spend. After all, he still had bags of gold and jewels buried in the earth, so he was not lacking in wealth. Additionally, as villagers earned money, they would also spend it. Being so distant from other towns and villages, the money would ultimately circulate within the hedgehog territory, benefiting Li Qi the most. Once the villagers had money, he could have the tavern brew more apprentices and open several gourmet establishments, or sell some castle-exclusive delicacies. Even before the money had been distributed, Li Qi was already pondering how to ensure it flowed back into his hands. However, he had already fared far better than many other nobles in this world. At least he contemplated the cycle of wealth, aiming to improve the lives of ordinary people, ensuring they enjoyed good food and drink, while other noble lords simply took their money without providing sustenance. With a sigh, he acknowledged the long road ahead for development, yet his anticipation for the life to come was palpable. This anticipation quickly manifested into delectable reality after the first beehive was utilized. That evening, the wild beehive was transformed into a culinary delight served at the dining table, and Li Qi savored honey water. What I drink is not merely water. It is liquid gold. Everyone in the hedgehog territory was bustling with activity, logging, constructing, relocating, quarrying, and farming, among other endeavors. At the breakfast table that morning, Graham began reporting on some unresolved minor matters. The quantity of eggs harvested was exceedingly high, and given their prolonged storage, issues were bound to arise. Yet he could hardly give them away to the villagers. Tea sounded somewhat like a complaint tinged with happiness. We can't even consume all the eggs. How distressing. Incubate a portion, Li Qi suggested, his fingers lightly tapping the table. As for the remainder, if we can't sell them to the villagers, we can allow slaves to exchange their work points for eggs, but there will be limits per person, time-bound, and purchase limited. Discuss the handling methods with Ak. Prices can be increased, but should remain reasonable. Ultimately, livestock farming culminated in sales. Merely relying on internal consumption would not suffice out of course. If Li Qi could capture more populace, that would not pose a problem. Gran nodded promptly. Understood. All have been trampled by roosters, yet the eggs can still hatch normally. Currently, the porcupine territory boasts approximately 150 chickens, 100 ducks, 60 rabbits, 10 pigs, 4 cows, and 6 guard dogs employed to catch weasels and mice that steal chickens. The guard dogs have repeatedly proven their worth, having captured several hedgehogs and foxes that pilfer food and have killed dozens of mice. It is said that the foxes have also given birth. Lingering comfortably in the livestock village, akin to dogs residing in cages. It is also due to the Lord's prohibition against killing foxes for their pelts. Otherwise, these foxes would not enjoy such treatment. The daily costs of raising livestock, including hay and bran, represent a considerable investment, but it is manageable for now. With the grass of life, the animals raised are all robust and well fed. Li Qi has thoughtfully arranged for a pharmacist knowledgeable in medicine to serve as a veterinarian. Not to cure ailments, but to promptly identify chicken and pig diseases for early intervention. Presently, the total population of the porcupine territory hovers around 600, and he hopes that after partaking in his cousin's soft living, he can leverage his maternal grandfather's influence to increase the population through both birth and purchase, with a target of surpassing 2,000 this year. Additionally, Sir Gran, observing Li Qi skillfully wielding 2 wooden sticks, remarked, recently, there's been an outbreak of pests, In our territories, mice frequently gnaw at the crops. When life improves and harvests flourish, pests are always the first to take notice that he instructed to prepare burlap sacks, sending akin to catch pests and provide extra feed for the chickens and ducks. With the presence of pest-controlling refugees, Li Qi is quite confident that pests will not thrive here. More dogs should be raised, along with those foxes, chained in the fields. There is a saying that dogs can catch mice. Whether it is meddling or not, dogs are adept at catching mice. As for the foxes, it is worth mentioning that in a certain island nation on Earth, they are revered as the messengers of Inari, the deity of harvest, and excel in catching mice as well. Free range is not an option. Whether dogs or foxes, once released, they would undoubtedly invade the chicken and duck farms, causing a chaotic uproar. Next, they discuss the apprentice chef and a young lad whom Gran has recently taken a liking to. Joe will soon be heading out again, and with Li Qi's advice, this not particularly formidable small trading team will no longer focus their transactions in Ironstone City, but will venture further afield. They could attempt to travel towards Linta Bay or Jinmation, delving into the heart of the Loria continent, where the Porcupine Territory's specialty smoked, cured meats and small medicinal pills will undoubtedly be in demand. Everything awaits the opening of trade routes. The Porcupine Territory's invigorating pills are nothing remarkable, but the export of large barrels of honey will surely attract the attention of other lords. This is sweet golden treasure. The premise for collaborative development is that both parties possess comparable strength. With Ironstone City at Li Qi's doorstep, he does not dare to gamble on whether Baron Simon would take action. Should he consider seeking assistance from his grandfather? After all, they are family. Interests only vary in quantity, not in kinship. However, once mutual benefits are established, it is akin to strengthening familial ties. The reputation of the old crocodile is indeed quite intimidating. When the White Raven arrived as usual, Li Qi refrained from committing this idea to paper. Even if it were merely a pretense, one ought to be somewhat dedicated in matters of romance. Moreover, such dealings are not suited for written correspondence. What if the White Raven were shot down? Business secrets must not be leaked. He could conveniently inform Joe to redirect this journey to Green Forest Fortress. The round trip may take considerable time. However, by the time he returns, the first batch of honey should be nearing collection. Aichi rummaged through poetic verses in his mind, lamenting his literary youth syndrome before penning those lines. Who would have thought that in this otherworldly realm, his literary prowess would be employed to woo his cousin? The White Raven took flight, accompanied by the trading team led by Joe. The selection of knightly retainers has finally reached its concluding phase. Since the last recitation of the multiplication table, the Lord has not dismissed anyone, yet many have been taken away. For instance, the boy with a mole on his nose and the one without eyebrows were taken by Sir Gran. Rumored to be apprenticed, with a chance to become municipal officials, just like Sir Gran, they were the top scorers in arithmetic, the most astute. Additionally, the Ackley brothers have reportedly gone to work in the third village, gaining the Lord's favor. The loquacious, the big toad, and the little lame were chosen by Mr. Barrel to become culinary apprentices. In the end, only 4 individuals remain, from which the Lord will decide how many may become retainers. It could be all or none. Aichi glanced at the anxious quartet of youth and declared, "Little Joe, Radish, you shall be my retainers." The 2 boys named were overwhelmed with excitement, but remained steadfast. Standing rigidly and motionless, adhering to the training protocols as for you two, he addressed the non-selected. Your performances as knights have been commendable. Whether you wish to become blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, or follow Gran, Joe, or the peacekeeping squad, you may choose that he does not require an abundance of knightly retainers. 2 would suffice for holding horses and carrying spears. 1 boy opted for the peacekeeping squad, which is the most esteemed position in the Porcupine Territory. Feared by all, the other chose to accompany Gran, pursuing a civil service path that Aichi nodded in approval of their choices. Regarding the 2 knights he selected to remain, Radish's overall performance was outstanding, exhibiting not only endurance but also loyalty. He was the one who reported the recent slave revolt. Young Joe's father, Old Joe, had fought valiantly alongside Li Erda and died on the battlefield, his loyalty unquestionable. Indeed, in the end, Li Qi places the utmost importance on loyalty, the kind that is demonstrated through tangible deeds. Otherwise, he would likely have no need for any retainers, relegating them to other roles. Li arranged for a servant to take the two boys to prepare, with Simon instructing them in some etiquette, although the specific training may fall to Li Qi himself. How could the esteemed lord involve himself in every matter? Occasional training would suffice. His greater interest lies in lounging in a chair, occasionally raising his eyes to catch sight of the young maids in skirts cleaning tables, mopping floors, dusting shelves, and enjoying delightful snacks, or perhaps closing his eyes for a brief nap. He began to reminisce about Corlin Fozake. Although that fellow was not particularly loyal, he was indeed useful, and it would be challenging to find another such instructive talent in the Porcupine territory after a day filled with academic pursuits. The duties of knightly retainers were not particularly demanding, allowing for free entry and exit from the castle. Radish donned new attire, with a long sword gifted by the lord at his waist, though he had yet to commence sword training. Upon stepping off the smooth, sturdy cobblestone path, he ventured onto the gravel road. Ahead lay the Wheatfield village, the closest to the castle. Previously, the Porcupine territory consisted solely of this village, with all its inhabitants crowded together. Although some have since relocated to the livestock village, the Wheatfield village remains the most populous and prosperous area. Children gathered by the roadside, playfully collecting stones at a man pulling a two-wheeled cart laughed and called out, "Make way, clear the path, little ones." The children would then scamper away, giggling and exclaiming that a matron, balancing a wooden basin on her head, returned from the river after washing clothes at a young lad, half-grown, clutched a small wooden basin containing mushy mashed potatoes and half a loaf of bread. Preparing to enjoy his evening meal, that a weary man leaned against the wall, seated, with a cup of hot water beside him containing torn-up hay. He lifted it to his lips, grimacing as he swallowed. Forcing it down, Radish stifled a laugh. He knew the Lord often enjoyed tea. However, the tea leaves did not come from this source, and it was certainly not hay. The man must have heard some rumor and attempted to emulate the Lord. Each person here is consciously imitating what they see or hear about the Lord, whom they revere and admire. Even Radish is no exception. He adjusted the iron sword at his waist and strode confidently into the main road of the Wheatfield village. Once a slave, he had not even been permitted near the village, confined to a designated area. Now, however, everything was different. People gazed at him in astonishment. His attire, though somewhat oversized, appeared exquisite, and the iron sword at his side, along with his arrival from the castle, signified his extraordinary status. "Radish," a voice called from nearby. "Will?" Radish turned to look at the browless youth, a smile gracing his features, although they had once been rivals. Their shared experiences in learning and training had fostered a strong bond between them. Will, possessing a quick wit, was among the first chosen to accompany Lord Grand as an apprentice in the town hall. "I heard from Lord Grand that you have become his retainer?" Will inquired, not particularly envious of Radish, as the income of a retainer was meager. In contrast, the town hall apprentices not only enjoyed higher earnings, but also had the potential to succeed Lord Grand, fundamentally altering their family's circumstances as for the prospect of becoming a knight. That seemed a distant dream now, given the cessation of warfare. Radish nodded, a smile brightening his face. "And how about you?" "How is it under Lord Grand?" "It's manageable," Will replied, "but I find myself constantly calculating and recording. It can be quite exhausting. And you?" "I am engaged in learning various etiquettes every day." The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Their friendship, nurtured through training, could only sustain so much conversation. Perhaps in a few years, as they clinked beer mugs together, they would have far more to discuss. As Radish traversed through Wheatfield village, he arrived at the slave dormitory. The matron seated at the entrance of the women's quarters, upon spotting Radish, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Radish, you were selected?" The transformation was stark. The boy clad in new attire and bearing a sword was a far cry from the lad who once hid his black bread. Radish nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I was selected." A slight figure darted out from the dormitory, colliding lightly with Radish and causing him to lean back slightly. The small figure then wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. "Sister," Radish looked down at the petite girl, gesturing with his hand, "it seems you've grown taller." The slaves whispered among themselves that that really Radish? He truly became the master's retainer? Can a slave really be chosen? Does my son have a chance? But your son was among the first to be eliminated, wasn't he? I say, let's have another. I have long sensed Radish was different. It was evident he would not remain a slave for life. Look, he has indeed become a knight's retainer. The murmurs swelled around them. Radish lowered his head to his sister and said, I brought you some treats. They departed from the slave quarters and ascended a small hill. Radish produced a small object wrapped in a handkerchief, and even before unwrapping it, a rich sweetness wafted through the air. This is honey, he exclaimed, bringing the handkerchief close to his sister's mouth. I heard it is as precious as gold. A gift from the master. His sister took a gentle lick, so sweet. She then pushed the handkerchief back towards Radish. Ha! I have grown tired of eating radishes every day. Radish laughed, though he held it aloft, determined to have her taste it, fully aware that his sister had mastered the art of compliance. Reluctantly, Radish let his tongue touch it really is sweet. A white raven soared above their domain. Inside the castle, Ricci opened his eyes. He glanced at the blueprint for the Hedgehog Territory-esque development laid out on his desk. Remarkably, there had been no rainfall since spring. Fortunately, they had constructed a water wheel in advance, or the fields would have suffered. While other developmental issues were manageable, he seemed to have just spotted members of the security team leading a female slave into the thicket. He shook a bell on his desk, and after a series of ringing sounds, a male servant entered, summoned Gran. Yes, the servant, noting the Lord's grim countenance, quickly retreated. Gran soon arrived, having heard of Ricci's displeasure, rushing over without even adjusting his trousers. I have no objections to free love, Ricci stated, but slaves are part of my property. If anyone wishes to marry a female slave, they must pay. Gran understood immediately. Someone must have been misbehaving with the female slaves, yet he pondered who it could be, as he was completely unaware. How audacious. Yes, Ricci emphasized, it must be a marriage, not a purchase for mere enjoyment, that if those individuals are already married, they should pay alimony, that we must establish a marriage LAW, in the Hedgehog Territory. Where the female population outnumbered the males, increasing the population would necessitate procreation. However, it could not be approached as mere livestock breeding. Polygamy was out of the question, not due to morality but legality. If the king could only have one wife, why should the villagers be allowed multiple? Legality must take precedence. Moral failings would incur penalties, lest the Hedgehog Territory devolve into a den of vice. Gran accepted the task and immediately set about addressing the matter, knowing it would not be difficult to investigate. He could interrogate the female slaves, using coercion and persuasion to find out the truth. The allure for the female slaves stemmed from their desire to escape their servitude. One party sought to transcend class, while the other sought to exploit. Since the slaves are the Lord's personal property, this exploitation would directly infringe upon him. Of course, Gran would never voice such thoughts, but those unable to control their baser instincts would face dire consequences. Currently, Ricci had proposed two methods for shedding slave status. One was to excel and become a diligent subordinate to the Lord. The other option was to purchase their freedom, though earning points through labor was not permissible. The study door closed. Ricci picked up a book titled The Cotton Princess and the Wandering Knights, taking a sip of tea to alleviate his fatigue. This book features a strong female protagonist. He found himself intrigued, pondering which knight would father the Cotton Princess's child, unexpectedly deriving a sense of mystery from what he initially thought was merely an erotic tale. The White Raven, having traversed a great distance, lowered its altitude and entered Greenwood Castle. In the training grounds of Greenwood Castle. Strike, Stasi exclaimed, exuding an air of confidence as she effortlessly repelled a burly man who towered over her. Along with his shield, the thick shield, as wide as a finger, was dented deeply by her blunt sword. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing applause, Stasi turned her head. Wearing a pale purple dress, Fammy Pot gazed at her with excitement. So impressive, Stasi. Stasi raised her chin proudly. Ever since she had harnessed this unique power, she felt herself growing stronger by the day. Through relentless training, she gradually discovered how to control and unleash this newfound strength. What man could possibly match her, accomplishing great deeds? Why could a woman not do the same? She planted her sword into the ground and approached Fammy Pot, a female retainer moving forward to assist her in removing her armor. "Aren't you uninterested in combat training?" Stasi inquired. "I wanted to find you today, but I heard you were training, so I came to see that that's so." She scrutinized Fammy Pot, whose gaze wandered uncontrollably, revealing a hint of nervousness in her expression. Just then, a close female servant approached. "Miss, a letter from the Hedgehog Territorio." Stasi suddenly realized, but chose not to expose the truth. The tea must have been when the white raven flew overhead that Fammy Pot caught sight of it. Having completely removed her armor, she wrapped her arms around Fammy Pot's, whispering, "You arrived just in time. I wanted to ask for your help in writing a letter." That's so," Fammy Pot replied, delighted, in the Hedgehog Territory's training grounds. Ricci opened his eyes. The male servant promptly presented a cup of water. "Thank you," he said, taking a sip and slowly swallowing the warm liquid before returning the cup to the servant. He had now amassed a total of 23 units. With his mental strength also at approximately 23 units, he had effectively cleared the outer regions of the Cape Caverns castle, and it was now time to cautiously explore the castle's interior. However, it was also important to stretch his limbs, as he had not trained in some time. Radish and little Joel, clad in armor, anxiously regarded their lord, who was only slightly older than themselves but radiated an overwhelming presence. Ricci picked up a wooden sword and beckoned to them. "Come on." The two, receiving the signal, did not hesitate and charged towards Ricci, with little Joel belonging to the physically robust category. "Recently, within the confines of the castle, I've been enjoying sumptuous meals, leading to a rapid increase in both weight and height. I now stand nearly as tall as Lequi, and when I wield my sword, it cuts through the air with a sharp whoosh." In contrast, Lequi, gripping his sword with one hand, astutely identifies the openings in my attacks. He's been raised on a diet of meat from a young age, and with the guidance of a mentor and systematic training. Even if he was not a natural prodigy, he certainly surpasses the average individual that as he sidesteps. His wooden sword deftly strikes Joel's wrist, causing him pain, yet the descending blade cannot be halted. Lequi takes a step to the right, evading the descending sword, which then strikes Joel's chest with precision, followed by a blow to his knee. The impact resounds, and with a cry of "ouch," Joel collapses to the ground, seizing the opportunity as his companion falls. The frail Rebeo attempts to launch a surprise attack, only to be met with a swift kick to the chest from Lequi. Rebeo's slight frame pales in comparison to Joel's, and against Lequi. The disparity in strength is clear. Without supernatural abilities, the difference in weight renders their struggle futile. Rebeo cries out as he lands painfully on the ground, rolling away with a thud. Lequi, wielding his wooden sword, lightly taps the ground, urging, "Get up, continue." The two boys, gritting their teeth against the pain, rise once more, yet the outcome remains unchanged. They are still sent sprawling to the ground. Perhaps they are unaware of the true strength of their lord, who possesses above-average swordsmanship, intermediate dual sword skills, commendable equestrian abilities, and master-level throwing techniques. Few in the army can withstand even a couple of moves against him. The synergy of his skills enhances his prowess, each ability complementing the others. After a prolonged bout, the two boys bend over, panting heavily, their faces swollen, blood trickling from their lips, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. In stark contrast, Lequi appears only mildly perspired. "Return to rest," he instructs. "I shall test you again in a couple of days." As they watch their lord's retreating figure, Joel exhales. "The Lord is truly formidable. We have not even touched him. I suppose we shall never have the chance to do so in our lifetimes." He turns to find Rebeo, still clutching his wooden sword, showing no signs of wanting to rest. "I want to continue training." Rebeo declares that we cannot. "But perhaps others can," Joel replies, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "The knights and their attendants are not permanent fixtures. Their ineptitude could lead to replacement at any moment." Lequi returns to wash his face. "That my lord, Joel and Rebeo are still training," reports Sautswa. "Let them be." Lequi responds nonchalantly, drying his hands. "That in this world, mere diligence and training is insufficient. Magic and extraordinary powers reign supreme." That he recalls the dazzling knights at the banquet, their golden radiance shimmering. In the face of absolute power, technique holds little significance. Regrettably, obtaining a body of an extraordinary knight is no simple task. He adjusts his clothing, fanning himself to cool down. Noble attire can be cumbersome, layered and tailored to meet the standards of decorum. April rolls in, had it not been for the recent heavy rains. This year could have faced dire circumstances. Yet, judging by the weather, a scorching summer seems inevitable. The sun blazes overhead, yet the crops, aided by aqueducts and water wheels, flourish with remarkable vigor. Scarecrows stand sentinel in the fields, while birds flutter overhead. An elderly farmer, hoe in hand, relaxes in the shade, with a dog panting nearby. Few young people are visible, for today is a momentous occasion. The livestock and beekeeping villages have been completed, and relocation to new homes is imminent. The Lord had previously mentioned sending a group to the livestock village. However, few are willing, as the wheat-field village near the castle is the true heart of the hedgehog territory. Yet, with the establishment of the livestock and beekeeping villages, envy stirs among the villagers. The houses in the livestock village are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also spacious, although tasked with raising livestock. The accompanying odors are somewhat unavoidable. Nevertheless, the roads have been meticulously planned by the Lord, with straight pathways and orderly houses lining either side, devoid of any chaotic appearance, the ground paved with large stones and sand, compacted by carts of timber traversing the paths repeatedly. Walking through the livestock village feels akin to entering a town. Each household has even reserved space for a cooking area, ensuring no thick smoke fills the rooms. In stark contrast, the wheat-field village, built by the hands of the common folk, is a hodgepodge of materials, some using stone, others wood, and still others a mixture of mud and straw, resulting in a lack of beauty. During overcast days, the humidity lingers, leaving the ground perpetually damp, a burden for the elderly. The villagers relocated to the livestock village will undoubtedly find great satisfaction in their new homes that a portion of the remaining farmers, despite their toil, would rather take a few extra steps to reside in a beautiful house. Consequently, apprentices at the town hall have received numerous requests to allocate unoccupied houses to those in need. This matter ultimately reached the Baron, who, indifferent, nodded in agreement, permitting those who wish to move in. However, once relocated, the old houses of the wheat-field village will belong to the Lord, a tremendous bargain. The villagers could hardly contain their excitement. Lequi comprehends their sentiments. Even on Earth, many work in rural areas, yet purchase homes in cities. However, in his plans, the wheat-field village is destined to become the center of the second phase of development, and he will ensure that speculation in real estate does not occur under his watch. Yet, the wheat-field village is fated to emerge as the most prosperous region. The livestock village, burdened by its odors, cannot become the center. Rather than waiting until the villagers are forced to leave, it is better to facilitate their relocation now. However, he must avoid malicious allocations and fraudulent distributions, as previously agreed upon with Jelen. The livestock village, with its rows of charming houses neatly constructed along the roadside, is a testament to the Lord's vision. Jelen, holding a sheet of paper with a wooden board beneath it, a humble invention among the Lord's many, recalls the day when the Lord visited during housing planning and decided to construct public restrooms in a particular area. However, upon receiving the paper, he found it inconvenient for writing and promptly summoned the carpenter apprentice, Sharp Nose, to craft a wooden board that could hold the paper, akin to a portable writing desk. He marvels at the Lord's ingenuity, having witnessed his brilliance and extraordinary capabilities since joining the hedgehog territory. Observing this once barren village transform for the better, he often reflects on the wisdom of his past decision. Perhaps serving under other lords would have granted him more prestige and higher status. Yet, it is only under the hedgehog baron that he can truly showcase his value. A territory flourishing under one's stewardship is a remarkable achievement.